In the evening, smoke rose gently from every house in Sioux family village. The setting sun slowly sank behind the mountains, leaving the sky painted with red clouds. Inside a shabby thatched hut at the edge of the village, Su Rongrong's eyelids twitched before she finally opened her eyes. At once, she sensed something was wrong. The bed she shared with her college roommate used to be soft and comfortable, but now the surface beneath her felt hard and uneven. Also, her room usually smelled of incense, yet now her nose caught only the scent of decay and dampness. When she looked around carefully, the sight before her made her jump in shock. The room had no furniture at all. A broken wooden door hung loosely on its hinges. Looking up, she saw a roof full of holes through which the sky was clearly visible. Outside, the small yard was overgrown with weeds, some taller than a person's waist. She frowned, confused by everything around her. This wasn't her home. Then where was she? She had gone to sleep safely in her own bed. How did she end up here?
Wait.
She remembered hearing someone shout about an earthquake in the middle of the night. Could it be that there really was an earthquake? Maybe it was so strong that she didn't escape in time. And died? The thought made her lower her head to look at her clothes and hands. On her feet were worn-out straw sandals with a big tear. Her clothes were made of rough fabric, patched in several places. Anyone who saw her now would think she was a beggar. Her hands were small, thin, and dark, with thick calluses on the fingertips. No, this wasn't her body. She had grown up in an orphanage and had calluses too, but her hands were bigger and not this dark. And surely, she would recognize her own body.
Could it be?
She had traveled through time? If so, where was this place? And could she ever go back? As her thoughts spun wildly, her stomach suddenly growled. Having grown up in an orphanage where food was scarce, she knew that sound all too well. She couldn't help but think of the pumpkin millet porridge she had cooked but hadn't finished. If only she could have another sip of it right now, how wonderful that would be. As the thought flashed through her mind, a bowl of pumpkin millet porridge appeared in her hand. She froze for a moment, but hunger left her no time to think. After just a few sips, two familiar voices came from outside. Instinctively, she wanted to hide the bowl, but as soon as the thought crossed her mind, the porridge vanished. She had no idea what was happening, but there was no time to figure it out. She quickly lay back down on the straw mat, half closing her eyes and looking toward the door. Su Xiang walked in, swinging an embroidered handkerchief in one hand and carrying a basket in the other, followed by Lu Taiju. She set the basket by the door, glanced at the person lying on the ground, and frowned at the man beside her. Taiju, she's right here. Be quick and quiet. When it gets dark, my family will come to take her away. Lu Taiju looked at the weak girl on the ground, hesitating. Seeing this, Su Xiang glared at him impatiently. Su Rongrong is known all around for her beauty. Don't you want to see her up close? Lu Taiju had admired Su Rongrong for a long time, and now that he had the chance, he was reluctant to give it up. Noticing Su Xiang's displeasure, he asked, Xiang, if something goes wrong, are you sure your parents won't blame me? Su Xiang understood his concern and replied coldly, Don't worry. My family has it all planned. No matter what happens, you won't be held responsible. Su Rongrong, half awake, watched the two of them. For some reason, fragments of memory flashed through her mind. The girl before her was Su Xiang, 2 years older than her cousin, the daughter of the family that had adopted her. That family was full of cruel people. After taking her family's land under the pretense of adoption, they made her work like a servant. She had endured their bullying for years, but now this woman had brought a man here to harm her reputation. It was beyond forgiveness. As Su Rongrong was thinking about how to teach her cousin a painful lesson, she heard Su Xiang continue, Don't worry. Our mothers are cousins. Even if my family wants to cause trouble, it won't be for you. To be honest, not only do I dislike Su Rongrong, but my mother feels the same way. If she weren't so hardworking, like a patient old ox, my mother would have sold her long ago. Hearing this, Su Rongrong clenched her fists tightly inside her sleeves, her jaw stiff with anger. Unaware that the person before her was no longer the same Su Xiang she once knew, Su Xiang kept talking arrogantly. In 10 days, the people who must serve in labor duty will be decided. There are 13 people in my family. Even without Su Rongrong, that's still 12. According to the rules, any household with more than 10 people and at least 5 men over 16 must send 2 people. But we don't have much money. Even if we gather everything we can, it's only enough to exempt 1 person. My mother says that since Su Rongrong has eaten our food for years, it's time for her to repay us. She nearly lost her life when she fell from the mountain, so we might as well use this chance to help our family. Lu Taizhu asked instinctively, "You're planning to sell her?" Su Xiang sneered. "Just selling her would be too easy and wouldn't bring much money. My mother heard that a wealthy family in the county is looking for a beautiful, unmarried girl for a spirit marriage. They're willing to pay 30 taels of silver. That's 30 taels. Even after paying for 2 labor exemptions, we'd still have 20 left. Do you know how many years it would take for people in our village to save that much? So you see, Su Rongrong is perfect for this. She's the daughter of a scholar and can read and write. Maybe we can even raise the price." No matter what Lu Taizhu thought, Su Rongrong, who now carried part of the original person's memories, could no longer hold back her anger. After having half a bowl of pumpkin porridge and resting on the straw for a while, she suddenly stood up. Before Su Xiang could react or defend herself, Su Rongrong raised her hand and slapped her hard. As Su Xiang's head turned from the blow, Su Rongrong kicked her fiercely.
How dare you?
No one bullies me and gets away with it. Who do you think your family is? They had already taken her 2 acres of good farmland, made her work like a servant for their whole family, and now they wanted to ruin her reputation. And now, they even planned to sell her for a spirit marriage. If she couldn't get back what was owed to her today, with interest, then Su Rongrong would write her own name backward. With a loud bang, Su Xiang crashed hard into the broken door and fell to the ground. Before she could react, the door, after shaking twice, finally gave way completely and fell heavily on her. Badly injured and unable to move, Su Xiang could only watch helplessly as her hand was crushed. With a painful scream, Su Xiang fainted from the unbearable pain. Lu Taizhu never imagined that the woman who had seemed barely alive a moment ago could suddenly stand up. Not only that, but her strength was shocking. Seeing her knock Su Xiang out and then walk toward him with a cold expression, he felt his scalp tingle and his back turn cold. If he had known Su Rongrong was this fierce, he would have refused to help Su Xiang the moment she came to him. Now he was like a fool who tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice instead. Su Rongrong's body hadn't fully recovered, and after using so much strength just now, she felt weak. Afraid that Lu Taizhu would notice, she tried to imitate the confident look of a tough student she remembered, keeping a stern face as she stepped closer to him. "What were you and Su Xiang just saying? What were you planning to do to me?" Shaken by what he had just seen, Lu Taizhu panicked. As Su Rongrong came closer, he finally stammered,
Rongrong, I'm sorry.
"I didn't mean it. I just took the wrong path and ended up here by accident." As soon as he finished, he didn't even look at Su Xiang lying on the ground. Like a man chased by a wild dog, he ran out the door without looking back. In just a few seconds, he was gone without a trace. Su Rongrong, who had been holding herself together, felt her legs go weak once he left. Luckily, no one else was around, so she sat down on the ground to rest. After catching her breath, she looked toward Su Xiang, who was lying by the door. Su Xiang had woken up, but only because the pain was too much. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Su Rongrong gripping her waist with one hand and her thigh with the other, both spots that hurt the most and made her feel completely powerless. When Su Xiang was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face, Su Rongrong spoke casually. "Now you know what pain feels like. Good. You and your mother never showed me mercy before. When I begged you to stop, you didn't care. So tell me, after I've lived off your family for years, how do you want me to repay you? Or maybe you want to find a way to use what's left of me to help you." Falling into Su Rongrong's hands, Su Xiang no longer dared to speak the truth. She was afraid that if she said the wrong thing, Su Rongrong might lose control and harm them both. But the pain was unbearable. Her whole body ached deeply. After a long while, she finally forced out a few words through clenched teeth. "I'm sorry." Images of the original Su Rongrong being bullied by that family flashed through her mind. Hearing the apology, she gave a short laugh and lightly patted Su Xiang's swollen cheek. "You think a simple sorry can erase everything that happened? If I hadn't survived today, what do you think would have happened to me? Maybe I should call someone over and let you experience what you planned for me?" Su Xiang could tell Su Rongrong meant every word. Terrified, she shook her head again and again, silently praying for someone to come and save her. If she could escape today, she swore she would take revenge 100-fold. Perhaps luck was on her side. Just as Su Rongrong finished venting her anger and slapped her once more, Lu Taiju, who had run away earlier, returned. After reaching home, he had calmed down and realized how foolish he had been. He was a man in his 20s. Why should he fear a girl barely 14? No matter how strong she was, she couldn't be stronger than a grown man. She was just an orphan, abandoned by both her clan and her adoptive family. With no one to rely on, what could she possibly do? Thinking this, he came back, his eyes filled with ill intent. "Rongrong," he said with a sly smile, "I've liked you for a long time. Tell me, where should we talk, here or somewhere else?" "Don't worry," he said. "As long as you keep me happy, I'll treat you well from now on." Then he rubbed his hands together and hurried toward her. Su Rongrong hadn't expected him to return, and she couldn't help feeling nervous. But she was never someone who gave up easily. The moment she saw Lu Taiju come back, she quietly gathered her strength and prepared herself. When he got close, she quickly and accurately kicked toward his legs. Although Lu Taiju had returned, he was already a bit wary of Su Rongrong. When she kicked, he instinctively moved to the side. Her first kick missed, and she didn't have the same chance again. Su Xiang, who had been in pain and almost fainting, suddenly became alert when she saw this. Su Rongrong was right beside her, so she used her uninjured hand to grab Su Rongrong's leg tightly and shouted to Lu Taiju, "Taiju, come quickly." By then, the sky was growing dark, and many people working on the mountain were heading home. Su Rongrong, who had just grabbed Su Xiang's hair, suddenly heard two familiar voices nearby. Realizing that help was coming, she yanked a handful of Su Xiang's hair and then cried out loudly, "Help! Somebody, please help me." After shouting, she fell to the ground and even gave Lu Taiju a defiant look. Su Xiang burst into tears again and cried out in pain. Lu Taiju tried to cover her mouth, but it was too late. Two girls, about 14 or 15 years old, appeared at the door, their faces full of anger. Su Rongrong, pretending to be hurt and terrified, reached out to them with tears in her eyes. "Meow Meow, Taoya, help me." The one called Meow Meow was Lu Miao, the village head's eldest daughter. She and Taoya were Su Rongrong's closest friends. Seeing Su Rongrong like that, both girls panicked. Taoya, who ran faster, said, "Meow Meow, you stay here and watch them. I'll go get your father and the others." With that, she dropped her basket and ran toward the village. Lu Miao went straight to Su Xiang, raised her hand, and slapped her hard across the face. "Are you bullying Rongrong again?" When Lu Taiju saw the situation, he got scared and wanted to leave. But Lu Miao caught sight of him from the corner of her eye. Without waiting for Su Xiang to explain, she reached out to stop him. "Well, isn't this Brother Taiju? What brings you here?" As the village head's eldest daughter, Lu Miao was someone Lu Taiju didn't dare offend. After being stopped, his eyes darted around quickly, but he kept a calm face and said, "It was cousin Su Xiang who asked me to come. I just got here." Su Xiang never expected Lu Taiju to push all the blame onto her just to protect himself. Luckily, she reacted fast. Although she disliked his excuse, at least he hadn't said anything bad about her. So she followed his lead and said, "Yes, I asked Brother Taiju to come. Meow, you know what my mother is like. She's been trying to raise money for the labor tax lately. Rongrong fell from the mountain and got hurt. She can't move and has to lie here. My mother refuses to spend money on a doctor for her. Rong Rong and I grew up together. How could I just watch her suffer? So, while bringing her food, I asked Brother Taiju to lend me some money for a doctor. He just arrived and didn't even have time to give me the money before you came. If Lu Miao didn't already know what kind of person Su Xiang was, she might have believed her sincere expression. But knowing her too well, she didn't believe a single word. Just then, Su Rongrong weakly added, "Meow, I'm so thirsty and hungry. I haven't had a drop of water in 2 days." Hearing that, Lu Miao was furious. She quickly went to Rongrong's side, took the bamboo flask from her waist, and gave her a sip of water. Then she stood up, kicked over the basket lying in the weeds, and glared at Su Xiang. "This is the food you brought? Even animals wouldn't eat this. You call this caring for your sister? She's injured, and your family left her here without food or water for 2 days. What, are you waiting for her to die?" Lu Miao, fuming, put her hands on her hips and shouted, "Su Xiang, I've realized your Su family is both foolish and cruel. Rongrong must have had terrible luck to be born into your family. If you ask me, the Su family should have abolished that ridiculous rule long ago. Before your family got involved, Rongrong had 4 younger siblings, but their home still had 20 acres of fine rice fields and 30 acres of fertile dry land. Even their house was the biggest and best in the whole village. Although the younger ones were too small to farm, the rent from the land each year was enough for them to live comfortably. But after your family claimed to be helping them and divided everything up, what did they have left?" Su Rongrong added softly, "The land isn't ours anymore, and neither is the house. Now we don't have enough to eat or wear, and there's endless work to do. Honestly, we live worse than the animals." Lu Miao nodded hard. "Exactly, worse than animals. I really want to ask the Su family, are you truly helping Rongrong and her siblings, or just using that excuse to take their property for yourselves? They still have 2 brothers, so it's not like their family line ended. Yet you treat them as if they had no one left, and that's disgusting. Look at those children. Has even one of them lived a good life? And still, you act as if they owe you something, as if giving them a little food and a roof is a huge favor. Have you ever thought about how much you took from them, how much silver it's worth? Do you really not know, or are you just pretending not to see how greedy you look?" Lu Miao had only ever complained about this privately with Taoya before, never in public. But seeing her dear friend so weak now filled her with anger and sadness. She couldn't hold back anymore and tore into the Su family's hypocrisy without mercy. Rongrong's nature could be called gentle, but to be honest, she was too soft and easily bullied. It wasn't her fault. Her father had taught her from childhood to obey her father before marriage, her husband after marriage, and her son after her husband's death. She was the eldest sister, only 10 when both parents passed away. Before she could even stand on her own, the Su family divided up all her family's property and sent her to live with Su Dashan's household. Life under someone else's roof was never easy, especially when the elders were unkind. Sometimes Lu Miao was angry at Rongrong for not fighting back, but she also knew how helpless she truly was. After all, she was just a young girl. She couldn't risk everything and go against her whole family just because of pride, could she? Su Rongrong half closed her eyes as she watched her good friend stand up for her, while her mind quickly sorted through all the memories of the body's original owner. Soon, she had everything clear. The original girl had the same name as her, Su Rongrong. She was almost 14 years old and had been adopted by the Su Dashan family for 3 years. She had learned to read and sew from a young age, and she used to earn a little money each month from embroidery work. But after being adopted, Su Xiang's mother, Madame Chiao, never allowed her to study or do needlework. Instead, she made her do all the heavy chores. And not just simple ones. She worked harder than even Su Dashan, the strong man of the house. Because of her, Su Xiang, her mother, and her sister-in-law spent their days gossiping and wandering around the village with nothing to do. A few days ago, she had fallen down the mountain because Su Xiang's second brother, Su Zhouang, had pushed her. The reason was that Su Zhouang had developed improper thoughts about her, even though they were from the same Su family and still related within 5 generations. The Su family had strict rules. People with the same surname could not marry. Besides, Su Jiawang only wanted to take advantage of her. 2 days before the accident, near sunset, she was carrying firewood down the mountain to cook dinner. When she was about 20 meters from the foot of the mountain, she ran into Su Jiawang. His eyes turned red when he saw her, and seeing no one around, he tried to force her. She stopped him with her hatchet, and in anger and shame, he pushed her down the slope. Luckily, it wasn't too far from the bottom. But unfortunately, when she fell, the firewood she had cut rolled down and pressed on her, and her head hit a sharp stone hard. Su Jiawang ran away, and when the Su Dashan family learned what had happened, they didn't call a doctor or let her return home. Using her injuries as an excuse, they left her in a broken straw hut at the foot of the mountain. After sorting through all this, Su Rongrong noticed someone standing at the door through the parted weeds and began to cry. Her crying was so sorrowful that anyone who heard it would feel heartbroken. Meow meow, please don't say any more. It's all my bad luck. If only my parents had taken all of us with them when they passed away. Why did they leave us behind, letting our relatives pretend to care for us while actually taking everything we had? The people Peach Girl called over included not only Lu Miao's father, but also the head and elders of the Su family, as well as some respected villagers. Before the Su family's head and elders even entered the thatched house, they heard Lu Miao scolding their family. They had already been angry at Lu Miao for not showing respect to the Su family, but after hearing Su Rongrong's words, their expressions changed. Draining us dry. Those 4 words were harsh. They cared about their reputation. Even though everyone knew they used family rules as an excuse to take the siblings' property, as long as no one said it out loud, they could still claim they were doing it for the children's good. But Su Rongrong's words nailed them to the wall of shame. Now they no longer cared what Lu Miao said and quickly tried to stop her. Rongrong, don't talk nonsense. The family only separated you siblings so you could survive. It wasn't for your family's property. Even though the light was fading, Su Rongrong could still see the head of the Su family's angry face. Hearing his words, she looked up hopefully and asked weakly, "So, the land and house deeds under my family's name were never changed at the government office? If that was true, then things would be much easier." The Su family's head and elders suddenly had a bad feeling, but they still had to answer honestly, no, they weren't changed. The family rules say those things will be returned to you when you grow up, but the profits made during this time don't belong to you. Of course, they never really planned to return anything. Once the land and houses were in their hands, how could they give them back? They called it their hard-earned reward. And since the property was now part of the family's holdings, everyone in the clan benefited. They could claim they had protected the children as they grew up, so what was wrong with taking a little in return? If the siblings refused, they would be called ungrateful. Would they really dare to go against the entire family? Aren't you afraid the clan will drive them out and make them people without a home? Su Rongrong didn't care what schemes these people had. When she heard that the contract hadn't been changed, she finally looked relieved. Then she looked at clan leader Su with hope in her eyes. Since the clan truly wants the best for us, I don't feel safe living like this. Can I have my own household? As soon as she said that, everyone present, even Lu Miao's father, changed their expressions. The Su clan members looked displeased, while people from other families seemed amused or curious to see what would happen. Lu Miao and Taoya didn't know where Su Rongrong found the courage to say such a thing, but to them it was a good sign. The two exchanged a quick look, then walked toward her. One stood in front of her, blocking the clan leaders' and elders' angry stares. The other helped her up from the ground, letting her lean for support. Clan leader Su didn't want outsiders to laugh at them. After taking a few deep breaths, he finally said, "That's against the rules." The 2 elders who had followed him also agreed. "You're still young. You can't have your own household." "Yes, and you're a girl," another added. Su Rongrong thought she probably couldn't return to the modern world. Now that she had the original owner's memories and body, and that person had been an orphan, she decided she would live as comfortably as she could. The original owner's life had been even harder than her own childhood in the orphanage. Besides, Uncle Deshawn and Aunt Xiao were cruel people. If she stayed with them, Even if she wasn't sold or harmed, she would still be treated like a servant and go hungry every day. Since that was the case, she had to break free no matter what. The first step was to have her own household, and she had to make it happen today. With her goal clear, Su Rongrong leaned on her two friends. Seeing that all the important people in the village were present, she began to cry again. Through her tears, she said, "I know this isn't according to the rules, clan leader. But I really can't go on like this. Look at my injuries. Brother Joang pushed me down the mountain. When others get hurt, they're cared for at home, given medicine and good food to recover. But Uncle Deshawn and Aunt Xiao didn't care at all. They just left me here to die." Earlier, from what Su Xiang said, it seemed their family was just waiting for me to die so they could sell me to someone for a ghost marriage. Only people as heartless as them could do something so cruel. I was terrified, truly terrified. I was afraid they might hurt me for money. Su Rongrong cried bitterly, while Su Xiang, who was in great pain and about to faint, rolled her eyes when she heard that. She wanted to defend her family, but she had no strength left, not even enough to speak. Anxious, she rolled her eyes again before finally passing out completely. Unfortunately, it was already dark and no one noticed her. Or rather, even if someone did, they had no attention to spare for her. Just then, Su Dashan and his wife, Madame Chiao, arrived. When Su Rongrong saw them, tears streamed down her face, and she hid fearfully in Taoya's arms. Taoya's heart ached for her. Among the three close friends, Rongrong was the youngest. Usually timid, she had finally gathered the courage to leave that family. No matter what happened today, she was determined to help. She gently patted Su Rongrong's back. "Don't be afraid, Rongrong. The village chief and others are here. No one will dare harm you." After saying that, she pressed her lips together, gathered her courage, and turned to Su Dashan. "Uncle Dashan, you came just in time. Rongrong was just talking about wanting to live on her own. Everyone can see how she's been treated in your family. You said separating the siblings was for their own good. But now that she feels it's not, you should simply return her land and let her live independently. She'll be 14 after the new year. She can manage on her own, and you won't have to worry." Hearing this, Su Rongrong's eyes lit up. She quickly looked up at everyone. "Yes, I can take care of myself. If I can't manage the land, I'll ask the village chief to help me find someone to rent it. The landlord's rent is 60-40, but I can offer 50-50 or 40-60. The outsiders, including the village chief Lu Quan, were clearly tempted by that offer. Just as they were considering it, Madame Chiao's face darkened, and she quickly walked over to Su Xiang's side. "Xiang Xiang, Xiang Xiang." When Su Xiang didn't respond, she glared angrily at Su Rongrong. "You troublemaker. What did you do to my Xiang Xiang?" Madame Chiao acted so boldly because she thought of Su Rongrong as her adopted daughter. Her family had raised Su Rongrong for 3 years, and she believed that kindness was greater than anything. As a mother, she felt she had every right to discipline her child, and no one could stop her. Even if people called her harsh, she didn't care. Su Rongrong had been pretending to be weak, but when she saw Madame Chiao and Su Dashan, the anger in her heart grew stronger. She could clearly feel the resentment that came with this body. Thinking about the life the original girl had suffered and the goal she needed to achieve today, her eyes turned red with fury. "Aunt Xiao, what you said is really funny. Your son pushed me down the mountain, leaving me covered in injuries. You threw me here, didn't call a doctor, and didn't even give me food or water. If I weren't strong enough, I would have died long ago. In this condition, how could I possibly harm your daughter? Since you're all here, let's make things clear today. I'm almost 14 now, and life in your house has been terrible. I don't want to stay any longer. I have my own land. As the clan said, the harvest from the past few years belonged to you. But starting tomorrow, it's mine again. From now on, I have nothing to do with your family." Madame Chiao had been used to stepping on Su Rongrong for years, so she couldn't stand being spoken to like that. And now this girl even wanted to take back her land. Ignoring the fainted Su Xiang, Madame Chiao pulled a wooden hairpin from her bun. Under the light of a nearby torch, She aimed it at Su Rongrong's temple. You ungrateful girl. You think you can just come and go as you please? Madame Chiao's intention was to seriously harm Su Rongrong. In her mind, once the girl was gone, everything would be settled. She wouldn't have to worry about losing the land, and she could even sell the body to a wealthy family in the county for a ritual marriage. She had already discussed the price. 32 silver taels, not the 30 she had first thought. That was a full 32 taels. How many years would her family need to save that much money? With this amount, she wouldn't have to worry about anyone in the family being forced into labor. Not only that, they could buy 2 more acres of good farmland and even find a wife for the second son. Then, he wouldn't have to see that troublesome girl every day and lose his temper. Madame Chiao thought everything through quite well, but she forgot one thing: Su Rongrong's strength. After all, she wasn't the original person, and in modern times, she would be considered extremely skilled in fighting. So, when Madame Chiao rushed at her with a needle, Su Rongrong quickly and accurately kicked her in the stomach. Peach and Lu Miao, who had planned to help their sister, were stunned when they saw Madame Chiao sent flying into the weeds. Not only them, but even the men nearby were frozen in shock. Soon, Su Dashan came back to his senses. Seeing his wife kicked away, how could he hold back? Without a word, he swung his fist towards Su Rongrong's face. Peach reacted fast and pulled Su Rongrong behind her. Her father was the best hunter in the village. Would Su Dashan dare to touch her? Lu Miao quickly stood beside Peach. When they saw Su Dashan pull back his fist and reach toward them, she shouted loudly, "Father, someone's going to get hurt. Aren't you going to stop them?" The Su clan leader and the elders quickly spoke up, afraid that Lu Quan might interfere. Girls from the Lu and Qin families, this is a matter of the Su clan. You'd better not get involved. Rongrong wants to cut ties with her adoptive family. This is disloyal. She raised her hand against her foster mother and sister. This is unfilial and unkind. She shouted about family matters in front of outsiders. This is improper. Such a disloyal, unfilial, and unrighteous person will be dealt with by our Su clan. If you insist on interfering, don't blame us for being rude. Lu Miao, who had a fiery temper, saw her father frown in hesitation and stomped her foot angrily. "Father, what are you waiting for? Rongrong is a villager of Sujia village. Are you really going to watch the Su clan take her away and harm her? Didn't you hear what Rongrong said earlier? Aunt Xiao's family planned something terrible against her." Su Rongrong looked calmly at the members of the Su clan, then gently comforted the anxious Lu Miao. She knew her body had grown weak over the past few years. Fortunately, she had worked hard all this time, so her strength was still decent. Now that she was facing the Su family, she had to keep up her energy. While everyone's attention was on Lu Quan, the village head, she quietly took out the half bowl of pumpkin porridge she had saved earlier. Turning slightly away from the crowd, she used the dim light to quickly finish the porridge in 2 gulps. At that moment, she began to suspect that, just like in a novel, she might have a secret space of her own. But she had no time to think about it now. She couldn't keep hiding behind her 2 friends. So, once her hands and legs stopped trembling, she stepped out from behind them. Su Dashan and his wife, Chiao, truly were a pair. Both had the same cruel idea. They wanted to use this chance to get rid of Su Rongrong. As soon as he saw her step forward, Su Dashan clenched his fist and swung at her face. No one expected Su Rongrong to react so quickly. She caught his wrist with one hand, holding it so tightly that he couldn't move. When he tried to kick her, she blocked it with her own leg. In just a few swift moves, the strong and sturdy Su Dashan was thrown down and subdued. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Seeing the shock and fear on everyone's faces, Su Rongrong gave Su Dashan a hard push, sending him tumbling into the weeds beside Xiao. Then, under the admiring gazes of Taoya and Lu Miao, she turned to face the Su clan leader. "In the past, my family had enough to live well," she said. "But because you claimed it was for our own good, we lost everything. You all knew how I've been treated in Su Dashan's house these years. Don't tell me you didn't. Since you knew, Why didn't you step in? Were you waiting for them to wear me down, so you could take my family's property without guilt? If I'm just the beginning, then once I'm gone, will my younger brothers and sisters be next? As she spoke, she grabbed the clan leader's collar with one hand, staring straight into his eyes, as if she could see the corruption hidden deep in his soul. The Sioux clan leader, already past 60, felt his courage falter. He wanted to control Su Rongrong, but when he realized he couldn't, he grew angry and uneasy. Fortunately, he didn't believe Su Rongrong would dare harm him in front of everyone, so he still shouted loudly, "How dare you!" Su Rongrong only wanted to leave the foster family and take back what belonged to her. She gave a cold laugh, looked at him with disdain, and pushed him away. "How dare I? What a big attitude you have. Because of you, I've been living in the Sioux Dashan family for more than 3 years without ever wearing a new piece of clothing or a new pair of socks. My old clothes, because they were made of good fabric, were all taken by them. They either gave them away or sold them in the county's secondhand shop. I'm good at needlework and could earn some money every month, but those two heartless people wouldn't let me do it for reasons I can't understand. Since I entered their home, all the chores, washing clothes, cooking, chopping wood, feeding the animals, have fallen on me. Not only that, I also had to take care of their vegetable garden." As she spoke, thinking of the original owner's suffering, Su Rongrong felt a deep sadness rise in her heart. Tears began to fall, faster and faster. She wiped her face, her eyes full of sorrow, and said hoarsely, "I had to wash clothes for more than 10 people in their family, even the men's underclothes. Every day before dawn, while everyone else was still asleep, I had to get up. I would first cook porridge, let the rice boil, then lower the fire and cover it with charcoal to keep it warm. Then I had to push a wooden cart full of clothes to the river to wash them. By the time I finished, the sky was already bright, and I had to hurry back to cook again. When they sat down to eat, I had to feed the chickens and ducks and cook food for the pigs. After finishing all that, there was nothing left for me to eat. I didn't even get a sip of rice soup. If I dared to eat before them, Madame Chiao would slap me and say, 'The elders haven't eaten yet. You're just a poor orphan living under our roof. What right do you have?' They said letting me stay there and not be bullied by others was already a great kindness. What a ridiculous thing to say." Lu Miao couldn't help but choke up. She and Taoya both knew exactly what kind of life Rongrong had lived in that house. At that moment, her heart still ached painfully. Su Rongrong didn't care what others thought. She gently patted her 2 close friends and continued, "In the morning, after finishing my chores, I still have to sweep the yard, remove weeds and pests from the vegetable field, and plant vegetables. After that, I cook lunch. Only when everyone has eaten can I have a little leftover soup to fill my stomach. While the rest of the family rests at noon, I have to keep working, either weeding the fields or gathering firewood in the mountains. Oh, and I also have to collect grass for the pigs. If I don't, they'll go hungry, and I'll be punished. Even on rainy days, when I can't gather firewood, I still have to collect extra grass to bring back. Every day, I wake earlier than the roosters and sleep later than the cats, yet I eat worse than the animals. Even during the new year, I'm still busy running around. I've lived like this for 3 whole years." Taoya and Lu Miao couldn't help but burst into tears. Everyone else, including the clan leader and the elders, remained silent. The outsiders present looked at Su Dashan and his wife, who stood among the weeds, with clear disapproval. Madame Chiao, however, didn't think she had done anything wrong. She didn't believe Su Rongrong would dare to do anything to her in front of everyone. She replied coldly, "You're just being dramatic. What girl doesn't work hard? Everyone lives like this." Su Rongrong, still overwhelmed by the emotions of her past self, cried again and kicked Madame Chiao to the ground. After that, she sniffed, looked at the clan leader who didn't dare to speak, and continued, "I know girls in the countryside have to work, but no one should be treated like this. I eat little and work the hardest, while the women in Su Dashan's family spend their days wandering around doing nothing. Clan leader, you said the harvest from my 2 acres of land helps support the family. If that's true, then even if I did nothing, I should at least have enough to eat. But what have I been eating? These 3 years should have been when I grew taller, yet I've hardly grown at all. I've had enough of this life, especially of Su Zhuang. He tried to take advantage of me, and when I resisted, he pushed me down the mountain. Su Dashan's whole family has no conscience. They didn't call a doctor to treat me. Instead, they hoped I would die so they could arrange a ghost marriage and make money from it. At this point, she looked at Taoya and Lu Miao and said, "Weren't you curious about why Lu Taizhu showed up here?" Lu Taizhu, who had been trying hard to make himself invisible, now wished he could disappear completely. He had tried to sneak away, but failed every time. Hearing her words, he looked as if he was about to cry, keeping his head down, not daring to meet anyone's eyes. Su Rongrong continued, "Su Xiang really is my good cousin." That evening, she brought Lu Taizhu here, saying that since I looked pretty, he should come and get to know me better. After saying that, she walked over and kicked Su Xiang hard. A cracking sound followed. No one knew what bone had broken. Su Xiang, who had fainted, suddenly opened her eyes with a scream, then passed out again. "We're from the same family," Su Rongrong said bitterly. "I worked like a servant for them all these years. And now, not only do they treat me badly, but she even brought someone here to ruin my reputation. Is that something a person should do? If it were you, could you stay in such a family? They wouldn't let me live in peace, so I try to find my own way out. Was that wrong?" The Su clan leader and the others had known that Su Rongrong and her siblings lived hard lives, but they hadn't realized it was this bad. Seeing Su Rongrong risk everything to strike back at Su Dashan's family, they were angry, upset, and helpless. They knew they couldn't let Su Rongrong leave the clan freely. If they allowed it once, they'd lose control of others in the future. But if they refused, things could turn even worse. Judging by Su Rongrong's current state, she might really kill Su Dashan's whole family. Unless they killed her first. Or expelled her from the clan. Killing her wouldn't be easy, though. After all, the Lu family girl and the Qin family girl were both protecting her. One was the village head's daughter, the other a hunter's daughter. Both families had many sons but only one daughter, and they cherished their girls deeply. If the clan leader harmed those two because of Su Rongrong, he would face the wrath of both families. Although this place was called Su Village, there weren't actually many people with the Su surname. The village wasn't small. Over 600 people lived there, but more than 400 had different family names. Even the village head had always been someone from another family. Chief Su, after thinking through everything carefully, both the good and the bad, finally looked at Su Rongrong. He sighed and said helplessly, "Rong girl, let's not even talk about how hard it is for a woman to live on her own in these times. In our clan, there has never been a young woman like you setting up her own household. I usually don't interfere in others' family matters, but since you've been treated unfairly in Su Dashan's home, I'll make the decision today. You may leave. But there's one condition. Think it over carefully. If you leave, you must be removed from the clan. From now on, you will no longer be part of the Su family, and you cannot use the Su surname."
Su Rongrong laughed angrily.
"I can't use the Su name? So only your family can? Are all other people named Su guilty of something? And this whole removal from the clan thing, what a joke. I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I be cast out? Let me tell you, I won't accept being removed. I only agree to form a separate branch of the family." Madame Qiao grew anxious and jumped up to protest. "I don't agree." Whether Su Rongrong was expelled or allowed to form her own branch, neither option was good for her. The land belonged to her household, and she had no intention of giving it back. She had already made arrangements with people in the county, waiting only for the right moment to send someone away. If Su Rongrong separated from the family, it would have nothing to do with her anymore. Then not only would she be blamed by those people, but she would also lose the money she was promised. Someone from her family would have to go work off the debt. The elders were too old, her husband couldn't go, and she couldn't bear to send any of her 3 sons. The grandchildren were still too young to count. So, she had to keep Su Rongrong in the household. Even if she didn't work, as long as she stayed, there would still be a way to earn something from her. Chief Su was now completely fed up with Madame Qiao. He believed that it was her harsh treatment of Su Rongrong that had driven the girl to rebel so fiercely. He had lost face in front of the other villagers today. all because of Madame Chiao. So he turned to her and shouted, "Enough. You have no right to speak here. Since I was able to divide the land and people with your family before, I can also take them back now."
But,
Madame Chiao still wanted to speak, but Elder Su interrupted her.
no buts.
Back then, the reason Rome was given to your family was because you promised to take good care of her. But look at what you've done. If you had treated her with even a little sincerity, things wouldn't have come to this. Since Rome hasn't been living well, she doesn't need to stay with your family any longer. If she wants to live on her own, then let her. However, our clan has never had such a case before. To prevent others from following her example, we can only remove her from the clan. Elder Su's last words were directed at Su Rongrong. Everyone present, even Tao and Lu Miao, knew what being removed from the clan meant. They all grew nervous and looked at Su Rongrong. If she refused, she would have to keep enduring mistreatment. If she agreed, she would become a person without roots, even losing her family name. How could she marry in the future? But Su Rongrong didn't think that far. She had her own beliefs. Her surname Su came from the director of the orphanage in the modern world. That name meant that the original Su Rongrong had parents, and it also showed her gratitude to the director who raised her. So she said firmly, "Elder, only those who have committed serious wrongs should be removed from the clan. I don't think I've done anything wrong, so your decision is quite ridiculous. As for the clan rules, I can only say that people should know how to adapt. Rules are dead, but people are alive. There's no reason to let rigid rules harm the living, right? Now, I only accept separating my branch from the main clan. If you don't agree, that's fine too. We can discuss how Su Zhouang tried to harm me. My request is simple. Return the land that belongs to me. Also, starting from my father's branch, we will separate from the clan. If you refuse, I don't mind taking this matter to the authorities. Because of Su Zhouang, I almost lost my life. If I can't live peacefully, then neither will his family. You're all from the same clan. If this affects you later, that has nothing to do with me." At this point, not only the Su clan leader, but also the other villagers began to feel uneasy. When someone in the village breaks the law or causes trouble, outsiders will say it was someone from their village who did it. The whole village ends up being blamed. So everyone started to persuade him. "Uncle Maolin, if Rome wants to separate from the family, just let her do it. Yes, she's a young woman. In a few years, she'll marry into another family. Whether she separates or not doesn't make much difference." "That's right, Uncle Maolin. Why make things hard for a young girl? If she hadn't been pushed to the edge with no other choice, she wouldn't be doing this." The Su clan leader listened to their words, but didn't agree right away. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Su Rongrong. "You're a girl, so your name isn't recorded in the clan book. Like everyone said, whether you separate or not, it's the same. But if your father's branch separates from the clan, that's different. You still have 2 younger brothers. If your father leaves the clan, what about them? Will they stay with their foster families, or will they leave with you? Right now, they're living well with their foster families. If you insist on separating your father's branch, we'll have to ask those families first. I can't decide this on my own. I'll discuss it with the clan and those families, then give you an answer." Su Rongrong didn't want to delay things. She knew separating her father's branch wouldn't be easy. So she said, "All right, you can discuss it and let me know later. But for now, you need to write a document. It must clearly state that from this day on, I have no connection with Su Dashan's family. The 2 acres of good farmland that belong to me must be returned. Also, they took the harvest from my land and part of my family's remaining money. So from now on, we owe each other nothing. If anything, they owe me. This document must be made in 3 copies, 1 for me, 1 for the clan, and 1 for the village head. And everyone present must sign and leave their handprints as witnesses." When Xiao and Su Dashan heard this, they were furious. But as the clan leader had said, it was no longer up to them. In the end, after discussing it with the 2 elders, the Su clan leader agreed to Su Rongrong's request. Since there were no writing tools here, the group moved to the village chief's house. Because of his daughter, Lu Quan also stood on Su Rongrong's side. Afraid that things might change, he quickly wrote 3 copies of the document as Su Rongrong requested. After reading each one aloud and confirming everything was correct, they all signed and stamped their handprints. When the documents were done, Su Dashin, his eyes full of anger, spoke up. Su Rongrong, you hurt us. Shouldn't you pay for our medicine? Su Rongrong, who had planned to take the land deed and rest at Taoya's house for the night, waved her fist at him when she heard that. You were the ones who attacked me first. All of you wanted to harm me. If I hadn't fought back, I'd already be lying on the ground just as you wished. So no, I won't give you money. But if you want another fight, I'm ready. With that, she turned and left with Taoya. Su Dashin glared at her small figure as she walked away, his jaw clenched tightly. He didn't believe that his family couldn't deal with that stubborn girl. She was just one person. Sooner or later, she'd be alone. Even if she could fight now, everyone gets sick sometimes. When that day came, he wouldn't show mercy. Su Rongrong didn't need to think to know that Su Dashin's family would try to harm her again. But for now, her body was still young and weak, and she couldn't do much about them. Otherwise, she would never leave such trouble behind. Taoya was in a great mood. Holding Su Rongrong's hand, she said happily, Rongrong, you should see how big my room is. Why don't you just live with me from now on? Lu Miao, who was seeing them off, added, my house has guests right now, so it's not convenient. But when things settle down, if you ever get tired of staying with Taoya, come live with me. Hearing her 2 friends, Su Rongrong felt warm inside. She knew she could stay for a while, but not forever. So she said honestly, it's not right to live with you all the time. I should have my own home. Tomorrow, could you help me ask around to see if anyone in the village has an empty room? I can rent it for now. She didn't have money at the moment, or she would have built her own house already. It was a pity she couldn't return to her family's old house. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to worry about finding a place to stay. That place was like her ancestral home, and she would have to go back there sooner or later. While Su Rongrong's thoughts drifted away, Taoya, with her clever and kind heart, said, there's no rush to rent a house. You're still weak, so stay with me for a few days. My family doesn't have much, but we never lack food. Once you feel better, we can talk about this again. Lu Miao nodded. Taoya is right. Rongrong, since you got your land back, you should rent it out first. If you keep it in your hands, trouble will come sooner or later. Once it's rented, even if the Su family wants to cause problems, they'll have to think twice. Back at that broken hut, if just 2 of the young men from the Su family had shown up, you wouldn't have been able to handle it. Su Rongrong knew Lu Miao was telling the truth. So she stretched her neck and called out to Taoya's father ahead of them, Uncle Dezhuang, I'm just a girl and can't farm the land myself. I'd like to rent it out. Your family doesn't have much land, and hunting all the time isn't easy. How about I rent the land to you? We'll split the harvest half and half, just like we discussed before. But I haven't gotten the deed back yet, so I might need your help when the time comes. The Su clan leader and 2 elders walking in front stopped when they heard this, their eyes filled with anger. Although they had signed the agreement, they hadn't handed over the deed. To be honest, they had planned to go back on their word. After all, Su Rongrong was no longer part of the Su family. The land should belong to the clan, not her. She was just a lonely girl with no one to rely on. Did she really dare to challenge them? As for her talk about accusing Su Jiawang of attempted murder, that was just empty words. Who could prove that Jiawang had really tried to harm her? They had only agreed to write the document because she was just a girl, and her name wasn't even in the family records. Whether she was removed from the clan or made a separate branch, it was all a joke. The Su family had over 100 people. How could they possibly fear one young girl? So before Taoya's father could respond, the clan leader turned around and said sternly, Wrong girl, you must have forgotten. Your father was still part of the Su family, and our family has its own rules. The clan's land cannot be given away, not even as part of a daughter's dowry when she marries. Also, this land cannot be rented to outsiders. Even if it must be rented, it should first be offered to members of the clan. Now that you are no longer part of the Su family, we naturally have to take the land back. Before, because you were Zetan's child, and to help the few families raising children in the clan, we gave 2 acres of land to Su Dashan's family when you and your siblings were separated. Normally, if they no longer support you and you live on your own, that land should be returned to you. But all of this depends on you being a member of the Su family. Now that you are not, the land has nothing to do with you anymore. When Su Rongrong heard this, she finally realized that these old men were playing word games with her. No wonder they had seemed so agreeable before, signing and stamping the papers so easily. So this was what they had been waiting for. Elder Malin, if you want my father's property, just say so. Don't pretend to be so righteous. You say I'm not part of the Su family, that the land has nothing to do with me. But that land was bought by my parents, not given by the clan. How did it suddenly become clan property? Besides, I carry their blood. If their belongings don't go to me, should they go to people who aren't even related? There are plenty of people with the surname Su in the world. Would you refuse to feed your own children and instead feed strangers who just share your surname? Maybe next time, your daughters and granddaughters shouldn't eat at all. Let all the young men of the clan eat at your house instead. If you can really do that, then I'll have to praise you for your great generosity. Her words were full of sharp sarcasm, and everyone present could hear it clearly. The clan leader was furious again, but he didn't want to argue with this stubborn girl. You can talk all you want, but I will never give you what doesn't belong to you. If you have the courage, go ahead and take it to the magistrate. After saying that, he turned to leave. Seeing how confident he looked, Su Rongrong shouted at his back, "Fine. I'll go to the magistrate tomorrow. The document clearly states that 2 acres of land are to be returned to me. I just hope you won't regret it then. What belongs to me, don't even think about keeping it for yourselves. Besides, maybe it's because you're getting older and your memory isn't so good. The document from earlier, since my father separated from the main family, you haven't handled it properly. That's why it doesn't mention my own branch of the family. In other words, I, Su Rongrong, am still a member of the Su family. If you want to cheat me out of my land, then we'll meet at the county office tomorrow." As soon as Su Rongrong finished speaking, a clear and gentle voice came from the courtyard behind her. "I wonder, what business do you all have at the county office? Is there anything I can help with?" When the Su clan leader heard this, his steps faltered, and he almost stumbled. Su Rongrong felt secretly pleased. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, she turned around and saw a young man of about 18 standing under the eaves. His features were sharp and well-defined, though his face was bruised and one arm was in a sling. Despite his injuries, his presence carried an air of confidence that didn't match his current state. The servant standing behind him was tall and alert, clearly protective of him, proof that this young man came from a wealthy or noble family. Su Rongrong looked at Lu Miao with curiosity. This man was standing under the village head's roof, and Miao had mentioned earlier that there was a guest at her house. Could it be him? She wondered who he was and what relation he had to Miao. If he had influence or power, maybe he could help her. Seeing the question in Su Rongrong's eyes, Lu Miao explained, "Rongrong, this young man arrived here this afternoon. They say he came from the city, and his family has someone working as an official. I don't know why he came to our village, though. He's staying at my house for now, but he's had some bad luck. When his carriage stopped at my place, he had servants helping him down. But somehow, just as he was about to stand steady, he suddenly fell forward and landed face first on the ground. Unfortunately, he fell right next to the horse's hooves, and before anyone could react, the startled horse stepped on his arm and broke it. His servants didn't seem surprised. They quickly helped him up, rented a room at my house, and hurried to town to fetch a doctor. That's also why I didn't let you stay at my place tonight and asked you to go to Taoya's instead." Su Rongrong and Taoya were both surprised and looked at the unlucky man with sympathy in their eyes. The one being pitted, by Li Zheng, looked at Su Rongrong with bright eyes. He hadn't heard wrong. This young woman had said her name was Su Rongrong. They were now in Lanxia County, under the jurisdiction of Muyang Prefecture. His long journey from the capital had not been in vain. He had finally reached Su family village. He had less than 12 hours left to live, but if he could help Su Rongrong escape the cruel fate her clan had planned for her, his life would be extended by 3 months. Thinking of this, Bai Li Zheng felt a surge of excitement. He looked at Su Rongrong as if she were a savior. However, he kept his expression calm. When no one spoke after his words, he cleared his throat again. This time, he looked directly at Su Rongrong and said, "Miss, I am but a humble scholar. My father will soon arrive here to serve as the local magistrate. It seems you are in some trouble. Is there anything I can do to help? Please don't worry if you have been wronged, just tell me, and I will stand up for you." After speaking, he feared she might not believe him. So he took a document from his sleeve. "This is my scholar's certificate. My name is Bai Li Zheng. My father, Bai Li Chen, will take office here as the county magistrate in half a month." Everyone present, including the village head Lu Quan, was shocked. None of them had expected that the guest staying in their village would be the future magistrate's son. They also couldn't understand why he had come here early or why he was getting involved in this matter. The Su clan leader, who had just left after speaking harshly to Su Rongrong, quickly turned back when he heard this. Before he could say anything, Su Rongrong walked toward Bai Li Zheng in front of everyone. To her, it didn't matter who he was, as long as he could help her, that was enough. She didn't want to drag things out or get further entangled with her clan. When she reached him, she took the document from his hand. She herself couldn't read much, but the original Su Rongrong could. Her father, Su Zitan, had been a scholar and had his own certificate. As his eldest daughter, Su Rongrong had seen it many times and knew it well. After checking the document and confirming it was real, she bowed politely to Bai Li Zheng. "Since you, young Master Bailey, are both a scholar and the son of the county magistrate, I naturally trust you. I have come to this point out of helplessness. Since you are willing to stand up for me, I am deeply grateful. My late parents had few close relatives. In Su family village, apart from a few distant kin, I have no close family left. After my parents passed away, only my younger brothers and sisters and I remained. The clan members, using the excuse of family rules and guardianship, took over our house and farmland. Now, my foster family even wants to marry me off in a way that would ruin my life, leaving me no way to survive. I have no other request, only that I may cut ties with my foster family and reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. As for my younger siblings, if any of them wish to leave that household, I hope they can do so as well. Besides that, I want to separate my father's branch from the Su clan." No one expected Su Rongrong to speak so directly. If Bai Li Zheng were a man of Su family village, it might be different, since taking over an orphan's property was a shameful act. Though the villagers all knew about it, none dared to interfere. But if the matter spread, it would bring disgrace not only to the Su clan but also to the entire village. After all, when people speak of a clan, they always mention the village it belongs to first. Because of this, clan leader Su and the others were both angry and anxious, hoping that Bai Li Zheng, as an outsider, would be sensible enough not to meddle in their family affairs. Yet they also knew his background was not ordinary. If he truly decided to intervene, they would have no way to stop him. After all, common folk cannot fight against officials. He could easily make their clan suffer by assigning them the hardest labor during corvée service. If that happened, who could say how many would return alive? Bai Li Zheng already knew about Su Rongrong's situation before coming here. After hearing her words, he clasped his hands behind his back and looked toward the clan leader and others holding torches in the distance. "Are you the leader of the Su clan? Is what Miss Rongrong said true?" Clan leader Su wanted to deny it, but since the Su family had indeed taken her land and given her nothing, he could only stay silent for a moment before saying, "Young Master Bailey, this is a matter within our clan. Please do not interfere and allow us to handle it ourselves." Bai Li Zheng shook his head. "That won't do. If you could handle this matter yourselves, I wouldn't have heard someone say, if you have the ability, go report it to the authorities. Besides, Miss Rongrong said she has no way to live. That concerns a person's life, so it's not just a family matter anymore. Since ancient times, people of the same clan have always cared for widows and orphans. But as Miss Rongrong said, taking advantage of such families for your own gain is truly rare and shameful. Now she only wants to leave the family and take back what belongs to her. Such a simple request, yet you threaten her with expulsion from the clan. No matter how you look at it, that's disgraceful. Bailey Zheng didn't need to look to know that the elders of the Su family were already looking very unhappy. He continued, "Since Miss Rongrong has come to me for help, I will ask the authorities to handle this case. Tomorrow morning, I'll personally go to the county office and report it to Magistrate Wang. The final decision will be up to him. If Miss Rongrong isn't in a hurry, she can wait half a month. By then, my father will take over the case. I can't promise everything, but getting back a few acres of land and the house shouldn't be a problem." When the Su clan leader and the others heard that Bailey Zheng was fully supporting Su Rongrong, they could no longer stay calm. He secretly hoped that Bailey Zheng wasn't really the magistrate's son, but he knew that was almost impossible. After hesitating for a moment, he called out to Su Rongrong, "Rong girl, this is all a misunderstanding. I can't make decisions about your father's branch right now. As for your 2 acres of land, I'll have someone bring the deed to you right away. Young Master Bailey is a busy man, so let's not trouble him further." Su Rongrong saw that the clan leader had given in and said, "Thank you, Uncle Malin. I know my younger brothers and sisters aren't living well. I just want to ask if they wish to leave the family too. If they do, I'll have to trouble you again, Uncle Malin. After all, I don't want to keep bothering young Master Bailey." Bailey Zheng had come for Su Rongrong, so of course he stood firmly by her side. Hearing her words, he added at the right moment, "I'm staying here for now. If Miss Rongrong needs anything, don't worry about troubling me. Just come to me directly." The Su clan leader and the others looked grim, but since Bailey Zheng was present, they could only respond with a reluctant They planned to discuss the matter with the other families once they returned, to decide how to handle it. Having one unusual person like Su Rongrong in the clan was already enough. They couldn't let the other children follow her example. After the clan leader left, Bailey Zheng turned to his attendant and said, "Dahu, go and get Miss Rongrong's land deed." "Yes, sir." Once the attendant left, Su Rongrong decided she might as well ask while she had the chance. "Master Bailey, now that I live on my own, I wonder if there are any special rules for setting up my own household?" "You mean setting up a woman's household?" Bailey Zheng was surprised that a village girl from ancient times would know about such things. But thinking it over, since she was the daughter of a scholar, it made sense. "Yes, that's what I mean. Can I do it?" From the memories of her body's original owner, Su Rongrong knew that this dynasty was called the Great K Kingdom. But she had no idea what the exact requirements were for a woman to register her own household. Seeing that Bailey Zheng seemed kind, she decided to rely on him. She had just cut ties with the Su Dashan family and didn't want her name to remain under someone else's household. So, setting up her own was the best choice. "In our Great K Kingdom, the rules for a woman's household aren't too strict," Bailey Zheng explained. "As long as she has no husband and no children, she can register as an independent woman. If she passes away without heirs, the household ends. The woman must be at least 14 years old. Later, if she marries or takes in a husband, the registration must be changed to a man's household. The benefit is that aside from land and household taxes, other fees are either reduced or waived." "Miss Rongrong, you're not yet 14, are you?" "Not yet, but I'll be 14 in 3 months." "Good, that's close enough. It shouldn't be a problem. Leave this matter to me. I'll handle it and bring you good news." Su Rongrong didn't understand why this young man trusted her and was willing to help, but since she was the one receiving kindness, she naturally felt grateful. For now, she had nothing to offer in return, so she could only thank him sincerely. "Thank you, young Master Bailey. Really, thank you so much. You're such a kind person." Bailey Zheng, who had just been called a good person, looked at the young girl before him, who seemed barely 10 years old, with mixed feelings. Since it was already late, he said, "It's getting dark. You should go back and rest. I'll be staying here for a while. If you need anything, just come find me. Don't worry, before I leave, I'll make sure to take care of the matter about your household registration. Also, if you trust me, You can leave the land deed with me. Once the registration is done, I'll help you change the name on it as well. Su Rongrong didn't think he would deceive her. Her eyes lit up, and she thanked him again. Thank you, young Master Bailey. You're truly a good person. I'll always remember your kindness. If you ever need help in the future, I'll do my best to assist you. Thank you again. You're injured, so please rest well. I'll go now, see you later. When Bailey Zhang heard the modern phrase see you later, he froze for a moment. Watching the girl walk away hand in hand with her friend, he frowned slightly. For some reason, he felt that this girl was different from others of this era, as if, like him, she didn't belong to this time. Then he reminded himself that he had somehow ended up inside a poorly written novel his college roommate had created. That story was supposed to be about a girl's rebirth, and the main character, Su Xiang, had questionable morals. Su Xiang hadn't been reborn yet. She would be 17 when that happened. So this supporting character, Su Rongrong, should just be an ordinary village girl. Otherwise, if she were really from the modern world like him, how could she end up, as in the story, being harmed by Su Xiang's family and meeting such a tragic end? In the novel, Su Xiang even used the money from that incident to start her fortune, which was why readers had criticized the story so harshly. He had only glanced at the manuscript when his roommate came to complain about it. After reading a bit, he had commented that a heroine who caused harm and only felt a little guilty later clearly had a flawed sense of right and wrong. His roommate had been so frustrated that they abandoned the story altogether. To him, that had just been a small, forgettable episode in his life, something he hadn't thought much about before going abroad to study. After studying abroad and returning home, the father used a celebration banquet to officially announce that he was the heir to the group. On that day, during the lively party, the chandelier suddenly fell from the ceiling. He pushed his father to save him, ignoring his own safety, and was hit by the falling chandelier, which came from the Great Dynasty. When he first woke up in the Protectorate Duke's residence, he didn't realize he was in a story. His father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother all looked exactly like his modern-day parents and grandparents. He thought this was a gift from heaven. Since he couldn't become the heir of the group, he decided to be the heir of the Duke's family. But after accepting his new identity, he started to have bad luck day by day. Then, a mechanical voice suddenly appeared in his mind. It said he was in a system for correcting his worldview, and he was inside a book. It explained the crazy things the main character in the book did, and what tasks he might need to do. That was when he realized which book he was trapped in. At first, he didn't care much about this strange situation. But the system kept counting down, and he knew he only had a few days left to live. As the system predicted, the less time he had, the more unlucky he became. He choked while eating, got water in his throat, fell while walking, and even when sleeping, he felt suffocated. These became normal days. Later, his family thought his bad luck was too strange, so they went to the Royal Enlightenment Temple to find a master to exorcise the evil. They didn't know if the master was truly capable. He only looked at him once and said he wasn't possessed but was simply destined to have bad luck. After carefully analyzing, the master predicted where he would meet his benefactor. He said that as long as he stayed close to this benefactor, he could turn bad luck into good fortune. Using the directions given by the master and the location of the female lead in the book, he learned that the benefactor would come from Su's village. So, he hurried there with his followers. He arrived just in time and helped Su Rongrong. He thought his task was now complete. Just then, Dahu returned. He was holding 2 land deeds and handed them over. Master, Miss Su said to keep the land deed for now, he said. Bailey Zheng reached out to take it, and at that moment, a cheerful mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Su Rongrong escapes her doomed fate of being drained and exploited. Congratulations, the host has completed the task. Reward, 3 months of additional life, 50 seconds to shop on the first floor of the Bai family supermarket. Since this is the first time completing a task, the system doubles the reward. Now, the host has 6 months and 5 hours of remaining life, with 100 seconds for shopping, to be used within 5 days. Additionally, because the host's remaining life exceeds 3 months, their luck will recover by 50%. Keep up the good work. Bailey Zheng didn't care about the shopping time at the supermarket. When he heard that his luck would recover by 50%, he was almost moved to tears. He knew he had been very unlucky. The master was right. His benefactor was here. Su Rongrong was his benefactor, and from now on, he would stay here. But if he stayed long-term, he needed his own house. He should ask the village chief later how to sell a plot of land. Su Rongrong didn't know that Bailey Zheng had already decided to stay here. She was feeling very dizzy right now. Maybe it was because she had just finished a big matter in her heart, but after leaving Lu Miao's house, her whole body hurt everywhere. Taoya was a brave and careful girl. She quickly noticed that Rongrong was unwell. Thinking about what she had been through before, Taoya felt distressed and bent down to help. Rongrong, come up, I'll carry you. Seeing her, Su Rongrong thought of her modern roommate, her best friend. Apart from their age difference, they looked and had personalities that were somewhat similar. Thinking of this, she didn't hesitate and leaned onto her best friend's back. Unfortunately, it was dark, so she couldn't see clearly, or she would have noticed her eyes were a little red. The Su family village was not small in this ancient village. The total population, including all sizes, was over 600. Because the residents were spread out, it took more than half an hour to walk around the whole village carefully. Fortunately, Taoya's home was not far from Lu Miao's house. Even with Rongrong on her back, it was only an 8-minute walk. But those few minutes were enough to make Rongrong fall into a deep sleep. When she opened her eyes again, it was already bright outside. Out of habit, she didn't get up immediately but lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. After 5 minutes, her eyes gradually cleared, and her thoughts began to come back. Just as she was about to get up, she suddenly remembered the porridge that appeared out of nowhere last night. Thinking for a moment, she first checked herself. Seeing that there were no obvious abnormalities, she then used her mind to examine herself, as described in the novel. Soon, she was surprised to find a small whirlpool suddenly appearing in her mind. She looked at the tightly closed door, hesitated briefly, then got up and locked the door from the inside. After finishing all this, she stared at the whirlpool, thinking about going inside. Suddenly, everything in front of her blurred, and she found herself standing in the house she shared with her best friend in the modern world. It was a 2-bedroom apartment. When they first moved in, it was empty. Now, every piece of furniture and decoration inside was bought by them together. They even signed a 5-year lease directly with the landlord for this place. Thinking about her current situation, having traveled to this world, this house was now her space. In Su's village, besides 2 acres of water fields, she had almost nothing. She couldn't stay at Taoya's house forever. She needed to live on her own. So, everything in this space was her security for life. With that thought, she went into the kitchen and started organizing what supplies she had. Actually, she didn't need to organize much because she knew exactly what she used regularly. Currently, she had 2 unopened bags of rice, each weighing 10 jin, about 5 kilograms. One open bag of rice was about 3 jin, around 1.5 kilograms. Besides that, there was a 1 kilogram pack of dried noodles, but it had already been opened. Fortunately, she hadn't eaten much from it, and more than half of the pack remained. As for flour, she bought 5 jin, about 2.5 kilograms, of loose flour initially, and she had used some of it. She bought 2 jin, about 1 kilogram, of millet because she didn't eat it often. She had used it a few times, and now less than 1 jin, about 0.5 kilograms, was left. For seasonings like salt, chicken essence, and oyster sauce, besides what she was currently using, she had new supplies. Just as Su Rongrong finished tidying up these items and started organizing snacks, suddenly, Taoya's voice came from outside. "Rongrong, are you awake?" Su Rongrong's thoughts shifted, and she appeared in Taoya's room. "I'm awake, just about to go out," she said, opening the door. Taoya was holding a bowl of meat soup at the door. When she saw the door open, she instinctively looked inside. Seeing that she looked in good spirits, I smiled and said, "Last night, you went to sleep before I even got home. I wanted to wake you up for dinner, but you were sleeping so peacefully that I didn't have the heart to disturb you." When I got up in the morning and saw you still sleeping, I didn't want to wake you. In the end, you slept all the way until now, which scared me so much I checked on you once every hour. Peach Girl then handed the soup forward and said, "Here, have some soup. I've been meaning to give you a good boost these days." As Su Rongrong reached out to take it, she instinctively looked up at the sky. When she saw the sun was already leaning west, she was startled. "Is it evening already?" Peach Girl found her reaction a bit funny. "Yes, how could I only check on you once every hour if it wasn't? Sorry, Peach Girl, for making you worry. I just wanted to settle a big matter in my heart. Since I rarely relax, I was like this. Don't say such silly things. You don't need to be so formal with me. Just eat first, and we can talk later." Su Rongrong nodded and lowered her head to drink the soup. Soon, she noticed a thin layer of white dough at the bottom of the bowl. Seeing this, she was momentarily at a loss for words. According to her memory of the original owner, people in the Su family village usually didn't eat white flour on ordinary days. Now, she had not only drunk wild chicken soup but also eaten white dough balls. This moved her deeply. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Peach Girl, besides the 2 acres of land that Prince Bailey helped me recover, I have nothing else. I can't stay at your house forever. Nor can I go to Meow Meow's place. I want to rent out these 2 acres, with the rent split 50-50. But I have one request. Whoever rents my land now should give me the grain based on this year's harvest in advance." When Peach Girl heard that she wanted to rent out the land, she felt a bit anxious. 2 acres isn't much, and Rongrong can take care of it alone, so there's no need to rent it out. But considering Rongrong's current situation, she didn't say anything. She didn't mind her little sister staying with her, but what about food and drink? Her family are hunters with limited land, mainly relying on her father and older brother for hunting. Under these circumstances, she could grit her teeth and support Rongrong for a month or 2, but what about a year or 2? Su Rongrong felt grateful for her kindness. Seeing her purse her lips, she said, "Taoya, you don't have much land. Maybe I can rent some from you. I want to go see the village chief and ask him to give me the land at the end of the village, the same spot where I stayed in that broken thatched hut yesterday. Later, I will need someone to help fix the roof and repair the earthen walls. According to our village rules, I have to pay money and invite people for a meal, so not having money or grain is a big problem. Now it's already late September and in about 10 days it will be winter. I want to finish cleaning and moving into the house before winter comes." Taoya was silent for a moment, then nodded at her. "Okay, I will ask my parents first." After Taoya left, Su Rongrong's mind was racing, thinking about what else on the mountain she could sell for money. If she moved back to the foot of the mountain, she would definitely need someone to help raise the wall. In Sujia village, during the new year, it often rained a lot, and she still needed to repair the roof properly. Right now, she had no money, so her house was still a thatched hut, but it had to be made thicker. Otherwise, by spring next year, her roof would be completely ruined. Thinking this, she urgently needed to go for a walk on the mountain. Whether or not she found something to sell, she needed an excuse. Many items in her space could be sold. The most inconspicuous and easiest to sell was the powder compact she hadn't thrown away yet. Inside was also a small glass mirror for touch-ups. Nowadays, most mirrors are made of copper. These are not cheap, and even if they are small, they are less portable than her powder compact. At the village chief's house, Lu Quan looked at Bai Li Zheng with disbelief, asking for confirmation. "Young Master Bai Li, what did you just say?" "I might be getting old and a bit hard of hearing, so I didn't catch that." Bai Li Zheng knew about Su Rongrong's situation. Deciding to stay close to his benefactor, he patiently repeated his request. "Village Chief Lu, you didn't hear wrong. I want to buy land here to build a house, and also ask you to set aside a small piece of land next to my house to build a house for Miss Rongrong." Liu Chuan opened his mouth, hesitated for a while, then regained his voice and asked, "Young Master Bailey plans to build a house and give it to Rong Girl for free once it's finished. Is there really such a good thing? Is it any different from a pie falling from the sky? But it's so strange. Why would young Master Bailey, who is perfectly fine, want to give Rong Girl a house?" Bailey Zheng has been in this era for over 2 months now. He knows how important a woman's reputation is these days. Seeing the doubt and curiosity in Liu Chuan's eyes, he remembered the background of Su Rongrong, an important minor character in the story, and said, not to hide from the village chief, Su Rongrong's mother was a close friend of my cousin's wife when she was alive. When my father came here to take up his post, my cousin's wife asked my mother to help take care of Su Rongrong's family. Since I had some free time, I came here first. Who would have thought I'd run into such a situation? Originally, I planned to come here after settling in, then find time to visit them. My initial idea was, if their family was doing well, I'd just send some cloth or cakes. If they weren't doing well, I'd leave some silver to help them get by. But I never expected their situation to be like this now. As Beilizheng spoke, he watched Liu Chuan carefully. Seeing that he seemed to believe him, he continued, our family is just entrusted to do this, but I am ultimately an outsider. Their family matters as long as no one reports to the officials. I shouldn't interfere too much. Right now, she's left her family and is living alone, with no place to stay. Since I plan to build a house, why not build a couple of rooms for her at the same time? Liu Chuan remained suspicious. Beilizheng's words sounded reasonable but also strange. After thinking for a moment, he asked, young Master Bailey, why would you want to buy land here and build a house? Our Su family village is remote, and it's not easy to go to the city. Even with a cart, it takes about an hour. Beilizheng's so-called cousin's wife was just an excuse he made up casually. He thought that by saying this, Liu Chuan wouldn't ask too many questions. But he was wrong. There were no outsiders here now, so he decided to be honest. Village Chief Liu, to be honest, I came here because a master from the Huangjua temple predicted it. He said, my benefactor is right here. As long as I stay close to her, I won't have bad luck anymore. Yesterday afternoon, I just arrived here. The way I was unlucky, I think you saw it with your own eyes. Since helping Miss Rongrong last night, my bad luck has started to get better. Now I am sure she is my lucky star. If that's the case, then helping her buy a house is only natural. As for me building a house here, my only goal is to get closer to her. Honestly, I have been very unlucky these past few months. If I don't get closer to her or help her more, I'm afraid I might keep having bad luck, even to the point of trouble. If Lu Quan hadn't seen with his own eyes how Beilizheng fell and how his arm was broken by a horse's hoof, he would never believe such exaggerated stories now. But Beilizheng was truly miserable yesterday, and it's hard not to believe it. So he hesitated for a moment and said, all right, I understand. As long as you have the money, finding someone to build the house won't be a problem. As for building a house for Ronger, I need to ask her first. Also, when talking about the house later, say that Rong's mother and your cousin are close friends. It's because your cousin knew her situation and felt sorry for her, seeing she had no shelter from the wind or rain, that she helped pay for the house. Whether others believe it or not, that's the truth. In the future, even if Prince Bai Li helps Ronger again, others will think it's because of her elder's influence and will take extra care of her. About fortune-telling masters or similar things, don't mention them publicly. Otherwise, the villagers, especially the Su family, might cause trouble for Ronger later. Beilizheng received a definite answer from Lu Quan, then took out a blueprint from his pocket and handed it over. Tomorrow, I'll have who go with you to look at the land. You just follow the blueprint to build a house. I want to build a brick and tile house. As for the money needed, you should give me an estimate. Like labor costs and material costs, you need to have a rough idea. That way, I can also give you an advance payment. After speaking, he took out a silver note worth 20 taels from his sleeve and handed it over. This is a deposit. We'll settle the exact amount later. Li Quan held a silver note worth 20 taels in one hand and a blueprint in the other, feeling very excited. He thought that if the village could sell land and have work, families who almost paid silver to avoid forced labor would be very happy. He planned to divide the money from selling the land and also to advance some silver for the work. Gritting his teeth, he tried to piece everything together so that at least half of the villagers could be exempt from the forced labor this time. Thinking of this, he said nothing, just nodded, then hurried out quickly. He wanted to find Su Rongrong first and tell her that Beilizheng would build her a house. He also planned to find the bricklayer and carpenter to estimate how much silver the house would cost. Additionally, he needed to look around for a large, suitable piece of land in the village for building. The bigger the land, the more silver he could sell. On the other hand, a bigger house would take more time and work to build. Su Rongrong didn't expect that before she could find the village chief, he would come to her. When she saw him, he said, "Young Rong, Master Bai Lijung said your mother and his aunt are close friends. Before coming, he was asked by his aunt to come see you. Now, your family situation is such that you don't even have a proper house. He wants to build 2 houses for you, following the advice of elders."
How do you feel about that?
When Li Quan finished speaking, not only the Tao family, but even Su Rongrong herself was stunned. She tried to recall her memories of the original owner, only knowing that her mother was married to her father from outside. She had never seen her maternal family, and her parents always said their kinship was distant. She didn't know anything about her mother's past or any close friends. She had even prepared to live in a broken thatched hut. At most, she thought about asking someone to repair the roof and reinforce the mud walls. Now someone wanted to build her a house as a gift, and she was foolish to refuse. Despite her thoughts, she asked, "Village chief, is this true? Is it really a gift for me? There won't be any hidden conditions, right? Like having to pay back later, or that my younger siblings or I will have to marry someone." "No, there are no conditions. Rome girl, if you're unsure, go ask young Master Bailey yourself. I have something to do now, so I'll leave first." After saying this, Lu Quan waved to everyone and quickly walked away. Meanwhile, Peach Girl's family felt happy for Su Rongrong but also a bit disappointed. They had just agreed to rent the land to her. They had planned to buy rice and flour with the money, but now it seems they might not need to. The Chen family are honest people. Although they felt a little sad, they didn't want to take advantage of her. So, Peach Girl's father said directly, "Rong girl, since someone is helping you build a house, let's forget about renting out this land. It's only about 2 acres. When spring planting and autumn harvest come, if you're too busy, we can come help you." Su Rongrong waved her hand and replied, "Uncle Dazhuang, what's agreed upon is final. We don't need to change it. As I said earlier, we'll rent it to your family, and the rent will be split 50-50. Peach Girl was touched and gently held Su Rongrong's hand. "Let's not talk about this now. You're still weak, so go back to rest. Tomorrow morning, I'll go with you to Meow Meow's house. No matter what this is about, I think it's necessary to hear what the other side has to say. If it's true, and you're sure you want to rent it to us, we'll follow the agreement. If not, we'll just be happy for nothing, and that's okay." Su Rongrong also wanted to know what was going on, but seeing that it was getting dark, she decided to give up. If they went now, they'd have to chat with Lu Miao, and it would be very late. Better to wait until tomorrow morning. At that time, Su Da's family, including her younger brother Su Jinhong, who is 1 year and 4 months younger than Su Rongrong, was sitting in the house, being scolded by everyone. One woman, about 50 years old with drooping eyes, sat at the head of the table and pointed at Su Jinhong, saying, "If you dare to learn from your older sister, that's okay. Our family has raised you all these years and put in a lot of effort. You're not to take this land. Besides, you also have to pay us 10 taels of silver. If you can do that, I won't say another word, and we'll let you go immediately." After a while, he gathered his courage and looked at the woman. "This land was left by my father, and I can't give it to you. There is also some silver. I can give a little, but 10 taels is too much. I remember after my parents' funeral, there was some silver left. This money was given to you by the clan leader for me to study." The woman was Qin, Su Da's wife. She had worked hard to get Su Jinhong adopted. For her, once Su Jinhong came to their home, the land belonged to them, and the silver did too. Now, after hearing about Su Rongrong, Su Jinhong wants to leave. He also wants to follow Su Rongrong and take the land with him. It's a silly idea. When Qin heard Su Jinhong's words, her face darkened. She grabbed a broom nearby and started hitting him fiercely. "You're ungrateful. Don't you know that being grateful is more important than being born into a family? It's a shame you're a scholar. You've read so many books but seem to have forgotten everything. Uft. Either stay at home and stop studying, or leave and take the land. but you must give me 10 taels of silver. I'm telling you this, not asking for your opinion." Seeing the broom, Su Jin-hong instinctively wanted to run, but the family had him surrounded. He endured his fear, quickly squatted down, and covered his head with his hands. He thought this would be like before, where Qin just hit him a few times to vent her anger. But he underestimated human cruelty. This time, he was knocked out cold. Before losing consciousness, Qin not only broke the broom but also viciously used the broken part to slash at his face. The next morning, before Su Rongrong had a chance to wash up, Lu Miao hurried over with a worried look. Seeing her, she didn't say a word and pulled her outside quickly. "Rongrong, Jin-hong is in trouble." "Hurry!" Hearing the name, Su Rongrong knew it was her older brother. She quickly followed, asking anxiously, "What happened to Jin-hong?" Taoya had woken up earlier than Su Rongrong. She was helping in the kitchen when she heard Lu Miao's voice and hurried out. She just happened to overhear Lu Miao say, "Early this morning, Man came crying to my house, saying Jin-hong was beaten by Qin yesterday evening. I heard it was serious. She broke the broom and blood was everywhere. She couldn't see anyone now and was very worried, so she came to ask my father to make a decision. As soon as I heard the news, I immediately came to find you." Su Rongrong's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively ran towards Su Da's house. Su Jin-hong is the eldest younger brother of the original owner, and he is a child that her parents and the Su family all have high hopes for. He has a talent for studying. From the moment he could speak, he started stuttering while reciting the three-character classic. Everyone who has met him says that his future achievements will definitely not be lower than their father's. At least, he is expected to start as a scholar. Because of this, even after being adopted by the Suda family, he continued studying. However, he changed from studying at a private school in the county to one in a nearby village. And his teacher status also changed from a scholar to a common student. What kind of madness is this Qin family in, daring to attack him? Aren't they afraid that the Su family will tear them apart? While Su Rongrong was thinking about this, she was almost at Su Da's house. Just then, suddenly, someone rushed out from a corner ahead. She looked closely and saw it was the stubborn and proud third sister, Su Man. Before she could speak, Su Man, as if finding her backbone, cried out, "Sniff, sniff. Big sister, please save second brother. He's bleeding a lot and is about to die. Their family is too much, not letting the village head in." Sniff, sniff. Su Rongrong almost fell due to her instinctive reaction. Fortunately, she was quick and steady, took a deep breath, and after calming herself, looked at the tearful little girl in front of her. What exactly happened? Su Man shook her head with tears, saying, "I heard yesterday that second brother didn't go to school, so I wanted to ask about him. But just as dawn broke, I came over and found their broom broken and left in the yard. There was blood on the broom, and I felt uneasy, so I started calling for second brother. Then I faintly heard his weak voice, saying that Qin family broke his leg and also cut his face. People with scars on their faces are not allowed to take part in official exams." Su Rongrong is naturally fiery. Since she was young, she knew that if someone bullied her, she had to fight back. Otherwise, as an orphan, she wouldn't be so skilled. All her fighting skills were learned from childhood. Now, when she heard that Su Jin-hong's face was maliciously scratched, she looked around with a stern expression. Then she said to Su Man, "Go find a kitchen knife or a chopping tool." Without waiting for others to react, she quickly walked to Su Da's house. Followed closely by Taoya, who knew something bad was about to happen. She grabbed Lu Miao and said, "Meow meow, something big is happening. Go find young Master Bailey and tell him Rongrong was bullied and someone might get hurt. Ask him to come quickly and help." Seeing Su Man run back with a look of hatred, Lu Miao nodded repeatedly and followed. Taoya hurried after her, holding Su Rongrong's arm and said, "Rongrong, we can't act impulsively." Su Rongrong knew that Qin's family daring to bully Su Jin-hong was just the beginning. If she did nothing today, her younger brothers and sisters, whether they come back or not, life wouldn't be easy. Right now, she was ready to use Qin's family or the Suda family to make an example. Taoya saw her silent, and her heart sank. If Rongrong was once a soft person easily controlled, after facing life and death, she was now definitely a tough one. Didn't you see what happened to Su Dashan and his wife and Su Xiang? She heard that Su Xiang was beaten so badly he had internal bleeding. The Su Da family, like ordinary villagers, lived behind a fence. At this moment, Su Da looked impatient, arguing with Lu Quan in the yard. Qin's old woman sat on the ground, patting her legs, crying and shouting that the village chief was bullying people, asking everyone to judge. The villagers around were just standing in groups outside, silent. Su Rongrong looked around the yard and saw that her family members were standing at their open doors, watching inside. But among them, her second brother Su Jinhong was not there. As for the woodshed that Man mentioned, it was tightly locked, even with a lock outside. Seeing this, she kicked the fence door hard. Later, under everyone's watch, she walked to the corner of the wall and grabbed a stick about the thickness of a baby's arm, still unweathered. Without hesitation, she raised it and started hitting Su Da directly in the face. Who said that when my family's Jin Hong went to your house, he would be treated like a son? Who promised to carefully raise Jin Hong so he could bring glory to the Su family? Who said they wouldn't mistreat him? It's been only a few years since those words, and now you're just talking nonsense, thinking you can get away with it. Su Rongrong scolded while skillfully hitting. Su Da, a man in his 30s, couldn't avoid the blows and was chased around, howling loudly. Originally, some people hiding inside the door watching saw this and immediately rushed out. Although Su Rongrong was injured and not as quick as usual, she had experience in fighting. When those trying to snatch the stick from her hands appeared, she simply swung and hit them. Mrs. Qin forgot to scream, and, seeing her children and grandchildren being attacked, her eyes nearly burst with rage. She rushed forward without hesitation. In Su Rongrong's view, some villains just deserve a beating. She wouldn't stop just because of their age. When she saw Mrs. Qin rushing over, the person she was hitting immediately changed targets. She kept hitting and cursing, "Old hag, your whole family is the most hateful. You shameless thing, daring to ruin Jin Hong's face. Today, even if I don't beat you to death, I will ruin your face. Moreover, from now on, all your children better be careful. If I see anyone alone, whether boy or girl, I will destroy their face." Mrs. Qin, used to acting superior, never imagined that a young girl like Su Rongrong would dare to hit her in front of everyone. She fell to the ground, curling up and rolling while cursing some harsh, obscene words. The people from Su Da's family were even more annoyed now. Some went to the kitchen to grab knives, pots, and shovels, while others took hoes, sticks, and chopping knives. Even if Su Rongrong was alone, she didn't want to be beaten. Seeing their actions out of the corner of her eye, she immediately stabbed the sharp end of a stick toward Mrs. Qin's neck. When Su Da's family rushed out with their weapons, they saw the scene. Initially, they could have ambushed her from behind. Naiha, with a look of panic, stood firmly behind her, not giving anyone a chance to attack. "Come on if you dare, come closer. As soon as you do, I will kill her." Su Da was badly beaten and now couldn't stand properly, supported by his wife. Seeing Su Rongrong's arrogance, he felt both angry and scared, but dared not do anything to her. Mrs. Qin was almost scared to pee. She had been proud for most of her life, but had never been treated like this. She worried that if Su Rongrong's hand trembled, her life would end today. At that moment, she trembled and said, "Rong, I am old now and don't have many years left. You're still young. For my sake, it's not worth risking your life over me. Please let me go, and we can pretend this never happened, okay?" Su Rongrong thought she was just talking nonsense, her eyes fixed on Su Da. "Jinhong? I want to see him." When Su Da heard this name, his face twisted for a moment. Last night, he thought his mother had only broken someone's hand. Who would have guessed she also deliberately hurt Su Jinhong's face? God knows how much he regretted that moment. He was a man and knew that having someone in the family with a good reputation was a big deal. He even thought about how, when Su Jinhong became successful, he could help raise his children and grandchildren. But all of that was destroyed by his mother. Now, his mind was a mess, and he still hadn't figured out how to explain this to his relatives. At this moment, some people from the Su family were watching. Earlier, when Su Rongrong hit Mrs. Chin and mentioned that Su Jinhong's face was cut, they didn't pay much attention. But now, seeing Su Da's expression, they understood everything. Did you really cut Jinhong's face? When this question was asked, the Su family members' hearts broke. They looked at this family in disbelief, feeling that Su Rongrong had been too lenient. After their eldest sister ordered Su Man to get a knife, she took a moment to sharpen it until it gleamed. When she arrived, she saw members of the Su family with dark faces running outside. She felt confused and a little scared, but mostly angry about her future being destroyed. As she pushed through the crowd and saw Su Rongrong stepping on Chin's head, she shouted loudly, "Big sister, the knife is coming." Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the kitchen knife in her hand. Her caregiver, who had been quietly among the crowd, also appeared. Seeing this, she shrank back in fear, thinking about whether she should also send this stubborn girl away. Although they didn't want to lose those 2 acres of land, this girl was truly hard to teach. At home, she often argued and was lazy when doing chores. Whenever she was asked to work, she would find ways to avoid it, passing the tasks to others. If they tried to discipline her or make her fast, she would loudly complain, saying she ate the grain from her own land. She even threatened to leave the family with her land if they didn't feed her, looking for a family that would let her eat enough. This girl was rebellious from the moment she entered their home, never thinking of settling down peacefully. No one knew who she learned it from, as she wandered here and there. They had tried to hit and scold her, but she was thick-skinned, refused to listen, and even talked back. Worse, she often calculated their debts, claiming they owed her a lot of grain. Actually, the night before, the clan leader had explained Su Rongrong's situation. Afterward, when they were told to watch over their adopted children, they felt like sending her away. Now, seeing her holding a knife, their desire to send her off grew even stronger. They didn't dare hope to keep the land. They just hoped that this girl wouldn't make them pay back what they owed, which was the extra grain from their harvest over the years. Su Man still didn't understand her family's true feelings. She stepped forward with the knife, intending to hand it to Su Rongrong, but Lu Quan stopped her. Man, that knife is sharp. Don't play with it. Just take it back home." Su Rongrong also had no intention of taking it. She directly told her, Man, unlock the storeroom door for me. If anyone dares to step forward without permission, just attack. If blood is shed, don't blame us. If someone doesn't want to live, they can come forward. At worst, I'll cut them down, and I'll pay with my life." Her words made the others in the Su family hesitant to act. But Su Man, as if given an order, quickly went to the storeroom and fiercely struck the lock. She hadn't done much work herself. Over the past few years, to prevent her from eating too much, her family had been very frugal with food. Sometimes, they secretly prepared extra food for her. So, even though she wasn't treated badly, her life was still hard. She had little energy and lacked strength. Because of this, after she finished chopping wood, her locks were still intact. Just as she was about to raise her axe again, Lu Quankai, worried about Su Jinhong's condition, spoke up. "Miss Man, step aside, let me do it." People from Su Da's family wanted to step forward, but they hesitated because of Su Rongrong and Su Man. Seeing the village chief come forward, Su Man quickly went to Su Rongrong's side, handed her the knife, and then hurried back to the door of the firewood shed. Although Lu Quankai was the village chief, he had been working in the fields for many years. He was under 40 in his prime and very strong. With one kick, he knocked down the door of Su Da's firewood shed. Soon, everyone saw Su Jinhong lying on the ground, covered in blood and unconscious. Second brother, seeing how Su Jinhong looked, tears filled Su Man's eyes as she shouted and rushed forward. Lu Quankai ignored the others from Su Da's family and shouted to the crowd, "Someone, come help me." Su Rongrong, with sharp eyes, quickly saw Su Jinhong's condition. Without hesitation, She threw down her wooden stick and ran swiftly toward the firewood shed. The people from Suda's family saw that Su Rongrong had no weapons and that Qinshi was not threatened, so they got excited. When they saw Su Rongrong looking worriedly at the person being helped, Su Jinhong, they grabbed their sticks and started hitting her back fiercely. Bailey Zheng arrived just in time. He saw Su Jinhong lying on the ground, covered in blood. Seeing that Su Rongrong was not harmed, he stayed silent. But when he saw Su Da's son, Su Mingliang, hitting someone with a stick, he became angry. Although he was a scholar, his grandfather was a war hero, so he had some skills. Even though his arm was still in a sling, his legs moved quickly. When Taoya saw the stick about to hit Su Rongrong, she shouted in alarm, trying to help, but it was too late. Fortunately, someone was faster than her. Just as the stick was about to hit her clothes, Su Mingliang kicked it away, knocking it flying. Su Rongrong turned around and saw Bailey Zheng just lowering his foot. She wanted to settle accounts with Su Mingliang, but right now, she was worried about Su Jinhong's condition and had no mood for anything else. Young Master Bailey, thank you. Also, I wonder if I could borrow your carriage for a while. Jinhong can't go to the clinic now. Their Su family village is far from both the county town and the town. Relying on a slow ox cart, they don't know how long it will take. Right now, she has no money, but she plans to go to the county town later and sell her empty powder box at the pawn shop. If she can't get a good price, she will sell her glass beads from the jumping chess set. Of course, she won't sell many, just 3 beads of one color. Otherwise, if she has too many things, they won't be worth much. At this moment, Bailey Zheng's mind receives a new task message. Please complete the help request from Su Ruru. The reward is 5 days of life. Although 5 days seems short compared to half a year, for Bailey Zheng, who only had a few hours of life left, it was quite an achievement. The task is simple, just send a carriage. Alright, I'll have Dahu bring the carriage over. Without waiting for him to speak, Dahu nods and strides away towards Su Ruru. In the blink of an eye, he is gone. Su Ruru frowns as she looks at Su Jinhong, whose face is badly injured, and her anger grows stronger. Just as she wants to confront Qinshi, she finds that Suda and his family have already hidden away. Even the kitchen and main hall doors are tightly shut. Big sister, what should we do? Will second brother be okay like this? His face will probably leave a scar, right? Will he still be able to take the imperial exams? This treatment will cost a lot of money, won't it? Su Ruru pats Su Manman's back gently and softly comforts her. Don't worry, it will be fine. As for the money, I will find a way. Bailey Zheng speaks at the right moment. Ruru, don't worry. If the money isn't enough, I have some. Since I was entrusted by your aunt to look after you, don't worry about the money. Su Manman doesn't know who Bailey Zheng's aunt is and is confused by his words. Seeing many people here, Su Ruru decides to explain loudly. Bailey's young master's aunt is a close friend of our mother. When she heard they were coming here, she asked Bailey to take care of us. Currently, I have no house. Young Master Bailey thinks this place is peaceful and beautiful, so he plans to build a house here and also build 2 rooms for me. When Su Manman heard this, her eyes lit up and she looked at Bailey Zheng. After he nodded, she immediately said, Big sister, I've decided to come back and stay with you. And second brother, he wants to come too. As for the younger sister and younger brother, forget about them. The younger sister has been spoiled completely. Since second brother's accident, she hasn't seen him anywhere. The younger brother was taken to the city, and no one knows when he will return. When they were adopted, they were young, so they probably don't have much feeling for their older siblings anymore. Thinking of this, Su Manman felt even more upset. Alright, if you want to come back, then come, but I'm currently living at Sister Tao's house. If you come back, you won't have a place to stay for a while. Also, can your foster family agree to this? Su Manman has been clever since she was young, and is also strong-willed. But years of living as a foster child made her a bit selfish. Before doing anything, she first considers herself. She wants to come back partly because she misses her siblings and partly because life as a foster family isn't easy. But now, seeing how second brother has changed, even though Bailey Zheng said there's no need to worry about medical expenses, she still feels anxious. Her second brother's injury might not heal, and the medical bills will definitely be high. Her eldest sister used to be gentle but worked hard like a tired old ox at Su Dashan's house. Even now, she's left with nothing. No matter what, the money for treatment will have to be paid back eventually. In Sujia village, during good years, a family could only save a few taels of silver a year. If she comes back, she will definitely help her eldest sister pay off the debts. Thinking about all this, she suddenly hesitated. Su Rongrong remembers what kind of person her younger sister is. Seeing her silent, she has a rough idea. So, when it comes to whether these younger siblings should leave the foster home and come back, she doesn't hold much hope. Because they were waiting for the carriage to arrive, Lu Quan quietly and quickly told Su Rongrong before the head of the Su family came over. "Miss Rong, young Hong can't stay in this house anymore. Now is the time to reclaim the land and the house. Your parents built that house, and it's like your ancestral home. Young Hong is the eldest son. Since you're no longer connected to the Su family, we must get that house back." Su Rongrong understood Lu Quan's intention. Although he was the village head, this matter involved the Su family. As an outsider, he could handle some things, but others, like family issues, he shouldn't interfere with. Now, Su Da's family was hiding. If she went to the county town, there might be trouble over the land later. Since the carriage hadn't come back yet and everyone was still here, now was the best time to ask for her belongings. Thinking quickly, Su Rongrong nodded at Lu Quan. Then she found a chopping knife in the firewood shed and confidently headed toward the main house. Before leaving, she handed a kitchen knife to Su Man Man, signaling her to follow. Although Su Man Man was a bit hesitant about going back, hearing that they could reclaim her second brother's land and their house made her instantly excited. These were worth dozens of taels of silver. If she could get them back, she wouldn't hesitate and would follow immediately. The people watching Su Da's family hadn't left yet. Besides a few onlookers, most were concerned about Su Jin Hong's injuries. No one expected that at this moment, Su Rongrong would still be fighting to get her family's land and house back. "Qin Shi, Su Da, come out now. If you don't come out after I count 10, I'll set the house on fire." As Su Rongrong said this, she quickly chopped at the main door with the chopping knife. Su Man Man followed her example, banging her kitchen knife loudly. "Come out and return all my second brother's land. If you don't, I'll burn the house. When your family is burned to death, don't say we didn't warn you." Su Da's family thought they could hide and be safe. Who would have expected that Su Rongrong and her sister were completely unreasonable? With their crazy attitude, they would definitely set the house on fire. Qin Shi, who was lying in bed, wanted to scream, but she was afraid Su Rongrong would hear, so she held back. Now, hearing this, she was so scared she almost fell off the bed. However, she thought again that during the daytime, with so many people outside, Su Rongrong definitely wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Even if her family's house was burned, everyone would surely bring water to put out the fire. So she put her heart back inside and pretended she hadn't heard anything. Not only did she think this way, but the rest of her family also thought the same. Seeing that her family members remained silent, Su Rongrong sneered and said to Su Man Man, who was furiously chopping at the door with a kitchen knife, "Man Man, go bring some firewood. I'll look for some oil in the kitchen. We previously poured oil on the firewood so the fire would burn faster and higher, so it would catch quickly. Since they won't come out, let's all go outside and apologize to our parents." Originally, Su Man Man was full of anger, but when she heard her older sister's words, her eyes lit up instantly. Yes, burn them to death. The people hiding inside the house trembled with fear when they heard this. Just as they hesitated about whether to open the door, they heard the sound of firewood being thrown onto the ground outside. Then someone kicked open the kitchen door, and a scream came from inside. Not long after, Su Rongrong said, "Man Man, move aside. I don't have the patience to waste time with them. Wow, they still have quite a bit of pig fat. Take this jar, smash it, and throw it onto the firewood pile to start the fire." Su Man Man reached out to take the oil jar, opened it, and saw a layer of white pig fat, feeling a bit distressed. But thinking about the value of the land, she quickly pushed that feeling aside. "Okay, big sister, Give me the fire striker. As she finished speaking, two people ran out of the kitchen, both with swollen noses and bruised faces. Please don't set the house on fire. We can talk things over. Don't be impulsive. The people inside, including Qin, could no longer stay calm and all opened the door. When they came out, they saw Su Rongrong holding a chopping knife in her left hand and a kitchen knife in her right. Meanwhile, Su Man was holding the oil jar, ready to throw it. Stop! Su Da's pupils shrank in fear. He had learned today just how ruthless Su Rongrong could be. He used to think that Su Dashan was useless and that he and his wife and daughter had been beaten. Now he realized he was naive. Only 3 people in Su Dasha's family were injured, but in their family, besides the young children, everyone had various injuries. There were about 10 of them, but they couldn't do anything to a young girl. If they tried to speak out, they might be laughed at. But the truth is, that's how it was. Behind her stood Prince Bailey, who, according to the village chief, was the son of the county magistrate. They didn't dare to attack her. If they did, they might end up like Ming Liang, lying on the ground unconscious. Most importantly, they didn't dare to raise their voices at her or argue with him. What if they refused to pay the silver for their forced labor? Would they be forced to do hard work instead? And if they were sent to do the toughest jobs, what if someone set traps for them and hurt them? Did you see so many people gathered at their door, yet no one dared to come out and help? Su Rongrong didn't know what the Su family was thinking. When she saw someone come out, she immediately said, I won't waste time arguing with you. Give me back the land deed. And pay 50 taels for medical expenses. Then we can forget about this. If you don't pay, we'll see the officials. After saying this, she gave a signal to Su Man beside her. For some reason, Su Man understood her sister's meaning. Seeing this, even though she was only 10, she learned to speak firmly like her sister. I know your family probably doesn't have that much silver, but we are not unreasonable people. If you return our house and pay 8 taels, we won't pursue this matter further. Her second brother's face was already like that, and future treatment might cost a lot of silver. The Su family was quite well off, but that just meant they could afford enough food. Now, they needed to find people to do forced labor, and their family would have to pay to get the quota waived. So, asking for 10 taels now was difficult, let alone 50. After Su Man finished speaking, the head of the Su clan hurried over. Seeing Su Maolin with a chopping knife in one hand and another in the other, Su Rongrong couldn't help but feel worried. This girl was really crazy day after day. She never stopped. If Prince Bailey hadn't been there, he really wanted to find a chance to drown her in the pond. But now, they had missed their best chance and couldn't do anything. Earlier, when they went to break into the thatched hut, they should have brought more strong workers. If that were the case, there would be a few clanspeople, and those 3 old men wouldn't be controlled by that reckless girl. Unfortunately, when they arrived at the village chief's house, Bai Li Zhang was already there. No matter how unwilling they felt, they had to give up. After all, they were just ordinary commoners and dared not fight against those with official titles. Moreover, the girl's own father would soon become their local official, a powerful ruler. Now that Lord Wang is about to leave his position, he wouldn't bother with these matters anymore. And fundamentally, this situation was not in their favor. Sullen and in a bad mood, Su Maolin kept a stern face and asked confidently, What's going on? Seeing him, the Su family members seemed to see a savior. Especially Mrs. Qin, who, wounded and limping, stepped forward and cried, Clan leader, you're finally here. Look at my injuries. These are all caused by that rebellious girl who deserves 1,000 cuts. Wah, please stand up for me, or I might as well give up on life. Initially, Su Maolin was already angry upon hearing the news, but now, after hearing her words, he shot her a fierce glare. I heard you hurt Hong Xiaozi's face. What exactly happened? Mrs. Qin, feeling guilty, lowered her head. But her mind was quick. In an instant, she looked up at Su Maolin again. Clan leader, I had no choice. You don't know that boy. Though he has a talent for reading, he has some strange habits, and he's not very clean. I had no choice. When I found out, I was so angry that I impulsively hurt his face. Someone like him, with such habits, won't go far in the future. If he goes out and people find out, it would shame our Su family. I know the clan hopes for him, but I really had no other way. Everyone present, including Su Malin, knew this was just an excuse made up by Mrs. Chin. But since the people involved didn't live under the same roof, and because the Su family desperately needed a good reason to distance themselves from Su Rongrong, they accepted her explanation. Su Man was the angriest. Hearing this, she jumped and cursed loudly. You're about to die, yet you still say such shameless things. Aren't you afraid my parents will come to confront you in the middle of the night? Su Rongrong never expected the Chin family to be so cruel. She openly accused her in front of everyone, which made Jin Hong wonder how to behave in the future. If this matter isn't handled well, this shame will follow him for life. Even if his face can be healed later, he probably won't have hope for the imperial exams. Thinking this, she looked directly at the Chin family and said in a firm voice, Chin family, there is a higher power watching over us. I was severely bullied by the Su family. After I died, the judge in the underworld said my life shouldn't have ended. He also said I was too gentle and was easily bullied. He told me that kind people can be taken advantage of and one shouldn't be too weak. But one also shouldn't do evil. Those who do evil will go to hell after 100 years, judged by the officials of the underworld. If they deserve punishment, they will be punished, whether it's being boiled in oil or having their tongue pulled out. They will face mountain fires and sea of flames, experiencing each level of suffering. All these are the sins they committed in life, and they are paying for them now. When will they finish paying? Only then can they be reborn. Of course, those who do too much evil, even if they are reborn, can only be reborn as animals. Do you dare to swear that everything you said is true? If you lie, besides other consequences, your tongue will be pulled out. Can you imagine your tongue being ripped out forcefully? Repeatedly, every day, enduring the pain of having your tongue pulled out. So think carefully before you answer. If you don't mind now, that's okay, because this is about what happens after death, right? At your age, who knows how many years you have left to live? If you anger me, don't say 1 or 2 years. Maybe in a few days I'll send you on your way. Anyway, since you refuse to give us siblings a way out, I might as well take your family with me. There's nothing wrong with that. Even people around, including Bailey Zheng, never thought Su Rongrong would respond like this. Hearing her words, they remembered how much her personality had changed these days and shrank back in fear. Not to mention others, even Chin herself, who usually lied confidently and spoke more smoothly later. She even hinted that her story was true, which was why she attacked Su Jin Hong. But now, after hearing Su Rongrong, she was so scared she couldn't speak for a long time. Her silence made everyone more certain she was lying. Su Rongrong sneered and said directly, Now, I don't have many demands. Jin Hong cannot stay at your house anymore. Since that's the case, the property must be returned. Jin Hong is my father's eldest son, so the house should come back to us. He is badly injured and needs a lot of money for treatment. Considering that we are from the same family, I won't force you. When we siblings were separated before, I also didn't count the money we gave you. All I ask is for you to pay 10 taels of silver, and we will forget about this matter. Currently, several families are living in the house that belongs to Su Rongrong's family. This issue involves more than one family. Some people living inside heard this and were unhappy. They wanted to speak up, but before they could, Su Rongrong said, If you don't return the house, don't blame me for not showing mercy. The house originally belongs to my family. It's unfair that my father's eldest son and daughter have nowhere to live while you are living inside. You can choose not to return it, but I can go to the government office and report this. Because this affects several families' interests, they really don't want to move. All they know is that they have been living there for over 3 years, and it's probably better than squeezing into a big family. So someone said, Roan girl, the house is so big, and your siblings can't all live there. How about this? Let's discuss among a few families, squeeze together, and leave one room for you. Not only Su Rongrong, but even Su Man was unhappy when she heard this. Immediately, a young girl jumped and pointed at the speaker, cursing loudly. Bah! Shameless people. How can you say such things? Who in their right mind would give their house to others to live in, while their own siblings squeeze into one room? From what you said, it sounds like you're doing us a favor. So I should thank you? Really, I've seen many shameless people, but I've never seen anyone this shameless before. Su Rongrong didn't bother arguing with these people. Instead, she looked at Bailey Zheng. Young Master Bailey, about occupying someone else's house. I can go to the government office and report it, asking the officials to help me. Bailey Zheng unconditionally supported Su Rongrong. He said, "Of course. According to the laws of the Great Yu Kingdom, anyone who occupies someone else's house without permission shall be whipped 70 times and imprisoned for 3 years. He spoke, then glanced at the person who had just been talking loudly. He saw a hint of fear in their eyes and said, "Lord Wang is a distant relative on my mother's side. If you need anything, I can have someone inform you right away." At this, not only did those few people and Su Maolin dare not speak, but Lu also didn't know what to say. Bailey Zheng truly cared for his benefactor. He openly told everyone that Su Ruru was under his protection. If his official documents hadn't been displayed, it would be hard to prove his true identity. Honestly, if he were part of the Su family, they would try every way to drive him out. But he is the village chief of Su's village, and Su Ruru's situation was indeed caused by the Su family. However, she is just a young girl, and fighting against a family clan like that is a bit too ambitious. Not to mention how she might be treated unfairly by the Su family members in the future. Just the fact that this gets out will damage the reputation of all the young people in Su's village. If this marriage falls apart, the girl will be ostracized by the entire village. In the end, it's because the Su family is too ruthless. If they hadn't pushed her into a corner with no way out, how could a girl be turned into this? No matter what Lu was thinking, Su Ruru, upon hearing Bailey Zheng's words, rarely showed a smile. If they don't return the land and house to me later, I'll trouble you, young Master Bailey. No problem. Later, I'll go with you to the county town. Since you mentioned your household registration, I'll help you settle that too. With someone supporting her, Su Ruru stood tall and straight. She turned to look at the people around her. Her gaze swept over the members of the Su family and then settled on Su Maolin. "Uncle Maolin, you used the rules of the Su family to separate me and my siblings. You not only confiscated our silver and land, but also took our house under the pretext of establishing a family school. Now that the family school is gone, our house is occupied by some elders and clan leaders.
I don't want to argue about the past.
You took my house back then, so now you should return it. Whether you like it or not doesn't matter to me. I only care about the result. How it happened is none of my business." Su Maolin looked displeased as he was pointed at by a younger family member. His face was hard to read. Because Lu Quan and Bai Li Zheng were present, he dared not show his anger openly. He thought about how these problems could have been avoided and how a promising young person in the family could have had a bright future. But because of the Qin family, everything was ruined. He directed his anger elsewhere. "Suda, this is all your family's fault. Since your family can't accept Hong Xiaozi, your mother even accused him of bad behavior and damaged his reputation. From now on, he has nothing to do with your family. Bring out the land deed and also pay him 10 taels of silver. Additionally, this year's share of the family land will be confiscated from your family." Suda's family was unhappy with this result, and Qin's wife was about to protest. But seeing the anger on other family members' faces, she dared not cause trouble. "Clan leader, this isn't how the accounts should be settled. Over the years, we spend a lot of effort and silver to support Jin Hong. The land can be returned, but only half. As for the silver, my family doesn't have that much. If we did, I wouldn't be worried about avoiding forced labor." Regarding Su Jin Hong, Su Rongrong, who worked hard at Su Dashan's house, might not know the details. But Su Manman knew everything clearly. When she heard Qin's wife complain, she jumped up and cursed. "Bah! Bragging and not fearing to lose your tongue. When my parents were gone, my second brother studied at the county school because of my father paying tuition year by year. Except for the first year, when my second brother was at the county school. The next year, he was sent to the private school run by the local scholar. The silver left in my family was over 10 taels. But all of it was taken by the clan leader in the name of nurturing my second brother and given to your family. How much did my second brother earn at the scholar's school in a year? How many years did he stay at your house? In these years, you didn't even buy him 2 sets of clothes, and he was so hungry, he looked like a stick. And you say you spent a lot of effort and silver?
Bah.
Shameless thing. Over the past 3 years, Jin Hong has spent about 20 taels on brushes, ink, paper, and books. Su Man glared fiercely at Su Da's wife as she spoke. 20 taels? That's just talk. My second brother's books are mostly from what my father left behind. As for the brushes, they are all worn out and can't be used anymore, and no one has bought new ones. I found a way to pull goose feathers so he could use them. If you don't believe me, go check his room. If you find a new book or a new brush, I'll admit I was lying. Even the ink sticks are gone. I had secretly hidden some from my father before, and I gave them to him. Now, they're probably all used up. I still haven't figured out how to get him new ones. Everyone listened to Su Man speak logically, but the Suda family looked confused, which showed they understood nothing. Especially Su Malin, whose anger was rising quickly. He had sent Su Jin Hong to be raised by Su Da's family because they promised to teach him well. Now he hears they are not doing that. Why did he have to pay so much silver for their work? Why did he have to give extra shares of the family land every year? After Su Man finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. Soon, Su Malin exploded and shouted directly at Suda, "Bring out the land deed and the silver now, or I will open the ancestral hall and disown your family." Just as he finished speaking, a sound of galloping horses came from nearby. Everyone turned to look and saw a thin, clean-shaven man in his 30s riding a horse toward them, waving a whip. Even before he reached them, his voice carried over. "Excuse me, neighbor, did a young nobleman with attendants come through here the day before yesterday?" Lu Quan, the village chief, often dealt with officials from the government, so he knew Yang Shurya. Seeing Yang Shurya riding over himself and asking about a young nobleman, he understood what was happening. He glanced at Su Da's family, who still hadn't gone to get the money, and stepped forward. "Yang Shurya, I am Lu Quan, the village chief of Su's village. You're looking for the young master Bai Li, right? He's right here." He then turned and pointed to Bai Li Zheng, who was standing still beside Su Rongrong. Bai Li Zheng only glanced at Master Yang, then softly said to Su Rongrong, "Someone who can support you has arrived. Just wait, I will have them return your family's belongings immediately." Su Rongrong always felt that his help was more than just because of some distant relative. But for some reason, she couldn't quite explain it at the moment. "Thank you, young master. As I said before, I will remember your kindness. If there's a chance in the future, I will repay you." Bai Li Zheng didn't take this matter to heart. He saw that Su Da's family was hesitating, and Su Malin's eyes showed curiosity, as if he was trying to confirm Bai Li Zheng's identity through Master Yang. It seemed that if his identity was fake, they would feel free to act against Su Rongrong. But unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. In front of everyone, Master Yang dismounted quickly and approached Bai Li Zheng. "The county magistrate is busy with official duties and cannot come to greet you personally. He sent me here instead. He said he didn't expect you to arrive early and hopes you won't mind. He also mentioned that he has been working here for many years, and this promotion is thanks to you. Furthermore, he has arranged a place for you in the county seat and prepared a welcoming banquet. He hopes you will accept the invitation to visit." Everyone from Su's village, except Su Rongrong, was a native villager. In their eyes, not only was the master a figure not to be trifled with, but even the officials in the government office were formidable. To them, the master was high above, or at least very hard to reach. Seeing Master Yang bowing and lowering himself in front of Bai Li Zheng, they felt quite shocked. If they had only heard before that he was the son of a county magistrate, it was just hearsay. Now, from Master Yang's words, it seemed that Lord Wang was about to be promoted. And this promotion was thanks to Bai Li Zheng. They couldn't help but think more about it. Especially Su Malin, who had been scheming before, now had no thoughts at all. He only hoped that after Su Da's family paid back what they owed, Su Rongrong wouldn't use Bailey Zhang's support to cause trouble for them. Thinking of this, he kicked Su Da and whispered harshly, "Go and prepare the things quickly. What? Are they waiting for Master Yang's officials to come and take them away to jail?" The family members of Su Da originally wanted to cause trouble, but now, like Su Maolin, they have no thoughts or plans. They are even a little scared. They fear that Su Rongrong might directly complain to Master Yang, accusing them of trying to harm her. After all, Su Jinhong is still covered in blood and lying unconscious there. When Su Da went back to his room to get something, Bai Li Zheng, who knew how to help Su Rongrong, directly said to Master Yang, "This matter is easy to handle. I also need to go to the county town later. Master Yang, let me introduce you. This is Miss Su Rongrong. Her father is Su Zitan, who is a scholar, but he died many years ago. Do you remember him?" Master Yang, the Su family, especially Su Maolin, looked pale when they heard this. Su village belongs to Lanxia County, Xiafengwa town. Master Yang has been in Lanxia County with Wang Darren for many years. Over the years, many scholars have died there. Among the scholars, those who were official students, like Su Zitan, left an impression on him. He hadn't met him, but he knew about such people, so he nodded. "Yes, I know Su Zitan. That's good." This scholar and his wife died, leaving several children behind. The relatives, thinking they are too young, took their family property. I can't stand to see such bullying of the weak and old. Now they have beaten people, occupied their house and land, and refused to return them. What do you think should be done about this? Master Yang has been with Wang Darren for many years. He is both Wang Darren's trusted aide and a good friend. Originally, he planned to follow his new appointment this time. But Wang Darren knew his abilities were limited, and since his friend had little future with him, he wanted to recommend him to the Bai Li family. For them, whether it was Bai Li Chen, a former general, or Bai Li Zheng, who is still a scholar and a son of a noble family, their future prospects were good. Master Yang also knew about this, and wanted to show off in front of Bai Li Zheng, hoping to leave a good impression. When he heard this, he frowned and looked at Lu Quan. "You are the village chief of Su village. How should such matters be handled? You don't need your master to teach you, right?" Lu Quan, hearing this publicly, felt bitter inside but straightened his back. Although the speaker was a master, it was essentially the county magistrate's authority. Unlike Bai Li Zheng, whose identity was not very clear before, his father had not yet taken office. So, he respectfully replied, "Master Yang, I understand. I will handle this." Master Yang had seen many things in the local area. He knew that the family often bullied orphans and widows, especially those with a lot of wealth. In the past, such matters were considered family issues. As long as no one reported to the officials, they usually wouldn't interfere. Now that Bai Li Zheng had spoken, he knew this matter had to be dealt with thoroughly. So he said, "If anyone refuses or resists, you can go directly to the government office. When the officials hold court, they will handle this according to our great kingdom laws. If someone needs to be beaten, they will be beaten. If they need to be imprisoned, they will be imprisoned. If they need to be exiled, they will be exiled. This matter is very serious and cannot be taken lightly." When the Su family heard that the punishment might be severe, their faces turned pale, and they knew it was over. Not only might they lose their house, but they might also lose their family land. Fortunately, they still had their two youngest twins, Long Feng and Long Hu. Su Qiao definitely wouldn't go back, and Jin Hui had been taken to the county city, so he probably wouldn't return either. With these two around, it was unlikely they would reclaim all the family land. Thinking this, they felt a bit more at ease. Su Rongrong knew how to fight for her own interests. Seeing Da Hu rushing over with a carriage, Jin Hong's situation couldn't be delayed. She quickly said to Lu Quan, "Village chief, since we are no longer involved with the Su family, the family land must be returned. I don't care what Qiao and Jin Hui do, Jin Hong is my father's eldest son. According to the rules, he should inherit most of the family property. Even if we go by the previous family division, where land was split by heads, we should still get at least 60% back. Lu Quan, who was already unhappy with the Su family's behavior, was happy to help now that Su Rongrong had support. Seeing Da Hu bring the carriage, he took the deed and silver from Su Da, but hesitated to give the land deed and money. He counted the silver and checked the land deed to make sure everything matched before handing them over to Su Rongrong. Good girl, I will handle this matter. You take Hong Xiao to the county town and have a look. When you return, I promise to give you a satisfactory answer. Saorong nodded in response and then spoke to Sumimin. Man, I will take Jin Hong to the town to see the doctor. You stay at home and watch over them as they clear out the house. If you have time, please tidy up the house a bit. Sumimin nodded repeatedly. Okay, big sister, don't worry. I will take care of everything at home. As soon as they move out, I will quickly pack and move in. Saorong didn't say anything else. She took a small piece of silver from the money she had just received and handed it to her. Sumimin quickly took it, put the silver into her pocket, and then immediately looked at her foster family. Annie Goe, you used to complain that I only eat at home and don't work. Now that my big sister is about to register as a head of household, I can't keep bothering you anymore. So, in a few days, when they return the house to me, I will leave. As for the extra harvest from my 2 acres of land over the past 2 years, you can keep it. Consider it my way of repaying you. Saorong knew her third sister would never suffer from any loss, so she didn't bother to argue. She saw Su Jinhong being carried onto the carriage by Da Hu and hurried to follow. Taoya hesitated but ultimately decided not to go. She said to her, Rong, I won't go. Don't worry, I will help Man here at home. Okay, Taoya, thank you. When I have time later, we'll talk. I'm leaving now. As she finished speaking, Bailey Zheng, who had one arm hanging, also got on the carriage. But he didn't sit inside the carriage. Instead, he sat near the door at the front of the carriage. Just as the carriage started to move, Lu Miao, carrying a bundle on her back, arrived. Rong, wait for me. I'll go with you. Da Hu, who was driving the carriage, stopped the horse again. Saorong peeked out from the carriage and saw Lu Miao trying to get on. She reached out and pulled her in. Seeing this, Lu Quan quickly shouted, Daughter, Rong Miao is taking Hongzi to the town to see the doctor. Why are you following? Lu Miao smiled sweetly at her father and quickly said before lowering the curtain, Dad, Rong is my good sister. This trip to the town might take a few days. Her injuries haven't healed yet, and I want her to see the doctor too. Lu Quan looked at her with a black face. Seeing the carriage start to move, he quickly asked, What does this have to do with your trip to the county town? Li Miao shyly rolled down the carriage window and poked her head out. Dad, you can go back. I'm just going to help Rong for a bit. I'll be back in a few days. Lu Quan was almost angry enough to explode at this bratty girl. Watching the carriage get farther away, he helplessly turned to handle affairs with the Su family. After the carriage left Su's village, Li Miao untied her bundle and opened it. The bundle wasn't big. Inside, besides 2 oil paper-wrapped pancakes, there were 2 sets of clothes and a small, full purse. Li Miao handed a pancake to Su Rongrong and said, Rong, eat this to fill your stomach. If you're tired, just take a nap. When we reach the county, I'll wake you. Rong didn't really feel hungry, but she still took the pancake. As she slowly nibbled on it, Li Miao took out a bamboo jar she carried and handed it over. Drink some. Don't choke. Rong took it and then looked at Su Jinhong's face, asking casually, Meow, do you think Jinhong will be okay? It will be fine. Don't worry, Rong. It will definitely be okay. I heard Dr. Min from Jishir Hall is very skilled. If we go there, Jinhong will be fine. She said this and also put the purse from her bundle into Rong's hands. Jinhong needs a lot of silver now. I don't know if Su Da's family's compensation is enough. This is the silver I saved since I was a child, red envelopes from New Year, and some change from my parents. It's not much, but you can keep it for now. If later the silver is enough, you can return it to me. If not, use it in an emergency. Rong looked at the purse in her hand, feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The original owner's 2 good friends, whether Taoya or Lu Miao, are truly rare people. Honestly, she was very envious, but also very grateful. Right now, she didn't say she couldn't accept it, but instead returned the silver and said, "Thank you, meow meow. Keep this silver for yourself first. If it's really not enough later, I'll definitely borrow from you. I won't be polite." Lu Miao was worried she might refuse, but upon hearing this and seeing her sincere expression, she relaxed. Soon, her gaze also fell on Su Jinhong, and she couldn't help but sigh. The villagers have always admired your Su family for having Jinhong. They say if he's well trained, he'll surely achieve great success in the future. It's a pity some people don't cherish this and have ruined such a promising young man. If they had nurtured Jinhong properly, and he passed the imperial exams, as his guardians, the taxes and labor duties he would have to do in the future could be waived. If he became a successful scholar, his family could enjoy many benefits. Not to mention, this year's labor duty exemption costs 5 taels of silver for each spot. A successful scholar can own many fields and even get official positions. Oh, Su Rongrong, seeing her emotional, gradually became more determined and said, "As long as there's hope to cure him, I won't give up. Now I plan to register as a female head of household. Jinhong and Man will follow me. Right now, we're too young to be involved in labor duties, but we will grow up someday. When that time comes, the household registration will need to be changed to focus on male members. I hope by then, Jinhong will have achieved fame. That way, whether it's us or his descendants, we won't have to worry about these issues." Lu Miao sighed again. Yes, who would want to go if they didn't have to? Every time we go to do labor duty in the village, someone dies. The ones who survive are just as the saying goes, barely skin and bones. A few days left before registration. I heard this time it's about digging canals and building dams. Digging canals is okay, but building dams means people have to go to Shirshan to gather stones. That's the really dangerous part. If you're not careful, you could be hit by a stone and die. Recently, I heard my grandfather and father say that we still need to send the younger one to school. If only our family had a scholar, we wouldn't have to spend so much money. Li Miao sighed as she said this, looking at Su Rongrong with envy. Rongrong, when your parents were alive, your family was the wealthiest in our village. Your father was a scholar, so you didn't have to pay taxes or perform corvée labor. The land you own yields as much as the harvest each year. My family's land is about the same size as yours, and our house is even bigger. But we have many people, so when we divide the land, each family gets very little. And the grain from the fields isn't enough to feed our 20-some family members. No matter if the year is good or bad, we still have to pay 30% of the taxes. If only my family could rent more than 10 acres of land each year, and my second brother worked at a tea house in the county seat. My mother and others raise pigs and chickens at home, while my uncles and cousins often go out to find work during the farming off-season. Relying only on our current land, our family definitely can't fill our stomachs. Hearing this, Su Rongrong thought for a moment and then said, "When they return my family's land, if you're willing, I can rent a few acres to you. The rent will be the same as Tao Ya's 50% is fine." Li Miao quickly responded, not thinking much about it. When she heard Su Rongrong was willing to rent her land, she suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Rongrong, I didn't mean it that way. I'm not complaining to ask to rent your land. I just want to say that it's better for someone in the family to have a good reputation. Don't laugh at me, but I just turned 14. Recently, my mother and others are anxious to find a match for me. Because of this, I told my mother and grandmother that if possible, I want to marry a scholar or marry into a scholar's family. Unfortunately, near our village, it's not easy to find even a common student, let alone a scholar. Actually, until yesterday, Li Miao still thought that Su Jinhong was talented in studying. Once he passed the imperial exam, she thought that with her and Rongrong's relationship, she could ask Jinhong for help and have her family's land registered in his name. But now, it seems that's not possible. The only hope for someone in their village to succeed in the imperial exams was destroyed by the Qin family. Just thinking about it made her feel a sharp pain in her chest. I felt so angry that I wanted to step forward and give Qin a good punch when Su Rongrong was hitting someone. Su Rongrong truly wants to rent the land to Lu Miao's family. When she heard this, she said, "Once my family gets the land back, neither Momo nor I can farm that much. The 2 acres I took from the Su Deshan family are already decided to be rented to Taoya's family. If I establish a female household before the 15th day of Jin Hong, I only need to pay half of the original land tax. Your family rents land every year, so instead of renting to others, I might as well rent it to you. That way, I feel at ease, and your family also saves trouble. Lu Miao didn't expect that she was just accompanying Su Rongrong, wanting to help a little, but ended up solving her own land rental issue for the next year. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but her mouth moved, and in the end, she couldn't say no. Rongrong is now sure she has 6 acres of water fields and 5 acres of dry land. If she can get back the clan land from the Su family, all these lands together would total over 20 acres. Rongrong is not yet 14, and Momo is only a little over 10 years old. Jin Hong used to focus on studying, so even if there was help in farming, they weren't as skilled as the children in the nearby village. Relying on the 3 siblings to farm was not as good as renting out the land directly. Even if they could hire help during spring planting and autumn harvest, who would do the weeding and pest control during normal times. In the early morning of late September, it was a bit cold, and even the wind blowing was slightly chilly. But once the sun rose, the temperature instantly became very comfortable. Bailey Zheng's carriage was specially modified to be shockproof. No matter how fast he drove, the people inside wouldn't feel much bumping. Plus, he used the best northern steed, a top-quality 1,000-mile horse, so the speed was much faster than usual. It took about an hour to go from Su's village to Lanxia City by ox cart, but Bailey Zheng's carriage only took a little over 3/4 of an hour, not even 3/4. Su Rongrong originally thought it would take at least an hour to get into the city. But thanks to Bailey Zheng, she not only saved time on the road but also didn't have to wait in line to enter the city. With Master Yang present, she felt like she was walking through a VIP lane. When the carriage entered the city, they didn't need to wait for someone to pick them up at Jishir Hall. Under Master Yang's guidance, they arrived at a quiet, spacious alley. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of a house, where several people were standing outside. The woman at the front was about 40 years old. She wore a dark green, thick dress and had a kind smile on her face. After seeing the carriage stop, she looked around at it, then turned her gaze to Yang, the steward, who had already gotten off the horse nearby. Yang did not immediately introduce everyone but stepped forward and whispered, "Madam, the young master has arrived. However, there are injured people inside the carriage, so please send someone to Jishir Hall to invite a doctor." After speaking, he glanced at Wang's wife, who was standing beside Lady Wang, and saw her leave. He then turned to Bai Li Zheng and said, "Young master, this is Lady Wang, the wife of Lord Wang. She learned early this morning that you would come, so she came here first to prepare. Please go inside and see if you like it. If there is anything you dislike, just tell us." Lady Wang never expected that the heir of the Guardian Nation mansion would look so pale and even have one arm hanging in front of his chest. She was a bit shocked, but her good manners kept her smiling kindly. "I am Wang Lin, the wife of Lord Wang, sending my regards to the young master. I hope you like the house I prepared." Her husband had been diligently working in his position for over 10 years, mostly receiving average or slightly above average evaluations. Now, just because this young master wanted to come here, her husband was promoted. He used to say that this was his limit in life, but she still held hope. And now, this was a clear example. She thought that as long as she maintained good relations with this young master, her husband might still have a chance to move up before retiring. Unfortunately, she heard that this young master's backyard was clean, or she would have liked to send him some beautiful women, even if it was her own daughter, who was already engaged. As long as she could get into his backyard, she wouldn't mind being a concubine or even a servant girl. "You have something to do. Just go ahead and busy yourself." Madam Wang is a clever person. Hearing this, she understood what Bai Li Zheng meant. She didn't plan to stay either, so she quickly said, "All right, I will leave the housekeeper here. Young master, if you need anything, just tell him." Her husband is about to take up his new position soon, and there are many things at home waiting for her to handle. Right now, this house was bought a couple of years ago to serve as a dowry for her young daughter. If the crown prince's son-in-law can get used to living here and likes it, She can also do him a favor. It's just that she is now older and has no big ambitions. Otherwise, she would have kept a few beautiful maids to serve him. Anyway, she has 2 suitable young women at home, and her family has a few more. As long as she keeps some people here, if any of them catch someone's eye later, it would be good news for her. Inside the carriage, Lu Miao listened to the conversation outside, then leaned close to Su Rongrong's ear and whispered, "Rongrong, the person talking outside sounds like the county magistrate's wife. She called by Li Gongzi young master. What kind of status is that? It sounds like he's quite important." Su Rongrong was only here because of Bai Li Zheng, so she couldn't open the curtain and step out at this moment. Hearing Lu Miao's words, she whispered back, "Young master refers to the heir of a prince or a noble. I'm not sure what title Bai Li Gongzi's family holds, but I can be sure it's not small." Lu Miao's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and her voice even carried a bit of excitement. "That's great then. Rongrong, he must have a way to cure Jin Hong. If Jin Hong's injury can be healed and his face isn't disfigured, he can continue studying and taking exams." Thinking of this, Lu Miao couldn't hide her excitement. Jin Hong is very talented at studying. Before he turns 20, he will definitely pass the imperial exam. Then, she would be able to laugh at the Su family's regret. However, Su Rongrong wasn't as optimistic as Lu Miao. Bai Li Zheng's background is impressive, but he suddenly appeared in the Su village. And he's pretending to be a relative, taking care of her family. All of this felt very strange to her. What is his real purpose? Or, what does she have that he's after? When Bai Li Zheng lifted the curtain of the carriage, he saw Su Rongrong looking thoughtful. He didn't hide his identity on purpose. When the other person became suspicious, he said, "Miss Rongrong, we will stay here for the next few days. Don't worry, I will ask the best doctor to treat my brother's injuries and try not to leave scars. He had been unlucky these past few months, constantly getting hurt." His family prepared many medicines for him, including scar removal ointment. The best one was the wuxia ointment made by the Imperial Hospital. Wuxia ointment means that after applying it, the skin becomes pure and flawless. He didn't bring many bottles this time, only 2 in total. One bottle was more than half used. If needed, he could sell the unused bottle at a low price. Of course, if completing a task for the system could extend his life, he would consider giving it away for free. The doctor invited by Magistrate Wang's steward was Dr. Lu Miao, mentioned by Lu Miao. He arrived quickly. Not long after Da, who carried Su Jin Hong into the house, he was there. Seeing the injured person, he didn't waste time. He immediately sat down and examined him carefully. The more he checked, the more his brows furrowed tightly. Lu Miao saw this and, with a pale face, tightly clenched Su Rongrong's hand. When Dr. Lu stood up, she asked first, "Doctor, can Jin Hong's face be cured? Will there be scars? Also, will his injuries affect his ability to read and write in the future?" Seeing her overly nervous, Su Rongrong looked at her in surprise. But she didn't think much and quickly turned to Dr.
Lu.
"His face has injuries down to the bones. It can definitely be treated, but scars are unavoidable. As for his other injuries, the most serious are his hands. His left palm's bones are shattered, and his right arm's bones are broken. I think he is a scholar, so even if he recovers, he won't be able to hold a pen for a long time. Besides that, his body is too weak. He probably hasn't eaten for at least 2 days. Plus, after such a severe beating, he might have injured his brain. We need to wait until he wakes up to observe further." After speaking, he turned to take the medicine from the boy and began treating Su Jin Hong's facial injuries. Hearing about Su Jin Hong's condition, Su Rongrong's anger flared up again. It seems she was too gentle. She should have broken both the hands and feet of that old woman from the Qin family, so she would have to spend the rest of her life lying in bed. Jin Hong is only 12 years old. He should have had a bright future, but now everything is ruined. Next to her, Lu Miao was crying. "Dr. Min, you are the best healer in Lanxia County. Please, you must cure Jin Hong. He is a scholar and must not be lost like this. Whatever expensive medicine you need, and no matter how much silver it costs, we are willing to pay. Just do your best to treat him. Even if we have to sell everything we own, we will do it to save him. She looked at Su Rongrong with hopeful tears in her eyes. Rongrong, do you agree? No matter how important the farmland is, Jin Hong's health is more important. As long as he gets better and can study for the imperial exams, there is hope. He is so proud. He would never accept becoming ugly and ordinary in his later years. That would make him feel like he's better off dead. Su Rongrong felt that Lu Miao was acting strangely today, but she didn't have the energy to think about it now. When she saw Dr. Min look up, she firmly said, "Yes, as long as Jin Hong can be cured, we are willing to pay any price." Hearing this, Lu Miao quietly relaxed and looked at the person lying on the bed, still unconscious, with a worried heart. She blamed herself for being careless. She had spoken to him just the day before. How did she not notice he had gone a whole day without eating? If she had been more careful, maybe he wouldn't be so weak, as the doctor said. No, she had to go out later and buy a chicken to make soup, then knead some dough to prepare. When he wakes up, he will have chicken soup noodles to eat. Dr. Min, when he saw the person on the bed and the young girl who looked somewhat like him, knew they were ordinary people. So his treatment was aimed at common folk. Now, hearing Lu Miao's words, he remembered that he was here because the county magistrate's steward had invited him. Also, when he came earlier and met the young nobleman outside, it was clear he was not an ordinary person. Thinking this over, he said, "If there is no shortage of silver and you have connections, then perhaps there is a chance to cure him. The injury on his face can be treated easily with the palace secret ointment, which leaves no scars. I promise it will heal perfectly within a month. As for his hand, it can recover with a special bone-healing ointment used in the army, but that ointment is rare and hard to find. Regarding his weak body, he's still young, and with proper rest, it won't be a big problem." Su Rongrong thought about Bailey Zheng. These things are hard to get, especially for a girl from the countryside, even if she had money. But Bailey Zheng is from a noble family, so getting these items would be much easier for him. Maybe she could ask him for help? Thinking this, she took the money that Suda had paid her and then set aside some of it, handing the rest to the person in front of her. "Meow meow, keep this. It will cover the medical fees later. I'm going to find young Master Bailey. Dr. Min mentioned some things that he might be able to help with." Lu Miao instinctively reached out to take the money. She had wanted to go buy chickens and flour, but upon hearing this, she said, "Rongrong, wait a moment. You also have injuries. Wait until the doctor has checked you before going out. Young Master Bailey is right here, so it's okay to talk about this later." Su Rongrong wasn't sure if her recent crossing was the reason, but normally, her original body's injuries were serious enough to keep her bedridden. Since arriving here, however, her body had become much stronger in just a few days. She still felt weak, but compared to when she first arrived, she was much better. She wasn't the type to avoid medical treatment, so she decided to stay. After Dr. Min finished treating Su Jin Hong's face, she said, "Dr. Min, please treat Jin Hong's hand later. First, take a look at mine. A few days ago, I was pushed down a mountain and was badly hurt. I thought I might not make it. But lately, I feel like I'm healing faster than expected." Dr. Min was thorough and focused. Hearing this, he replied automatically, "Wait a moment. I'll treat the hand first before checking you." Su Rongrong spoke again, "Dr. Min, please check my injury first. I want to ask about the bone-healing ointment you mentioned. If everything goes well, I should be able to bring it back to you soon." Dr. Min's eyes lit up when he heard this. Without wasting words, he quickly approached Su Rongrong. He first examined her from head to toe, then asked, "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" "Somewhere in my body feels sore, and I also feel a bit weak. Many parts of me were bruised and painful before, but now the bruises are spreading. I think that means I'm getting better. I just want to check if I have internal injuries or internal bleeding." Hearing about internal injuries and bleeding, Dr. Min immediately checked her pulse. He kept switching hands, left to right to left several times, checking carefully each time, but found no problems. "Your body is a bit weak, but overall, there's nothing wrong. As I said before, just focus on good nutrition." Su Rongrong immediately understood that her issues were due to poor nutrition. She said, "Dr. Min, wait here for a moment. I'll go out and come back soon. After speaking, she nodded to Lu Miao and quickly left. Bailey Zheng was easy to find. He was in the front yard. When Su Rongrong found him, he was holding a book in his healthy hand, reading carefully. She knocked on the door, and when he looked up, she asked, "Young Master Bailey, do you have a moment? I have something to discuss with you." Bailey Zheng had just received a 5-day life extension from the system, followed by a new task. He needed to attend the county school within a month and aimed to be in the top 3 in the year-end exams. The reward for completing the task was an additional 2 months of life and 100 seconds of shopping at the Bai family supermarket. The Bai family supermarket was one of his family's businesses. The main store was on the first floor, selling jewelry, bags, and some food. The second floor had fresh produce, quick meals, and grains and oils. The third floor sold household appliances and daily necessities. The fourth floor had clothes and similar items. He initially stayed on the first floor. Due to limited time, he couldn't go to the second floor, so he bought some gold jewelry from the jewelry shop. He missed modern razors and toilet paper, as well as wet wipes. So, besides wanting to extend his life, he also aimed to get these 2 items. Therefore, the 100 seconds of shopping time to be in the top 3 at the county school was very important to him. Seeing that there was nothing urgent, he started studying diligently. Therefore, Bai Li Zheng was a bit surprised that Su Rongrong came so quickly. "When you have free time, Miss Rongrong, come in and talk." Perhaps because Su Rongrong was confident that many people owed her favors, she simply walked in after hearing this. "Young Master Bai Li, Dr. Min said that Jin Hong wants good medicine, including military-grade bone repair ointment and the palace's wuxiao ointment. Do you have a way to get these? No matter how much silver it costs, I will find a way to buy them." As Su Rongrong finished speaking, Bai Li Zheng's system issued a new task. "Please assist Su Rongrong in saving the life of cannon fodder Su Jin Hong. Complete the task to earn 1 month of life and 60 seconds of shopping at the Bai family supermarket." Hearing this task, Bai Li Zheng couldn't help but complain about the system's stinginess. Saving a life only rewards 1 month of life. No wonder the previous reward was only 5 days. Apparently, Su Jin Hong's life is less valuable to the system than Su Rongrong's. But a little is better than nothing. As long as Su Rongrong has a request, he can extend his life infinitely. When his life exceeds a year, his bad luck might completely disappear. Thinking this way, he said, "I have what you need. This isn't cheap. Are you sure you want to buy it?" He is a modern person and knows that helping others has limits. He has helped Su Rongrong repeatedly so far. This time, involving precious items, he worries the other person might think he's a fool who helps without asking for anything in return. He needs to take some silver in return. Wuxia ointment is used by noble people in the palace, costing 50 taels per bottle, which is something even wealthy people in the capital can't easily buy. Bone repair ointment is rare because the medicinal ingredients grow in harsh environments, making the production low and the price high. A bottle costs over 100 taels and is used to reward those who have made meritorious deeds, something only the wealthy can afford. Just these 2 bottles cost about 150 taels. This amount of silver, not to mention ordinary rural families, even in this relatively wealthy county, most households can't afford it. Because of Aunt Biao's relationship, I will give you a 20% discount, so you owe me 120 taels of silver. After saying that, he added, "I know you don't have that much money right now. You can write an IOU." Even though Su Rongrong was mentally prepared, she still gasped when she heard the amount of over 100 taels. Fortunately, she didn't have to pay immediately. She could just write an IOU first. She knew that Bai Li Zheng was helping them, so she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Bai Li. I know this medicine wasn't easy to get. Since the original price is so high, I shouldn't have asked you to pay that extra 30 taels for me. But you also know our current situation. Can I pay you back over 5 years?" If she couldn't earn that much by then, she would sell some things from her space. It's better not to sell things now if she can avoid it. Otherwise, she would have trouble explaining where the money came from. Bai Li Zheng didn't plan to take money from Su Rongrong. When she mentioned paying over 5 years, he agreed casually. "Yes, the silver is the 120 taels I mentioned. You can pay me back whenever it's convenient for you." After saying that, he asked her to wait a moment and then left. When he returned, he was holding a square silk box. Soon, he opened the box in front of Su Rongrong. Inside, there were two small porcelain bottles about the size of a palm, and next to them, there were two small white wooden sticks. One bottle was milky white, and the other was light blue. Bai Lijeng pointed to the white bottle and said, "This is scar ointment. Use the same way as regular ointments. After washing your face morning and evening, use this cotton stick to take a little and apply it evenly on the wound. It will be absorbed." Based on Jin Hong's injury, one bottle should last about 2 months. The other bottle is called bone renewal ointment. If it's just a simple broken bone, you can apply it directly. I don't know Jin Hong's exact condition, so take it to the doctor. If it's serious, you'll need to use it with other medicines. After saying that, he closed the box and handed it to Su Rongrong. She noticed he didn't ask her for an IOU. Feeling touched, she quickly said, "Young Master Bai Li, I will make up the IOU when I have time. For now, I'll take this ointment. Rest assured, I won't forget to pay you back." When Bai Lijeng heard this, he smiled and said to her as she reached the door, "I'm really not afraid of you defaulting." Su Rongrong paused but didn't say anything. She hurriedly left again. She understood what he meant. With his status, who would dare to owe money and not pay? At the door of Jin Hong's room, Lu Miao was getting anxious. She was worried that her presence inside might disturb Dr. Min, so she waited outside, pacing near the door and glancing frequently at the courtyard entrance. When she saw Su Rongrong's figure from afar, she hurried over. Seeing the jewelry box in her hand, her eyes brightened and she asked, "Rongrong, is everything Jin Hong needs inside?" "Yes, just these 2 bottles. They cost 150 taels. One is for noble people in the palace, and the other is a reward for those who have made military achievements. If we hadn't been lucky enough to meet young Master Bai Li, we wouldn't be able to buy these even if we had money. Moreover, we don't have money.
I can only owe it for now."
I asked young Master Bai Li for 5 years' time. Within 5 years, I will save up 150 taels to pay him back. Lu Miao was originally very happy, but when she heard the amount of silver, she couldn't help but gasp. Her family had over 20 members. After decades of hard work, they had only saved about 30 taels. Although some of her brothers had married and had children, and later the family spent money on adding a new room, the total savings were still less than 3 taels a year after deducting expenses. Rongrong would need to repay 30 taels a year. Who could do that? Jin Hong was still recovering, and he needed to study. That would cost even more: ink, paper, brushes, and books. Thinking of this, Lu Miao felt herself about to collapse. She realized she might have caused Rongrong a lot of trouble. Jin Hong would recover, but how could they repay 150 taels? Would they have to sell all their land? Currently, a good water rice paddy yields 5 taels per acre, and fertile dry land yields 3. Selling Jin Hong's land alone wouldn't be enough. They would have to sell other property. But then, what's the difference from being reckless with money? Lu Miao felt torn inside, but when she went inside and saw Dr. Min looking excitedly at the 2 bottles of ointment, she thought that all of this was probably worth it. As long as Jin Hong gets better, even if he has to sell the land in the end, there will always be a day when it can be bought back. His recovery is what he hopes for. Su Rongrong doesn't know how Lu Miao's feelings are changing. After handing the ointment to Dr. Min, she stood nearby to watch. When Lu Miao came in, she said, "Miao Miao, you watch here. I need to go buy some things. I think we will have to stay here for a few days. Since she and the owner of this house are not related, they are staying here because they are lucky. It wouldn't be right to ask the owner's kitchen to help her." Lu Miao seemed to understand her thoughts. She nodded and said, "Rongrong buy more. If Jin Hong can be cured this time, we owe a lot to young Master Bailey. Let's also help with his meals these days." "Yes, don't worry, I will." Su Rongrong said this and hurried off, until she reached the kitchen, asked for a basket, and left the house. Her mind finally caught up. Miao Miao's reactions today were very strange, seeming more like a relative of Jin Hong than her own older sister. Jin Hong was badly injured, and she was more anxious than anyone. In her words and actions, she was willing to do anything to help him. All these reactions made her feel that Miao Miao cared a lot about Jin Hong. Could it be that she and Jin Hong have some secret feelings that she, as the sister, doesn't know? Thinking about Lu Miao's earlier words, that she wanted to marry a scholar or someone from a scholar's family, made her wonder even more. Could it really be what she was thinking? Does Miao Miao actually have feelings for Jin Hong? No way. Miao Miao is 5 months older than her, and Jin Hong is 1 year and 5 months younger than her. They are almost 2 years apart. Lost in her thoughts, Su Rongrong didn't realize she was already in the busy marketplace. Lanxia County is indeed one of the wealthiest towns under Muyang Prefecture. It was almost noon, but the streets were still crowded with people and vendors shouting. She gathered her courage, asked about a grain and oil shop, and bought some rice and vegetable oil. Maybe because of a good harvest, high-quality rice and white flour cost only
35 wen per dough.
At first, Su Rongrong didn't understand how much a dough weighed. After figuring it out, she learned that 1 dough of rice was about 4 jin in modern weight. Therefore, she bought 10 measures of fine rice and 5 measures of white flour. As for vegetable oil, which is soybean oil, it is expensive. 1 jin costs 100 coins. Since the weather was getting colder, she was worried that Bai Li Zheng might not be used to meals cooked with greasy oil, so she bought half a jin, despite feeling a bit sad about the cost. Later, she left her address for the shop to deliver the items, then went to the vegetable market street. The so-called vegetable market street in Lanxia County is similar to modern-day farmers' markets. It is very clearly divided into sections: vegetables, meat, chickens and ducks, dogs and cattle, and so on. Each area is well marked. The vegetable and meat sections are at the front. Su Rongrong arrived late, so there weren't many vegetables left, and they weren't as fresh as in the morning. The meat was mostly leftovers after people had chosen what they wanted. Fortunately, most people like to eat fatty meat. So, what remained were mostly lean meat and meat with bones. Among these bone-in meats, there were ribs, which cost only a quarter of the price of fatty meat, just 5 coins. Seeing this, Su Rongrong's eyes lit up. After confirming that these were ribs and spinal bones, she bought all of them. In her space, she had preserved plums, steamed meat powder, and potatoes, so she decided to cook these in 2 sessions. For lunch, she would make plum ribs, and for dinner, steamed ribs. The plum ribs are best cooked from the front part of the ribs, while the steamed ribs are better from the back. Fortunately, both parts were in the pile she bought. As for giving some to Jin Hong, she planned to let him drink more chicken soup. But her own health also needed replenishing, so she decided to boil the remaining spinal bones with radishes. Thinking this through, Su Rongrong had already decided that after returning to the village, she would go shopping again. She wanted to buy more to store in her space, so she and her 2 younger brothers and sisters could have more nourishing food later. In the Su family village, during lunchtime, Su Man was eating at Taoya's house. After the meal, she asked Chen Dazhuang, uncle, I plan to take back my land. Do you want to rent it? Chen Dazhuang and his whole family were stunned. Hearing this, they looked at each other, then replied, let's wait until your older sister comes back to decide. Su Man shook her head, her eyes firm, and said, don't ask my older sister. This land is mine, and I can decide. I will rent it to whoever I want. Once the family gets their land back, then my older sister can make the decisions. Uncle Dazhuang, if you want to rent, I will rent it to you. As for the land rent, what is the usual rate in our village? I can offer you a 10% discount. Peony didn't expect that a 10-year-old girl like her would be so confident. She immediately said, my eldest sister's land will also be rented to my family next year, and the rent will be 50%. Su Man now admired her sister even more, especially after seeing her beat the people from Su Da's family into loud cries. When she heard Peony say her sister also rented land to her family, she quickly agreed. All right, I will also rent it to you at 50%. Anyway, I am small and don't eat much. Just the land alone is enough to fill me up every year. When I get married in the future, I will have 2 acres of land as dowry, and my in-laws won't look down on me. Peony reached out and tapped her forehead, saying, You're only 10 years old and already talking about getting married. And you say the land is enough for your food and drink. Does that mean you won't care about anything else? What about where you'll live and your clothes? You won't need to spend on those? Or will your eldest sister take care of you then? Su Man tried to straighten her back and said, Peony sister, I am grown up now. You can't poke my forehead, it will make me look ugly. I will take care of myself and not worry about others. What's wrong with that? I live in my own house and don't have to spend money. As for clothes, that's easy. My eldest sister always makes new clothes, and I can just reuse her old ones. Moreover, I can earn money myself by collecting things from the mountain to sell. Although not much, if I save up, I can buy myself a new outfit by the end of the year. If that's not enough, I can sell some of my leftover rice and flour. I can make it work. Peony listened to her and found her ideas more and more unreasonable. Finally, she pulled her back to her room. After closing the door, she sat on the edge of the bed and said seriously, Man, your ideas are not right. Since you want to go home, then your sister is the head of the family. From now on, your eldest sister will be the decision maker. She is the head of the family, whether it's your land's output or gene homes. Everything must follow her arrangements. You can't just think about yourself and ignore everything else. If that's the case, why are you going back? Wouldn't it be better if you lived alone? Su Man was a bit confused by Peony's words and said, Peony sister, you're so strange. I go home without bothering anyone or denying anything. My older sister is not the head of the family. As for everything at home, following her plans is fine. But my own matters, I will handle myself. Since I don't need her to worry about me, she doesn't need to arrange anything for me either. That means I don't have to worry about anything, right? I am just helping her out, so she doesn't need to stress about me. Is that wrong? Regarding meals, I send her grain every month. Peony couldn't help but get annoyed and quickly interrupted her. Man, if you do it that way, it's pointless. According to what you said, you'll cook your own meals, wash your own clothes. If you get sick someday, you'll have to call the doctor yourself. If you can't get a doctor, you'll just have to tough it out. There's no need to bother your older sister. Man looked a bit confused. I'm just taking care of myself, so my sister doesn't need to worry. Why is that pointless? Peony, you're really strange. I already give grain, so why do I need to cook separately? I can wash my own clothes, but if I get sick, why doesn't my older sister help me call a doctor? Talking to a girl who's only 10 but very determined made Peony feel tired. But for the sake of her good sister, she patiently explained, Let me ask you this. Rong and your second brother send grain every month. Do you cook for them? To Su Man, as long as she sends grain home each month, she doesn't need to worry about anything else. Hearing this, she hesitated a bit but nodded. Yes. But I'm not very good at cooking. If my sister and second brother don't mind, I can try. Peony was relieved to hear she was willing to help and continued. But eating isn't just about rice, right? There should be meat and vegetables too. Where do those come from? And where does the meat come from?
Su Man fell silent.
Her idea was that after going home, she would keep all the grain from the fields herself and wouldn't share it. If she wanted to eat meat, she couldn't just give it away for free. Meat isn't eaten every day. Buying some occasionally with a few coins is fine, but vegetables need to be grown by herself. If she doesn't grow vegetables, she can't keep asking others for food. Since she's growing vegetables, the garden will need someone to take care of it. And since she's cooking, she'll need firewood, which means someone has to chop wood. If her second brother could get better and continue studying, the family would still need to support him. With only his own land, the harvest was far from enough. Before, her second brother was able to study at Suda's house because the family had given them over 10 taels of silver left from before. Now, with her second brother's situation, the small amount of silver the Su family paid would be enough to prevent the family from going into debt, but there would be no extra left. The more she thought, the more Su Man felt that life at home would become very difficult in the future. If she only cared about herself and didn't help, all the burdens would fall on her eldest sister. Unless the family decided not to let her second brother continue studying. But she still hoped her second brother would succeed and support her, so how could they not let him study? Since her second brother wanted to study, the money couldn't be relied on just her eldest sister. She had to find a way to earn some herself. At this moment, the young girl thought a lot. Finally, she looked at Taoya and said, "Sister Taoya, I know what to do now. When eldest sister comes back, I will give her the land. Whether I plan on it myself or rent it out, I will follow her arrangements. I will find a way to earn more money for the family. Our family is big enough to enclose the backyard and raise more chickens and pigs. That way, we will have eggs to eat, and at the end of the year, we can sell the pigs. As long as her second brother could recover, the family must support his education. If her second brother was successful and could pass the exams, all their efforts would be worth it. Even if she married later, her in-laws wouldn't dare to neglect her. Not to mention, she still remembered clearly what the family was like when her father was alive. Of course, all this depended on her second brother having the talent for studying. If he was foolish, she would be foolish to do all this. Taoya saw that the young girl had come to her own decision and let out a sigh of relief. Go ahead and rest for a while. When you wake up, I'll go with you to see how those families are settling things. Hopefully, by the time your eldest sister and the others return, they will have moved out. Su Man had been worried about her second brother yesterday and hadn't slept well. Now, hearing this, she yawned and closed her eyes. Before Taoya left, she could still see her closing her eyes and softly murmuring, "Yes, I need to sleep well. After waking up, I still need to go back to Annie's house to pack my things. My land deed must be returned to me." In Lanxia City, after Su Rongrong finished shopping, Dr. Min had already left. Su Jinhong had not woken up yet, and Lu Miao was not staying there continuously. She waited for Su Rongrong to return, then went to greet her. "Rongrong, I told manager Wang that we will cook our own meals these days. And for Bai Li Gongzi's food, we don't need them to worry. We will prepare it ourselves. Okay, let's start cooking now. It's getting late. I'm worried that if we delay further, Bai Li Gongzi will go hungry. Since he was her benefactor and she decided to cook for him, it was unfair to let him go hungry during mealtime." Lu Miao nodded, took out a small purse from her bosom, and handed it over. "Rongrong, the purse you gave me before contained 5 taels of silver. Dr. Min spent 5 qian on medical fees and the rest is in here. You can count it. Out of those 5 qian, 51 was for consultation fees and the remaining 451 was for medicine. Dr. Min said Jin Hong will wake up in the evening and he will come again then. By the way, he doesn't want to move him now. He said it has to wait 3 days. Hearing this, Su Rongrong knew that Su Jinhong was not seriously ill, and she finally relaxed. She reached out to take the purse, glanced at the rice and flour that had been sent back, and said, "Meow meow, it's getting late. Let's hurry and cook. I was planning to make pork ribs, but it seems I can't now. At this time, I think we should make steamed eggs with minced meat, stir-fried pork with black fungus, and cabbage egg soup. What do you think?" Lu Miao instinctively felt this was a bit too lavish. After all, with meat, eggs, and tofu, their family usually only had such a feast during festivals. But then she thought, for them, it was considered a rich meal, though perhaps still modest for Bai Li Zheng. So she nodded without saying more, and started to wash rice and cook. The kitchen in Madame Wang's house was not small, with 2 clay stoves, 1 large and 1 small. The big stove had 3 pots, the first for stir-frying, the second for steaming rice or making soup, and the third for boiling water. The small stove had just 1 small pot, which looked like it was used for boiling medicine. While soaking the wood ear mushrooms, Su Rongrong saw Lu Miao put rice into the pot. She said, "Meow meow, I'll watch the rice. You go kill the chicken and make the soup. Let's try to make the chicken soup thick." Dr. Min said Jin Hong might wake up in the evening, but I'm worried he might wake up early. If the chicken soup isn't ready and he wakes up, what should we do? Lu Miao quickly agreed without hesitation. Okay. Seeing her like this, Su Rongrong's suspicion grew stronger. Maybe this girl really cares about Jin Hong. When she has free time later, she plans to ask her. Lu Miao doesn't know that her secret feelings have already been discovered by her good friend. She quickly killed the chicken and washed the chicken heart, liver, and intestines. She plans to use these ingredients to make soup at night adding some thickening agent, so they can enjoy a good meal together. Bailey Zheng almost forgot how long it had been since he last ate a simple, home-cooked meal from modern times. Especially since the dishes were cooked with green onions and garlic. At the Guardian Duke's residence, the food was quite refined, and the cook made tasty meals. But he always felt something was missing. When Da Hu brought back the dishes Su Rongrong made at noon, he suddenly realized what it was. People from the Great Yu Kingdom usually steamed their food, and when they stir-fried, they rarely used garlic or similar ingredients. But Su Rongrong stir-fried wood ear mushrooms with meat used starch to coat the meat slices, which was a bit like modern cooking. The meat was very tender and soft. Before adding the wood ear mushrooms, she also fried garlic and green onions in the pan. This dish felt like it was made by a modern person. As for the minced meat steamed eggs, this dish existed in ancient times, but she even added a few drops of fragrant oil before serving. Plus, her words about seeing him later and the overall feeling made him think more. Look at it again and then again. If she really was from the same hometown, he wouldn't mind helping her more than he originally planned. Su Rongrong didn't know that just a few simple dishes had made Bailey Zheng curious enough to investigate. After dinner, she started thinking about how to use these 3 days to earn some silver. Going out to sell things wasn't practical, and working part-time seemed impossible since she looked like she was no more than 13 years old, and probably no one would hire her. It seems I can only do some craft work now. Children from orphanages often know how to weave a little. Maybe she should go to the embroidery shop and see if she can take on some simple weaving jobs? Su Jin-hung woke up earlier than Dr. Min had said. But it was almost evening now. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Lu Miao, who was sitting in front of him, bowing her head and weaving. He wanted to speak, but his throat was dry and itchy, so he couldn't help but cough softly. Lu Miao was busy weaving, a task she and Su Rongrong had gone out to do in the afternoon. Since they weren't familiar with the town, they paid a deposit of 100 coins to get the work. Fortunately, they had a large amount of work, some simple and some complicated. If they finished all of it, they could earn over 200 coins. Lu Miao didn't know how to make the complicated patterns, so she could only do simple ones, which she had to learn from Rongrong first. It took her about an hour and a half to learn, and she only managed to weave 2 pieces. Hearing the noise, she instinctively looked up at the bed. When she saw that Su Jin-hong was awake, she was overjoyed. Jin-hong, you're awake? That's wonderful. That's really wonderful. She put down what she was holding and ran to the table to pour a glass of water. Here, drink some water to soothe your throat. I'll go find Rongrong. She should be in the kitchen now. Su Jin-hong drank some water with Lu Miao's help. Once his throat was less dry, he looked around, feeling a bit dizzy, and asked Miao Miao, where are we? Lu Miao, who was about to go call someone, sat down patiently when she heard this. Jin-hong, do you remember what I told you about Lord Bai Li? I thought he was the son of the county magistrate, which was already impressive. But now I realize he's actually a young master from a noble family. After you were knocked out by Mrs. Qin, Man went to find my father early in the morning. When I heard about it, I hurried to find Rongrong. Now, without a doubt, you've left their family, and you'll be staying with Rongrong from now on. Oh, and Lord Bai Li also helped you get your old house back. Soon you, Rongrong, and Man can all live there again. Also, this is the house prepared for Lord Bai Li by Madame Wang, the wife of the magistrate. It's where he stays when he's resting. We now live in his light. The doctor said, you can't move yet. You have to wait 3 more days before you can go home. Su Jin-hong listened patiently and then looked at his bound hands. After a while, he forced himself to endure the pain in his eyes and softly said, Sister Miao Miao, I am a person with no future. In the future, don't be like before. I don't deserve it. Lu Miao quickly reached out to cover his mouth and said irritably, What are you talking about? What do you mean you have no future? Do you even know what Rongrong did for you? When she found out you were being bullied by the Qin family, she ignored her own injuries and went crazy, rushing to Su Da's house. To save you, she even fought with their family members without caring about herself. When they reached the county town, she learned you needed something, but even Dr. Min didn't have it, so she boldly begged Bai Li Gongzi. She even owed a huge debt of 150 taels because of this. Jin Hong, I tell you, you must recover well. Once you're healed, study hard, aim to pass the exams early, and repay Rong Rong. I don't care what position you achieve in the future. Remember, your life was saved by Rong Rong. Your face can be scarred, and your hands can still write because of her. You must not be like those who only study blindly. When you go back and recover in your free time, help Rong Rong with things you can do. Rong Rong is only a few months older than you. Even though she hasn't come of age, she has to shoulder the responsibility of a family for you and Man. Not everyone can do that. Do you understand? Jin Hong knew his face was ruined, so he said he had no future. Hearing Lu Miao's words, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. Lu Miao looked at him and then stood up, saying, "You are 12, and I am 14. I will persuade my parents to let me stay until I am 18. Try to pass the imperial exam before you turn 16. If you succeed, I will ask my mother to find a matchmaker to introduce you to my family." After saying this, she left. In this world, it is usually the man who goes to the woman's family to propose marriage. It is rare for the woman to do so, as it might seem too eager. But Lu Miao had no choice. She has loved scholars since she was young. Even though Jin Hong is 2 years younger than her, she still admires him. When I was young, I was the younger sister. As I grew older and understood marriage, I started to want to marry him. So what if I am 2 years younger? Men in their 40s or 50s can marry teenage girls, so what's wrong with me marrying someone 2 years younger? Lu Miao is very open-minded, so since she could take care of Jin Hong from a young age, she tried her best to do so. When he was hungry and mistreated by his family, she secretly gave him food. When his clothes were torn, she secretly mended them. If it weren't inconvenient to wash his clothes, she would have loved to wash all his clothes herself. Because of these feelings, when she faced Su Rongrong, she always unconsciously treated her like her own older sister-in-law. Her thoughts, apart from her close friend Taoya, she only vaguely knew, and even Su Rongrong didn't realize. But she also knew that her emotions had been a bit obvious these past few days, and Rongrong might have guessed something. But now she no longer cared. After all, they would all be family sooner or later. She had already planned to save more money after returning home, so she could pay back the money owed to young master Bai Li for Rongrong. It's just that her family is poor, and she doesn't have the ability. Otherwise, Rongrong wouldn't have to pay that money. Because those things were all used for Jin Hong, and she, in the future, would be Jin Hong's wife. Su Rongrong didn't know Lu Miao's thoughts. She had just arrived in the kitchen, preparing to cook. For dinner tonight, she planned to make mincemeat with tofu, plum pork ribs, and pumpkin red bean soup. The red beans had already been soaked in the afternoon, so they were just right now. Unexpectedly, just as she finished cutting the tofu and was about to fry the tofu balls, Lu Miao came in. Rongrong, Jin Hong has woken up. I'll cook dinner tonight. You and Jin Hong finish your talk, then go weave the net. My cooking skills are really not good. I only managed to make 2 nets this afternoon. Maybe I should do all the cooking these days. You can focus on weaving the nets. Otherwise, with my speed, I'm afraid that in 3 days, when we go back, I won't have finished even half of the nets. Hearing that she only made 2 nets all afternoon, Su Rongrong didn't bother to be polite and agreed happily. Okay, the rice, flour, meat, and vegetables are all here. You can start cooking. Good, I'll make a bowl of chicken soup noodles for Jin Hong first, then bring it over. As Su Rongrong was about to leave, she paused when she heard this. Seeing that no one else was in the kitchen, she hesitated and asked, "Miao Miao and I Hong, is it really what I think it is?" Lu Miao Miao was cutting noodles. The dough had been kneaded earlier in the afternoon. Hearing this, she turned around and smiled at Su Rongrong. Of course, her face showed some nervousness. After all, Jin Hong was still quite young, so when facing Su Rongrong, she felt a bit guilty. But she was not the type to deny her feelings. So, after organizing her thoughts, she openly admitted, "Yes, I like An Hong and he likes me too. I told him I would wait until I turn 18. If he can pass the village exam by 16, I will ask my parents to go to your house and propose." Rong Rong, I am serious, so please don't think badly of me. No matter what happens between me and An Hong in the future, it won't affect our sisterly bond. Su Rongrong was not the original owner. She was an outsider. She couldn't really judge this kind of young love. But, in her view, these two were still very young. In modern times, that would definitely be considered early dating. However, in ancient times, people had shorter lifespans, and many became grandparents in their 30s. Dying in your 40s or 50s was considered dying of old age. Living into your 60s or 70s was seen as a long life. So, she didn't pursue this topic further. Instead, she nodded at Lu Miao Miao, who was looking at her expectantly. Honestly, Lu Miao Miao was a bit nervous. She was afraid Su Rongrong wouldn't agree. After all, Su Jinhong was young and considered promising by many. With his abilities, given time, he would surely pass the imperial exams and become a scholar. By then, he would be young, and there would be many suitable brides. She was just a daughter of a small village head, older and not particularly attractive, so she didn't think she was very special. After Su Rongrong nodded, she felt a great weight lift from her heart. Her tone also became a bit more cheerful. Rongrong, after we finish making these noodles, let's make some more when we go back. Our village has many girls, and these noodles are simple. We can sell them for a penny each. We can have the village girls make them, and we can sell them for 5 for a penny. That way, we can earn a little profit. By the way, Manhwa and the others are quite skillful with their hands. They can teach them to make more complicated crafts. These complicated items are worth 2 coins, but if they make them, they only get 1 coin. So, after a month, including what we make ourselves, we might not earn a lot, maybe a few hundred coins at most. Su Rongrong shook her head and said, I don't think that's possible. In the afternoon, the embroidery shop's owner mentioned this. You probably heard it too. They have regular workers who make this batch of goods. This batch needs to be sent to the northern region. According to local customs, once winter begins, every household hangs these festive decorations. But our place is far from the north, more than half a month's journey. And the towns along the way have been raining nonstop lately, with some places experiencing floods. The road is difficult, so to ensure the goods arrive on time, we have to send them early. Plus, one family that usually works for her is away visiting relatives, so it's our turn. We were just lucky. If we had gone 2 days later, or even tomorrow, we wouldn't have a chance. Li Miao had only been looking at the beautiful fabrics and clothes when she entered the embroidery shop, so she didn't hear what Su Rongrong and the owner were talking about. Now hearing this, she feels a bit disappointed. Yes, near Su family village and the surrounding 10 or so villages, there are several households that make a living from embroidery. They deal with shops in the town and county all the time. If they had constant work like this, they would surely know about it. We just happened to stumble upon this by chance. Su Rongrong didn't say anything more. She planned to finish this batch of decorations, then go back and see if she could buy some fabric scraps. If she could buy some, she wanted to try making hair accessories herself. If she could make them well and sell them at a good price, it could be a good way to earn money. Not to mention others, Su Manman's hands are very nimble. She could give this task to her, and maybe she could even develop a business making hair accessories. While Su Rongrong was thinking about all this, Li Miao's noodles were almost ready. After she scooped the noodles into chicken soup, she said, Rongrong, tonight we'll have chicken giblets. As for young Master Bailey, we'll make tofu with steamed minced pork and scrambled eggs. Does that sound good? Su Rongrong had no objections and casually replied, Okay, let's do as you say. However, the soup still needed to be prepared. I have already soaked the red beans. Just cut some pumpkin and cook it together. All right, I'll do that. You should go now, or the noodles will get clumpy. Su Rongrong took the chicken soup noodles from her and turned to leave. When she returned to the room where Su Jinhong was, she saw him opening his eyes, looking at the ceiling, softly muttering a prayer. Hearing the noise, he turned his head to look over. Su Rongrong first placed the bowl on the table, then went over to help him sit up before bringing the bowl to him. Because Su Jinhong's hands were injured, Su Rongrong fed him. Su Jinhong was mature for his age. If it weren't for Su Rongrong, a time traveler, he might not have been so grown up. Among the 5 siblings in the Su family, he was the earliest to mature. When his parents passed away, he was less than 10 years old. Since he wasn't the oldest, he was forcibly separated from the family by the clan. Over the years, besides studying hard, he would spend any free time connecting with his other sisters to strengthen their bond. Apart from his younger brother Jin Hui, who was taken to the city early, he had good relationships with his eldest sister Su Rongrong, third sister Su Man, and fourth sister Su Qiao. His eldest sister was gentle and weak, like a soft bun, easily controlled by the family. The third sister was clever but a bit stubborn, always thinking only of herself. The fourth sister was even more difficult, raised to have high ambitions and dreams of marrying into wealth. At a young age, she dreamed of a future life of luxury. He himself wanted to support his sisters and younger brother, to stand out and make a better life. So, he had to study hard, even if it meant being bullied by the family. He knew that Qinshi didn't want him to go to school at all. The books he copied and his homework had been torn many times. Once, feeling angry, he went to complain to the clan leader. But Qinshi falsely accused him, saying he looked down on the handwritten books they bought and insisted they buy expensive printed ones. She even claimed he deliberately tore the books to force them. It was at that moment he realized how ridiculous the clan leader's promises to support and protect them really were. That matter was left unresolved, and he was beaten by Qinshi afterward. Qinshi also threatened him, saying that if he dared to complain again, she would burn the books left by their father. He also said that when the time comes, he would be driven out of the house, accused of being unfilial, and prevented from taking the imperial exams. So, in order to have the chance to study, he endured being beaten and scolded. Originally, he planned to try the provincial exam next year. If he passed, he would gain influence in his clan. Then, the people of the Su family, including the clan leader and his siblings who support the family, would have to think twice. As long as he stood tall, others wouldn't dare to do anything to them. But before he could take the exam, his eldest sister had an accident. When he learned from Lu Miao about his sister's demands for the Su family, he started to think. He is the eldest son of his father, and if his sister wants their father's branch of the family to split off, he must also split away. He must not let others take what belongs to his family. But who would have thought it would turn out so tragic? Su Rongrong didn't realize that while she was just feeding him noodles, Su Jinhong was thinking deeply. After finishing a bowl of noodles and chicken soup, she asked seriously, "Are you serious about Miao Miao?" Su Jinhong, who was still thinking about future plans, suddenly felt his face warm when he heard this. But since his sister knew, he had nothing to hide. "Yeah, Miao Miao is very good. I think my future wife should be like her. If it's allowed, I want to marry her." Su Rongrong found it a bit strange that a 12-year-old boy was talking about marriage. But in ancient times, it was normal for girls to marry at the age of 16 or 18. Moreover, Miao Miao said she would wait until she was 18, and Jin Hong was only 16 when he took the provincial exam. 18 and 16 are not too far apart. If he passed the exam early, they could get engaged first and marry later. Even if they married earlier, it was okay, as long as some things could be delayed. Having children later was better for health. Thinking quickly, Su Rongrong said, "Miao Miao is older than you. Usually girls in our village don't stay unmarried for too long. Even if her family loves her very much, they wouldn't let her stay past 18. You should try to pass the provincial exam early and get engaged first. When you're 16, if you want to marry her, that's fine too. She is still young and too eager to engage in romantic matters, which is not good for her health. Also, Miao Miao had a child early, which caused her body a lot of harm. In my opinion, it's best to wait until after 20. But it's too early to talk about this now. The most important thing is for you to recover your health first. Big sister, I understand. Don't worry, I know what to do. If I can fully recover before February next year, I will try to take the exam then. My plan was to take the county exam in February. I also discussed it with my teacher, and he said I could give it a try. If I pass, that's great. If not, it's okay. I just want to experience the atmosphere. I'm still young and don't expect to pass on my first try. When Su Jinhong said this, he remembered what Su Rongrong had said and added, Big sister, I know you owe a lot of silver because of me. Although I can't help much now, don't worry. Once I recover, I will find ways to lessen the family's burden. Since I've been able to write reasonably well since I was young, I plan to find a job at a bookstore. I can't do much else, but copying books is something I can do, and I can also practice my writing. Seeing how eager he was to help, Su Rongrong said, There's no rush. I told Lord Bailey that I will pay him back over 5 years. Your hand isn't fully healed yet, and even when it is, you need to rest and can't always hold a pen. Now, don't think about anything else. Focus on recovering your health first. As long as you get better and have a bright future, that will be the best reward for me and Man. Right now, I will register a household for a daughter. When the time comes, you and Man will be under my household registration. When you turn 16, the household registration will automatically change to a male head, and then you'll need to handle things like conscription yourself. So, if you can pass the scholar exam before 16, that would be wonderful. I didn't want to pressure you, but our family is in this situation, so you need to be aware. Su Jinhong didn't reply, only nodded seriously. Seeing this, Su Rongrong didn't take her bowl away, but moved to sit where Lu Miao was, picking up her half-finished weaving. As she started weaving, Su Jinhong's gaze fell on her. After a while, he sighed and said, Big sister, you've really changed a lot. Su Rongrong replied without looking up, People who have died once can't stay the same forever. If I don't change, our siblings might be eaten by the villagers until nothing is left but bones. I think it's fine to be like this now. Even if we lose the support of the villagers later and others see us as young and think they can bully us, we can live freely. If anyone dares to bother us, we will fight back hard. Worrying about this, or that just makes life harder. Jinhong, I want to tell you, face is the most valuable thing but also the least valuable. It depends on whether you care about it or not. Jinhong fell silent again after hearing this. After a moment he said, Big sister, there's something that's been bothering me for a long time. If it were you, what would you do? Huh? What is it? Tell me. Jinhong then explained how he was being bullied by his family, especially by Qin's actions. After hearing this, Su Rongrong couldn't help but feel a bit emotional inside. Even if Jinhong is mature for his age, he's still only 12. So, when it comes to handling things, he's not always fully thoughtful. Despite that, she carefully replied, People like Qin know you want to study and care about your reputation, so they use that to control you. The best way is to get help from others. The village chief isn't reliable, but you can count on your siblings. In the past, I probably couldn't help you, but Manny and Meow Meow can. Manny is smart, though a bit selfish, but she cares about you as her second brother. Meow Meow doesn't need me to say anything. If you tell her, she'll definitely protect you. Wouldn't it be better for them to cause a fuss and make trouble at the Su family's house than for you to go alone to the village chief? Jinhong once again fell silent. He had never thought about telling Lu Miao or Su Manny about this. To him, telling them would just make them worry unnecessarily. But now, after hearing his sister's words, he couldn't help but wonder, what if Meow Meow and Manny found out? How would they react? Thinking about Lu Miao's personality, even if she couldn't help herself, she would definitely ask her father for help. And Manny would surely seize the chance to cause trouble at the Su family's house. When the time comes, things will surely get messy. If I cooperate a little, maybe it can be resolved. Just let everyone see Qin's true nature, then he can openly tell the Su family that he can't focus on studying in such a chaotic home environment. It seems like all problems could be easily solved this way. Of course, this depends on the Su family still having hope in him, wishing he would bring honor to the family. It looks like he was overthinking. From now on, he won't do this again. Whenever something happens, he will talk to his family. The idea of only sharing good news and hiding worries isn't really useful. Maybe he thought that even if his family knew, they couldn't help much. But in reality, could they help? His family, besides Jin Hui, who is far in the capital, genuinely cares about him. Even Xiao Qiao, she hopes her second brother will do well so she can benefit and marry into a wealthy family. In Su Jiachuan village, Xiao Xiao happily stands at Tao's door holding an embroidery handkerchief. But as she waits and waits, she can't find Su Man, and her mood starts to darken. Beside her, Su Yunxia, who came with her, is already getting impatient. Seeing that it's getting dark, she finally speaks. Xiao Xiao, maybe Man went to Aunt Gui's house. We've been waiting here, but maybe we should go see her. Xiao Xiao is already unhappy. Hearing this, she snapped back. Are you stupid? How can you say such thoughtless words? She already took the land deed back, so why go to Aunt Gui's house? Su Yunxia is 3 years older than Xiao Xiao, just turned 12 last month. At this age, whether in the city or countryside, she's considered a young lady. Now, being scolded as thoughtless and stupid by a girl she looked down on, she gets angry too. Xiao Xiao, what about your manners? I am your foster sister. How can you talk to me like that? With your current attitude, when you go to Fong's house, will you still be able to get along? Don't forget, no wealthy family would want a daughter-in-law without manners. Originally unhappy, Su Xiao stiffened upon hearing these words. Soon, she turned around, bowed her head, and said with apology, Miss Yunxia, I'm sorry. I was reckless. Please forgive me. I hope you can overlook my mistake. Yunxia looked at her small, delicate face, which was unusually pretty for her age, and felt pleased. But she didn't want to miss this chance, so she said, Xiao Xiao, you've been taught well these past 2 days. Have you forgotten everything? You curse people foolishly, then expect others to forgive you, with a light remark. Do you think that's how things are done in a wealthy family? Xiao Xiao felt a bit annoyed, but thinking about going to the Fong residence later and needing to support her family, she reluctantly replied, Miss Yunxia, I also have a silver ear pendant that I got from my eldest sister. If you like it, I'll give it to you later. Please don't be angry with me. Having gotten what she wanted, Yunxia suppressed her excitement and nodded quietly. Seeing her no longer speak, Xiao Xiao's unhappiness grew a little more. But no matter how upset she was, she couldn't do anything, since she was going to the Fong residence in a few days. And the reason she could get in was thanks to Yunxia's uncle. Once inside, she knew she'd have to rely on others to have a good life. So, compared to her future prospects, she thought the gift was worth it. Her adoptive mother said that as long as she entered that house and the young master saw her pretty face, she would surely be promoted to a top maid. When she grew older, she could become a concubine's maid. Later, she hoped to have a son or daughter early, so she could become the lady of the house. Once she had children and looked beautiful, she believed she could become the main wife. Even if she couldn't, she could be a favored concubine. Her adoptive mother also said she was lucky, born a twin of a dragon and phoenix, and born into a scholar's family. She was different from the girls in the village. Even her 2 older sisters couldn't compare to her. She was destined for wealth and status, and would surely stand firm in the Fong household. While the people in Sujia village struggled to eat, stay warm, and lived in broken houses, she had already begun a luxurious life, dressed in fine clothes and serving as a maid. While Xiao Xiao was lost in these thoughts, Su Man and Taoya returned. Both of them are carrying a bundle of firewood, but Taoya's bundle is larger, while Su Man's is smaller. When Su Xiao faintly saw someone approaching, she went over. Third sister, Su Man was very tired at this moment. Seeing this mischievous little sister, she didn't bother to talk to her. Seeing that Su Man was ignoring her, Su Xiao couldn't help but open her arms and block her. Su Man, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me talking to you? Su Man felt very exhausted. She had never felt this tired before, not even when helping to support the family. Finally, she decided to help her eldest sister share the family burden. But seeing Su Xiao behave like this, her frustration reached its limit. They are all children of the family, all girls. Su Xiao is just a year or so younger than her. Why should she work herself to the bone for the family, while Su Xiao can stand there and bother her? Thinking this, she threw down the bundle of firewood and looked at the little girl in front of her with a stern face.
Speak.
Why did you come to find me? What's the matter? Su Xiao waited at Taoya's house for nearly an hour and a half. Plus, She was upset because Su Yunxia had taken away a silver bell. Seeing Su Manman's attitude made her even more annoyed. She held out her palm to Su Manman, asking for something. In a few days, I will be going to Fong's house. The things I stored at your place, shouldn't you return them to me? Su Qiao and Su Jinhui are a pair of twins and the youngest two children in the family. When they were born, the family was doing well, so Su Zidan and his wife gave them a pair of gold and silver longevity locks and a pair of solid silver bracelets. When the siblings were separated, Su Manman kept these items carefully. She said these were things her parents bought for her younger siblings and shouldn't be divided. But now, since her younger siblings are too young to keep these items themselves, otherwise they might disappear suddenly. So, the items have always been kept at her place. Over the years, Su Qiao had come to ask for these things, but Su Manman refused, saying she was not yet 12 years old. Su Qiao caused a fuss, and even took her foster mother and family to make trouble. But Su Manman was tough. If she said no, she meant no, and no matter how much they fussed, it was useless. Furthermore, she said that there was no name written on those items. She claimed that if she said they belonged to her, then they did. Su Qiao couldn't compete with her. Even if she went to find Su Rongrong and Su Jinhong, it wouldn't help. Even more, Su Rongrong earnestly said that Su Manman was doing it for her own good, asking her to be patient. When she grew older, she would return everything to her. For example, the earrings she gave to Su Yunxia were originally given by Su Rongrong to help her calm down. Although she is not 12 years old now, she is about to go to Fong's house soon. After that, she probably won't come back often, so she naturally wants to take those things with her. She has no money, and she also wants to sell those items for some cash. After all, in a wealthy family, not having money is a big problem. Su Manman always knew that this girl had been spoiled, and no matter what she said, she couldn't change her. Now, hearing that she was going to Fong's house, she was furious. Her face instantly darkened, and she gritted her teeth as she asked, "Going to Fong's house? When was that decided? What are you going there to do?" Su Qiao saw her look a little scared, but thinking that they weren't registered under the same household, she bravely said, "Yesterday I went to town, and today it was decided. I'm going there to be a maid." Su Manman couldn't stand it anymore and slapped her hard. With a loud smack, Su Qiao's head tilted to the side. In the faint light, Taoya saw that Su Qiao's face was swelling quickly, and there was even some blood at the corner of her mouth. She couldn't help but cry out in shock. Man. Seeing Su Qiao's full of hatred eyes, Su Man turned to look at Su Yunxia, who was trying to run away. Then she made a sudden decision, just like her older sister had done before, and kicked her hard. After Su Yunxia fell to the ground, she quickly moved forward, sat her down, and raised her hand to slap her across the face. "You wicked girl, your whole family will not have a good life. I've always known your family has rotten hearts, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Did you really tell her to use toilet paper? Are you sure you didn't just trick her into becoming a beauty paper? While my family was in chaos, you took advantage and convinced her to go along." After speaking, she turned to look at Su Qiao and asked, "Have you signed the contract to sell yourself?" Su Qiao's head was buzzing, and she looked at her third sister, Su Man, with hatred. But when she saw Su Yunxia's expression and Su Man's fierce gaze, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Angry and upset, she truthfully replied, "Yes, I signed it before coming back today." Su Man was furious and wanted to hurt her. Why did she and her eldest sister have to suffer so much? They just wanted their second brother to succeed and take care of them. But now, Qiao had sold herself into slavery, and it was for something called beauty paper. What kind of place was she putting their second brother in? And what about her and her eldest sister? Thinking of this, she stood up again and kicked Su Yunxia hard, then reached out to Su Qiao. "Bring the money from selling yourself. Tomorrow morning, come with me to find our eldest sister." She didn't know how to solve this problem, so she could only go to her eldest sister. Her eldest sister knew a young man named Bailey, who was the son of a county magistrate. If he could help, the Fong family might be more willing to talk. After all, the Fong family was just a merchant family and wouldn't dare oppose officials. But this meant Bailey would owe the Fong family a favor. Would he be willing to owe them for her sake? She wasn't sure. At this moment, Su Qiaoqiao's head was less dizzy. When she heard Su Manman ask for money, she quickly shook her head. No, that was my money from selling myself. I can't give it to you. Su Manman didn't care about anything else and turned to Taoya. Big sister Taoya, please go to the village chief's house and borrow a cart for me. I need to go to the county town to find my eldest sister tomorrow morning. Taoya didn't know what beauty paper was. Seeing Su Manman's frantic actions, she couldn't help but ask, Man, what is beauty paper? Isn't it what Xiao Qiao said, that when she goes to the toilet, they give her paper? Su Manman forced herself to hold back her anger and looked at Su Qiao with a mocking expression. She spoke slowly and clearly. Beauty paper, to put it simply, refers to the servants from wealthy families who are made to do humiliating chores for their masters. Su Qiao, do you understand? You wouldn't just be serving your master politely, you'd be forced to do something deeply shameful. Tell me, do you still want to go? When Su Qiao heard this, she froze as if struck by lightning. After a long moment, she looked at Su Manman in disbelief. No, that can't be true. You must be mistaken, third sister. I would never do something like that. Su Manman stepped on Su Yunxia's back and asked coldly, Tell me, were you planning to send Qiao to be a beauty paper? Su Yunxia, already beaten and in pain, didn't dare to speak. Hearing how clearly Su Manman understood what that meant, she grew even more terrified. She was afraid Su Manman might come after her family next. The Su family's reputation had already suffered because of Su Rongrong's past troubles. Her parents, worried that Su Qiao might be influenced by her, decided to send her away. Since they needed money to avoid labor service, they schemed to send her to the Fong household. In their eyes, Su Qiao, though proud, was still naive. Once sold to the Fong family, she would never return. If she couldn't bear the humiliation, she might even lose hope entirely. That way, her parents would not only get the silver from selling her, but also receive 2 acres of good farmland. To them, it seemed like a profitable deal, better than what their relatives had managed. They even promised Su Yunxia that she would get 1 tael of silver from the sale as part of her future dowry. When Su Qiao saw Su Yunxia remain silent, her heart sank. Soon, tears streamed down her face like broken pearls. Third sister, I don't want to go. I don't want to be a beauty paper. As she spoke, the thought of it made her feel sick, and she turned away to retch. The Tao family's men, her father, grandfather, and older brother, had gone hunting in the mountains early that morning. They wouldn't be back for 2 or 3 days. Only her mother and sister-in-law are at home now. They were cooking in the house when they heard a loud noise outside, so they came out to see what was happening. What they saw was Su Qiao hiding to the side, vomiting, while Su Manman was stepping on Su Yunxia. Their only daughter, Taoya, was angrily scolding Su Qiao. Don't you also know some characters? Are you stupid? When you signed the contract, didn't you read what was written inside? Su Qiao wished she could faint and never wake up again. But since she was still conscious, she kept crying non-stop. Su Manman didn't bother to hit her anymore and had no mood to comfort her. She kicked Su Yunxia again and said to Taoya, go borrow a cart from the village chief. And remember to tell him about this matter. After that, she asked Su Qiao for money again. Where's the money from selling yourself? How much is it in total? Su Qiao didn't dare hide anymore and sniffled. They saw I was pretty and not too old, so they gave me 10 taels of silver. All the money is with Aunt He. She said I need clothes and other things for the house, so she will go buy them for me in the next couple of days. Su Manman ignored Su Yunxia and pulled Su Qiao to her family home. It was already late, and the city gates were closed. She told Taoya to borrow a cart, planning to go into town early the next morning. But before going, she had to get the money from the contract back. Not only the money, but also the land deed. That foolish girl Su Qiao, if she still stays at that home, she'll be sold again sooner or later. If it weren't for her second brother, she wouldn't bother with this useless girl. Since Rong's personality changed greatly, both Hong and Man have also changed. Although Qiao has signed a marriage contract, she hasn't entered the Fong family yet. He feels the nights are long and full of worries, fearing something might go wrong. Thinking this, he didn't wait for Mrs. He to reply and continued, "Go see where Qiao is. It's already dark, so bring her back for dinner. Tomorrow morning, hurry and send her to the Fong residence. Don't delay outside any longer. Who knows if Rome will come back tomorrow? That's not an easy situation. If she finds out and causes trouble, we won't be able to handle it." As he finished speaking, loud angry shouts and curses came from outside. Second sister Su, Mrs. He, come out here. Su Man pulled Su Qiao over. She didn't go into the fence yard, just stood outside and shouted loudly. Hearing her calling the elders that way, Su Qiao said, "Third sister, they are at least my foster parents. You shouldn't speak to them like that." Already angry, Su Man slapped her hard in response.
Fool.
You deserve to be sold. They sold you to lick someone's dirt and you're still talking about manners? Do they deserve it? Su Qiao had never been hit like this before. Even when her family was poor, no one had ever beaten her. But today, her third sister kept hitting her, each time slapping her face. She felt both angry and helpless. Just wait, she thought. When she gets through this tough time and gains power, she will definitely pay back them well. Su Man didn't know that Su Qiao was already planning how to get revenge once she was in a better position. Right now, she looked at the house in front of her. No one was coming out, so she angrily kicked the fence. With a loud bang, the fence fell to the ground, and people inside started to come out one after another. Mrs. He hadn't arrived yet, but her voice was heard first. "Su Man, do you have no manners? It's late at night. Why are you running to my house to cause trouble? Your whole family is terrible and deserves bad luck. Taking advantage of my family's trouble when my older sister and second brother weren't home, you sold Qiao. I knew you were cruel before. To make her eat less, you told her she was pretty and would marry into a wealthy family someday. Rich families don't have overweight people, so she must stay thin and eat less. Now, you are even worse, selling her as a servant and for other shameful purposes. Do you even know what beauty paper is? Those sick-minded people complain about rough paper when they go to the bathroom and want someone to lick it clean. I don't believe you. When you took that foolish girl, you didn't know what was happening. You are truly heartless animals. I feel sick just thinking you share the same family name." Su Man is very brave and speaks loudly. In just a moment, she exposed everything second brother Su and the He family did. He's angry and upset when he sees people gathering around and pointing at his family after hearing this. He immediately looks serious and shouts loudly, "Su Man, what are you talking about? When did our family sell Qiao for what you said?" "Yes, I admit we sent Qiao to Fong's house to be a maid, but she was a proper maid. Not what you're saying. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart." Su Man, inspired by her older sister's example, isn't afraid of He. Seeing she doesn't believe her, she loudly says, "Whether it's true or not, that's not up to you. You know my second brother wants to study and take exams, but you still want Qiao to be a servant. Don't say Fong's house is good. That's what Qiao wants. Qiao is only 9 years old, always in the village. If you didn't tell her, how would she know? And if Fong's house is so good, why didn't you let Su Yunxia sell herself into slavery? You can deny what she was sold for now. Tomorrow morning, I will go find my older sister. I'll ask Bai Li Gongzi for help. I don't believe they can't find out. If Fong's house says she was sold as a beauty paper, we'll see. Since you've gone too far, don't blame me for being ruthless. Everyone just wait. It's best if you don't sleep tonight. If I fall asleep and set the house on fire, burning my whole family, then it's your fault." She then reached out and said, "Give me the money from Xiao's sale." Su Erju was angry to see a young girl daring to threaten them. As a man, he couldn't say much or act violently, so he just signaled to his wife. Hio, holding her senior status, didn't want to fight in front of everyone. She looked at her daughter-in-law. Her daughter-in-law was her niece from her family, always sharing her opinions. Seeing this, she, who was cooking, grabbed a spatula and rushed towards Su Man. Sure enough, you're a wild girl raised without proper guidance. You have no manners at all. Su Qiao, only a young girl, was eager to climb higher. Everyone in the village knew that. She had heard that the Fong family was hiring maids, and she kept pestering her mother-in-law to take her there. But when she told others, it was said that her mother-in-law deliberately sold her. Now she even came to threaten to set fire. Just wait. When I catch you, I won't hold back and will tear your ugly mouth apart. Su Man was just over 10 years old, quick-tongued but at a disadvantage against a healthy woman of 17 or 18. But she was clever. Seeing things weren't right, she ran while shouting, "What? You're so angry, you can't see straight? And you act like Hio cares so much about that silly girl Qiao. If she really had your love, how could she be so thin and worn out? She's so young. When her parents were alive, she only studied and did embroidery every day. But after just 3 years in your house, she keeps talking about getting married. Talking about marrying into a wealthy family. Wasn't that what you taught her? You can be stubborn now, but you'll see the truth when my eldest sister asks young Master Bailey about the Fong family. Night in the countryside is quiet, but the commotion here quickly attracted everyone in the village. Lu Kuan-yuan was eating, but since his house was nearby, he arrived quickly. When he got there, he saw Hio grabbing Su Man with the spatula in her hand, hitting her. Seeing this, he hurriedly shouted, "Stop!" At this moment, Xiaohe's grasping had become so fierce that she finally caught someone. Shouldn't she quickly hit him a few times? So, she ignored Lu Quan's words and used a spatula to hit Su Man while secretly pinching her. Su Man was not someone who would be easily controlled. As she cried out in pain, she also tried to dodge toward Lu Quan. At the same time, she shouted to Taoya, who was already squeezed into the crowd, "Elder sister Taoya, this poisonous woman Xiaohe is pinching my thigh and chest area. It hurts so much. Please help me." Hearing this, Taoya couldn't stand it. She quickly rushed toward Xiaohe. When Xiaohe tried to stop her, she pretended to accidentally bump her to the ground. She was a hunter's daughter and had some skills. With Lu Quan there, she was fast and strong, so Xiaohe was no match for her. In a flash, she grabbed the spatula from Xiaohe's hand, and then, after a few staggering steps, Xiaohe was accidentally knocked down. Lu Quan, as the village chief and a man, couldn't reach out to women. Seeing both Xiaohe and her sister fall to the ground, while Su Erju and his son looked grim and clenched their fists, he frowned and said loudly, "Someone tell me, what exactly is going on here?" When he arrived, Taoya had already told him about Su Qiao being sold. Thinking of Bai Li Zheng's attitude, Su Rongrong's sudden change in personality, and what Master Yang had said, he made a decision. Su Man never missed a chance that could benefit her. While the onlookers were chattering and Lu Quan was talking, she loudly explained again why she came here to cause trouble. Finally, she pushed aside the crying Su Qiao, who had red eyes from crying in the corner. "Tell me, how much money did you sell yourself for, and where is it?" Su Qiao, crying so hard her mind was a bit foggy, heard this and instinctively said, "There are 10 taels of silver, all with Aunt He. She said I didn't have decent clothes or jewelry, so when I entered that mansion, people would look down on me and bully me for being poor. She also said she would buy me clothes and a hairpin in the county tomorrow, and then buy a box of rouge." Hearing this, Su Man said, "You're too young, not even 10 years old. Why do you need rouge?" Mrs. He said that as a young lady, when possible, I should dress up. Rouge can make a person's complexion look better, so I must buy some. She spoke with a look of sadness and continued, "Clothes, hair accessories, and rouge are all expensive. My 10 taels of silver might not be enough. Fortunately, Mrs. He doesn't want to see me disappointed. She said as long as I can live well at the Fong residence, she will grit her teeth and add some of her own silver to buy them for me. She has no other demands, only hoping I have a good life at the Fong house and remember to support their family. Everyone present, upon hearing this, looked at Mrs. He with different expressions. They also looked at Su Qiao and couldn't help but feel worried for Su Rongrong. Having someone sold and still counting money for her, and finally being grateful to her sister. Thinking about such days makes people feel upset. Without waiting for Su Man to speak, Lu Quan directly looked at Su Erju. This matter is your wife's fault. The silver is taken, and your children will have no connection to your family from now on. And the land deed should also be taken, and then it will be settled. If you don't do this, that's fine. When dawn comes, I will go to the city and honestly report to Lord Wang. Then, your family will be judged accordingly. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Earlier, Mrs. He had taken Su Qiao to Fengwu Town to find a way into the Fong residence, so she didn't know why Lu Quan was so firm now. Usually, the village head wouldn't interfere in such matters. Each family handles their own issues. So now, besides her, everyone else's faces turned pale, confused. Earlier, Master Yang had spoken outside Su Da's house, and Su Erju and others knew about it. They also knew how Lu Quan was handling this matter. Now, the property belonging to Su Zidai, except for the land given to the twin children Su Jinhui and Su Qiao, was returned to Su Rongrong, including the ancestral land and the house. This made clan leader Su Malin so angry he fell ill on the spot. Didn't he see that his family was in such trouble? Why didn't the clan leader come? Su Malin, who was worried about Su Erju, was old and moved slowly. When he arrived, he just happened to hear Lu Quan's words. Not knowing what was happening, he asked, "Who can tell me what's really going on?" Su Man didn't give anyone a chance. She immediately raised her voice and repeated the story of how Su Qiao was sold to be a beauty paper. Finally, she said with a sneer, "Luckily, my eldest sister was wise and left the Su family early. Otherwise, our brothers and sisters might have been so badly eaten up that there wouldn't even be a bone left." In the past few days, Su Malin has lost face in the village. Losing the house and all the family fields to Lu Quan already hurt him deeply. He planned to hide at home until the fuss died down before going out. But then, Su Qiao's family situation worsened again, and it was even more chaotic than before. These years, Muyang Prefecture has had good harvests, and as long as people work hard, they can feed themselves. No one would easily sell their children or daughters. After all, being servants or maids is shameful for ancestors. But in their village, no, in their clan, a family actually sold their adopted daughter, whom they had worked so hard to get. Selling a child into slavery is already shameful, but selling her to be a beauty paper, someone who isn't treated as a person, is even worse. Su Qiao, no matter what, is a talented girl, one of the only twin dragons and phoenixes in their village. Yet they treat her so badly. If this gets out, even the ancestors' faces will be lost. So, after hearing this, he didn't say a word, his face darkening, and he turned around and left. He was still hopeful when he came, but seeing this, he sure was stunned. No. Why did the clan leader leave without defending them? Just as she was about to call someone, Xiao He sure grabbed her, whispered to her, and finally her face changed again and again. Su Man didn't care what they thought and continued. Qiao sold how much silver, you all know. I don't want to say more. As long as you take out the silver and return everything that belongs to Qiao, we won't pursue this matter. How to handle the sale contract is our family's business. But if you hide the silver and I find out later that it's not the right amount, don't blame me for being rude. I'll trade my life to protect your family, and I think it's worth it. It's up to you whether you think you're worth it. Next to her, Taoya listened and knew she was copying Rong again. I wonder how Rong will feel when she finds out later. At that time, Su Rongrong in the county town did not know that her third sister had caused a big scene in the village. To keep up with the schedule, she worked late into the night until the end of the hour of the pig, around 11 p.m., before finally resting. The next morning, she got up very early, even before dawn. For breakfast, it was still made by Lu Miao. The meal was simple, rice porridge with a side of pickled vegetables bought from outside. Of course, For Bai Li Zheng and his attendants, there was an extra plate of fried eggs. After eating, as she was daydreaming and gazing into the distance, who came over. Miss Rongrong, my young master requests to see you. Su Rongrong didn't know why Bai Li Zheng wanted to see her so early, but she still stepped forward to go. When she arrived, she saw Bai Li Zheng put down his books and take out a piece of paper from his sleeve pocket, handing it to her. Take a look. Su Rongrong, confused, reached out to take it. When she looked down, she saw the message. Qing'an Prefecture and Funing Prefecture are suffering from severe flooding. The situation is urgent. Please inform Wang Jianguang and notify the county office to prepare quickly. Su Rongrong knew a little about the flooding from her embroidery shop's owner, but not much. Seeing Bai Li Zheng's serious expression, she asked, Are Qing'an Prefecture and Funing Prefecture far from here? They are neighboring on either side, he replied. Hearing this, Su Rongrong's heart sank. Right now, she had just left the Su family, and her family had nothing. Not to mention whether there might also be flooding there. The price of grain would definitely be affected and likely to rise. At the moment, she had no money. Her family still needed to buy many things. Not to mention, the pots, bowls, and winter clothes and quilts were all essentials. Winter quilts were okay, she had some in her space, and she could take them out when needed. But the winter clothes for Man and Jean Hong really needed to be made. Besides these, grain was the most important. She didn't even count the money owed to Bai Li Zheng, and the remaining amount she had was not to be used lightly. After all, Jean Hong's hand still needed to be treated with other medicines. Now, grain prices would definitely rise, and next year's situation was uncertain. Naturally, having more grain at home was the best. Thinking this through, Su Rongrong said, Thank you, young Master Bai Li, for informing me. I will go buy grain right away. Fortunately, she made a lot of netting last night, or she really wouldn't be able to go out at this time. Bai Li Zheng saw her finish speaking and turned to leave, not saying anything further. He had helped as much as he could, and since the other person didn't mention borrowing money, he naturally didn't push. After instructing who to tell Lord Wang about this matter, he didn't interfere anymore. Su Rongrong learned the news, but didn't leave immediately. Instead, she went to Su Jean Hong's room. Lu Miao was sitting nearby, working on netting. When she saw Su Rongrong, she said directly, Miao, Jean Hong, just now Lord Bai Li received news that Funing Prefecture and Qing'an Prefecture are suffering from floods, and the situation is quite serious. You both know our family situation. Right now, we don't have a single grain of rice at home. Soon, our area will be affected, and food prices will keep rising. I want to buy more grain while we can. As the daughter of the village chief, Lu Miao was quite insightful. Hearing this, she took a small purse from her bosom and handed it over. Rong, I don't have much money. You can take it and use it. We don't need to buy the best rice. Coarse grains and flour that can fill our stomachs are enough. Whatever we can buy is good. Yesterday, you mentioned that the embroidery shop's owner said there was a flood outside.
I didn't take it seriously then.
Now it seems the situation outside is very serious. We should buy as much as possible, ideally enough, so we won't have to worry about food for the next 2 or 3 years. No one knows how the next year's harvest will turn out. And we don't know if our area will be affected if it keeps raining, no one can say. So, the more food we have, the more at ease we will be. As she spoke, her own unease grew. She wished she could conjure up 100 or 200 taels of silver. Su Jean Hong already knew how much money his sister had. Hearing this, he hardened his heart and said, Big sister, you should use all the silver.
Don't leave any for me.
My hand will heal slowly after using the current medicine and the bone-healing ointment. There's no need to combine it with other medicines. Lu Miao immediately snapped back. How can that be? No, nothing is more important than your hand. After speaking, she looked at Su Rongrong. Rongrong, I still have a silver hairpin and a pair of silver bracelets, gifts from my grandmother and mother for my coming-of-age ceremony. You should use the silver you have now to buy grain, whatever you can buy. In a few days after I go back, I will sell those items. Then we can buy pots, bowls, and other household things. Food supplies can't be delayed. Even one more day could cause prices to go up. But those things, no matter what, won't increase in price again. They might even become cheaper. Su Rongrong doesn't plan to take Lu Miao's things. If nothing else, she can sell some items from her space. As for the money, I will find a way. Meow meow. Keep your things for now. I'm here to tell you the situation, so you know what's going on. Also, Jin Hong is with me, and if needed, Prince Bai Li is also there. Meow meow, if you have nothing urgent, you should go back first. You need to tell your father. Lu Miao doesn't want to go back, but she knows she must tell her father. Her father is the village chief. If he didn't know about this, it wouldn't matter. But now that he does, he will definitely tell the villagers. Not every family in Sujia village has stored food. Some people still need to buy grain to survive. For example, Taoya's family is in this situation. So she hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I'll go back now. Once my father knows, I'll come back, Su Rongrong said. Meow meow, hopefully Jin Hong will be back tomorrow. My family doesn't know much about the situation. If it's convenient, could you also keep an eye on things for me? Lu Miao hesitated, then looked back at Su Jin Hong. Su Jin Hong didn't want her to keep running around. He said, Meow meow, after you go back, help me watch over Man Man and Chow Chow. Mainly Chow Chow. I heard Aunt he say that there isn't enough silver in the family to pay the tax. I'm worried she might try to use Chow Chow. That girl is quite naive, only trusting her slick-tongued foster mother. As her second brother, he tried to warn her, but it didn't work. He was afraid that while he wasn't looking, that foolish girl might be sold. No one expected that right after Su Jin Hong finished speaking, before Lu Miao and Su Rongrong could leave, Wang Steward's voice came from outside. Miss Su, there's someone outside claiming to be your third sister, bringing a young girl with red, swollen eyes, saying she wants to see you. I think she looks quite similar to you, so I had her brought to the small flower hall. Do you want to go and check? Su Rongrong was confused, but Su Jin Hong's face darkened. He said, Big sister, I'll go too. The girl brought by Man Man was definitely Chow Chow. But this girl has never liked Chow Chow. If there was no reason, she wouldn't bring her here. This means something big has happened. Su Rongrong was just about to go out to buy food when she heard this. She immediately thought of Su Man Man's clever hands and came up with an idea. Since the person is here, might as well let her work. In the small flower hall, Su Man Man sat obediently with Chow Chow. She didn't even dare to drink the tea served by the maid. She was afraid that if her big sister wasn't here, she would have to pay for the tea later. Next to her, Chow Chow, with swollen eyes, was trying to keep her eyes wide open, looking at the scene and objects in front of her, her eyes filled with envy. If one day she could live in such a nice house and be the owner here, how wonderful would that be? Aunt he said she was born to enjoy such happiness. She should be living a life surrounded by servants. If her father hadn't died, she might already be a young lady from a wealthy family. Not only would she have a carriage to go out, but also attentive maids to serve her. Seeing her like this, Su Man Man almost wanted to roll her eyes, but the occasion wasn't right. In her opinion, Chow Chow was beyond saving. Now, her only purpose was to prevent her from ruining her second brother's reputation. So, when Su Rongrong arrived, she didn't hide from anyone but took out a bulging purse from her bosom. Big sister, that fool Chow Chow signed a contract to sell herself to Fong's house yesterday. Not only a death contract, but she's also going to become a servant girl for lewd purposes. While holding her hands up and walking somewhat awkwardly, Su Jin Hong heard this and suddenly felt weak in the legs, collapsing forward. Lu Miao, walking beside him, was so frightened she hurriedly reached out to help him. But she didn't dare to touch him directly, instinctively grabbing his clothes and pulling him back. However, her strength was too much, and Su Jin Hong's clothes, which had been worn for years and patched many times, couldn't withstand the pull. With a loud ripping sound, his clothes tore apart. Su Rongrong, who was just a step away from him, turned around immediately upon hearing the noise. Fortunately, there was no real danger. As everyone gasped in surprise, she quickly dodged his hand, hugged his shoulder, and kept him steady. Su Jin Hong was also quite frightened. His older sister owed a large debt to Lord Bailey, because of his hand. If his carelessness caused his hand to never heal, then even if he died, he would be guiltless. Luckily, everything was fine, and it was a relief that nothing happened. After helping her stabilize, Su Rongrong looked at Su Man, whose face had turned pale from fear. "Tell me, what exactly is going on?" Su Man's heart was pounding from the shock. Hearing this, she instinctively said, "That fool Su Qiao believed what the He family said. She didn't even read the contract properly and sold herself to the Fong family. When I asked her what she was going to do as a maid, she said it was because the master needed to use the bathroom and she was just passing paper. Big sister, you've probably heard about the Fong family's strange habits, right? They are just a merchant family, trying to imitate the noble families, using fancy paper. That fool is going to be a beauty paper." She even proudly said that because she's pretty, the Fong family paid her 10 taels of silver. Before Su Rongrong could speak, Su Jinhong, with a stern face, asked in a deep voice, "Su Qiao, do you really want to marry into a wealthy family?" At this moment, Su Qiao didn't dare to speak. When she saw her older sister and second brother, she immediately looked down and avoided their gaze. Faced with her second brother's words, she pressed her lips tightly and said nothing. Su Rongrong saw she was silent and stepped forward, pinching her chin to lift her face gently, speaking in an unusually soft voice. "Qiao, we're not little girls anymore, right? You're 9 years old now. Since you can sign a contract to sell yourself, you should have the courage to do what's necessary. Don't you agree?" When Su Qiao heard this, she realized she wasn't planning to help her, and a look of fear flashed in her eyes. "No, big sister, I don't want to. I won't lick that disgusting thing. I don't want to." "Don't want to? Then why did you sign that contract? You're literate after all, not illiterate." Su Qiao thought that after telling her older sister about this, she would help her get rid of the contract. But she didn't expect her sister not only to ignore the problem but also to give her a hard time. Could it be that her sister was worried that her reputation might affect her second brother? Thinking this, she said, "Big sister, I was wrong, really wrong. At that time, I thought if I could join the Fong family, I would have a good life, enjoy luxury, and become a favored concubine or mistress. So I didn't pay attention. I don't want to be a beauty paper, not at all. Please help me, okay? I'm your younger sister. If my reputation is ruined, it won't be good for you. Second brother or third sister, right?" Su Rongrong let go of her hand, pushed her back, and with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, said, "I'm now officially registered as a daughter of my own household, starting from our father's generation, separated from the Su clan. Jin Hong and Man will be under my name. As for you, you're not from the same branch or household as us, so what are you afraid of? And you still say it will affect us? With your attitude, do you think you deserve better? You just like to climb high and only want to be a wealthy lady. You can go ahead and do that. We won't stop you." After speaking, she handed the money bag from Su Man and shoved it into her arms. "Now, take this money for selling yourself and get out of here." Su Man saw this and didn't dare make a sound. In Su Jinhong's eyes, there was full of pain. He could tell that because of Qiao's threat, Big Sister was truly upset and angry. Qiao didn't think she was doing anything wrong. She even thought it was just bad luck having to become a beauty paper. If today she was a different girl, she would probably still help He-sure as before. She might even scold those older siblings for meddling. Her morals were crooked, and if she couldn't straighten them out, she might as well give up. Su Qiao never imagined that her usually gentle and soft big sister would abandon her over such a small matter. She even told her to get lost. At that moment, she was truly scared. She no longer acted like she did when she first came in, ignoring them and not even apologizing. Immediately, she knelt on the ground, holding Su Rongrong's foot, crying, "Big sister, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have used second brother's reputation to threaten you. And I dare not sell myself into slavery. No, I don't want to marry into a wealthy family anymore. Please save me, save me. I don't want to be a beauty paper. I don't want to lick those disgusting things. Big sister, I beg you, I really know I was wrong. I kowtow to you and promise I will listen to you from now on. She pushed the silver forward, knelt on the ground, and knocked her head loudly several times. Even Su Man, who often disagreed with her, couldn't bear to look away at this moment. Su Rongrong didn't speak. After she had bowed 5 times, she crouched down and held her head to stop her from bowing further. Su Qiao looked at her with hope. Su Rongrong's voice was still gentle, but her words made Su Qiao feel like she was falling into an icy pit. It's okay if you want to come back. Because of your second brother, we owe Young Master by Li 150 taels. Your matters, I can't handle them myself. I can only ask Young Master by Li. He's a young man from a government family, and he wouldn't know favors just for me, an outsider. So, we need to give him something in return. A flat rate of 50 taels. What do you think? Su Qiao was stunned. She didn't expect that at this moment, her older sister would still talk about money. Su Rongrong ignored her and continued. If you agree, I'll go find Young Master Bai Li. From now on, you stay at home and do chores. I'll keep track of your earnings. When you earn 50 taels on your own, I'll set you free. Whether you want to marry into a wealthy family or continue working for a big household as a servant, I won't interfere. Su Man and Su Jin Hong sighed in relief upon hearing this. This way, with the debt hanging over her, Su Qiao would have some restraint and wouldn't be as unruly as before. If she refused, then such a sister was not worth keeping. If she agreed, there might still be hope. Later, they would teach her slowly. Over time, as she grew older, she would naturally realize that what he sure had taught her before was wrong. Su Qiao no longer wanted to be a wealthy lady. All she could think about was how long it would take to earn 50 taels. Even if she was ignorant, knowing how hard it was for villagers to save 2 or 3 taels a year, she understood. If that was the case, then she would be working alone her whole life, constantly earning and paying off debts. Thinking about how she worked hard to earn a few coins only to have to give them away made her feel overwhelmed. But the thought of having to flatter those disgusting people made her unbearable. At this moment, she was caught in a dilemma and also hated her own carelessness. Before signing the handprint, if she had carefully read the sale contract, she wouldn't have fallen into this situation. Of course, she also held a small hope in her heart. What if she wasn't just a pretty girl for sale, but an ordinary servant girl? Su Rongrong saw that she remained silent for a long time, her eyes no longer showing panic, but even a hint of hope had disappeared completely. She looked at Su Man and said, Man, she has made her choice. Let's send her away. Prince Bailey said that in a few days, my household registration will be finalized and your and Jin Hong's names will be added. In the future, the 3 of us can live together. If Jin Hui comes back and wants to return home, then the 4 of us will live together. As for this girl, just pretend we never had her. Su Qiao's mouth moved faster than her brain. Hearing this, she quickly said, Big sister, I agree. I promise to give Prince Bailey 50 taels. Please don't send me away. After speaking, she realized her mistake, and a look of regret flashed in her eyes. Why did I say that? Maybe her sale contract was just for a servant girl. Soon she thought again. What if she was just a pretty girl for sale? She simply couldn't afford to gamble, nor did she want to do something so humble that it was worse than an animal. Only dogs eat feces. She was a human, a daughter of a scholar, and one of the twin dragons. How could she do such a humble thing? If her second brother became a successful candidate or a high-ranking official, she might have a chance to marry well through him. But if people found out she had done such things, who would marry her? Su Rongrong immediately saw what this girl was thinking. If she weren't the protagonist's sister, if she weren't still young and had a little hope of saving herself, she really wouldn't want to bother. But she still wanted to give her a chance. If it really couldn't be helped, she would give up later. In this way, whether it was the original owner or her 2 younger brothers and sisters, no one would blame her. So she chose to brainwash this girl. You're quite clever, knowing how to choose what's best for yourself. I know you're still thinking that maybe you won't have to be a pretty girl for sale, right? But let me tell you, a girl with a death contract, even if her owner beats her to death, whether it's the government or us relatives, we can't do anything to that family. Also, your second brother is doing well in his studies. Before he turns 20, he will definitely pass the imperial exam. Before turning 30, one could pass the imperial exam and become a successful scholar or even a top scholar. As her younger sister, your status would also rise along with yours. You are more than 3 years younger than him. Even if your second brother is a talented scholar at 20, you are only 17. A 17-year-old girl is considered quite old in the countryside, but among wealthy families or officials, that age is just right. By then, your marriage options would be much broader than before. If your second brother is successful and passes the exam or becomes a top scholar by 20, you would definitely be a young lady from a noble family. In that case, what kind of wealthy family would you not be able to marry into? Hearing this, Su Rongrong saw her seem a bit moved and continued. If you become a maid, even if your second brother succeeds and becomes a top scholar, your choices would keep getting lower and lower. After all, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants are considered the lowest. If you work as a maid in a merchant's house, or worse, become a concubine, that would be a stain on your reputation. This stain would follow you for your whole life. Even if someone, because of your second brother, marries you later, their children would be criticized their whole lives. People would say that their mother used to serve those merchants in a disrespectful way. Worse, they might even ask if they like that kind of life, and suggest they should serve others too. Xiao, you're already 9 years old. Think carefully, do you see what I mean? As Su Rongrong finished speaking, not only Su Xiao but also Lu Miao, Su Man, and Su Jinhong all looked upset. They couldn't imagine the things Su Rongrong was talking about. Just hearing them made everyone feel suffocated. And Su Xiao herself, at this moment, truly felt discouraged. She was only 9, and still had endless possibilities. As long as her second brother was successful or her eldest sister was capable, what kind of husband she could find was not a problem. Even if she wanted to marry into a wealthy family, she didn't have to sell herself as a servant. Like her eldest sister said, that would also be considered a stain. Not to mention future children, even her future husband might look down on her because of this. Rich families often have multiple wives and concubines. If she were the main wife, she might be mocked by the concubines. If she became a concubine, she might be ridiculed by the main wife. Later, whether by the main wife or the concubines, if they talked about her past, she would eventually lose favor. If I owe young Master Bailey 50 taels, it is just a debt to someone else. I am willing to repay it. When my second brother becomes successful, and I marry into a wealthy family, I will pay it back. No matter what, it's better than becoming a maid. The more she thought about it, the more Su Xiao felt it made sense. She even thought she had been foolish before, wanting to sell herself to a wealthy family. Starting as a maid, then a concubine, and so on. Even if it was better, was it really better than having the chance to become the main wife from the start? Her second brother is so smart. Everyone says he can pass the imperial exams and become a scholar. She believes it too. After all, her father was a scholar, and he was very clever. If not for an accident 3 years ago, he would probably be a successful scholar now. So, instead of suffering in a big household's back courtyard, she'd rather stay comfortable at home. Although at home she might not eat well or wear nice clothes. But she was already eating poorly and wearing hand-me-down clothes from Yunxia. And he said that the family was struggling, and since she was still growing, there was no need to buy new clothes. When she went to a wealthy family as a maid, they would give her new clothes every year. So, even if her current situation was bad, it wouldn't be worse than Aunt He's, and it was definitely better than licking someone else's boots. Thinking quickly, Su Xiao looked at Su Rongrong and nodded firmly. Yes. Sister, I never thought about these things before. Now that I think about it, what you said makes a lot of sense. I was blinded, just thinking about entering a big household and climbing up slowly. I've thought carefully now. Instead of that, I'd rather stay at home. Please help me talk to young Master Bailey. I accept the 50 taels. Although I am still young and can earn only a little silver, I will try my best. I will work hard to pay back the money early and save some for my dowry. Even if she relied on herself, she might never be able to pay it off in her lifetime. But she must show the right attitude. When her second brother gains fame, her status will rise with him. By then, someone will surely flatter her. Then she casually gave her something to sell, which could earn quite a bit of silver. She is already 9 years old, and at most, she will suffer for another 7 or 8 years. After that, life will be good. Su Rongrong couldn't help but feel annoyed when she kept talking about getting married. However, she noticed some change in her, so she immediately said, "Since you've made up your mind, as your older sister, I want to help you. Yesterday, I was lucky and took on some embroidery work at the embroidery shop. I agreed to finish it before the city gate closes tomorrow and deliver it. The embroidery work I took on costs 3 coins for simple designs and 2 coins for more complicated ones. Now, I have that money, and I will give it to you. How much you can do depends on yourself. Right now, I need to go out to buy grain." Young Master by Li said that Anqing Prefecture and Funing Prefecture are both suffering from floods. Those 2 cities are located on the left and right sides of our Muyang Prefecture. Our family has nothing, and if we continue like this, we might starve. I will buy as much as I can. The money you earn can't just be used to pay debts. You also need to contribute to the family. At home, you need money for food and daily needs, and we also need to save money to send your second brother to school. If you only earn money to pay debts and rely on the family for food and drink, the family can't support you. You know that studying costs money. If you want to benefit from your second brother in the future, you must first make sacrifices. Starting today, every coin you earn must be handed over. Then, from every 3 coins you earn, 1 coin goes to the family and 2 coins are used to pay debts. Do you have any questions about this? Su Qiao was stunned again. She hadn't even started earning money, and she was already asked to give money to the family? But now, with her second brother beside her, could she say no? She believed that if she refused, her second brother would definitely turn against her. By then, even if her second brother became an official, he wouldn't care about her. Thinking this way, she felt a bit discouraged and nodded weakly, saying, "Okay." Seeing her agree, Su Rongrong picked up the pouch on the ground. "This is the silver from your contract of sale. You need to use it to redeem your contract." Su Qiao nodded again, biting her lip. Now, she couldn't say anything or argue. From now on, her status in this family is the lowest. However, as long as she can benefit in the future and not have to serve as a servant worse than an animal, she feels she can accept these small hardships. After helping Su Rongrong settle her, she looked at Su Man and said, Man, big sister knows you're good with your hands. I'll leave this task of weaving to you first. I need to find young Master Bailey, and then go buy some food." Su Man was suddenly given an important task. She felt happy, but also a little nervous. "Big sister, I don't know how to do it." Originally, Lu Miao, who was planning to go home, suddenly asked, Man, how did you find us? There aren't many people in the village with carts, and your family is one. Could it be your family's cart? Who was driving it? Have they gone back? If they haven't gone back, I can ask someone to send a message. There's no need to go back myself. Su Man replied, "It was Sister Miao's father who brought us here. Yesterday, Qiao was worried about selling herself, so I didn't dare delay. So, I asked Sister Taoya to help me ask your father to send us early. Your father said he had to go to the city today, so we came early. We were worried we wouldn't find you, so I thought, given second brother's situation, he would definitely look for the best doctor. Your father said the best doctor in our county is Dr. Min, so we went to Jishir Hall. Later, Dr. Min said you were here, so we came over. But Sister Miao, your father sent us here, and said he had to handle some matters. He also told us that if we went back, we should wait at the city gate until the end of the sea hour." When Lu Miao heard this, she realized her father personally sent the carriage to bring them here. Her eyes lit up immediately as she looked at Su Rongrong. "Rongrong, I don't need to go back. I can wait until the end of the sea hour and then go find my father. Luozi, I only know the basics. I'll first teach Man and the others. You go busy with your things." Su Rongrong was eager to leave. Seeing that everything was settled, she nodded at her and quickly left. Before leaving, she specifically went to find Bailey Zheng. Seeing him, she didn't make any excuses and directly said, "Young Master Bailey, my family has encountered some trouble. I can't handle it myself, so I humbly come to ask for your help. I hope you can, for the sake of your cousin, show mercy and help us. But this might require you to owe someone a favor. If you think it's not appropriate, then forget it. If possible, she might try to give some modern gifts to Madame Wang and ask for her help. Su Qiao must never be enslaved or used as a beauty paper. Since she has taken over the original owner's body, she must help her older sister do her best. If her younger brothers and sisters didn't want to come back at first, that would be fine. But since they are coming back, she needs to take care of them until they grow up. Right now, the second brother, Su Jinhong, seems okay and can be nurtured well. The third sister, Su Man, is a bit stubborn but smart. With the second brother as a guide, she's manageable. The youngest, Su Qiao, is the prettiest but also the most foolish. If only she could brainwash her and stop her from trying to climb higher or seek fame, that would be good. Otherwise, she will find a way to kick that spoiled girl out of the house. She should write an IOU and have her sign it. She needs to hold some leverage. If she doesn't listen, she might get a scolding or a beating. If one punishment isn't enough, then two. She will discipline her with both words and actions. While Su Rongrong was thinking about this, Bailey Zheng, surprisingly, was curious because the system hadn't assigned him any tasks. He immediately asked, "What's the matter? Tell me first." Su Rongrong awkwardly took out her purse and said, "My little Qiao is young and naive. Her foster mother has been spoiling her and making her unaware of the world. Recently, while I was distracted, someone tricked her into selling herself into slavery. If she were an ordinary girl, I wouldn't be so worried. I'd just grit my teeth and add some silver to fix the problem. But this girl seems to have been used as a beauty paper. You know our family situation. My father was a scholar, and my second brother is also studying for the imperial exams. We plan to take the exams in the future. So even if she starves or gets sick, I absolutely won't let her do such things." The purse contains her selling silver, about 10 taels of silver. I don't know the full details, only that the main family is the Fong family in Fengwu Town. As a powerless orphan girl, if I go to the Fong family and say my sister isn't for sale and return the silver, it's impossible. So, I can only trouble you for help. As the heir of the Gua family, Bailey Zheng naturally knew about the beauty paper situation. Hearing that Su Qiao sold herself, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a moment. His silent expression made Su Rongrong think he was unwilling. "Young Master Bailey, I know this has nothing to do with you, and it's not right to ask you to step in, but I really have no other way. Don't worry, I won't let you help for nothing. I will give you 10 taels of silver as a thank you. However, I don't have that money right now. I can first mortgage 2 acres of land to you, and before the new year, I will bring 10 taels of silver to exchange. If I can't pay back the silver then, the land will belong to you." Before Bailey Zheng came here, someone had already investigated the various powers in Lanxiao County, including which big merchants were involved and what businesses they did. When Su Rongrong mentioned Fong's family, he understood what kind of business they were in. Because Su Rongrong was his benefactor, and he needed her help to survive, plus she might be from the same hometown, he decided to help her. Forget about the land, and you don't need to pay the silver. Later, when you have free time, just cook me a month's worth of meals. Su Rongrong was initially stunned, then asked, "So you agree?" Bailey Zheng pushed the silver back to her and nodded, saying, "Yes. My aunt is like your mother. When you see her, you should call her aunt. Since that's the case, I consider you my older brother. Just call me Zhengji. No need to call me young master. For me, it's just a matter of a word. Keep this silver to buy grain, and you don't have to return it. I'll give you the sale contract by tomorrow at the latest." Su Rongrong looked down at the purse, then firmly handed it over. "This is the money for selling yourself. It wouldn't be right to ask you to keep helping out. Return the silver and take back the sale contract. It's better than me stepping in and making a girl like you do it." Bailey Zheng looked at her deeply, then said seriously, "I am the son of the guardian duke. Many people try to please me. For such small matters, There's no need for me to handle it myself. Su Rongrong, needing money, understood his meaning. She didn't need to owe anyone favors. Just hinting slightly was enough for someone else to handle it. She decisively took back the silver. She was very short of money. After deducting 500 won for medical expenses from Jin Hong, she had just over 9 taels left. Later, she used 100 won for the deposit at the embroidery shop and spent some on rice, flour, meat, and vegetables, which took away about 1 tael. Currently, I only have about 8 ounces of silver. Right now, she needs to stock up on a lot of food, and this amount of money is not enough. Moreover, Jin Hong's clothes are all worn out, so buying new clothes is urgent. Since she plans to buy clothes for him, she also needs to buy 2 sets of winter clothes for her 2 younger sisters. One person cannot do with just 2 sets of winter clothes, plus winter quilts. Not to mention how much silver cotton costs. Just the fabric alone would require a lot of money. Brother Zheng, thank you. Don't worry, when you go back to the village, I will cover your 3 meals a day. My family has reclaimed some empty houses now, so if you find it uncomfortable staying at Meow Meow's place, you can stay at my house. I won't charge you any silver. Besides, he is a scholar, so maybe he can give some advice to Jin Hong later. Bailey Zheng wants to enter the county school, and he knows that Su Rongrong's family is now relying on Jin Hong. Plus, he thinks Jin Hong has a good nature and they even extended his life by a month and 5 days, so he said, "All right. I heard your younger brother is doing well in his studies. Have you thought about him going to the county school?" Su Rongrong understands his meaning. He wants to help Jin Hong get into the county school. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "When my father was alive, Jin Hong was always studying at the county school. Later, after my father passed away, his guardian didn't want to spend so much silver, so he sent Jin Hong to the nearby village to study with a local scholar. If the conditions at the county school are suitable, I would naturally want him to go." Bailey Zheng knows about Su Rongrong's family situation. Hearing her words, he said, I think you're a brave girl. As long as you and your siblings work together as one, you can definitely achieve your goal. Anyway, once his injury heals, enrolling students in the county school will be next spring, so there's no rush. Alright, go ahead and get busy. For the women's household, the land deed and the contract of sale will be prepared before you leave tomorrow. Before leaving, Su Rongrong gratefully bowed to him, then left with a thank you. She was in a hurry and still needed to buy food. Part of the food would be carried back by the village chief, and she still needed to store some in her space. Also, she couldn't let the villagers see how much food she bought, or someone might get jealous and have bad intentions. Although she wasn't afraid of troublemakers, she preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. Now, she needed the villagers to know she had a strong backing, but at the same time, she owed a lot of money. The person who owes money cannot be Lord Bai Li, so it must be Dr. Ji of Jishir Hall. On the streets of Lanxia County, it was as lively as ever. But this lively scene suddenly became quiet after Su Rongrong went to the grain and oil shop yesterday. Yesterday noon, high-quality rice and white flour cost 35 coins per measure. Now, when she asked, the price had risen to 40 coins. Vegetable oil, which was 100 coins per jean, had increased to 110 coins. In just one day, the price of a measure of rice increased by 5 coins, making her think more. "Shopkeeper, give me 20 measures of coarse grain, 10 measures of coarse flour, 10 measures of fine rice, and 5 measures of white flour. Do you have sweet potato rice? If yes, bring me 2 stones. Su Rongrong had bought from the shop yesterday, so the shopkeeper remembered her. Seeing her buy so much at once, he understood she might know the outside situation. Young lady's house is big, probably with many people. If it's convenient, you can buy more. The outside situation isn't good, but our master is kind. The prices for this batch of grain haven't increased much. If you come again tomorrow, the prices won't be the same." Su Rongrong knew that their family would help deliver the grain. She didn't want to attract attention and planned to buy some from each grain shop. So she decided to buy more. "Shopkeeper, then let's do this. 3 stones of coarse grain, 1 stone of coarse flour, 1 stone of fine rice, and 20 measures of white flour. Also, half a jean of vegetable oil and 5 stones of sweet potato rice. Please deliver these to the house from yesterday. The shopkeeper nodded and quickly started calculating. Fine rice costs 40 coins per measure, and coarse grain and coarse flour now are 20 coins per measure. Sweet potato rice is now 300 coins per stone. Adding it all up, 1,800 coins, plus 2,000 coins, plus 1,500 coins. And the vegetable oil, half a jean, is 55 coins. Total, 5,355 coins. The small change can be waived. You can give me 52 taels and 350 coins. Su Rongrong gasped in surprise. Wait, shopkeeper. What are the current prices for coarse grain, coarse flour, and sweet potato rice? She was surprised. Wasn't the price supposed to be stable? She could understand the increase in fine rice and white flour from over 8 coins to 10 coins per jean. Why are coarse grains and noodles becoming more expensive than refined grains, with prices rising from 1 1/3 cents to 5 cents? Also, sweet potato rice has gone from 2 cents per jean to 3 cents. This is just in one day. If it continues like this, who will be able to afford food? One dough measure costs 20 cents and sweet potato rice is 300 cents. No, it was only 15 cents per dough yesterday, which is about 1 1/3 cents per jean. Why has it suddenly become 5 cents now? And this sweet potato rice, why does it cost 3 cents per jean? Yes, that's just how it is. Some cities outside have flooded, and the common people have no food left. We have some grain here, but if we send it out, the amount decreases quickly, so the price has to go up. Plus, the rain is heading this way. Just yesterday, it started raining in our Muyang prefecture. Right now, the grain prices aren't too high. In many places, coarse grains and noodles already cost 4 or 5 cents per jean. Girl, listen to me. If you can buy more, buy as much as you can. If it's too expensive or you can't afford it, buy less refined rice and flour. No one knows if our area will be affected by outside events. If it turns out like that, we won't even know if there will be grain to buy, let alone at this price. Honestly, in Funing Prefecture, coarse grains and noodles are selling for 15 cents per jean. But even so, the common people still can't find places to buy. Su Rongrong knew that there are always people trying to profit from national hardships. So she paused for a moment, then paid with her money. Even if her younger brothers and sisters are just at the age to eat, she bought over 1,000 jean of grain, which should be enough for a family to eat for a year. But she couldn't buy only from one place. She needed to buy from others too. Knowing that the harvest might not be good this year, the more grain she had, the more at ease she felt. Right now, she has about 18 taels of silver. After giving away over 5 taels, she keeps 5 taels for Jin Hong to study next year. She also keeps 1 or 2 taels for the medicinal herbs Jin Hong needs. So, she can use the remaining 7 taels or so. But she can't use all of that. She needs to leave 3 or 2 taels for winter clothes, salt, and kitchenware. In other words, she only has about 4 taels she can use. But even with that, she can't spend it all. She needs to keep a few taels for emergencies. That way, if something happens at home, she won't be left helpless. Thinking this way, Su Rongrong didn't buy fine rice or white flour when she went to other shops for grain. Instead, she bought 2 shur of sweet potato rice and 1 shur each of coarse grains and coarse flour. She also bought some soybeans and green beans. By this point, she had spent all her available money. When she returned, the grain had already been delivered gradually. Bailey Zheng looked at the grain and, considering her situation, said, "The outside situation is getting worse. I think in a few days there will be refugees here. Some of your supplies are quite noticeable. Tomorrow night, after you go back, I will send someone to deliver them. Store these somewhere safe and keep them secret. Otherwise, it might cause trouble later." Su Rongrong decided to have someone deliver the grain to Madame Wang. First, it wouldn't attract attention, and second, no one would dare target the county magistrate's family. Her plan was to ask the village head later to help transport some sweet potato rice and coarse grains and flour back home. Not too much, maybe 50 or 60 jin at most. Then, using Bailey Zheng's cart, she would send the rest out of the city and store it in her space, then return the cart. Right now, she didn't need to ask. Bailey Zheng offered to help solve the problem directly. That was the best news for her. Thank you, Brother Zheng. I noticed that in just one day, the grain prices have already gone up quite a bit. That's normal. The prices aren't very high yet, but in a few days, you'll see how crazy it can get. Fortunately, this year's harvest is decent, and most people still have some stored grain. As long as there are no disasters, even if prices rise a lot, it won't affect them. The real worry is those short-sighted people who see the prices go up and sell their grain for quick money. Just after leaving Su Jinhong's room and heading to find her father, Lu Miao overheard this and froze. She glanced at the piles of grain Su Rongrong had bought, feeling relieved, then asked, Rongrong, have grain prices gone up a lot? Yes, whether it's fine rice or coarse grains, the price per jean has increased by 1 or 2 cents compared to yesterday. Lu Miao couldn't help but gasp and hurriedly went outside. Rongrong, I can't talk to you now.
I need to tell my father about this.
Ask him to tell the villagers not to sell their grain. Oh, and also ask him to talk to Taoya to buy as much grain as possible. When Su Rongrong finished speaking, she could no longer see anyone, so she looked at Bailey Zheng. Brother Zheng, can I borrow your calligraphy tools for a moment? Bailey Zheng nodded and took her into the study. Seeing the prepared ink, Su Rongrong quickly wrote 2 IOUs. Then she signed one of them with her name, pressed her thumbprint, and handed it to him. This is the IOU I give you. You will be repaid 150 taels within 5 years. Bailey Zheng did not take it but wrote one himself and handed it over. Sign it. Confused, Su Rongrong reached out to take it. She saw that it stated she owed Bailey Zheng 120 taels for medicine, to be paid back over 5 years. If she helped Bailey Zheng during this time, the debt would automatically be cancelled. Su Rongrong looked up at him. Seeing his nod, she didn't hesitate and signed her name and pressed her thumbprint. Brother Zheng, you're busy. I'll go see my younger siblings first, then I need to go out again. When Bailey Zheng heard this, he tore up her IOU and called over to Hu. Bring a carriage here. Load all the grains that Rongrong bought into it and deliver them back to her tomorrow night. Remember, be discreet and don't let anyone see. Yes, in Su Jinhong's room, Su Qiaoqiao looked at the unruly colored string in her hand, feeling like crying. She learned it together with her third sister, but her third sister was quick and good at it. She had made 5 so far, but she hadn't finished even 1. Her steps were correct, but why did her work look awkward and completely different from her third sister's? Her eldest sister said that this simple knot was worth 2 coins. Does that mean she can't earn even 1 coin on her own? How will she pay back the 50 taels then? As she lowered her head to wipe her tears, Su Rongrong came in, holding an IOU. Qiao, come sign this. I'll deliver it to young Master Bailey. Looking at the IOU handed to her, she felt overwhelmed but also a bit relieved. She didn't immediately press her thumbprint but asked, Big sister, is young Master Bailey willing to help?
Yes.
If you sign this before we go back tomorrow night, he will return your contract of sale. I don't know if you have registered this sale contract with the government office. If it has been registered, we will need to go to the office to remove your slave registration. Going to the office will probably cost some money. When Su Qiaoqiao heard this, she felt more and more in debt and couldn't help but cry loudly. She vowed that from now on, whenever she signs or stamps any documents, she will carefully read and understand them. In the end, Su Qiaoqiao's IOU was signed with her fingerprint after she cried. When Su Jinhong saw Su Rongrong put away the IOU, he asked, Big sister, have you bought the grain? What's the situation outside? Su Rongrong replied directly, Yes, I bought it. The situation is not good. Besides saving some money for medicine for you, I borrowed 5 taels of silver from Mr. Bai Li for our family. The total spent on grain is 9 taels, which will last us about 1.5 years. The remaining silver will be used for your medicine, buying pots and bowls, and preparing winter clothes and quilts. I also plan to send you back to the county school next year, so we need to save up the money for your tuition now. Once this batch of silk is sent, it can earn over 200 coins. I plan to use this money to buy some scrap fabric and similar materials. I know 2 or 3 ways to make decorative flowers, and I want to make some to sell. She looked at Su Qiaoqiao, who was still crying. Ciao ciao. Whether you can have a good life in the future depends on whether your second brother can read books and whether you work hard. Otherwise, even if you spend 50 taels, if your second brother can't go to school and has no future, what's the point? From now on, you need to work hard to earn money. This is not just to pay off your debt, but also for your second brother's future and your own. If you can't make the silk flowers, it's okay. We can try making other things. Su Qiao Qiao was very sad, but when she heard that her sister bought so much grain, she felt at least she wouldn't go hungry for the next year and a half. Plus, she had new winter clothes and quilts, which made her a little happy. Her sister was right. Now that things have come to this, she must grit her teeth and fight. Otherwise, relying only on herself, she would never earn 50 taels in her lifetime. Only if her second brother gets into the county school and passes the imperial exam early will someone come to flatter her. When people flatter her, they will give gifts and money will naturally come. If he can pass the exam, his connections will be even better. By that time, anyone who gives her a gift will be giving her quite a lot of money. So, for her future plans, she must work hard to earn money now. Thinking this, she looked sad and almost cried, saying, "Big sister, I understand everything you said. But I am useless. I can't even make a proper hairpin." Seeing her look a bit discouraged, Su Rongrong replied, "You're just starting out, so it's okay if you don't do well yet. Big sister has to go out now, you practice slowly. I believe that when I come back, you'll have improved a lot. If you do well, I plan to make some hair accessories to sell, and I'll share some work with you. When the time comes, if you make them quickly and well, I'll save some leftover materials and make a couple of hairpieces for you to wear." When Su Qiao Qiao heard that she would get to wear hair accessories in the future, she immediately stopped crying. She had never worn a hair accessory since she was little. In the whole village, only a few people had hair accessories, and you could count them on one hand. Those who had them only wore them during festivals or when visiting relatives. Usually, they kept them carefully hidden, afraid of losing or damaging them. She was so pretty, over 9 years old now, and she should have some nice accessories. But when her parents were alive, she was still young and only used red silk to tie her hair. After her parents left, and since he aunt's family was struggling, she didn't have anything like cloud-patterned hairpins. So, she had to rely on her own family. Although her big sister wanted her to pay 50 taels of silver, that was because she was careless and owed it herself, not anyone's fault. With her family struggling to eat, drink, and her second brother studying, her big sister still gave her a hair accessory, which showed she truly cared for her. At least, she cared more than he aunt did. Thinking this, Su Qiao Qiao felt much better inside, and she remembered that her big sister had once given her a silver ear pendant. Suddenly, she remembered she still had her longevity lock and silver bracelet from Su Man. "Third sister, I'm in this situation now, and I don't plan to sell myself into slavery anymore. You should return my longevity lock and bracelet." Su Man was busy making hairpins and didn't look up when she heard this, replying, "What do you mean return? You still owe young master by a lot of silver. I plan to take it out when I go back and give it to big sister. Then she can help you see how much silver it can cover." Su Qiao Qiao fell silent after hearing this, then said to Su Rongrong, "Big sister, if third sister gives you a long life lock or something like that, please keep it for me first. Don't give it to Lord Bai Li. Give me 6 years. If I come of age and still owe more than half of the money I borrowed from Lord Bai Li, then you can give it to him. If I haven't paid back half, and I can pay it off before I turn 17, then return the item to me. That is something my parents left me. I don't want it to fall into someone else's hands." When Su Man heard this, she was a bit surprised. After all, just yesterday, she came to ask for these things, thinking they could be used as collateral for money. Su Rongrong didn't care what her 2 younger sisters thought. When she slipped the IOU into her pocket, she also put it into her space. Now, hearing Su Qiao Qiao's request, she agreed happily. "Okay, I'll keep it for you first. Man, after we go back tomorrow, bring the items to me. Not only Qiao Qiao's, but also Jean Huey's. If you have anything that's hard to store here, you can give it to me too. Whenever you need it, just find me. I have to go out now. If anything comes up, we'll talk later." All right, big sister, you go ahead and do your work. When I get back, I'll give you everything, including the land deed I took back. Su Rongrong nodded and left without saying more. She needed to go to Jishir Hall. Madam Min is very kind. She plans to go there and talk to him about the debt issue, and also buy a few packs of cold medicine and bruise ointment to keep at home. For some reason, she always feels uneasy, worried that Lanxia County might be affected too. When the rain keeps falling, she fears it will cause flooding. Winter is coming soon, and with each rain, it gets colder. If there's another flood, she can't imagine how terrible things will be. Modern homes usually have a family medicine box, and she has one in her space too. But here, in ancient times, if you get sick, you can't just take medicine and get better. Even for superficial treatment, you need to boil some medicine symbolically. So, she must stock up on medicine, but not too much. Just 3 packs of cold medicine will do. She also plans to get some bruise ointment. As long as the price is within her budget, preparing more of these is never wrong. Because of this plan, Su Rongrong stayed out until it was dark before returning home. At this time, she didn't mention the medicine in her space, nor the many bones and meat she had bought. However, based on Dr. Min's sincere advice, she turned the medicine into 10 doses for wind cold and 5 doses for diarrhea. It is said that the medicinal herbs in the clinic are becoming scarcer, as many are sent to Funing and Qing'an prefectures. The people there suffer not only from wind cold, but also from dysentery. In any case, she bought these medicines to be prepared for any situation. As for the bones and meat, yesterday they cost 15 coins per gene, but this morning they rose to 6 coins, and by the afternoon, they had increased to 7 coins. Besides that, she also visited a few fabric stores, buying linen fabric for winter clothes and quilts, as well as some cotton. Due to the recent flood, the price of cotton has been rising steadily. She didn't have much silver, so she only bought 1.5 gene of cotton. The shopkeeper said that normally, at this time of year, new cotton costs about 85 coins per gene and old cotton about 70 coins. But now, because of the disasters in the 2 nearby cities, the price has soared to 200 coins per gene. To make winter clothes, Su Rongrong gritted her teeth and paid the high price. As for quilts and such, she planned to borrow from Bai Li Zheng in her space later. She and her close friend each made 2 winter quilts, with 2 layers of padding. They used 6 jean down quilts for covering and 4 jean cotton quilts for padding. Right now, she couldn't think too much and planned to buy straw from the villagers after returning home, then weave her own straw mats. She also intended to reassemble the 4 jean cotton quilts into 2 7 jean quilts. The remaining 2 jean of cotton would be used to make winter clothes and winter shoes. She was prepared for a cold winter this year. Since she was living with her younger brother and sister, she had to ensure they could get through the winter safely. However, the rising prices disrupted her original plans. She had spent all her emergency funds, which were supposed to be 2 taels of silver. The only good thing was that the fabric store owner, seeing her buying many things, finally sold her 2 bags of fabric scraps at a very low price. She had wanted the shopkeeper to deliver them, but they refused. They said the scraps weren't all small pieces. Some were large enough to make shoe uppers. The small broken pieces can also be glued together to make shoe soles. Su Rongrong looked through the materials and saw that, although mainly made of cotton cloth, there were also some bright-colored fine silk fabrics, which she bought with her money. By the time she returned with many packages, it was already very dark. Fortunately, who was waiting at the alley entrance as instructed by Bai Li Zheng. When she arrived, he took the things from her hands and said expressionlessly, "Miss Rongrong, my young master asked me to wait here for you. The servant girl's contract has been retrieved, but it has been taken to the official office for record-keeping. To cancel her status as a servant, we need to wait until tomorrow." The young master said that tomorrow, along with the household registration and land deed, he will give them to you. This way, you don't need to make a special trip to the official office. Also, the young master mentioned that refugees are coming this way. The first group should arrive by tomorrow morning. Therefore, before noon tomorrow, you must leave with your younger brother and sister. Additionally, the temperature has dropped sharply in the past few days, so you should be more careful. The young master has other matters to attend to and will not return to the Su family village for now. If you need anything, just find Lu Quan. If he can't solve it, tell him to come here and find the young master. Hearing this, Su Rongrong immediately became nervous, realizing that even the county town might not be safe anymore. All right, I will definitely take Jin Hong and the others back before noon tomorrow. But in the morning, I need to go to the fabric shop. As for Jin Hong's side, I might also trouble Da Hu and his brothers to help call Dr. Min to come and see him. Of course. After you return, rest early, Da Hu said, carrying the things and walking ahead confidently. After entering the Wang family courtyard, he took the items to Su Jin Hong's room before leaving. At this moment, Su Man Man and others were also there. Seeing the pile of things on the ground, they came out to greet her. Su Man Man is a clever person and always likes to observe. After Su Rongrong entered the house, she closed the door and asked, "Big sister, what's going on with these things? Has the disaster outside become worse?" Su Rongrong quickly explained everything she bought in the afternoon, including the sudden rise in prices and what Da Hu just said. After finishing, she began to give instructions. Man Man, you should sleep less tonight and try to finish making the net before dawn. Soon, I will teach you the more complicated methods. Jin Hong, go to bed early. Tomorrow morning, Dr. Min will come to check your injury. If he says you can walk, we will try to return before noon. Meow Meow, you didn't go back today. You must come with us tomorrow. Right now, my family is short of money, and I don't want to involve you in other ways. For simple braids, no matter how many you make, I will pay you. For complicated ones, let Man Man do them. And Xiao Xiao, later I will pick out some usable fabric scraps and teach you how to make hair flowers. Let's try to make more. When I settle the braids tomorrow, I will also sell the hair flowers. Our family is very poor now, and we don't know if we can go to the city soon. So before we go back, we want to earn as much as we can. Hearing Su Rongrong's plan, Su Man Man and Su Qiao Qiao had no objections. But Lu Miao said, "Rongrong, you and I don't need to go so far. It's just a few braids, no need to count money for me. If you want to thank me, I can come to your house for a couple of meals." Su Rongrong didn't want to be so distant, but she thought brothers should be honest with each other. Now, after hearing this, she looked at Jin Hong from time to time, paused, then agreed. "All right, I won't be polite then. When I cook at home, if you want to eat, just come over. By the way, the temperature has dropped quite quickly. When I came back just now, it was very cold. So I need to make some beds with straw. Meow Meow, when you go back, if you have time, help me buy some straw for me and the villagers, okay?" Su Jin Hong, who couldn't do anything, was very anxious inside. But both his hands were injured, so no matter how anxious he was, it was useless. Now he was hoping to recover quickly and think about how to lighten his family's burden. He heard the teacher say that some scholars write stories for shops. He was warned that if a gentleman indulges too much in worldly pleasures, he would be looked down upon by classmates and be called greedy, so he should avoid it. It was even said that copying books was better than writing stories. But he thought earning money with his own skills was not shameful. As long as life was good, why worry about others' opinions? So, if possible, he wanted to write stories in his free time. When the time comes, no matter how much money he earns, he can at least help lighten the family's burden. He is a man, the eldest son in the family. His older sister is only about 2 years older than him. Normally, this family should be supported by him, with him as the backbone for his sister and younger siblings. But now, even his 9-year-old sister is helping to earn money for the family. Only he is not doing anything productive, just wasting time like a freeloader. This makes him feel ashamed inside, and he also feels very embarrassed outwardly. At this moment, no one knows what Su Jin Hong is thinking. Lu Miao, upon hearing that Su Rongrong wanted to make a straw mat, said, "Rongrong, my mother just made me a mattress. Jin Hong is hurt so badly now, so maybe he can use this first. Later, I can help you make one together. When it's finished, you can return it to me. As for straw, it's simple.
No need to buy it.
When we go back, I'll ask around and get some from the neighbors." Su Jin Hong didn't dare to ask Lu Miao for that, so he immediately refused. "No need." When Lu Miao looked at him, he said, Meow meow, it's not very cold yet. It's okay if there's no mattress on the bed at home. Just add more straw, and it will still be warm. Lu Miao wanted to say something, but Su Rongrong directly decided. Jinhong is right. Meow meow, you can't move the straw mat. Alright, it's settled. We need to hurry now, so let's split up and get things done. She plans to go to the pawn shop tomorrow to pawn something and get some silver first. If that doesn't work, she will draw some designs for the embroidery shop to see how much money she can make. She has loved drawing since she was a child, and since the original owner also knew how to draw, she thinks it's no problem to sketch a few designs. Because Su Rongrong spoke up, everyone stopped talking. They also didn't stay in Su Jinhong's room, but moved to the room where Su Rongrong and Lu Miao stayed yesterday. That night, the four of them only managed to rest for about an hour. Even Su Manman and Lu Miao, who had finished making the net, ended up joining Su Rongrong in making hair accessories. When morning came, Lu Miao turned her head and neck in all directions and said, "Rongrong, I'll go make porridge. You all get busy first. Once the porridge is ready, Man and Xiao Xiao can eat a bit and then sleep. I'll go with you to the embroidery shop. I went to find young master, Bai Li, to borrow his brushes and ink. I plan to try drawing some clothing designs and also sell the pattern of this flower. No matter how much money I get, it will be some income. Before I go back, I will buy pots, bowls, and utensils and try to buy a little more salt. When I return, I will rest well for a day, and starting tomorrow, I will go up the mountain to cut firewood. Our family is now empty, and I think this winter will be very cold, so we need to prepare more firewood." Talking about chopping wood, Su Man has a say. She quickly replied, "Big sister, the day before yesterday, Taoya took me to cut firewood. She cut enough to give to our family. But that day, she came back late from the mountain, and I also had to deal with Xiao Xiao's matter, so I didn't manage the firewood and just left it on the ground. I think Taoya has already delivered it to our home yesterday." Su Rongrong praised her for helping the family. "Yes, Man, you did very well. Big sister is happy that you are helping to lighten the burden. But you are still young, maybe just a day or half a day, so the amount of firewood you cut is limited. No one knows when it will rain, so I want to prepare more, ideally enough for the whole winter, so we won't worry about firewood. We don't have much money now, or we could buy some from the villagers. They are strong workers and can cut firewood faster than us, often several loads a day. In less than 3 days, we will have enough firewood." Hearing this, Su Man couldn't help but sigh. Our family is really too poor. Big sister is less than 4 years older than her, but she has to worry so much for the family. If she still only thought about herself like before, what would happen to big sister or this family? Thinking this, she turned to look at Su Xiao, who looked terrified. "Xiao, did you hear what big sister said? Starting tomorrow, we all have to go up the mountain to cut firewood. Qi Jiaying, the wife of Su Ziden, is very beautiful, and all her children inherited her looks. Whether it's Su Rongrong or Su Man, even at a young age, they are much prettier than the girls in the village. And for Su Xiao, it's even more so. After Mrs. He adopted her, she had the idea of getting her into a wealthy family. She didn't let her do any rough work, only treated her harshly in terms of clothing and food. Therefore, don't be fooled by Su Xiao's thin and yellow appearance or her shabby clothes, because her hands have no calluses at all. She feels very resistant to going up the mountain to chop wood. But she also knows that circumstances are stronger than people. Right now, she owes a large debt and has signed an IOU, so she must follow her sister's arrangements. Seeing her eldest and third sisters watching her, she forces a very unconvincing smile. "I understand." Su Rongrong is pleased with her obedience. Seeing she doesn't cause trouble, she stands up and leaves with Lu Miao. Lu Miao goes to the kitchen, while she goes to find Bai Li Zheng. Since the system assigned her the task of ranking in the top 3 for the county school exam, she has spent most of her days reading and doing exercises. When Su Rongrong arrives at the study, Bai Li Zheng has already been up for a while doing morning reading. Seeing her, he straightforwardly says, "Miss Rongrong, try to go back early today. Although the first group of refugees probably won't cause trouble, and Lord Wang will find ways to settle them, it's still different. If you need anything, tell me, and I will have Dahu send it to you. Su Rongrong thinks for a moment and says, Brother Zheng, buying salt requires household registration, and there's a limit. My household registration hasn't been approved yet, so I can't buy any. Can you help me get more? It would be best if it could last our family a year and a half. In ancient times, salt was strictly controlled. Yesterday, Su Rongrong wanted to buy some. But private salt was expensive, and she couldn't afford it. Official salt was a bit cheaper but limited and required household registration to buy. She hadn't figured out how to solve this problem yet. Since Bai Lijeng brought it up, she decided to ask casually. If it could be solved, that would be great. If not, and she couldn't come to the county town, she would have to use her space to get some. Bai Lijeng, hearing that she only wanted to solve the salt issue, casually asked, It's getting cold quickly. Have you prepared enough warm clothing? I've prepared some, but not enough. Brother Zheng, you know how much silver I have. If I could use it all, maybe it would be enough. But Jin Hong still needs a lot of money, and next year he has to go to school, so I need to set aside some for his tuition. So the silver I can use is limited. Right now, cotton prices are high, and I dare not buy much. I plan to make winter clothes for my younger brothers and sisters and also prepare beds and quilts. As for the mattress, I will skip it and use straw mats instead. Although Bai Lijeng can get things easily, since he just arrived in Lanxia County and the outside world is experiencing serious disasters, it may take a long time for supplies to arrive here. So he thought for a moment and said, I will find a way to get more cotton for you. Also, this winter is expected to be colder than usual. Therefore, I will send someone to set up some heated beds at your home. When it gets really cold, you can just use the heated beds. But after setting up the beds, remember to stock up on firewood. When Su Rongrong heard that he wanted to help set up heated beds, her eyes lit up immediately. Great. I will prepare more firewood. Thank you so much, Brother Zheng. I really appreciate it. By the way, Brother Zheng, I am short of money right now. I want to draw some patterns to sell at the embroidery shop. Can I borrow your ink, paper, and brushes? Bai Lijeng had already helped Su Rongrong as much as he could, so he wouldn't offer money voluntarily at this moment. Hearing her request, he felt pleased and agreed readily. After Su Rongrong left with her patterns, he called over to Hu. Later, you go personally to the yamen and bring back Miss Rongrong's household registration and land deed. Also, keep an eye on their handling of Su Qiaoqiao's sale contract. Once that's done, buy 3 brushes and an ink stick at the bookstore. In addition, buy 3 sheets of rough paper and send them over. When you see Su Jin Hong, give him the items and tell him I hope he studies hard and doesn't let down his sister's hard work. Yes. After Dahu left, Bai Lijeng pondered for a moment and started drawing the design of the heated bed. He had entrusted Lu Quan with managing the Su family's house. Once everything was ready, he planned to set up heated beds in each room. When his mother and sister came over, they could stay there. In the short term, the county town was not safe. Rather than staying here, it was better to live in the Su family's village. Especially since Su Rongrong was still there, even if he was studying at the county school, he would need to go back during breaks to complete tasks and extend his life. Su Rongrong was unaware of these plans. She carried 5 drawings and first returned to her room. Seeing Su Man and Su Qiaoqiao still making hair accessories, but now they looked exhausted, with their eyes nearly closed from yawning. She quickly grabbed the half-finished hair accessories from their hands and, while waiting for breakfast, neatly arranged the hair pieces. After finishing, she assembled the hair accessories and said, That's all for today. You two go wash your faces first. After we eat, you can rest. When I come back, we'll go home. Later on the way, you can take a little nap. When we get home, we still need to tidy up the house. Su Man yawned again, her eyes watering naturally, and said, Big sister, since we still have to wait for dinner, why don't we make 2 more hair accessories? Our family needs money. Before you go to the embroidery shop, we can make as many as we can. No need. Listen to me, go wash your faces. After eating, go to sleep. As she finished speaking, Lu Miao's voice came from outside. Rongrong, man, Qiao, dinner time, coming. Su Rongrong quickly responded, then looked at her 2 sisters and said, let's go. Time to eat. She picked up the basket with the hair accessories and the net and headed outside. For breakfast, Su Rongrong only ate half a bowl of porridge before leaving the house. When she reached the main street, she saw many raggedly dressed people on the street. Most of these people gathered around breakfast stalls, while a few were dozing in the corners. At the noodle, wonton, and porridge stalls, the people didn't speak much. They just looked pitifully at those sitting at the stalls eating breakfast. Seeing this, the people eating couldn't enjoy their food either. Most of them hurriedly ate a few bites and then left after paying. The leftovers from their meals were snatched up and eaten by others. The stall owners wanted to scold them but saw so many disaster victims and worried about causing trouble, so they swallowed their anger. Later, people coming to buy breakfast saw this situation and chose to buy buns, steamed bread, and pancakes to take home instead. Some disaster victims quietly followed those people, probably planning to steal or snatch. Su Rongrong stood still, watching all this, feeling cold inside. Once she reacted, she quickly headed to the embroidery shop. Fortunately, the embroidery shop was not far from her home. When she arrived, the shop was not yet open. Luckily, she didn't have to wait long. The shop owner came to open the door. The shop owner was already concerned about the net she was making. Seeing her, he opened the shop and asked, "Miss Su, has the net been finished?" Seeing her appearance, Su Rongrong felt relieved. Rongrong knows that Mr. Chi is eager to send out the goods, so she brought her sister along and came overnight. She also made some hair accessories. Would Mr. Chi like to see them? Right now, the owner of the embroidery shop was focused on the hair accessories. After entering the shop, she took the basket from Su Rongrong and checked the accessories first. Seeing that they met her standards, she quickly counted them. Once she confirmed the numbers were correct, she turned her attention to the hair accessories Su Rongrong mentioned. Seeing this, Su Rongrong began to explain, "Mr. Chi, I see that your shop's hair accessories mostly feature shapes like peonies and lilacs. So I made 3 different styles, which are different from current trends: yellow and white daisies, pink roses, and yellow-red tulips. Would you be interested in buying them?" Mr. Chi quickly settled the bill with Su Rongrong and also returned her a deposit of 100 coins. Then, he picked up the hair accessories and examined them carefully. He saw that they were not complicated to make, the quality was average, but they looked nice and the styles were fresh. "I'll buy these hair accessories. Daisies are 2 coins each, roses 3 coins, and tulips, which are the best quality, are 5 coins each. What do you think?" This price was about what Su Rongrong expected. She then took out 5 pattern designs from her pocket and handed them over. "All right, we'll settle the hair accessories at the prices you mentioned. By the way, are you interested in the patterns for these clothes?" Mr. Chi had run an embroidery shop in Lanxia County for over 20 years, so he had a steady group of customers. He took the patterns from Su Rongrong and, after looking at the designs carefully, immediately liked them. "Miss Su, these clothes look elegant and appropriate. Although they are winter clothes, they don't look bulky. I want all these patterns. I'll give you 2 taels of silver for each. Is that okay?" Su Rongrong didn't know how much current pattern designs were worth, but hearing 2 taels, she thought it was acceptable. After all, based on the usual prices of rice and flour, one pattern could buy several hundred jin of grain. Plus, she didn't have time to bargain or ask around, so she was about to agree. Of course, before agreeing, she instinctively tried to negotiate the price a bit. "Mr. Chi, 5 taels of silver for each pattern. If you think that's reasonable, I'll sell you all of them. Additionally, I can also give you the 3 styles of headpieces together." When Chi Dongjia heard it would cost 5 taels of silver, she naturally didn't want to pay. She usually charges 1 or 2 silver coins for the designs others bring to sell. Today, she was willing to give 2 taels because she liked the new style of the clothes. Now, Su Rongrong asked for 5 taels right away, making her feel like she was being taken advantage of. But the clothes really looked good. Even just a quick look could help her draw them, though she might not remember all the details. If she could make these clothes, she wouldn't worry about selling them. Plus, after making the clothes, she could also take the design drawings to the city to sell and make more money. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and said, 3 taels is the most I can pay. I can't give more. As for the headpiece, it doesn't matter whether there is a pattern or not. I have some finished products here. If I take apart a few flowers, I'll know how to make them. Su Rongrong. Getting an extra 1 or 2 taels would be a pleasant surprise. She was just casually talking, and Chi Dongjia offered more money, probably expecting to get a better deal. But outside, with more refugees coming in, things were getting chaotic. She needed to buy supplies quickly and couldn't delay. So she thought for a moment and said, I wonder if Chi Dongjia has leftover fabric from embroidery women making clothes? Also, if you could give me some of the wire used for the headpieces, I'd be willing to buy it at this price. This time, Chi Dongjia was speechless, but she really liked the styles of these clothes. When she sold them later, she could earn back the money and make a profit. Plus, early in the morning, she wanted to bring good luck, so she agreed. We have wire, but not much. I can give you some. As for the fabric scraps, you'll have to wait a bit. I need to send someone to get them. Her embroidery women were all working at home. The fabric scraps were also stored there. She had to wait until her shop assistant came back to send someone to fetch them. When Su Rongrong heard she'd have to wait, she said, All right, please settle the silver first. I need to go back and buy some things. As for the fabric scraps and wire, prepare them first. I'll come to pick them up later. Chi Dongjia was a businesswoman. She managed to make the headpieces in less than 3 days. Additionally, she managed to make a few new styles of hair accessories. After showing the clothing design she had, she hoped to make friends. Hearing this, she quickly started counting on her abacus. 5 drawings cost 15 taels. The tulip hair accessories, 13 flowers, cost 65 coins. The rose style, 24 flowers, cost 72 coins. The daisy style, 29 flowers, cost 58 coins. Adding these up, the total is 15 taels and 195 coins. Since your initial braid work was good, and you brought me this early, I'll round it up to an even amount, 200 coins. After she finished speaking, she moved the beads on her abacus and quickly paid Su Rongrong. When Su Rongrong left the embroidery shop, her steps felt a little unsteady. Her space, after deducting the original deposit of 100 coins for the braid, now held a total of 15 taels and 480 coins. This made her immediately forget about pawning some items at the pawn shop to get more space. With this money, she could not only buy enough pots, bowls, and utensils, but also buy more rice and meat bones. Now, she needed to replenish her supplies, and her 3 younger siblings also needed help. She couldn't afford everything, but she could still buy some meat bones. She planned to go home and occasionally make some radish and bone soup. Compared to yesterday, Su Rongrong noticed that all prices had gone up again. Coarse grains and flour, which used to cost 20 coins per bushel, now cost 24 coins. Fine rice and white flour, which were 40 coins yesterday, now cost 50 coins. In just 2 days, the price of a bushel jumped from 35 to 50 coins. Sweet potatoes and rice also increased in price, with a stone now costing 350 coins. If it weren't for the increasing number of homeless people on the streets and the unusually cold weather, Su Rongrong wouldn't want to spend money on such expensive food. In the end, she still bought some, spending 5 taels of silver. And the amount of food she bought was much less than yesterday. After arranging for the grain shop to deliver the food to Madame Wang's residence, she headed to the vegetable market. She visited every meat stall there. She didn't buy the best meat that people usually preferred, but instead chose bones and offal. She didn't want to buy offal at first because it was troublesome to clean and used a lot of water. But good meat was too expensive. A few days ago, she paid less than 20 coins per jean, but now it was directly 45 coins per jean. The original price for offal was less than 5 cents per jean, but now it has suddenly risen to 10 cents. Even the meat bones have increased to 15 cents per jean. So, she, wanting to save money, ended up buying all the offal and meat bones from those meat stalls. Fortunately, she bought a lot, and the butchers didn't mind giving her 2 large baskets. She had planned to buy pots, bowls, and utensils, but seeing so many things and the crowded space, she could only carry them back in the baskets. Coincidentally, when she was returning, she met Dahu at the alley entrance, coming back from the bookstore. Miss Rongrong. Dahu greeted her and took the baskets from her. He didn't ask what was inside. After lifting the baskets, he took out a stack of papers from his pocket and handed them to her. These are your household registration book, along with the house deed and land deed. As for Miss Qiao Qiao's employment contract, it's also settled. Now she is officially registered, and her name is added to your household register. Su Rongrong quickly looked through her household register. When she saw her name, Su Rongrong, and her 3 younger siblings listed, she finally felt relieved. She thanked Da Hu, saying, "Thank you, Brother Zheng, and also thank you, Da Hu, for helping me with all this. By the way, I need to buy pots, bowls, and oil, so I won't go back now. Please help me take the offal and meat bones in these baskets to Jin Hong. And could you also tell Jin Hong that later, the grain shop people will deliver food, so he should watch over it?" Da Hu also needed to deliver some handmade paper and ink to Su Jin Hong. Hearing this, he didn't reply, but simply nodded. Once she handed the items to Da Hu, Su Rongrong felt at ease. Seeing his agreement, she turned to go to the general store. She needed to buy bowls and lamp oil and also some needles and thread. Then she planned to visit the blacksmith shop because iron pots, knives, and chopping tools needed to be ordered in advance. These items used to be in her family, but her family had been taken over and now only an empty shell remained, so she had to buy everything anew. After all, the Su family members were all troublemakers, especially the households that had occupied her home. Arguing with them was pointless. They probably wouldn't come to an agreement, and maybe they would even fight. If it were just one-on-one, she wouldn't be afraid. The problem is facing 3 families at the same time, so she needs to think more about herself. Because she had many things to buy, Su Rongrong spent the whole morning running around the streets. By late morning, she finally bought everything she needed. When she returned, her basket was full of items, and she was also carrying quite a few things in her hands. Lu Miao didn't sleep much. She only dozed for a little over half an hour before waking up. After waking, she first checked on Su Jin Hong. Seeing he looked well, she asked Dr. Min if he had visited and how his condition was. When she learned Dr. Min had already come and that his recovery was good enough to go home, she went to wait at the door. From afar, she saw Su Rongrong returning and went to greet her. She didn't ask whether the flower crown had been sold or how much money was made. Instead, after taking the items, she said, "Rongrong, Jin Hong's injury has been checked. He's recovering very well, so we can go back now." Su Rongrong nodded and replied, "Yes, Brother Zheng also gave me the household register for women, and Qiao Qiao has now recovered her status as well. Also, the house deed and land deed for my family are temporarily in my name. When Jin Hong grows up and the household head changes to a male, these will be transferred back to his name." Lu Miao knew what was important and asked, Man's land deed is still with her. Has it been changed too?" "Yes, I don't know how Brother Zheng handled it. The officials changed all the records with my father's name to mine, including the one originally given to Jin Hui. That's good, because it means we'll pay less land tax later, and your father won't have to go to the government office again." Hearing this, Lu Miao was a bit surprised but thought it was natural given by Li Zheng's status as a noble son. They talked as they walked back. When they reached the courtyard where Su Jin Hong was, Su Man and Su Qiao Qiao had already woken up and were there. The sisters looked much better and stood on either side of Su Jin Hong. "Big sister, Brother Da, who just came and said the carriage in the stable is ready. When you return, we can leave to go back. He will bring the grain back to us tonight. During the day, it's too obvious and not good for us. Also, those water pipes, he wrapped them in oilcloth and put them in the carriage first. Besides, young Master Bai Li prepared 3 thick quilts for us, and there are 3 jean of cotton. Yesterday, big sister, you bought some things, and he already put them in the cart. We just need to go over and get them. There is also salt, but they didn't say exactly how much. We will have to check for ourselves." Su Rongrong wanted to unload her things and rest for a while, but when she heard this, she headed toward the stables. As she walked, she said, "Let's go back first. Things are a bit chaotic outside now. We shouldn't delay, let's leave quickly." Su Qiao Qiao and Su Man, after their second brother explained, understood that it wasn't safe outside, even if they hadn't gone out themselves. Now that they were going back, They avoided the injured area where Su Jinhong was hurt and helped him walk toward the stables. In the stable, De Hu was already waiting. Seeing Su Rongrong and her siblings approaching, he said, "Miss Rongrong, the young master has gone to the government office. He asked me to bring you back." "To the government office? Is it about the refugees?" De Hu nodded. "Yes, there are more refugees than expected, and they arrived earlier. Plus, Lord Wang is about to leave his position, so he's not very concerned about this matter. Since this involved government affairs, Su Rongrong didn't ask more. She just said, 'Thank you, De Hu.'" De Hu didn't say anything else. After the siblings all got into the cart and sat down securely, he drove away. Once the cart left the alley and reached the main street, Su Rongrong slightly lifted the curtain and pulled Su Qiaoqiao closer. She didn't speak, just wanted her to see what the common people were living through now. She hoped this would move her, so that when they returned, she would listen and behave. Otherwise, don't blame her for being harsh and letting this girl become one of the refugees. It must be said, Su Rongrong's method was quite effective. When Su Qiaoqiao was pulled over and saw the emaciated refugees being driven out of the city by officials, she felt very scared. When the cart left the city and saw the heavily guarded outside, along with the refugees gathered in groups of 3 or 5, her fear grew. Some of them kept coughing, looking like they were about to die. Others looked numb, staring at nothing around them. There were also people surrounded by others, and some had collapsed on the ground, not knowing if they were alive or dead. Seeing how these people looked, Su Qiaoqiao clung tightly to Su Rongrong, her eyes full of fear. All of these were homeless people, many of whom were young women. Among those young women, anyone with a bit of beauty had several men around her. Some overly bold ones even touched her openly in front of everyone. And the girl didn't seem to mind or didn't care, as she still smiled when facing those men. Seeing her like this, Su Rongrong lowered the curtain without saying a word. When the carriage was far away from the crowd, she looked serious and said, "Qiaoqiao, you saw it too. Among those disaster victims, there was a pretty girl. Their clothes were even more torn than other girls, and you could see their skin. So, being beautiful doesn't mean you'll have a good life, unless you sell yourself. Have you noticed? The pretty girls are often targeted, and to survive, they have to submit to those men. But the less attractive or the clever ones who hide their looks tend to stay safer." The pretty girls around those men ranged from about 17 or 18 to over 40. "But how old is that girl? You always say that if you're good-looking, you should be treated well. I used to ignore your words, but now I have to tell you, if you're too beautiful and have no background, it's harder to survive in the inner court. You think that pleasing a man is enough, but that's not true. Maybe the very next day, you could be harmed or worse. No, even when you first enter the household as a maid, someone might be plotting against you. The secrets of the inner court are not something a girl your age can understand. In big families, there are many children, and they often scheme against each other. There are also fights for favor among the women in the master's household. In short, whether men or women, their schemes are complicated and hard to defend against. You're not very clever, so in such places, you might not even know how you died. Besides, look at our mother. Why does she always say that family ties are weak? Is it because even when she died, she never saw her maternal relatives?" Hearing this, Su Man and Su Jinhong looked over. They didn't know much about their mother, only that she often said her family ties were weak. They thought she was like their father with no parents around. So, hearing this, I felt very curious. Su Rongrong also suddenly remembered something and started talking. Seeing her younger brothers and sisters look so interested, she decided to share what she knew. "Our mother also came from a wealthy family. I don't know exactly which family, only that it was in the city. When our father went to Muyang to take the imperial exam, he happened to rescue our mother from some bad people. But at that time, her clothes and hair were a bit messy. After saving her, our father didn't have time to say much before our mother's stepmother and some servants blocked him. The stepmother, in front of everyone, said that our mother was scandalous, that she had not yet married but was already involved with a man, which tarnished the family's reputation. Our mother's father, maybe her maternal grandfather, had many children, but she was not the only one. When they were informed, they didn't ask questions and just announced that from then on, she was no longer their daughter. Our mother was driven out of the house. She hasn't told me what happened afterward, so I don't know. What I do know is that our house and land were bought with her money. Our mother always said that she was too beautiful, which blocked her stepmother's younger sister from getting ahead, so she was schemed against. But she also often said she was lucky to have met our father. In Su Manman's memory, our mother was a clever woman. I never thought she could be tricked like that, so after hearing this, I looked at Su Qiao with a serious face. Qiao Qiao, even our clever mother was tricked like that. If your mind isn't sharp enough and you go into the inner chambers, you might be tricked so badly that there's nothing left. Listen to third sister. Find a handsome man from an ordinary family to marry. Avoid those families with stepmothers or concubines and don't get involved. Su Qiao Qiao pursed her lips without speaking. She still wanted to marry a wealthy man. But most wealthy families have multiple wives and concubines. Her mother was just unlucky, born into such a family, and her biological mother had passed away. Only her stepmother was in charge. If her second brother passed the imperial exam and became an official, she would have support, and her in-laws wouldn't dare mistreat her. But she didn't dare say this out loud. With the current situation outside, she was afraid that if she spoke up, her eldest and third sisters would be angry and drive her out. The days grew strangely cold, and she was still young and owed a lot of money. If she left home, her only choice would be a dead end. So, until her second brother passed the imperial exam, she had to obediently listen to them. Whatever they said, she just needed to nod and agree. Thinking this, she obediently replied, "Yes, third sister, I understand. I will listen to you." Seeing her so obedient, Su Rongrong looked at her deeply. She noticed a flash of cleverness in her eyes and immediately understood. Wow, even at such a young age, she had learned to be evasive. But that was okay. As long as she kept her close, with Man and Jean Hong watching over her. Over time, she would slowly change her mind. If she still couldn't change her, then it was her own choice in the end. Whether it was good or bad didn't matter to them. They had already tried their best, and as long as they felt they had done their duty, that was enough. Maybe the story about the refugees was too shocking. The siblings fell silent for a while on the road. Su Rongrong took out some old cloth scraps from the many bags and packages she carried. She picked out some usable pieces and handed them to Su Qiao Qiao, then pulled out some wire and handed that over too. "I originally wanted you to rest a bit, but it seems you can't sleep either. Since that's the case, make a hairpin. When we go back, find your friends and exchange a hairpin for 2 loads of firewood." Hearing this, Su Manman also said, "Big sister, I know many friends. Leave this to me. I promise to exchange the fewest hairpins for the most firewood." Su Rongrong nodded and let her do her thing. Meanwhile, she opened her fingers and measured Su Jean Hong's shoulder width and arm length. She planned to make clothes for Jean Hong when they returned. Today, even before evening, the midday cold was noticeably worse than yesterday. Jean Hong, this child, had no clothes left to wear. She had to prepare winter clothes for him first. His hands couldn't stand the cold. Seeing this, Lu Miao leaned close to Su Rongrong and whispered, "Rongrong, why don't I make Jean Hong's clothes? You can start with Man's. I see her clothes are also very thin." Currently, Su Rongrong was wearing her old clothes from Lu Miao, suitable for the season and still warm. But Su Qiao Qiao's clothes were all altered from Su Yunxiao's old clothes. Previously, he wanted to take her to Fang's house, so she wore her best and warmest clothes at the time. Only Su Man kept her belongings carefully, taking care of her family while feeling helpless and completely ignoring her. Now, she was wearing clothes from 3 years ago, small, short, and torn. Today, she was truly unprotected from the cold. Moreover, Su Jean Hong and Lu Miao had openly shown their relationship. Since that was the case, Lu Miao was willing to do what she could, so let her do it. "Alright, you can take Jean Hong's clothes. I'll make some for Man first." Lu Miao was very pleased. After thinking for a moment, she softly said, "Rongrong, I still have a set of clothes in my bag. They are a bit small now, but My mother has bought me new clothes. If you don't mind, I can give them to you. Lu Miao was an only girl in her family, and her family loved her very much. Almost every year, they bought her 1 or 2 new outfits. The clothes in her bag and the ones Su Rongrong was wearing were bought for her when she was 12, 2 years ago. But rural girls' clothes are usually made a bit bigger, so they can wear them for 2 more years. Now she was 14, and her body was developing more clearly, making her clothes seem a bit small, especially around the chest. Clothes she couldn't wear before were often given to her cousins by her mother, and even if she wanted to give them to Su Rongrong, she couldn't. Now, these 2 sets of clothes hadn't been given away yet, and Rongrong and her siblings were living on their own. She thought Rongrong could use them. After all, these clothes had no patches, and Rongrong was a few months younger than her. Since she had been mistreated at the Su Dashan family for 3 years, she hadn't grown much. Wearing smaller clothes and giving them to Rongrong made her look a little bigger. If she added some cotton padding outside the clothes and covered it with an extra layer of cloth, it would be like saving the fabric for the inner layer of a padded jacket. She thought this was a good idea, but wasn't sure if Rongrong would accept it. Su Rongrong was an orphan and didn't think there was anything wrong with wearing clothes she found. Hearing Lu Miao's words, she also understood this. She immediately said, "If your mother doesn't mind, then I definitely won't." "Thank you so much, Meow Meow." Lu Miao was happy to see she didn't mind. She felt even more pleased. It seemed Rongrong really hadn't distanced herself from her because of her and Jin Hong's relationship. That was the best outcome. She immediately cheerfully said, "My mother will be fine, Rongrong. You can rest assured." Su Rongrong nodded with a smile, then began measuring Su Manman's shoulder width, arm length, and other details. Bailey Zheng's carriage was moving very fast, and with De Hu driving, they had traveled halfway in no time. While Su Rongrong was thinking about what kind of clothes to make for Su Manman, De Hu's voice came from outside. "Miss Rongrong, there are some villagers from Sujia village ahead. Should we stop the carriage?" When she heard this, Su Rongrong lifted the curtain, and a cold wind blew in immediately. She instinctively shivered, then looked outside. She saw about 30 or 40 strong workers from Sujia village walking toward them. They were each carrying empty baskets on shoulder poles. She moved to the carriage's front and called out to Chin Dashan, who was walking at the front. "Uncle Dashan, are you guys going to the city to buy grain?" Yes. Among the leading group was Chen Dazhuang, Peach's father. He had come back early from hunting. After hearing about the situation in the county town, he didn't even rest but immediately came out with the villagers. Everyone's baskets were empty, except his, which contained wild chickens, rabbits, a foolish roe deer, and some pelts accumulated over time. The villagers from Sujia village had already seen the carriage approaching. Just as they were curious, they suddenly heard Su Rongrong's voice. Knowing she had been in the county town these days and must be aware of the current situation, they hurried to catch up. As they got closer, Chin Dashan asked, "Rongrong, you're back? How is Hongxiatzi? Is he okay?" "Uncle Dazhuang, I am back. Jin Hong is doing much better, but even Dr. Min from Jishir Hall was at a loss before. In the end, I asked Bailey Gongzi for help. I found someone to get a scar removal ointment and a bone renewal ointment, costing over 100 taels. But you know our family situation. I always trouble Bailey Gongzi, so I didn't dare to ask him directly for money. Fortunately, Dr. Min knows my father and also knows Jin Hong is talented in his studies, so he helped me pay up front. I wrote an IOU, promising to pay it back within 10 years. If I can't pay it back by then, I will use our land and house as collateral." When the villagers heard that the ointment alone cost over 100 taels, their eyes widened in shock. Someone quietly said, "What kind of magic medicine is that? Why is it so expensive?" Su Rongrong looked at the person and, seeing no ill intent, explained, "Those 2 bottles of ointment. One is said to be for the use of noble people in the palace, and the other is used by the court to reward brave generals." When Jin Hong came to the county, Dr. Min looked at him and said that even if his face healed, it would leave scars. His hands, especially, had broken bones caused by Qin's beating. If it weren't for the bone-healing ointment, even if he recovered, he wouldn't be able to write or hold a pen. We are scholars, so we can't afford to be unable to write, and scars on the face are unacceptable. As long as he can recover, I think spending more silver is worth it. Jin Hong is more talented than my father. My father was only a student when he passed the imperial exam, so Jin Hong should definitely be able to pass the higher level exam. Whether money or fame is more important, I believe everyone understands. Moreover, if it weren't for Lord Bailey, we wouldn't have been able to buy those ointments, even if we had the money. Dr. Min told me directly that there was nothing he could do, and said Jin Hong would only be left with scars, and he wouldn't even be able to hold a pen, let alone lift heavy objects. When the people of Sujia village heard this, and learned how serious the situation was, they all fell silent. They are farmers. Whether or not they have scars on their faces doesn't matter, but if they can't lift heavy things, they are essentially useless. So now, when they looked at Su Rongrong, there was both admiration and sympathy. After all, that was a debt of over 100 taels. For their family, it might take a lifetime to pay it off. That Qin family really caused a lot of trouble. Fortunately, young Master Hong has a good older sister who is willing to risk everything for him, even to the point of borrowing so much money. Su Rongrong saw everyone's expressions and didn't continue this topic. She changed the subject and said, "Uncle Dazhuang, the county town is very chaotic now. Early this morning, many refugees arrived. They were stealing and robbing on the streets. Later, the officials stepped in and drove everyone out of the city. Now, the city gates are heavily guarded and no one is allowed in, but they are all gathered just outside the city walls. The longer this goes on, the more people there will be. When we returned, there were at least a few hundred or even over 1,000 displaced people outside the city. With the recent drop in temperature, this situation is becoming more and more serious. If the refugee problem isn't solved soon, trouble will definitely follow." Chen Dazhuang nodded with a serious face upon hearing this. Su Rongrong continued, "A few days ago, I drew some flower patterns to sell to the embroidery shop. With the money, I bought grains. At first, the grain prices were normal, 15 coins per bushel of coarse grain and coarse flour. But now, a bushel costs 24 coins. Refined rice and white flour have risen even more. One bushel now costs 50 coins. Even meat has reached 45 coins per jin before we left. You should go quickly. If we delay any longer, the prices of rice and flour will keep rising. And if you can buy more, do so. Don't worry about the money. I'm afraid if you don't buy now, even if you have silver later, you won't be able to buy any." Hearing this, Chen Dazhuang and the others took a sharp breath. The price of coarse grain and flour increased by 9 coins per bushel, which is more than 2 coins per jin. How long has it been? If they delay any longer, by the time they reach the county town, the price might rise by 3 coins per jin. Thinking of this, they lost their mood to continue talking. After thanking Su Rongrong quickly, they hurriedly left. After Da Hu and the others walked far away, they continued driving towards Sujia village. The weather was really strange. Yesterday at this time, there was some sunshine, but now it was dark and gloomy. Even the wind blowing in was cold. Su Rongrong returned to the carriage and immediately said, "Jin Hong, your winter clothes, meow meow, and I will make them as soon as possible. When we get back, you should wrap yourself in a quilt first. Don't let your hands freeze. Man Man and Xiao Xiao, you two forget it. Xiao Xiao, stay at home to tidy up the house. Man Man and I will go up the mountain to chop firewood. This weather really can't wait. I'm worried we haven't prepared enough firewood for winter, and it might start raining or snowing soon." Lu Miao Miao hurriedly helped Su Jin Hong put on his clothes. Hearing this, she said, "Rongrong, you and Man Man and Xiao Xiao go chop firewood. I'll help tidy up the house. Once I finish making clothes for Jin Hong and Man Man, I'll come to help you too." Their family had plenty of firewood. Her parents and others often chopped some and piled it up. If it weren't for worrying about what others might say, she would have wanted to move some over to Rongrong's place. Su Rongrong didn't know what she was thinking. She was afraid of being criticized by the Lu family and didn't want Lu Miao to come to her house to do chores. So she said, "Qiao Qiao, after you go back, pick a flower for your hair and find some quick-acting girls from the village to help us clean the house. Meow Meow, you help watch over them when the time comes." I will take Xiao Xiao and Man Man to chop firewood. Su Man Man was happy to agree and responded eagerly. Only Su Xiao Xiao, hearing about chopping firewood, felt nervous. She would rather stay at home to tidy up than go up the mountain. Not only was it exhausting, but chopping too much firewood would make her hands rough. If her hands became rough, would she still have a chance to marry into a wealthy family? But if she refused, she couldn't say it out loud. She was afraid her eldest sister might get angry and send Dahu to take her back to the county town, where she might end up among the homeless. Thinking about those people looking at her with bad intentions and the fact that she might go hungry, be cold, and have to sleep outside, she was terrified. Forget it, chopping firewood it is. After all, she's the youngest, and she won't chop much or carry much. It should be understandable, right? Su Rongrong's family had the biggest and best house in the entire Su village. Unlike most of the other villagers' fenced courtyards, her home's yard was surrounded by walls made of blue bricks, just like the house. Daha drove a carriage straight to their door and saw that the gate was open. Su Rongrong peeked out from the carriage and looked inside. She saw Taoya spreading a pile of slightly damp firewood on the ground to dry. When she heard the noise, she looked up. Seeing Su Rongrong and the others returning, she smiled and ran out. Rongrong, you're back. Taoya had been helping Su Rongrong tidy up the house these days. Not only that, whenever she had free time, she would go up the mountain to chop firewood and bring it back. Yesterday, after the village chief returned, she specifically asked about them. Learning they would come back today, she went up the mountain early in the morning to chop firewood. After bringing the firewood down, she went home to eat. Soon after dinner, she came over. Seeing the visitors, she was happy but also hurriedly asked, "It's this time already. Have you eaten? If not, I can go back and make some noodles." After the carriage stopped inside the yard, Su Rongrong was the first to get out. Early in the morning, Meow Meow specially baked some pancakes. "We just ate them on the way back." She then said, "Taoya, wait for me." After that, she turned around and helped Lu Miao and Su Jinhong get down from the carriage. Once they were steady on their feet, she quickly called down Su Qiao and Su Man Man. Since Su Man Man decided to help her older sister share household chores, she has become very attentive. Su Rongrong told them to get off the carriage. Su Qiao got off alone, and she asked Su Qiao to close the door. Then she dragged all the manageable items from the carriage onto the shaft. As soon as she got off, she immediately moved everything from the shaft down. Dahu saw this and told them to step back. He went up and handed the items out. In just a few moments, all the things inside the carriage were moved out and cleaned up. Dahu, in a hurry to go back, pointed to a small gray cloth bag on the ground and said, "Miss Rongrong, there are 20 jin of salt here." The young master said he doesn't know if you need it for pickling vegetables, and he's not sure if this amount is enough.
He told you to use it first.
If it's not enough later, he'll find a way to get more for you. When Su Rongrong was on the carriage earlier, because there were many things, she didn't know exactly how much salt there was. Now, hearing there were 20 jin of salt, she knew that even if they used it for pickling, it would last her family of 4 for more than a year. She immediately said, "Yes, Brother Dahu. Please thank your young master for me when you go back. And one more thing, could we speak privately?" Dahu didn't know what she wanted to say, but he nodded. When they reached a quiet corner, Su Rongrong carefully thought for a moment before speaking. "Earlier, when I came back, I heard you say Zhengge went to the Yamen. I don't know what methods they will use to solve the problem of the disaster victims, but I have an idea. I'll share my opinion, and you can honestly tell your young master. If he thinks it's feasible, then use it. If not, just forget I said anything." Hearing this, Dahu immediately became interested. "Miss Rongrong, just say it. I will definitely pass the message along. Brother Dahu, I don't know if you've noticed, but when we left the city earlier, we saw that most of the refugees were strong laborers. Whether men or women, there weren't many elderly people or children under 10. Currently, we need to conscript people for forced labor because the task of digging canals and building dams is heavy. In the past, 1 person from each household was required, but now it is based on population. Families with more people must send 2 or 3 workers. If they refuse, they must pay 5 taels of silver per person. The disaster victims gather outside the city, with nothing to do, hoping daily for some charity porridge from the officials. On cold days, when they are hungry and poorly dressed, it's easy for trouble to happen. However, the officials cannot freely open the granaries for them, so the available grain is limited. Therefore, this situation cannot continue forever, you see? When Su Rongrong explained this, Dahu understood her meaning immediately and said, Miss Rongrong, you mean that the disaster victims should replace the common people in doing forced labor, and the common people can pay with silver or grain instead.
Su Rongrong nodded. Yes.
Farmers can pay 5 taels of silver each. If they pay with grain, they only need to give 1 dan of coarse grain and flour. For merchants and wealthier families, they can be asked for more grain. If they refuse, we can send persuasive people to talk to them. Most of them have stored grain, and we can tell them that part of it is used to pay for forced labor. The rest can be donated to the disaster victims. If they donate a lot, the officials can give some praise. For example, posting notices inside and outside the city walls, telling the disaster victims and the people of Lanxia County who the kind-hearted people are and how much they have donated. Although merchants care about profit, they also care about reputation, especially when it benefits the common people, which helps improve their image. As for the disaster victims, we promise that during the forced labor, as long as they don't cause trouble, they can eat as much as they need each day and each meal. In other words, we try to ensure they are at least 70% full. We also tell them that after the forced labor ends, those who perform well can stay in Lanxia County. The officials will assign land for them to farm and build houses, and they can transfer their household registration here. If the disaster ends and they want to return home, the officials will send people to escort them back. This way, we solve the problem of potential troublemakers among the disaster victims, remove them from outside the city gates, give the local people freedom of movement, and finally address the issue of local residents' forced labor. It can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. During this time, the officials only played a mediating role among the 3 parties, without adding much, and could still fully resolve these issues. The more Dahu listened, the more he thought this plan could work. He then bowed to Su Rongrong. I will go back now and tell the young master what Miss Rongrong said. If it really solves the problem, then you will have helped the young master a lot. After speaking, he took his leave and hurried back. Su Rongrong wasn't sure if it would really work. She only shared her idea. Seeing Dahu leave, Man and the others also moved their things back into the house. She stretched and then loudly called out, Chow Chow, Man, come out for a moment. Su Chow Chow and Su Man were busy packing up the things they brought. When they heard the call, they quickly came out. Big sister, we're coming. I think the weather might turn bad and rain soon. So, you have half an hour to do your chores. After that, we'll go up the mountain to gather firewood. Su Chow Chow didn't understand what she meant and asked, chores? What chores? Quick-witted Su Man rolled her eyes at her and said, with your brain, you're always thinking about sneaking into the big family's backyard? Big sister means for us to bring the head flowers and find the village girls. If any of them want to join, they'll help us gather firewood later. Su Chow Chow understood and responded with an O. Then she thought, if more people help gather firewood, and she does less, her big sister probably won't mind. Thinking this way, she deliberately took her 2 head flowers with her when she left. She wanted to find more people so that the firewood at home could be gathered quickly to meet her big sister's needs. That way, she wouldn't have to chop firewood anymore and wouldn't get rough hands. As for the head flowers, since the family still had plenty of fabric scraps, she could make herself 2 more later. Su Rongrong saw her 2 sisters leave with their head flowers before she went into the kitchen. At this moment, Taoya was frowning, looking at the meat bones and offal. Seeing her come in, she asked, Rongrong, do you still have money? All these things together probably weigh at least 100 or 2 pounds. Why did you spend money to buy so much of this? Using the money to buy this, isn't it better to buy some good meat? Su Rongrong replied. Dr. Min from Jishir Hall said that Jin Hong, Chow Chow, and Man all need good nourishment. Right now, prices are rising wildly outside. A pound of good meat costs 45 coins. Our family can't afford much, so I can only buy these. Fortunately, it's cold, so after cleaning and boiling, these can be stored. If necessary, I can salt them and hang them under the beam. The town is getting more chaotic. As long as the disaster victims' issues aren't solved, I don't want to go there. So these will last a long time. Maybe the New Year supplies are all in this. Pichia, from a hunter's family, doesn't get wild game sent to the town every day. Usually, after cleaning, she salts and stores it. Hearing Su Rongrong's words, she nodded instinctively, then asked, "What about your grain?" "I just looked at what you brought back, and there's not much grain. My father went hunting this morning and, hearing about the town situation, took the pelts he saved to exchange for silver to buy grain. Now that you're back with Jin Hong and the others, how can we manage without grain? I have some savings, about 60 coins, not much, but I can give you some first. Rongrong, you go see if anyone in our village needs to go to the town and ask them to help bring back some grain." Su Rongrong looked at her face, which resembled a modern friend's, and listened to her words, feeling warm inside. Knowing she was doing this for her, she didn't hide anything and told her everything about going to the town, including owing over 100 taels of silver to buy Li Zheng and the money she spent on clothing patterns and designs. Of course, she didn't mention that Qiao Qiao's 10 taels from selling herself were with her, nor how much she earned from selling the patterns. But she clearly explained how much she earned from Luo Zi and the headpiece. Pichia, upon hearing about the debt Jin Hong owed, couldn't help but feel worried. But when she learned that Rongrong had earned several hundred coins in just a few days, she let out a deep breath. Although Luo Zi's work was lucky, the headpiece and clothing patterns proved Rongrong had the ability to support her younger siblings. Maybe she could even pay back the 30-some taels owed each year. However, Jin Hong still needed to study, and that cost a lot. Even if they sell all the produce from those dozens of acres, they might not have enough money. Thinking about this, she said, "Rongrong, you have a heavy burden now. Not only do you need to save money for Jin Hong's education, but you also have to save for young Master Bai Li. Since that's the case and Manhwa is skillful, you can let her handle the flower headpiece work. You should think about doing something yourself to earn extra income. If not, things can't go on like this. If Jin Hong goes for the official exams, he will need to go to the county town and then to the city of the provincial government. This money is essential. No matter what, you need a few taels of silver. Right now, we're just talking about the scholar's exam, but if he passes the provincial or imperial exams, what then? Other families usually support one student with a whole family or clan. Your situation is a bit special, and you can only rely on yourself. So, you need to think carefully about all this." Su Rongrong listened to her seriously, considering her, and she nodded with a smile, saying, "Peach, don't worry. When I decided to split off from supporting the family, I already thought about these things. I know what I am doing and what I should do next. Moreover, that 100+ taels of silver, when I signed the IOU, Brother Zheng said that if I ever do him a favor, this debt could be cancelled. Didn't I just talk with Dahu earlier? I was talking about how to help the disaster victims and our common people avoid forced labor. Brother Zheng's father is about to take his post. Once the officials use the method I suggested, maybe we won't have to repay that silver." Hearing this, Peach asked curiously, "Rongrong, can I know what you mean about helping disaster victims and the common people avoid forced labor? After all, this matter involves her family. Her grandfather definitely can't go, and her father, though young, is the main labor force at home and probably can't go either. Her older brother just got married, and his wife definitely doesn't want him to go. Her mother would also be reluctant, so they can only spend money. If Rongrong's idea involves not letting people go, then they would need to spend so much silver. This time, her father took all the family's silver to buy grain, including the 5 taels he wanted to use to pay the forced labor tax. Her father said that in a year of disaster, nothing is more important than food, especially for families like theirs with little land. Going to do forced labor might not be deadly, but if there's no grain at home, they will definitely starve. At that time, not just one person would die, but the entire family. Because everyone understood this, Grandma, Grandpa, and Big Brother, though reluctant, finally gave all the money they could gather to Dad. Dad said he would go to the county town first to see if he could buy enough grain. If so, he wouldn't come back today. Then, early tomorrow morning, the whole family would go to the county town together to help bring the grain home. Actually, not only her family, but as far as she knew, everyone going to the county town today had the same idea. If Rongrong's plan was better, maybe they could solve the problem with the least cost. After all, paying 5 taels of silver per person was really too much. But the strong men in the family didn't want to go serve in the army. Of course, except for those families who were extremely biased or too poor to afford 5 taels of silver. She didn't know what Rongrong was thinking or how she told Dahu. Rongrong was the daughter of a scholar, smart and kind, and she would definitely think of everyone. Su Rongrong didn't realize how highly she was regarded in Taoya's heart. When she heard her words, she didn't hide anything. She immediately told the truth about what she had said to Dahu earlier. In the end, she added, "This is just my personal opinion. I don't know how the officials in the government will decide. So, Taoya, don't spread this outside for now. If the officials accept my suggestion, it will only take a day or 2. After all, whether it's collecting silver or grain, it needs to be done early. The longer the disaster victims stay outside the city, the greater the risk. It's getting colder each day. Who knows if those victims might be affected or do something to the people of Lanxia County. Only by sending them away early can the villages around the city and county be safe. Yes, Rongrong, I understand. I won't say anything. Rest assured, I won't spread this. But I think your idea is very good. The officials will definitely agree. This not only helps us common people solve the problem, but also solves the officials' difficulties. Most importantly, it gives hope to those disaster victims. Although forced labor is hard, they won't die, but they'll suffer. But those disaster victims have no choice. They had no choice but to leave their hometowns. Now they cannot go back, and they have nowhere to find food or stay warm. At this time, helping with manual labor gives them work, a place to live, and enough to eat. It might even help them get official household registration here. For them, this is a real opportunity. Maybe if they perform well, they will even have warm clothes to wear. I have to say, Taoya's idea matches Bai Li Zheng's thoughts perfectly. Today, he was at the government office, using his status as the son of the Duke of the Protectorate to help solve this problem. Because he gave up his official duties from the court and isn't a local official, he didn't speak up but listened to their discussions. But after hearing their ideas, none of the solutions seemed good. Some suggested opening a granary, others proposed wealthy townspeople should distribute porridge, and some even suggested sending the city guards to send the refugees back. In short, none of the ideas were reliable. As the morning passed into the afternoon, and they still hadn't come up with a plan, everyone looked at him. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system appeared again in his mind. Please assist Su Rongrong in helping the disaster victims in Lanxia County, and let the people there know about her contributions. Completing this task will reward 3 months of life and a 100-second shopping spree at the Bai Family Mall. This task is optional. The host can choose whether to do it or not. Bai Li Zheng was stunned when he heard this. Helping Su Rongrong solve the disaster problem? Turns out she already had ideas to fix it? And making the Lanxia County people aware of her contributions is easy. Just have the government announce it. He didn't know how she planned to do it, but that didn't matter. Even if she couldn't figure it out, he could help. 3 months of life. How could he refuse? Besides, apart from helping Su Rongrong, the rewards for her relatives and friends were only a few days or a month or 2. But his own situation with the imperial exams was dragging on too long. Right now, he might have less than a year to live, and his luck was terrible, things like losing his purse, tripping while walking, or choking on water. The most ridiculous thing was that he could fall asleep, and the bed would collapse. Not to mention, he was currently staying in a house provided by Madame Wang. His room, with its wooden bed frame, had already broken twice. Even more unlucky was that, despite the cold weather, birds were still flying in the sky. Coincidentally, as he was passing by, a bird dropped a droppings right on his head. Now, he desperately hopes to survive at least another year and improve his luck. Not for anything else, but he really doesn't want to wash his hair. This cursed ancient era is good in many ways, but men are required to keep long hair. After washing his hair, he has no blow dryer. He has martial skills, but not the kind shown in stories and TV shows, where after washing hair, a burst of internal energy dries it naturally. Even if he managed to get a blow dryer from a big store, it wouldn't help. There's no electricity. Where would he charge it? Lately, he's been living in the county town, and he's been hit by bird droppings more than once. Unless he stays inside all the time, he's bound to be unlucky. After 3 months, not counting other benefits, at least he shouldn't have to suffer bird droppings anymore. Thinking of this, Bailey Zheng looked at everyone and said, "Let me think about this carefully. In an hour, we'll discuss it again." The people present included Magistrate Wang, Deputy Magistrate Huang, Clerk Tao, County Guard Lin, and Master Yang. Basically, the entire leadership of the county office was here. They couldn't figure out a solution on their own, so they had to rely on Bailey Zheng. Magistrate Wang was about to leave for the city to take a higher position, so his lack of concern was understandable. But the others still had to stay. If this problem could be solved, it would benefit their annual reviews and make a good impression on Bailey Zheng and his father, Bailey Chen. More than that, if the father and son were willing to help, their future careers would be much better than those without connections. If they could serve as trusted aides, getting a position in the capital would be just a matter of a word. Because of these thoughts, everyone had no doubts about Bailey Zheng's words. They even stood up immediately and prepared to leave. As they walked out, one of them said, "I'll go handle other matters now." "Young master, don't worry. Take your time to think." But before they all left, just as they stepped out the door, they saw Da Hu rushing over. They paused, not in a hurry to leave, and heard Da Hu's voice from inside. "Young master, Miss Rongrong told her subordinates about a plan that can solve both the problem of the disaster victims and the forced labor issues in Lanxia County. She asked her subordinates to tell you everything. If you think it's a good idea after hearing it, you can follow it. If not, just ignore what she said." Now, the people outside the door stopped trying to leave, especially Yang, who wanted to stay and serve as a mentor to Bai Li Chen. Bai Li Zheng didn't tell Da Hu to lower his voice but signaled him to keep talking, even a little louder. So, everyone outside clearly heard Su Rongrong's suggestion. After listening, everyone's eyes brightened. The idea from Su Rongrong was very good, at least better than their discussion all morning. Just as they were about to go inside to discuss the idea in detail, Bai Li Zheng's voice came from inside. "This idea is good, but the weather should be colder than usual this year. The shelter and warmth for the disaster victims are a problem. Let's add these considerations based on our plan. The government probably can't provide the money for this. The disaster victims already have warm clothes, or we can give some as rewards, letting some people have them. We need to make a clear plan for this." After speaking, he walked out. Seeing the people who didn't want to leave, he wasn't annoyed but called them back inside. Once everyone was inside, he pretended not to notice them eavesdropping and asked Da Hu to repeat what he had just said. After Da Hu finished, Bai Li Zheng said, "Now that good suggestions have been made, we can add to them. I think, to solve this problem, food is essential and warm clothing is also necessary. This year will be colder than usual, and we can't let the disaster victims freeze to death." When he said this, the county officials, clerks, and officers nodded in agreement. Many people have died, which can easily cause unrest among the disaster victims. So, the order must be maintained. Even if they are barely alive, it's better than dying outright. Only one person is needed for each task, either paying with silver or with grain. If there are 2 or more people, one can escape by paying grain, but the others must pay with silver, winter clothing, winter quilts, or grain as collateral. The winter clothing does not specify gender, as long as it is suitable for adults to keep warm. The winter quilts must weigh at least 4 jin, about 2 kilograms. To prevent loopholes, he added, "Of course, the winter clothing cannot be thin early winter clothes or torn to the point of being unusable. Inside, it cannot be filled with reeds, straw, or similar materials. It must be filled with cotton or processed feathers from chickens, ducks, or geese. As for wealthy merchants, their households have many people, and they usually buy winter clothes for their servants every year. The winter quilts are also replaced every few years. The old ones are donated. Once these conditions are met, Housing for the disaster victims during forced labor won't be a problem. I have already drawn plans for heated Kong beds for them, just like before. How to build them remains the same. I will personally pay for it and arrange for large beds or communal sleeping areas inside. This way, after the disaster victims return, both adult men and women will dig channels and build dams. Younger children and elderly people will go collect firewood and prepare bedding. Of course, special cases will be handled individually. Those with disabilities, illnesses, or pregnant women won't be forced to do these tasks. Doctors will assess their conditions and, if confirmed, they can stay behind to cook for everyone. If they cannot do even that, and depending on the number of people, alternative arrangements will be made elsewhere. However, this means that except for pregnant women, others involved in labor will have less food and warmth compared to those who participate in the work. Lin County officials think this is quite good, at least better than previous years when common people had to serve forced labor. They asked, "Young master, what if capable and willing people refuse to take the place of others in forced labor?" Such people do exist, and there are probably quite a few. After all, in people's minds, forced labor is a dangerous and exhausting task. Those who stay here don't have to do anything. They can barely get by each day. Once the disaster victims had left, they went to other villages to beg for help, hoping to survive. Bailey Zheng heard this and, without hesitation, said, "Drive them out of Lanxia County. As long as they don't stay here, they can go anywhere they want." Currently, Funing Prefecture and Qing'an Prefecture are still suffering from heavy rain, and the temperature has dropped sharply. It is said that freezing rain has already begun. Because of this, Muyang Prefecture is under great pressure. As more disaster victims come here, the pressure on each county in Muyang Prefecture is increasing. Since this morning, over 1,000 victims have gathered outside our town, and more are still arriving. I expect the number to peak in the next day or two, reaching around 7,000 or 8,000, or even over 10,000. At this point, accepting these people is good, but they must follow arrangements. For those who are unruly or lazy, we can only expel them. Then, whether they live or die will have nothing to do with us. The remaining victims who obey the rules need someone to manage them. Ask around to see if anyone can read or has official titles, or if they used to be village officials or village heads. Find these people, select those with good character, and assign them to manage others. How exactly to divide the work can be discussed among yourselves. I won't interfere. Bailey Zheng's plan, combined with Su Rongrong's ideas, was already very well thought out. Even Wang Darren, who doesn't want to get involved, must step up now. As long as the new county magistrate hasn't arrived, he can't leave his post, so he must do his part well. He could delay before, but now that there's a solution, he can't keep putting it off. Otherwise, he fears Bailey Zheng will be unhappy with him, and not only will he lose his position in the county, but he might also face accusations of poor governance. If that happens, he could lose his official rank and even his life. So it's better to work a little harder these days, try to settle everything before leaving, and leave a good impression on Bailey Chen and Bailey Zheng. After all, he only managed to climb the ranks because of their help. No matter what others think, after finishing these tasks, Bailey Zheng looked at everyone preparing to leave and added, "Recently, the prices in the town have risen to unreasonable levels. The Great K Kingdom has clear rules forbidding merchants from making money through national crises. What to do is probably obvious to everyone. When necessary, I don't mind punishing a few to set an example." Everyone present, even those shopkeepers in the county town who aren't directly involved, have some connection to the situation. They know that they receive quite a bit of tribute each year. Just taking money without doing anything is unfair. Moreover, some of those shops are owned by their own people. They are just registered under the names of loyal servants or daughters-in-law as dowries. Of course, they wouldn't doubt by Li Zheng's words. He comes from a noble family. His grandfather is a duke, but the heir is directly chosen over his father, which says something. Furthermore, the duke himself is a war hero of the Great K Kingdom, and even the upcoming county magistrate by Li Chun was once a famous warrior on the battlefield. These generals keep their promises. Those who disobey orders are dealt with swiftly. So they better not risk their lives and just follow orders. It must be said, once these people take action, they are very efficient. After Bai Lijeng left, they quickly discussed and decided on a plan. That evening, Magistrate Wang, county deputy, and other officials summoned the wealthiest merchants and farmers in the county and nearby areas for a secret meeting. When those merchants and farmers left, their faces looked unhappy, but the officials appeared more relieved than ever. Later, Lin County and Yangshiji led negotiations and arrangements with the disaster victims for 3 hours. Once everything was settled, early the next morning, the townspeople were informed by town officials beating drums and gongs. The smaller towns and villages were notified by officials and constables. These notices, based on Pi Qiao's suggestion and combined with Bai Lijeng's ideas, announced the plan. Pi Qiao, who was helping her family carry grain to the county, heard the news just before reaching the town and jumped in place excitedly. That's wonderful. Truly wonderful. Mother, grandfather, grandmother, do you know? The solution was first suggested by Rong Rong. Hearing this, she said impatiently, "Little sister-in-law, don't say such things carelessly. This is the decision made by the local government, decided by the officials in the county office. Su Rongrong is just a girl from the countryside. What does she know? You can talk about this at home, but don't spread it outside. Otherwise, the one who will be embarrassed is your good sister, Su Rongrong." Taoya knew her sister-in-law had opinions about her, but she was happy at the moment and didn't argue. She looked at her mother and said, "Mom, just yesterday when Rongrong came back, I went to help her at her house. While we were talking, she told me about this matter. She said she wasn't sure if the officials would use her suggestion, so she asked me not to tell others. Although she didn't mention the price of grain, it was definitely related to her. Now the grain prices won't rise again and we only need to sell 100 jin. That's really great. Rongrong is amazing. I knew she was so smart and kind. She would think of us." Xiahua rolled her eyes at her proud expression and then disdainfully turned her head away. Everyone knew what kind of person Su Rongrong was. If she had that ability, why would she be living like she does at Su Dashan's house? However, Taoya's older brother, Jinja, saw her like this and pulled her aside quietly, saying, "Wife, don't look down on Rongrong. When her father was alive, he was the top scholar in our 10-mile radius, receiving a monthly subsidy from the government. Rongrong, as the eldest daughter, was personally taught by her father since she was young. When her father was alive, she was a very clever girl. So, little sister, don't dismiss her words. I really think it might be true. Maybe she was like that at the Suda family because her parents suddenly passed away and she was too affected to recover. Now, after 3 years of mourning, she's finally moved on. For her future and her younger siblings, she's starting to stand on her own. Wife, listen to me. From now on, spend more time with your little sister and get closer to Rongrong. I believe it won't do any harm." Xiahua still didn't believe much, but Jinja continued, "Don't forget, Rongrong has behind her a county magistrate's son and his cousin. This time, it might be Rongrong who arranged everything through the county magistrate's son. If you don't believe it, just wait until we go to the county town and ask around, then you'll know." When it comes to the county magistrate's son, Xiahua had to stop looking down on him and think carefully about her husband's words. It seems to make a lot of sense. Not for anything else, but because of the support from the county magistrate's son, she also needs to get along well with Su Rongrong. In case something happens to her family one day, she can directly ask Su Rongrong for help. Otherwise, with her younger sister-in-law's personality, she definitely wouldn't help her. Seeing her wife's face soften, Jingja let out a breath and looked at his sister. "Little sister, is Rongrong's family planning to open up land and prepare firewood? When we go back, Big Brother will also go with you to help her. Not to mention anything else, just because she let us avoid paying 5 taels of silver in exchange for avoiding forced labor, we should lend a hand when she needs help. It's not just us. Everyone in our village should do the same." Taoya nodded firmly. Yes, we should be grateful and repay kindness. Big Brother, 5 taels of silver versus a stone of coarse grain. Anyone with a brain knows what to choose. Although our family is hunters and has always relied on buying grain to survive, didn't Dad already buy some in the county town? This time, it shouldn't be too little. Probably around 1,000 or 1,800 jin, right? Even if one jin of coarse grain costs 10 won, then a stone of grain is only about 1 liang. Isn't it okay to spend the extra 4 taels ourselves? When she said this, she deliberately lowered her voice and added, "Our family doesn't lack warm clothes. Maybe we can sell a few later." Not to mention, Meow Meow's family is going to send 3 people. One to deliver grain, and the other 2 will either bring grain, clothes, quilts, or silver. Now, grain is very expensive, so they probably can't just send hundreds of jin at once. For warm winter clothes and quilts, their family probably can't afford poor quality ones. After all, Meow Meow's father is the village chief. But good quality costs a lot and they can't afford it, so they might come to us to buy. When the time comes, selling a few old fur clothes might bring in some money, right? Her grandparents hadn't thought of this before, but now that she pointed it out, their eyes lit up. That's right, their family still has quite a few old fur clothes. Although the fur isn't in the best condition, many are patchwork, sewn together from different colors. But it's just a rough cover, not as warm as those old winter clothes. As a hunter's family, they don't lack in furs or old clothes. They don't need to sell them for much. Even selling one for 30 or 40 coins is still money coming in. This time, Su Rongrong helped not just their family. She helped thousands of households, bringing them good fortune. As the daughter of a scholar, her mind is quick and clever. When her parents were still alive, she was very good. I don't know how the Su family raised her, but these past 3 years, they've worn her down, lost her spirit. Luckily, she's now standing tall again and has come up with a good idea to help ordinary people. Otherwise, when the conscription day comes, not just Sujia village, but the whole county might be filled with crying. Su Rongrong doesn't know about the government's decision, nor does she realize that because of her, officials sent someone first to inform Sujia village. Now everyone in the village knows that because of Su Rongrong, they don't have to serve in the army or pay money. They only need to give coarse grains, simple flour, or winter clothes and blankets. After the officials finished their notice, they handed the matter over to Lu Quanquan to handle. In 3 days, they just need to deliver grain, clothes, blankets, or silver to the county office. After the officials left, everyone in Sujia village was excited. But this time, unlike before when they heard about conscription and felt hopeless, everyone's faces were full of smiles. Although their lives aren't very easy, and they usually try to save where they can, the good harvest over the past few years means they have some extra food. They can spare 100 jin of grain and donate a piece of clothing. These are not problems for them. The official just now said it was Su Rongrong from their village who suggested this to the officials. How kind and good-hearted Rongrong is. Now, it's not just their village that benefits, but the whole Lanxia County. By the way, Rongrong has been busy chopping firewood these days. Since they've received this kindness, it's only right to send a cart of firewood from their own home. Thinking this way, the villagers weren't just a few families. So, Su Jinhong, who was resting at home to recover, soon saw villagers coming one after another to bring firewood to his house. In less than half an hour, the yard at home was already full of firewood, not only piled inside but also outside the main gate. Su Maokai, the head of the Su family clan, had not been able to face others these past few days because of the incident with Su Rongrong and her siblings. When he heard the news, his face kept changing. Finally, he sighed deeply and looked at his son. Since the villagers are all bringing firewood, our clan should do the same. That girl may no longer be related to us, but she shares the same surname and lives in the same village. We should treat her like an ordinary villager. It was also his fault for not controlling the clan members, letting them bully others so easily. If they had been kinder to the siblings, they wouldn't be in the current situation where they are mocked. In that case, the glory would belong to the Su family. After this incident, everyone in Lanxia County probably knew about Su Rongrong, a clever and kind girl from Sujia village. Having such a good reputation would benefit Yu Hong in future exams and official appointments, and it would also be advantageous for her sister's marriages. But unfortunately, None of this now concerns the Su family. Moreover, if news about the siblings breaking away from the family spread, they might be mocked by others. Su Rongrong had no idea that Su Maokai was now full of regret, even thinking about whether he could persuade her to pretend the break never happened. When she was walking back from the mountain carrying firewood, it was already past noon. She led the way, carrying a dry, dead tree on her shoulder. Su Qiao followed in the middle, carrying 2 small bundles of straw. As for Su Man, she also carried straw, but each bundle was slightly larger than Su Qiao's. When the 3 sisters reached the foot of the mountain, everyone they met greeted them kindly. Rongrong is back. Have you eaten, Ronggirl? Auntie made some pancakes today. I'll bring a few over later. Ronggirl, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know what we would do. Su Qiao's shoulders were burning with pain, and she felt exhausted. Seeing everyone greet her older sister warmly, she wished they could help carry the firewood back. Fortunately, there are still people with good judgment. Seeing that the 3 sisters looked very tired, I quickly called some people over and took the firewood from their shoulders. Young Rong, this is heavy. We can handle it. Rest well. If you need firewood later, just tell us. We'll chop some and bring it to you. Yes, just tell us. Su Qiao, who was so exhausted she almost cried, was stunned when she saw the scene. She knew what kind of people the villagers were. Seeing that even the usually sharp-tongued people were being kind to the eldest sister, she couldn't help but lean closer to Su Man and ask softly, "Third sister, what's going on with these people? Are they all fools?" Su Man frowned and shook her head. "I don't know either." Su Qiao looked at each person, then at another, but couldn't figure it out. She finally asked directly, "Mrs. Wang, earlier you all said thank you to my eldest sister. What's that about?" Recently, they had been staying with the eldest sister, but she hadn't seen her do anything for the villagers. In the county town, the eldest sister was busy tending to her second brother's injuries, then earning money for the family. After returning, she had been busy chopping firewood. Even when she went to fetch water, she didn't have time to tidy up, and it was only Sister Meow and Sister Tao who helped. So, did the villagers misunderstand something? Among the 3 people helping with firewood, one woman surnamed Lu had a bad relationship with Su Rongrong's former foster mother, Qiao. Hearing this, she replied, Qiao, your eldest sister is clever. She knows we're worried about the forced labor, and she's been anxious, unable to eat or sleep during the day. That's why your eldest sister suggested to the officials that the disaster victims could take the place of others for forced labor. When Su Qiao heard this, her eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly turned to look at Su Rongrong. What? Big sister, you suggested this to the officials. Before Su Rongrong could speak, Lu Woman proudly said, That's right. The official who came today told us himself. He said your eldest sister told everyone to give food and warm clothes and then let the disaster victims do the forced labor so they could eat well and stay warm. My mother sighed. Finally, we can sleep peacefully now. Although giving 100 jin of grain and some clothes is hard to bear. Compared to 5 taels of silver, it doesn't seem like much. Sister Qiao, do you agree? Now, even Su Man couldn't help but look at her older sister. When did she do this? She doesn't seem to know. Could it be that her sister mentioned it when she went to borrow a pen from Lord Bailey earlier? And maybe her sister didn't tell her before because the matter wasn't certain yet? Su Rongrong didn't expect that Hu, or rather Bailey Zheng, would work so quickly. Hearing this, she asked, Aunt He, did the town office come to inform us this morning? Yes, the clerk said they came especially to visit our village first thing. People from other places probably haven't been notified yet. Rong, everyone in the village is grateful to you. Knowing your family was hurt and that you have small children who need firewood, they brought some for you. You can use that firewood first, and when you run out, we'll bring more. By the way, since you just left the Su family and moved back home, you probably don't have much to eat. But Auntie's family doesn't have much either, except for some radishes and cabbages. Later, I'll send some over. They're not worth much, so don't mind. The other 2 people nearby also said, Rong, during summer, my sister-in-law dried a lot of vegetables. I'll bring some over later, so after you soak them, you'll have more dishes. Yes, Rong, my aunt made a lot of pickled vegetables. You shouldn't pickle them yourself. I'll send some over later. In our countryside, we don't have much, but dried vegetables and pickles are essential. You can cut some every day and put them in a bowl. It's like having an extra dish. It's much easier since you don't have to make it yourself. Su Rongrong didn't have much besides the salted vegetables she bought in the county town. She didn't have radishes, cabbages, or dried vegetables. The vegetables she ate these days came from Lu Miao's garden. She had indeed helped everyone, so when they offered to send vegetables, she didn't refuse. Thank you, auntie, sister-in-law, and sister-in-law. I won't be polite. Everyone was happy to see her accept, and smiles appeared on their faces. It seemed that this way, the debts they owed could be considered repaid. That day, not only the people from Sujia village brought things to Su Rongrong. Even the nearby Wangjia pit and Shangwan village send gifts to her. Most of their gifts are carrots, cabbages, pickles, and dried vegetables. Of course, some people also send eggs and mountain products. When Su Xiang, who was lying in bed recovering, learned about this, she was almost furious. Despicable person, damn despicable person. I should have killed her when she first came to our house. Qiao's injuries had just started to heal. Hearing her daughter's words, her face darkened sharply. I really underestimated her. Just like her mother, she's a sly fox. She claims she's clever, helping the common people solve big problems and making disaster victims do forced labor. In my opinion, she's just a country girl who doesn't know anything. She must have used some shady tricks to fool that county magistrate's son, giving him ideas and then taking the credit herself. Hearing this, Su Xiang no longer lay in bed. She sat up straight, her eyes shining as she looked at Qiao. Mom, what if I get the county magistrate's son to like me? I'm almost 16, and I look pretty good. Anyway, I'm a girl, and I will get married sooner or later. Rather than marry someone I don't know much about, I might as well try to marry him. After all, he's the county magistrate's son, so his status isn't low. This way, you and the county magistrate would be in-laws. In the future, when you go out, everyone will respect you. If she had the chance, Qiao would naturally be happy. But she wasn't naive enough to think she could do whatever she wanted just because she had some skills. So she replied, if young Master Bailey is willing to marry you, I would be happy. But he's the county magistrate's son, and it's not something you can decide just because you want. Su Xiang stood directly on the bed, pointing at herself, and said, Mom, look at my figure. It's not worse than Su Rongrong's. Besides her face, what does she have that I don't? If someone like her can catch the eye of young Master Bailey, what's wrong with me? Isn't he building a house in our village? That means he will live here in the future, or at least come here often. If that's the case, I might have a chance. Qiao, hearing this, also considered whether it was feasible. But after thinking it over, she felt that her daughter Xiangxiang didn't have much of a chance. Bailey Zheng is the son of the county magistrate. I heard he is skilled in martial arts and always has attendance with him. Her family's Xiangxiang looks okay, but her background is not good. Many wealthy young ladies in Lanxia County look better and have better figures than Xiangxiang. Someone like Xiangxiang, not to mention marrying her as a wife, even becoming a concubine, is unlikely. No, not even a concubine. Probably she won't have the chance to become anyone's close mate either. Su Xiang saw that her mother didn't answer, so she spoke to herself. Mom, I need to rest and recover. Don't make me do chores at home these days. When young Master Bailey returns, you should tell me right away so I can dress up nicely. I don't believe that with my face and figure, he won't notice me. As long as he looks at me a little more, I'll have a chance to get closer to him. When the time comes, winning his favor won't be that hard, just a bit of effort. Mrs. Qiao listened to her confident words, then paused and nodded. All right, then you rest well. When someone arrives, I'll let you know. If this girl can catch young Master Bailey's eye, even as a servant girl, it would help support the family. That way, her older brothers wouldn't have to worry about their future. When Bailey Zheng is at the government office, he can arrange a simple job for them, enough for them to eat official government meals. Bailey Zheng, who had already handled the disaster relief work, didn't know that the heroine of the story was now watching him. He had just finished meeting the head of the county school. After personally seeing the person off, he turned to Da Hu and said, Let's go back to Sujia village tomorrow. It's been raining in Hwarong County these days, and if it continues like this, in less than 5 days, the rain will reach Lanxiao County. I promised Rongrong I'd help her set up her bed, so before helping the disaster victims, I need to fix her house first. When we return from Sujia village, I'll go straight to the county school. Keep an eye on the house in Sujia village. In a few days, my father will be appointed, and if my mother comes along, let her stay at the back of the yamen. Once the house in Sujia village is built, you can help her move there. Yes. Bailey Jung thought for a moment and asked, is there anything else Rongrong's family needs? When we go back tomorrow, I'll bring it along. Dahu thought for a moment and said, I don't think so. Her family's food supplies can last at least 2 years, and they have enough salt for a year or 2. They seem to be a bit short on oil. Besides that, Grandpa Yu has prepared 3 quilts, which are enough. As for clothes, she bought some fabric herself, and Grandpa Yu provided the cotton. So, apart from being a little poor, they don't lack anything else. Bailey Zheng heard this and said, when you go back tomorrow, bring her some oil. Prepare some vegetable oil and some animal fat oil, a little less vegetable oil and more animal fat oil, so she can cook herself. It's perfect because he plans to visit her family for a meal tomorrow. He wants to eat sweet and sour pork ribs, squirrel fish, braised pork with preserved vegetables, and Westlake beef soup. He's not sure if she can cook these dishes. If she can't, she can make spicy hot pot, boiled pork, or mapo tofu instead. If she can cook these well, then he will know her true identity. Thinking this, Bailey Zheng bought not only vegetable oil and pork fat, but also some pork belly and lean meat when he returned the next day. Finally, he even asked the butcher for some pig blood. Since he couldn't find mandarin fish, he bought a grass carp, along with some tofu and bean sprouts. In short, when he returns to the Su family, his cart will be filled with many things. Since yesterday, after everyone brought vegetables, firewood, and eggs, Su Rongrong hasn't organized anyone to go up the mountain to chop firewood today. This morning, their family ate simply again. They had pancakes with the leftover bone broth from yesterday. After finishing the meal, she asked Su Qiao Qiao to wash the dishes, then arranged for Su Man Man to prepare to make felt shoes. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. She went out to open it and saw several women standing outside. The most familiar among them was Lu Miao's mother and Tao's mother. Before she could speak, Lu Miao's mother asked, Rong Miao, I heard Miao Miao say you're planning to make straw cushions? Hearing this, Su Rongrong had a faint guess about their intentions. Yes. I plan to finish making winter clothes for my family first, and then I'll make this when I have free time. Lu Miao's mother smiled and said, That's perfect. With this cold weather, we're all wearing padded jackets now. Just sleeping on straw isn't enough. There's nothing urgent at home right now, so we can help you make the straw cushions. This time, Lu Miao's family was required to do 3 days of forced labor, but because of Su Rongrong, they only had to give 100 pounds of coarse grain and 2 winter coats. As Taoya predicted, the winter coats cost a total of 100 coins, which was what their family paid. Therefore, for Lu Miao's mother, they gained a big advantage. She no longer had any objections to her daughter frequently visiting this place. She even hoped that Miao Miao could learn more from Rongrong's cleverness. Yesterday, Taoya's mother was a bit suspicious when Taoya said those words. But after arriving in the county town and hearing the locals say that it was because of Su Rongrong from Sujia village that they didn't have to do forced labor, her confidence grew. Every time she heard the name Su Rongrong from Sujia village, she straightened her back a little more. This sense of pride was something she had never experienced before. When buying things, she would intentionally or unintentionally mention that she was from Sujia village and that Su Rongrong and her daughter were good friends. Because of this, she paid less money for her purchases than others. Yesterday, her family had many things to transport, so they returned late, and she didn't come over. This morning, before coming, she remembered that Rongrong and her siblings had nothing, so she took out her new and used rabbit fur gloves. Rongrong, thank you for speaking up for us. Because of you, our family doesn't have to do forced labor.
You know how our family is right now.
The only thing we can offer is this. It's getting colder every day, and our hands and feet are freezing in the mornings and evenings. If you don't mind, you can wear these first. My aunt just made them, and she hasn't worn them yet. Rong looked at the gray rabbit fur gloves her aunt handed her, thought for a moment, and then accepted them. Thank you, Aunt Chen. These are very good, and I like them a lot. Actually, aunt, sister-in-law, and the other women, you don't need to be so polite. I didn't do this for anyone in particular. I just wanted to help you while solving the problem of the disaster victims, so you don't have to feel obliged. Lu Miao's mother smiled and replied, Rong, you're wrong about that. No matter what, do you think we wanted your help? Have we been helped now? Since you've already helped us, do we owe you a favor? All right, your family has a lot to do. There's no need for us to delay here. You give us the straw, and a few of us women and sisters-in-law will help you weave it. Peach Girl also nodded and said, Yes, Rong Girl, you don't know how grateful the people in the town are to you now. It's just weaving a straw mat, a simple task. Don't overthink it. Bring out the materials, and after we finish, we'll deliver them to you. We have many people, so we can work quickly. In 3 days, we will definitely finish 4 mats. Hearing this, Su Rong no longer hesitated. She stepped aside to let everyone in and opened the storeroom where the straw was kept. Mrs. Liu, Mrs. Chun, everything is here. But we don't need to weave 4 mats, just 2 large ones will do. They should be about 2 meters wide and 3 meters long. Brother Zheng, the young master Bai Li mentioned, said this winter will be very cold, and he worries we won't be able to handle it. So, in the next few days, craftsmen will come to make a heated bed for me. That way, Ming and I will sleep together, and you can just weave according to those dimensions. Everyone present already knew that this winter would be tough. Now, hearing Su Rong say this, they secretly thought, no wonder Rong Girl has been busy chopping firewood these days. It turns out that's the reason. Since that's the case, they also need to let their families chop more firewood before it rains or snows. Bai Li Zheng's carriage arrived at Su family's village around noon. As soon as the carriage appeared, it caught the attention of Mrs. Chiao, who was outside wandering around. She still remembered what her daughter had said. So, when the carriage stopped at Su Rong's house, she saw Bai Li Zheng get out of the carriage and hurriedly ran home. Once inside, she didn't dare shout loudly, but sneaked over to Su Xiang's room. Xiang, the county magistrate's son is here. I just saw his carriage and saw him get out. Originally lying bored on the bed, Su Xiang's eyes lit up instantly when she heard this. She suddenly sat up with a thud. Mom, really? You're not seeing things. Of course not. I'm not old enough to have blurry eyesight. He got out of his carriage at Su Rong's door and carried a lot of things from the carriage. I also saw a pile of meat, at least 10 jin. Thinking of that white, tender meat, she felt both envy and pain. If she can get Xiang from her family to be with Bai Li Zheng, then those meats will belong to her family. If Su Rong, that mean girl, is still in her family, then those meats are also hers. The pork fat and lard are enough to last her family for a year or more. Moreover, the pork cracklings are very good. Whether for cooking or making dumplings, they smell wonderful. Xiang isn't in the mood to think about meat right now. After confirming Bai Li Zheng was coming to Su's village, she immediately got out of bed. First, she touched her face, then looked at Mrs. Chiao and asked through gritted teeth, Mother, is the bruise on my face still not fully gone? That mean girl Su Rong dared to hit me so hard. When I get Mr. Bai Li, I will make her pay. Mrs. Chiao carefully looked at her cheek. Seeing there were still some marks, she felt a bit distressed and nodded. Yes, if you look carefully, you can still see it. Thinking about the current situation at home, Xiang said, Mother, I can't go out like this. Please ask my sister-in-law to lend me some rouge. Tell her not to worry. I will return a new box later. Also, after I marry Mr. Bai Li, whatever silver you want, I will find a way to get it for you. Mrs. Chiao, because she didn't manage to send Su Rong's body to the county town in time, not only lost money but also lost a little. These days, she has been feeling distressed. So now, hearing Xiang's words, she feels very comforted. Even her steps to ask her eldest daughter-in-law for rouge are faster than usual. After her mother left, Xiang took out her most precious clothes. It was a pink silk dress, bought after Su Rongrong came to her house, and she became her servant. She never wore it again after her coming-of-age day. She originally planned to wear it when she married and take it to her in-laws' house to show off. But now, to attract Bai Li Zheng's attention, she had to take out this dress. Meanwhile, Bai Li Zheng at Su Rongrong's house still doesn't know that someone is dressing up beautifully for him. After giving everything to Su Rongrong, he said, "Rongrong, I haven't been feeling very hungry lately. My mouth tastes bland and tasteless. Please make some light or appetizing food with these ingredients." Su Rongrong looked at the handsome face before her, which no longer had any bruises, but still looked so familiar. She absent-mindedly reached out to take it. She wanted to ask if he was Bai Zheng, but now was not the right time or place for such questions. Unable to do so, she suppressed her curiosity and quickly prepared the menu. She remembered Bai Zheng liked to eat braised pork, pickled pepper duck blood, mushroom stir-fry with meat, boiled meat, and sauerkraut fish. Soon, she would cook these dishes and see if they tasted right. Thinking this, she let out a quiet sigh and called Su Jinhong. "Jinhong, this is Brother Zheng's first time at our house. You can take him for a walk. I'll go cook." Even though Su Jinhong had trouble with his hands, his legs were fine. As the only son in the family, he naturally had to accompany guests. But since everyone else at home was a woman, to avoid misunderstandings, he went with Bai Zheng to walk around the village. Not long after they left, a girl with a pale face and unsteady steps approached. Fearing she might be a scammer, Bai Zheng quickly moved away. But the next moment, he saw her bowing politely to him. "Your servant has met Lord Bai." Hearing her overly theatrical and sweet voice, and seeing her face powder falling off as she spoke, Bai Zheng instinctively shouted, "Wow, where did this ugly monster come from?" Being ugly wasn't her fault, and poorly applied makeup wasn't her fault either. But running out like that to scare people was her mistake. If it had been nighttime, he would have thought he was seeing a ghost. Su Xiong had expected many reactions when Bai Zheng saw her. Maybe he would stare at her with surprise, or look at her with admiration, or be curious about her. But none of these were what he was doing now. Hearing him call her an ugly monster, Su Xiong froze stiffly, feeling numb and unsure how to react. She was originally wearing her best bright pink dress. Her head was decorated with a big red flower. But in the end, her mother borrowed her rouge, and even her sister-in-law came along. When her sister-in-law found out she was dressed so finely to go out, she said men liked delicate, gentle women. Then she gave examples like the time she went to the county town and saw someone wearing certain clothes. Another time she went to Fengwu town and saw how someone was dressed. She thought about the elegant dresses of young ladies and found it reasonable. So, she changed out of her old dress and took off the red hair ornament. Finally, her older sister-in-law lent her a plain, white linen outfit used for funerals at her family home. To look delicate and charming, she pestered her mother to help her borrow some light pink flowers from the village millet field. Of course, she didn't put on any rouge to improve her complexion. Instead, she followed her sister-in-law's advice, trying to make herself look whiter to seem more pitiful. So she applied a lot of whitening powder. She looked at herself in the copper mirror in her sister-in-law's room and thought she looked perfect. Even her mother thought so, but why did she end up like this now? When Prince Bailey saw her reaction, it was like seeing a ghost. While Su Xiong was feeling sad, Su Jinhong, who was more perceptive about relationships between men and women, said directly, "Zhengji, let's go." Bailey Zheng was a modern business heir, but in ancient times, he was the young master of a noble family. No matter the era, many women were interested in him. Su Xiong wanted to do something, but he could see it clearly. So, he ignored Su Xiong and walked ahead. To him, the woman in front of him was just too unappealing. He was afraid that if he looked at her too long, he would have nightmares at night. Su Xiong was considered a pretty girl in Sujia village. So, among the young men who were not yet married, she was quite popular. She was used to being pampered, so when she saw Bailey Zheng ignoring her, she felt a bit upset. "Young Master Bailey, my name is Su Xiong." Hearing her crying voice, Bailey Zheng stopped and turned around, carefully looking at her. Just as Su Xiang was feeling happy inside, she heard him say, "Are you the ruthless woman who tried to ruin Rongrong's reputation?" It turned out she was the heroine from Li Ding's poorly written story, and she didn't look very impressive. With her face and features, she couldn't compare to Rongrong at all. No wonder she was jealous of Rongrong. Su Xiang almost broke down again, thinking that Su Rongrong and Bailey Zheng must have said a lot of bad things about her, which was why he was acting like this now. Su Rongrong truly deserves to be punished. She shouldn't have listened to her mother and kept the person to work. She should have immediately taken action and stopped her. Su Xiang's heart was filled with deep hatred. She hated so much that her blood seemed to boil. But she couldn't show her feelings. She had to take a deep breath, hold back her anger, and force a light smile. "Young Master Bailey, you misunderstood me. Rongrong has lived at my house for 3 years, and we are like sisters. How could I be the kind of person you think I am? Actually, Rongrong has misunderstood me a lot. For example, a few days ago, she was badly injured. The doctor said she couldn't move, so I let her stay in a small grass hut at the foot of the mountain. I treat her like a sister. I was worried she was hungry, so I specially packed some food in a basket and brought it to her. I never thought she would think I wanted to harm her. I believed that honest people don't need many words to explain. Who would have thought that even you would misunderstand?" Bailey Zheng didn't have time to listen to her nonsense. He had seen the beginning of that book before, so he knew how crooked this person's views were. He simply nodded and turned to leave. Since Su Xiang saw someone, she wouldn't let this chance slip away. Instead of walking away as her sister-in-law told her, she didn't sway or walk slowly. She lifted her skirt and quickly ran to Bailey Zheng. "Young Master Bailey, where are you going?" "I can go with you." Hearing this, Bailey Zheng was startled and quickly stopped her. "Miss Su Xiang, you should go home and look in the mirror. Even if you don't have a mirror, you can use water. I don't know who gave you the courage to come out dressed like that. Everyone knows you're a person. Those who don't know the situation might think they've seen a ghost in broad daylight. And I haven't heard that anyone in your family has died. You're dressed in white, like a mourning girl, truly a filial daughter." After saying this, he saw Su Xiang open her mouth to reply, so he quickly added, "Just shut up and don't speak. You don't realize that your words are causing your face powder to fall off in clumps." Being so disliked by Bailey Zheng, even the thickest-skinned person couldn't stand it, let alone Su Xiang, who was used to being pampered. She stood there blankly, watching him walk further and further away, but inside, she hated her sister-in-law even more. She clearly dressed according to what her older sister-in-law said, but she was still disliked like this. If she had dressed in her own style, maybe she would have already won Bai Li Zheng's heart. Bai Li Zheng didn't care what the heroine in the original story thought. At this moment, he lost interest in wandering around. Because he had gained 3 more months of life, his luck had improved a lot. So, during this time, everything went smoothly for him. When Su Rongrong was cooking, someone was helping her. By the time Bai Li Zheng returned, she had already prepared boiled sliced meat. Seeing the delicious smell, Bai Li Zheng couldn't help but swallow, and then walked confidently toward the kitchen. When he saw the ingredients Su Rongrong was preparing and the pot of hot oil poured over the boiled meat, he felt a faint tremor in his heart. He looked at Su Rongrong with a cautious gaze and recited a poem. "Spring sleep unaware, everywhere mosquitoes bite, spraying insecticide, not knowing how many have died." Su Rongrong stiffened, turned around, and looked at him in disbelief. Her eyes gradually brightened. "Searching for him among thousands. If you're healthy, just take a few steps." Bai Li Zheng's lips curled slightly as he decisively took a few steps forward. Su Rongrong put down her spatula and tilted her head to test. People are naturally good at heart. Not doing homework makes a hero. This time, Bai Li Zheng was stunned. This was the same sentence he used back in high school when the teacher asked why he didn't do his homework. Now Su Rongrong seemed to recognize him. "You." Bai Li Zheng was about to ask who she was when he heard Su Manman's curious voice nearby. "Brother Zheng, are you really a scholar? How come you even misrecite Chun Xiao?" Before Bai Li Zheng could answer, she asked Su Rongrong, "Big sister, you're even more outrageous. How come you can't recite the 3-character classic?" Clearly, the older sister knew the three-character classic by heart. How could she make such a basic mistake? So, what kind of riddles are they playing with Brother Zheng? Li Zheng knew that now is not the time to say anything that others shouldn't hear. Plus, since he was sure that Su Rongrong was from the same hometown and might even be an acquaintance, he felt very good and didn't bother with Su Man. But if he needed to explain, he would. He immediately said, "Su-san girl, your big sister's cooking smells so good. When I came back from outside, I couldn't help but start drooling at the smell." Originally, I wanted to say, Little Lotus just shows a little tip of her bud and suggest having some rib stewed with beans. But when I saw that your older sister had prepared so many dishes, I changed my words and said what you just heard. Your older sister is a talented girl. She thought I was joking with poetic lines, so she responded with a few words of her own. Su Man always felt that wasn't quite right, but it also seemed to make some sense. After all, your older sister first said that if you're not sick, you should walk a few steps. Maybe Zhengge suddenly changed the poem, Spring Dawn, and your unaware older sister thought he was unwell, but didn't want to say it directly, so she responded like that. Thinking this way, Su Man finally dismissed her doubts and smiled as she said, "Zhengge, you're lucky too. My older sister is really good at cooking. I dare say, in the whole Sujia village, no one's skills are better than hers. By the way, she also made some marinated dishes these days, especially those pig offal. They're very flavorful and fragrant. We still have some left at home today. If you don't mind, you can try some later." Li Zheng heard marinated dishes and immediately thought of Su Rongrong's previous purchase of offal. Could it be that she used some of that to make the marinated dishes? Back in the day, he never touched those things. No matter how well they were made, he instinctively thought they were unclean. But later, after studying abroad, his once precious stomach, which was used to Western food for half a year, started craving Chinese dishes again. Things he once looked down on, he could now eat happily whenever they were available. Once, he tried marinated large intestines from a fellow student from the same country, and although the taste was so, he was amazed. Since then, whenever he returned home and had free time, he would go out of his way to taste these dishes. Now, hearing Su Man's words, he involuntarily swallowed and looked at Su Rongrong. "Miss Rongrong, I'll be returning to the county in 2 days. If you have any extra marinated meat, could you send some with me? Don't worry, I'll have to send some meat over later, so it won't be a loss for you." Su Rongrong was already sure that he was Bai Zheng. She naturally agreed to this request. After all, she had been winning first place in her scholarship every year in high school, but this guy always outperformed her. Since crossing over here, their family has also received a lot of care from him. Right now, it's just a small task of braising some water vegetables, not worth much. But in her memory, this guy never touches these things. Could it be that studying abroad for those years helped him overcome his picky eating habits? Though she thought so, Su Rongrong said, "Okay. As long as you don't mind, after dinner, I'll braise some for you. Then I'll trouble Miss Rongrong." After speaking, Li Zheng cupped his hands towards Su Rongrong and turned to leave. Later, after dinner, he definitely wanted to find a chance to ask her who she was and when she arrived. This lunch was filled with wonderful aroma, thanks to Su Rongrong's skillful cooking. The pickled fish was her second dish after boiled pork. Because Li Zheng gave her 3 grass carps weighing about 3 to 4 jin each, she set aside 2 large bowls after preparing the dish. One bowl was for Lu Miao, and the other was for Taoya. These two have been helping her recently. But today, since Li Zheng came over and considering their ages, they didn't come to avoid any awkwardness. Su Rongrong was quick and efficient. As soon as the pickled fish was taken out of the pot, she divided the portions. After handing the basket of dishes to Su Man, she specifically reminded her, Man, the food will get cold quickly today, so hurry back." "Okay, I understand, big sister. Don't worry." Saying that, Su Man picked up the basket and headed out. Unlike the joyful atmosphere at Su Rongrong's home, Su Xiang's family was very different. Since Su Rongrong left the family, they hadn't cooked at mealtime. The women at home would just avoid cooking when it was time. At that time, Mrs. Chow, who had a cold stove and no mood to cook, wasn't interested in the kitchen. It can be said that since Su Xiang left, she had been waiting at home for good news. But unexpectedly, she received the news that Su Xiang returned crying with a sad face. Seeing her like that, Mrs. Chow hurriedly went over in worry. Xiang, what happened? Why are you crying all of a sudden? Su Xiang ignored her and went back to her room, closed the door, sat on the bed, and cried loudly. This made Mrs. Chow feel heartbroken. She had 3 sons and 1 daughter, and her daughter was very beautiful, so she naturally had high hopes for her. In the future, whether the family can live well depends on this girl, so she must not be allowed to cry herself sick. Xiang, what's really wrong? Tell me, mother will speak for you. Hearing this, Su Xiang's eyes reddened and she choked inside the door, saying, Mother, do you think the eldest sister-in-law can't stand to see me do well? I was planning to wear that bright pink dress, but she insisted that men don't like that. She also said men prefer gentle girls, so I should keep my appearance simple. Just now, I saw young Master Bailey and was startled. I wondered if someone in our family had passed away and we were in mourning. As the head lady of the household, Mrs. Chow disliked such talk. Her face darkened at her words, and she almost scolded her, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Bailey Zheng's status was obvious, and she couldn't scold him. As for her eldest daughter-in-law, she could handle her, but she wasn't foolish. She knew that when she grew old, she would have to live with her eldest son, and in the future, she would rely on her daughter-in-law for care. So, she didn't want to cause trouble. She remained silent for a while, listening to the crying inside, which didn't stop, then gritted her teeth and said, Xiang, don't cry. Young Master Bailey might have misunderstood your outfit now. When you wear something different next time, he will definitely be amazed. Hearing this, Su Xiang cried even more sadly. Mother, it's useless. He said I look scary. If it weren't daytime, he would think he's seeing a ghost. He also said that when I speak, the powder on my face falls off. Mrs. Chow previously thought that her daughter's way of dressing, when silent, looked delicate and pretty. Now, hearing this, she carefully recalled her daughter's attire and suddenly had nothing to say. No one had mentioned it before, so she hadn't thought about it. Now, thinking carefully, it really does look like a ghost. Xiang's skin is slightly yellow, and she wears white clothes, making her look darker. In fact, her face and her clothes are 2 very different colors. To match her clothes and make her look more delicate, she had to whiten her face as much as possible. When they saw her earlier, Xiang didn't speak, so it was okay. But if she applies too much powder, it will naturally fall off when she speaks. Realizing this, Mrs. Chow understood that she had been careless. Since things have come to this point, there's no use in saying more. Since it doesn't work with Bai Li Zheng, I'll try another way. The young ladies in the city usually marry at 17 or 18. Her sister Xiang still has 2 months before she turns 16. There's plenty of time to find a husband, so there's no need to panic. Maybe someday, a noble young man with a higher official rank than Bai Li Zheng's father will like Xiang. It's said that a higher official rank can overpower others. When that happens, Bai Li Zheng will have to flatter and please her family Xiang. Thinking of this, Mrs. Chow made up her mind and said, Xiang, stop crying. A county magistrate's son is nothing special. Wait until the disaster relief work is done, then I will take you to the city. By then, we can find a son of a local official, and later, Bai Li Zheng will have to try to please you. Originally, Su Xiang was still sad, but hearing this, she stopped crying. Really? Mother, you will take me to the city. She had rarely been to the county town, let alone the city. Her uncle said it was very big and lively, even more bustling than 10 Lanxia counties combined. If she could go there, she would love it. But finding a noble young man to marry was unlikely. She knew her own status well. She only wanted to get close to Bai Li Zheng because he was staying nearby and she had a chance to meet him more often. Plus, since he couldn't see well and still liked Su Rong, why couldn't she? But on their first meeting, she didn't leave a good impression. Thinking of this, Su Xiang felt sad again. Not to mention, Bai Lijeng was really handsome. He was so good-looking she didn't know how to describe him. Only that his eyes were deep, his eyebrows sharp, his nose high, and his lips full. Every feature was just what she liked. Since she was a child, she had never seen such a handsome young man. In just one glance, she fell for him. But that person disliked her. Outside the door, Mrs. Chow didn't know she was quietly feeling sad. She quickly assured her, "Yes. Xiang, don't cry. I will take you to the city later. Yes, before the new year, we will go there to buy New Year's goods." Su Xiang didn't have much feelings for Bai Lijeng. She only felt sad or upset because she was scolded and maybe a little unwilling. Now, hearing her mother again promise to take her to the city, she let go of her bad mood. "Mother, I am grown up now and need to prepare a dowry. When we go to the city, if you have enough money, can you buy me a couple of decent things?" Xiaoshi had no more silver left. She had to scrape together money earlier just to avoid a forced labor duty, which meant she only had about 5 or 6 taels now. Usually, that would be a lot, but since Su Rongrong didn't die, she had already spent a tael on that. Plus, because of Su Xiang's injury and her own and Su Da's medical expenses, she had spent quite a bit. Now, she only had about 3 taels left that she could use. When she said she was going to the city, she just wanted to spend some money on travel and visit Su Jinhui's family to stay and eat. So, when she heard Su Xiang ask for money to buy things, she paused and then replied, "If I have enough money, I will definitely buy you something." "All right, open the door quickly so I can see your hand." Su Xiang's hand had been broken by Su Rongrong before, but she was the heroine of a poorly written story and was lucky. The door was smashed through her left forearm's middle bone, but after the doctor fixed it, it healed faster than anyone else. In just a few days, her hand, though not fully healed, could move freely. Xiaoshi was worried she might get upset again and hurt her hand again, so she wanted to check. At that time, Su Rongrong's family was finishing lunch. She wanted to talk to Bai Lijeng and waited until everyone had eaten enough before speaking. "Jin Hong, your hand isn't fully healed yet, so eating with a spoon might be slow. Take your time, don't rush. Chow, watch your older brother eat. After he's done, help him back to his room, then wash the bowls, chopsticks, and pot. Remember to clean the pot well because later, Big Sister plans to make some more broth for Brother Zheng." In the past few days, Su Qiao had been repeatedly shocked by her older sister's actions and was very obedient. "Okay." Su Rongrong turned to look at Su Man. Man, Brother Zheng said that in a few days it will rain here too. Go make some shoes and try to finish before the rain starts so everyone in the family can wear cotton shoes. Su Man stood up seriously and said, "Big sister, I will take my shoes to Sister Tao's house." She knew what rainy days meant. The disaster victims outside appeared in Lanxiao County because their homes had been flooded. Although she wasn't sure what her situation would be like later, she thought it was wise to prepare warm clothing early. In the past few days, her older sister had been busy with eating, sleeping, and going to the bathroom, hardly touching any sewing or knitting. Su Rongrong, unaware that her words made Su Man pay extra attention, had already arranged for someone and was the first to stand up and leave. Their house was large with many rooms and the study was unused, so she chose it as a place for their conversation. After Bai Zhen was distracted by Da Hu and entered the study, her first words were directly to call his name. "Bai Zhen, yes, I am. And you?" Hearing him admit, Su Rongrong relaxed completely and smiled, saying, "Lin Rong. When I was in high school, our head teacher's mother was named Lin, so I was called Lin Rong. Later, in my second year, the head teacher's mother suddenly changed her surname to Su, so I also changed my name to Su Rongrong." Hearing the name Lin Rong, Bai Zhen, who was about to sit down, suddenly stood up and stared at her with wide eyes. The name Lin Rong left a deep impression on him. This girl had been in the same class with him for 3 years and had helped him fight outside for 3 years. She was an orphan. The reason she was admitted to their school was because she was exempt from tuition and received a large scholarship. In class, she only focused on studying, and during holidays, she looked for part-time jobs. Once, when he was alone in an alley and was surrounded by outsiders, she happened to pass by and helped him. It was that moment he realized how capable she was in a fight and started paying attention to her. When he found out she was always working part-time everywhere, he came up with an idea: pay her to help him fight. Yes, even though he was good at fighting and had a group of friends behind him, he did it this way. He paid her 500 yuan for each fight. If she got injured, he paid another 500 yuan, and if the injury was serious, it was calculated separately. And so, this arrangement lasted for 3 years. Every time that girl gets hurt, even if her opponent is weak, she always suffers minor injuries. But she never has serious wounds. She risks her life, but also cares about it. Each time, she only takes 1,000 yuan. She doesn't want more. This girl is very dedicated. When fighting enemies, she is never soft. No wonder the Su family and the Ba family are always in chaos because of her. Saorong saw the longing in his eyes and smiled, saying, "Thank you for those 3 years in high school." Bailey Zheng understood what she meant. First, she was thanking him for paying her tuition. Second, she appreciated how he let her have the top spot during exams. Because the scholarship for first place and second place was a full 10,000 yuan apart. As an orphan, she needed money. Every penny she earned, besides her daily allowance, half was saved for college, and the other half was given back to the orphanage. Throughout high school, no one knew her better than him. Thinking about the past, Bailey Zheng tried to hide his smile and said, "We don't need to be so distant. Come on, tell me when you arrived here and how you got here. I don't really know how I got here. Maybe it was because of an earthquake? Anyway, I met you that night I arrived." Hearing this coincidence, Bailey Zheng said, "I've been here for a few months. By the way, do you remember my roommate Li Ding?" Yes, Su Rongrong and Bailey Zheng went to the same university, just in different departments. In college, Su Rongrong had more time for part-time jobs, and Bailey Zheng also needed to intern at his family's group, so they saw less of each other. But that didn't mean they never met. In their first year, he still occasionally needed her help to go out and fight. So, he naturally knew who his roommates were. Li Ding? The only guy in your dorm from another department? I think he's from the Chinese department. Yes. The dynasty we're in now, the Great K Dynasty, is based on a book written by Li Ding. Actually, it's a poorly finished story. The heroine is your sister Su Xiang Su Rongrong. That I really messed up. I thought I was traveling through time, but now I find out I've actually entered a book universe? If I didn't know the female lead, it wouldn't be a big deal. But it's Su Xiang, that ruthless and cruel woman. What's wrong with Li Ding? Is the female lead in the story really such a scoundrel? Also, in other stories, the girl usually comes from a noble family or is a legitimate daughter, while the others are just daughters of lesser status. Most families aren't short of money. Why is it that here, I've become an orphan with no parents? If I were just an ordinary orphan, I could accept it, but I'm an orphan with unkind relatives and several younger siblings. What did I do in my past life to deserve such bad karma, that I'm an orphan in modern times and still an orphan in this story? Bailey Zheng noticed Su Rongrong's bad mood and quickly tried to comfort her. "Rongrong, don't be upset. At least you're healthy. Live as long as you can. As for me, even though I'm the heir of the Duke's house, I am a short-lived person. I have a system that constantly reminds me I'm about to die. You've always wondered where I got my cousin from and why I need to take care of you all. Actually, that's a lie. My system is about correcting values and helping me with the imperial exams. Besides passing the exams, I also need to save and help you to extend my life. The first time I saved you, I only had less than a day left to live. But because I saved you, I gained 3 more months of life. And after completing that task, I was rewarded with another 3 months. The shorter my life, the more unlucky I am. That's why you saw me with broken hands and feet, bruised and battered. That's how it happened. Su Rongrong." It sounds like he's even more pitiful and miserable. At least she has no worries about her life, right? "So, your father came here because of you?" Bailey Zheng, familiar with the situation and trustworthy, answered honestly. "That's partly true and partly not. Let me explain. My grandfather is a war hero of our great K kingdom. You should know how the phrase greatest hero came about. 10 years ago, the emperor started to become wary of my family. Then, my grandfather decisively handed over military power and told my father and uncle to give up fighting and switch to civil service. All my aunts married low-profile husbands. At that time, my uncle was still young, so it wasn't a big deal. But my father was already a top-ranking general, a third-grade officer. For the sake of the family, my father had no choice but to take the civil service exams, even though he was used to fighting and didn't like studying. He deliberately took 2 years to prepare so he could pass as a scholar. Then he took the exams 3 more times before finally ranking at the bottom this year. After that, my father publicly said that studying was too hard. He was a rough man used to fighting, and he couldn't focus on studying. But you know our family status. Even if my father didn't want to advance, he still had to take official positions, right? He didn't want to join the Ministry of Rights, and my situation was special. Seeing his bad luck about to run out, a master from the royal temple said my benefactor was nearby. My father discussed with my grandfather and decided to become a county magistrate here, which also kept him away from court politics. This way, the emperor would be at ease, and we would be safe. After hearing this, Su Rongrong concluded, their family came here mainly to avoid trouble and to extend his life. She quickly turned her eyes and said, Brother Zheng, since we are family, I won't hold back. About the incident with Xiao Qiao being sold as a beauty paper, do you think you could help me get some justice? When it happened, I wasn't in Su village and the village chief handled it. Now that I am back, if I attack Su He's family again, it would seem I'm unhappy with how the village chief handled things. Plus, we siblings are still young, and our previous actions were already quite bold. If we keep pushing, it might give the villagers a bad impression. I personally don't care about these superficial reputations, since they don't pay the bills. But Jin Hong wants to study, so I need to think more about him. I don't need you to do anything special. Just give a hint for the Fong family to come and settle accounts with Suhi's family. It's not possible that she sold someone without paying any price, right? As for reputation, if you don't care about it, the villagers' gossip wouldn't matter much to Suhi's family. So, you must pay a memorable price first, so there won't be a next time. Alright, I will handle it for you tomorrow. Just wait and watch the show. Okay, I'll wait and see. Su Rongrong said this and stood up to leave, but Bai Lijun called her back. By the way, Rongrong, I've arranged to meet the craftsman during the late morning to set up the bed. Is it convenient for you here? If not, you can tell me when it would be better tomorrow. The rain outside has already started in Huarong County, and in Lansha County, it should start raining in a few days. Be prepared early. Hearing this, Su Rongrong sat back down. Brother Zheng, you have a system, and I have a space. Actually, my space is the house I used to share with Li Wei. It has everything inside, but I can't take things out. I want to borrow your help to take things out and use them. Do you think that's okay? Just the quilt, for example. If the bed had one more quilt, we could stay warmer this winter, right? Bai Li Zheng, upon hearing that Su Rongrong had a space, immediately looked at her with bright eyes. Rongrong, my system rewards me whenever I complete a task. Besides life, I can also go shopping at the Bai family's large store. That big store is under my family's group, and it has everything. The shopping rewards are like those variety shows, where within a limited time, everything I get belongs to me. Right now, I just went up to the second floor. This floor sells fresh food, quick meals, and some grains and oils. I haven't had time to pick anything yet. I'm thinking about what to take next time I get a reward. These things aren't easy to hide from others, and I don't have much space to store them. Since you have a space, I'll put everything there later. Anyway, once I'm free, I'll come to your place for meals. As for the things you want to take out of your space, just remove the trademarks and dates, then give them to me. I'll publicly give you a gift. Su Rongrong never expected Bai Li Zheng to be so lucky, still able to get rewards for shopping at the big store.
She immediately said, All right.
Brother Zheng, when you have time, help me get more seasonings. Oh, and also some rice and flour. My space is a big 2-bedroom, so it can hold quite a lot. Also, please take care of the sanitary pads and related items for the lady in the future. If possible, please help me get more toilet paper quickly. There's no paper in the toilet. Sometimes we have to use bamboo strips or branches, which is really painful. Bai Li Zheng listened to her and looked at her carefully. Then, thinking about his age, his eyes flickered for a moment before he casually said, Rong, since we're both modern people, there shouldn't be any generation gap in our thoughts. I have some things here that I need you to help store. You also need to use some of my things. Instead of risking being discovered by our future partners, it's better to just go along with it. I'm 17 and you're almost 14, just 3 years apart. Honestly, this age difference is just right. Surongbron. She hadn't thought about this issue before, not even in modern times. How could this guy suddenly think of such things? Looking at her face, which only looks about 11 or 12, he still dares to bring this up. Could it be that he actually prefers younger girls? From high school to university, and even after he went abroad, she never heard him talk about having a girlfriend. Maybe that's really the case? Bailey Zheng keenly noticed that Su Rongrong's gaze at him was different. Seeing the meaning behind her eyes, he irritably reached out and tapped her forehead. You little brat, what are you thinking? I'm not that kind of person. If you weren't someone I know well, and we hadn't come here together, do you think I'd say such things? He said this, then couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed and angry, giving her a glare. Then, in a nonchalant tone, he continued, It's just one sentence, nothing more. Our ages aren't very old, and this is just how we feel right now. If you agree, let's just go with it. But how we live our lives is up to us. You do your thing, I do mine. When you turn 18 and your younger siblings grow up and want to get married, we can talk about marriage then. Or maybe wait until you're 25. Anyway, I only need everything to be settled before I turn 30. As for my family, I'll handle it. No need for you to worry. His family is from a military family, so they don't care much about social status. Otherwise, his aunts wouldn't have married so low-key. There are even 2 women who married ordinary commoners. Of course, this doesn't include Su Rongrong, who is his benefactor. With this in mind, his family is actually more likely to accept her. Su Rongrong also knows that Bailey Zheng's words make sense. Plus, G17 is quite old in this ancient time, and his family will definitely be eager to find him a wife. She just feels a bit awkward, as if her whole body is filled with discomfort. But luckily, her reason outweighs everything, so she looks seriously into his eyes and says, It's not impossible. Just after I agree, you must pretend nothing happened and not let outsiders see. Of course, this doesn't mean you can't see the light, but the era is too strict on women. I have no parents, and if people find out about us, they won't think badly of you. They'll only talk about me. Bailey Zheng saw her agree and didn't wait for her to finish speaking. He quickly interrupted. Yes, I understand. Don't worry, it won't happen. After speaking, he hurriedly took out an IOU from his sleeve pocket, showed it to her briefly, then tore it up. Your help with the disaster victims has been a big help to my father. According to the previous agreement, this was originally meant to be returned to you. Now that we're going to be a family sooner or later, there's no need for that anymore. Also, I took some gold jewelry from the first floor of the big market earlier, and I left it in my temporary house. When I come back later, I'll bring everything to you. Su Rongrong. Wow, that's a good attitude. If she could meet someone like this in modern times, she would definitely date him. She wouldn't still be single after graduating from college for years. Okay, then I'll keep it for you. Bailey Zheng is quite perceptive. Those gold ornaments are nothing to him. Seeing the satisfaction in Su Rongrong's eyes, he instinctively replied, No, it's not just for me. It's for you. We're going to be a family, right? So what's mine is yours, and what's yours is still yours. Don't worry, I know what to do. I'll earn money to spend on you, Su Rongrong. There's no need for that. She can earn her own money if she wants it. If she really can't, she can always use things in her space. But Bailey Zheng hurriedly said, Yes, a good man's wife should take care of herself, just like his mother, who never worked a day in her life. When she was young, she relied on her family. After growing up and getting married, she relied on her husband. Anyway, she had never worried about money. Su Rongrong. Is this progress too fast? Is this what being a wife means? Isn't it supposed to be just like before, with no change? Bailey Zheng noticed the confusion in her eyes and cleared his throat uncomfortably. Let's go out. The craftsman should arrive soon. Oh, and when you think of the right time, give me the quilt. Later, after I distract Hu, I'll bring the quilt to you publicly. Getting to the main point, Su Rongrong nodded and stood up to leave. Okay, I'll go prepare some marinated offal for you. For Bailey Zheng, Su Rongrong now was part of his family and she was also his fiancée. So, there was no need for the previous distant attitude. He immediately said, Rongrong, make a little more. I need to take some to the county school to eat. Alright, you do your thing. As for the betting, I already told Jin Hong about it. If you have anything to discuss, just find Jin Hong. Bailey Zheng had just acknowledged her and played some tricks to confirm their relationship. Now, he wanted to stay close to her all the time. Seeing they were about to go their separate ways and do their own tasks, he took off his money pouch from his waist and handed it over. Here's your household money. Su Rongrong paused, looked down at the money pouch in his hand. Seeing she wasn't taking it, Bailey Zheng directly put it into her hand. Take it. Although Su Rongrong was an orphan, she was very proud. Moreover, her foster mother had told them from a young age that they shouldn't ask for things that weren't theirs, no matter how much they lacked. So, even though she was very short of money now, she still pushed the pouch back. I can't take this. Although we might be together in the future, at least not now. Besides, I also took Xiao Xiao's silver from selling herself. Technically, I shouldn't have taken those, but her family was poor and the Fong family wasn't kind, so accepting it was fine. Right now, her family had enough to eat and drink, so she couldn't accept the money. Bailey Zheng understood her personality and didn't insist. He changed the subject and said, Rongrong, you're good at cooking, especially making those pickled vegetables. During high school, you played around a bit, earning about 10,000 yuan in profit each year. Now that you're here, have you thought about going back to your old business? Of course, I mean at this stage. Selling things is also simple. In the past, we sold to classmates who ate lunch at school, and now we can do the same. I'm about to start at the county school soon, and the food there probably isn't much better. Your pickled vegetables will definitely be more popular than before. But the number of students at the county school isn't as large as in the past. Back then, we could also sell to the neighboring school. Here, the county school has enrollment limits, so the number of customers might not be ideal. I mean, earning as much as possible is good enough. It's better than standing outside in the cold winter or earning nothing at home. Of course, if you produce a large amount, I can ask who to talk to people and try to get your pickled vegetables into restaurants to sell. Su Rongrong didn't turn around and said, Of course I want to make money. But not this year. Let's wait until next year. All those pickled vegetables need fresh vegetables, and the ones I have now are from others, plus many seasonings are missing. Next year, when I grow my own vegetables, you can bring me the seasonings I need, and then I'll make them. Bailey Zheng saw that this plan probably wouldn't work and had to give up regretfully. Then write down all the seasonings you need. When I have a chance, I'll try to bring as much as I can. His shopping time is limited each time. In large supermarkets, because there are many types of seasonings, each has its own shelf. So he needs to know exactly what she wants. Only then can he find them efficiently. Otherwise, he worries he might bring the wrong things, and there won't be enough time. Okay, I'll write down my usual seasonings later. Alright, you go ahead and busy yourself. When you have free time, help me give some advice to Jin Hong. Bailey Zheng nodded. Yes, don't worry, I will. This kid is also considered my future brother-in-law, so I have to help him out. Next year, his face and hands should be healed, and then I'll get him into the county school. They say that as people get older, they become more afraid of the cold. Every winter, especially during the coldest months, many elderly people in the Great Kingdom die. Taoya and Lu Miao's grandparents are still alive. Knowing that this winter would be very cold, both families worked hard to prepare, but they still felt worried. Su Rongrong knew about this, so when she heard from Bai Li Zheng that a craftsman would come to make a heated bed, she quickly found Su Qiao Qiao. Qiao Qiao, Brother Zheng said the craftsman will come later to make the heated bed. Please go to Miao Miao and Taoya's house and tell them that once the heated bed is finished, it can sleep several people and stay warm. It doesn't need charcoal, only firewood, which will make the whole house very warm. If they want, they can come over to see it first. Okay, Su Qiao Qiao agreed and quickly ran to Taoya's house. She was still wearing the same clothes as before, which fit well then, but now look a bit thin. Seeing her leave, Su Rongrong didn't mind and started thinking about what she could take away with Bai Li Zheng. As she expected, not long after, Tao Ya and Lu Miao arrived, both panting. They were not alone. Their older brother, Chen Jingzhe, and Lu Songmu also came. Seeing Su Rongrong, Lu Songmu asked, "Rongrong, just now Qiao said your family is making a heated bed that can sleep several people and stay warm, and it doesn't need charcoal, right?" "Yes. If your family also wants to make one when the craftsman comes to do it, just stand nearby and watch. Most men in our village have some skills. Plus, understanding the structure of the heated bed isn't hard. As long as you understand how it works, you'll know how to make it. Maybe this winter you can even earn a lot from this skill." Hearing Su Rongrong casually say the last part, Lu Songmu immediately understood her meaning. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, when I make money, I'll give you 20%. Chen Jingzhe, who had been silent all along, also seemed to catch her meaning and said, "Rongrong, I'm in too. When the time comes, I'll give you 20% as well." Lu Miao and Tao Ya, who hadn't spoken, exchanged glances. Lu Miao then said, "Big brother, I think you and Jingzhe should team up. After we see how it's done, we can try it first with our two families. If it works well, we can start taking outside jobs. The weather today is colder than usual, and I think many people will find it hard to bear. Since there is no need to pay for forced labor, everyone still has a few hundred coins for heating the bed. Then you can keep track of the daily earnings, settle once a month, and give Rongrong 20%. As for why the profit goes to Su Rongrong, everyone here knows the reason. Heating beds is a special skill. If the craftsmen don't let them watch, they will have to avoid it. Since Su Rongrong invited them and said this, it means they will learn the skill. They are learning without a master, just to earn money with this skill, so they must share some of the earnings. Without Su Rongrong, they wouldn't have anything to do. Su Rongrong also understands this, so she is willing to accept the money. After hearing Lu Miao's words, she said, "The craftsman will arrive soon. Miao Miao, help me watch the fire. I'll go talk to Brother Zheng about this." "Okay, Rongrong, go ahead. We're not in a hurry." Su Rongrong nodded and then left with peace of mind. Bai Li Zheng is making heated beds, not only for Su Rongrong's family, but also to promote this technique. This winter is bound to be very cold. In past years, many common people have died from the cold. As the heir of the Protectorate Duke's estate, he can't control everything in the world, but he can take care of the people in Lanxia County. After all, this is where his father is about to serve as an official. If many people die from the cold winter, it will reflect badly on his father as the county magistrate. It could even give the emperor a reason to punish their family. So when Su Rongrong said she wanted the villagers to learn this skill, he agreed immediately. He even said, "2 people aren't enough. You should find a few more clever folks to come over. The more people involved, the more work there will be to do. And didn't you say they give you 20%? Even if you don't want 20%, 10% is fine. The more workers there are, the more commission you earn. Rongrong, you can only make money from this once this year, understand?" Su Rongrong naturally understood and wanted to seize this opportunity. "Okay, Brother Zheng, I'll go talk to them now. If the craftsman arrives, tell them to start a little later." "All right, go ahead." Su Rongrong quickly ran back to the kitchen. Seeing everyone there, she said, "Brother Songmu, Brother Zheng has already agreed. He said this winter will be tough for everyone. When people realize how useful the heated beds are, more will want to make them. Instead of just you two or your families doing all the work, it's better to let some clever young folks learn. You'll still earn as much as before, and it won't be affected. The unfinished work can be done by others. This way, not only will villagers earn more, but your reputation among them will also grow. How exactly to do this depends on how you talk to them later. I don't need any of your share, just 1/10 from everyone is enough. But this can't be done separately. Someone from the village needs to organize it. Our village should present a united front. Do you understand?" Lu Songmu had always wanted to follow his father's footsteps and become the village chief of Su's village. But he was still young, and once his father stepped down, he knew some people might oppose him if he tried to take over. So he needed to do something convincing, or something that would earn their trust and boost his reputation. The idea of making heated beds, as Su Rongrong suggested, seemed like a good opportunity to him. After she finished speaking, he immediately nodded. All right, I know what to do. Rong Rong, you go ahead with your work. Don't worry about us. I'll bring people over later. Because of Taoya, Lu Miao had the best relationship with Su's village. When the brothers left, he also went to help. Once they were gone, the kitchen suddenly felt emptier. Taoya looked at the gloomy sky outside and said after a while, Rong Rong, I plan to go up the mountain to chop firewood tomorrow. Are you going? Before Su Rong Rong could answer, Lu Miao said, Yes, Sister Taoya, I'll go too. Our firewood looks plenty, but since we don't know when it will rain, it's better to prepare more. That won't hurt. Su Rong Rong's family had the most firewood now. They could probably last through the winter and even into next year's Dragon Boat Festival. Just as she was about to say she wouldn't go, the voice of Su Man came from the doorway. Sister Taoya, Sister Miao Miao will go too. Su Rong Rong turned to look at her and saw her smiling happily while holding several pairs of finished shoe soles and uppers. Big sister, these are all done. I just need to sew them up later. Seeing this, Su Rong Rong quickly went over. When she saw that the shoe soles were sewn and the cotton padding inside the uppers was finished, she was stunned. You just went to Taoya's house not long ago. How are they already almost finished? Su Man looked proud and said, Big sister, we need to use our brains. We can't always rely on ourselves. The family needs shoes, and it's getting colder every day. I have to find someone to help make them. If I do it alone, when will I finish? Su Rong Rong always knew this girl was clever. Hearing her mention using outside help, she asked, Who did you ask for help? Did you promise them anything? Ching Ching wants my hairpin, so I gave her one. She helped me sew 2 pairs of shoe soles. She can't finish them all herself, so I told her to take them home and ask her mother and sisters to help. Anyway, I don't care how she finishes them, as long as I see the results before it gets dark tomorrow. Luer's younger brother wants to learn to read, but his family is poor and can't afford books. I promised to write a few pages of the 3-character classic for him later. Just enough to read until he's 4 years old, and he can understand the simple stories. Then she helped me sew 2 pairs of uppers. Our family has 4 people, each making 2 pairs of shoes. That's 8 pairs. As for the remaining ones, besides the 2 I made myself, there are 4 more pairs. I also found 2 greedy people. I used the leftover braised meat from home as bait to get them to help. But I haven't given it to them yet, just let them taste it first. Once everything is finished, I'll give them what I promised. So, Big sister, after the pot's contents are braised, could you give me a bowl? I asked He Lianjie and Xiaohua's wife. Since they gave me the ingredients, I naturally have to give them something in return. Half a bowl of braised meat for each of them. I think that's fair. It's not a big bowl, just a small one for rice. She can afford to give that. At worst, I'll just take more soup later. I think Xiaohua's wife and the others will like it even more. After all, her big sister's braised meat broth is so flavorful, whether for rice or stir-fry. Su Rong Rong has always seen Su Man making shoes, but she never expected that the girl would make 2 pairs herself and outsource the rest. The cost of outsourcing is not high for their family, and they can afford it. The headpieces cost almost nothing. The snippets of the 3-character classic, they have ink and paper at home, and Man can write them herself. As for the marinated offal, their family currently has plenty of it. Not just 1 bowl, but 2 bowls they can easily provide. Compared to the hard work of Rong Rong and Xiao Xiao, Man is the fastest and easiest to finish her tasks. Fortunately, she also has helpers. Taoya and Lu Miao are helping. And at home, Xiao Xiao is also assisting her. Jinhong has already put on his new clothes today. The others, her, Xiao Xiao, and Man, will work harder tonight to finish before the rain starts, so everyone can wear their new clothes. Taoya, who was nearby, felt a bit shy when she heard Sister Xiaohua mention her sister-in-law. Her sister-in-law is indeed someone who loves to eat, especially after tasting the marinated meat sent from Rong Rong's house. No wonder she's been seen making shoe uppers these days. She thought her sister-in-law was making shoes just for herself, but it turns out it was for Man's side. Since her sister-in-law is willing to help make shoe uppers just for a bite to eat, she should also be willing to help make shoes for money, right? Thinking this way, she said, Man, you're just a 10-year-old girl, and you don't have much strength. To sew the shoe upper and sole together, you need enough strength. Give me those, and I'll go back later and ask my sister-in-law to continue making them. My older brother makes money with his skill in making Kong beds, so it's only right that my sister-in-law helps make a few pairs of shoes for you all. Lu Miao heard this and said, Taoya, split the work with me. I'll also ask my sister-in-law to help. Okay. Su Man saw that the two had agreed, and she was happy and relaxed. She immediately shoved the things into Taoya's hands. Taoya, sister, meow, you two share them. I happen to be free to help my older sister make clothes. Fortunately, Brother Jing sent 3 quilts, or else I'd have to make blankets too. If it rains before we finish, we might not be done yet, unless we hire someone to do it. However, with so many things, hiring someone would cost at least a few hundred coins, which is very expensive. Her family now seems to have everything, but they have no money and still owe over 100 taels of debt. So paying someone to help is impossible. Thanks to Brother Zheng and his aunt. If I see them someday, I will definitely thank them properly. Su Rongrong thought that Lu Songmu and his friends wouldn't be back in half an hour this time. But in the end, it only took about 15 minutes and they returned. When they came back, no one was following them. Su Rongrong was curious but quickly understood what was happening. Big brother, where are the others? Why are only you here? Lu Songmu cleared his throat awkwardly and said, Jingzhe and I plan to learn first. Once we master it, we'll go home and teach the others. After they watch for a while, they can go back to their own homes. When they get good at it, we'll go out and take on jobs. The weather is getting colder every day, and by winter, many people will need fire-heated beds. When that time comes, everyone will realize how comfortable it is to have a heated bed at home, and they'll come to ask us. But since Rongrong helped us, we promised her a 20% share before we started learning. So after we learn, we will also give her 20%. It has to be said that what Lu Songmu said was exactly what Su Rongrong had guessed. Their plan not only made those people willingly share 20% of the profits, but also made them grateful to him. After all, they would learn a skill for free, and they could make money this winter. For them, it was like a gift from heaven. Su Man, who had been confused and didn't understand what they were talking about, now also understood. Her clever mind lit up when she heard about giving her sister a 20% share. Brother Songmu, I think when you take over the heated bed work, it's best to have someone dedicated to record and manage the money. Although I'm only 10 years old, I can read and write, and I think I'm smart enough to do this job. I don't need any monthly pay. I can do this for free for you. From now on, if anyone wants to build a Kong bed, tell them to come to me. I will keep a record and assign the work accordingly. How many units does each family want to make, and what is the price for each? The price is fixed, regardless of whether they are relatives or not. Even if you want to give discounts, you can make up the difference later with your own earnings. There's no need for everyone to chip in together. Our county town is small, and nearby villages are all connected through family ties and friendships. If each person gets a lower price, the work becomes difficult to manage. So, when dividing the work later, I will try to avoid these issues. Let's be clear about this now, so there are no misunderstandings later. What do you think? No one expected that even before learning the craft, Su Man had already thought of all these future problems. They thought it was okay, but Su Man was still very young and just a girl. So, they didn't dare to trust her with such big matters. They worried others might think they were joking. Of course, even if they agreed, the people working with them and their families wouldn't agree. Seeing that they didn't speak, Su Man thought for a moment and added, If I can't do it, my older brother can, right? His hand is injured now, so he can't go to school or write. Later, I'll just help him with writing and other small tasks. Most people in Sujia village trust Su Jin Hong very much. Even though he's only 12, they believe in him. First, he's a scholar and wouldn't joke about his reputation. Second, he's well-educated and will soon pass the imperial exams. So, handling small accounts is no problem for him. As Su Man finished speaking, Lu Songmu nodded. All right, then I'll leave it to Jin Hong. Seeing this, Su Man felt a little disappointed, but soon cheered up. Her older sister is amazing. She doesn't even need to go out, and people are already earning money for her. With her and her older brother helping, all the accounts will be clear. Later, she won't have to worry about anyone shortchanging her family. She wonders if they can earn 3 or 5 taels of silver this winter. My older sister said that all the family's money has been spent on food and similar needs. She isn't sure where the money for my brother's studies next year will come from. Now, her main task is to earn enough money for my brother's school fees next year. When she has free time, she can also make woven items and hair accessories. In short, any money she earns is good money. My brother now has winter clothes, but he doesn't have clothes for spring yet. She also needs to buy those. So, that's another expense she must cover. Su Jin-hong didn't expect that. Even though he stayed inside the house and didn't go out, Man would find him work. And she's already worried about his school fees and spring clothes for next year. Right now, he's listening to Bai Lijing talk about some recent events at the court. As a scholar, he needs to understand what's happening in the government if he wants to take the imperial exams. In the past, he had no way to learn this, only occasionally visiting the local bookstore to read the official news. Now, with Bai Lijing explaining things, he's happy to listen. He also understands that Bai Lijing is probably talking to him because of his sister. He doesn't know why this young master cares so much about his sister, but for now, it doesn't seem like a bad thing. To people who work seriously, time seems to pass in the blink of an eye. Several hours went by quickly. Bai Lijing just finished talking about 2 major events in the court from the first half of the year, and it was already getting dark outside. All right, that's all for today. Take some time to think about how these people and events are connected, he said. As he finished speaking, they heard a knock at the door. That's when they realized it was already dark. Su Qiao saw that they had finished talking, so she went in to light the oil lamp and said, "Big brother, Brother Zheng, big sister is calling us to eat." Su Jin-hong nodded, remembering what his sister had told him earlier, and felt a bit embarrassed. He thought he had been irresponsible. He shouldn't have talked so much with Brother Zheng that he forgot about the work at home, building the calm, heated bed. Thinking of this, he quickly asked, Qiao, how's the progress on the heated bed?" "It's going well. There are many workers at home, so 2 heated beds are being built at the same time. They've already decided on the location and size, and are now laying blue bricks around the bed and the chimney." When Su Jin-hong heard they were using blue bricks, he was suddenly startled. "Didn't Big Sister say we should build a simple brick bed directly?" Su Qiao nodded honestly. "Yes, but I don't understand why it turned into using blue bricks. Anyway, when the craftsmen came, they brought a lot of blue bricks. The ones in the house are made from those." Bai Lijing immediately spoke up. "It was my idea to buy them. The weather is getting colder, and the ground is already frozen solid. Your family doesn't have strong workers, so you can't make those mud bricks." Feeling worried about spending money, Su Qiao mumbled, "Every household has some spare mud bricks lying around. We can buy some, or borrow from others and return them after we're done." "Blue bricks are so expensive, just for 2 heated beds. How much money would that cost?" Bai Lijing said, "It's not about money now. It's already raining in Huarong County. I can tell you clearly, at the latest, it will rain here in 2 days. Right now, even Muyang Prefecture is experiencing freezing rain. You don't know this if you're not in the county, but the officials in Lanxia County have been controlling the prices of warm clothing and grain these days. All the shops are closed now, no longer selling to the public. Do you understand what this means?" Su Qiao didn't know much else, but she was very grateful. Luckily, her older sister had foresight and used all their silver to buy grain. Otherwise, no matter how much money they had, they might not be able to buy food later. She didn't know exactly what freezing rain looked like, but she knew it wouldn't be good. Bai Lijing must have known this in advance, and because of his aunt, he was worried they might freeze and get into trouble, so he helped out. Su Qiao's mind was getting more confused, so she decided it was better not to think about it and quickly changed the subject. "All right, let's not talk about this. Let's go out and eat. Anyway, Bai Lijing, thank you." Although she owed him 50 taels, she still appreciated him stepping in and saving her from doing that kind of work. Now, because of the blue bricks, she owed him money again. But with a heated bed, at least she wouldn't have to worry about freezing to death. Su Jinhong's thoughts were very different from Su Qiaoqiao's. When he heard that even the city of Lianfu was experiencing freezing rain, his face became unusually serious. Qiao Qiao, is Sister Miao Miao still at our house? Su Qiaoqiao didn't know why he asked this, but she nodded. Yes, I'm here. Tonight, our family is hosting some craftsmen. Big Sister has prepared many dishes. Because Brother Songmu and Brother Jingzhe will join us, along with Brother Zheng and Brother Dahu, we need to set up 3 tables. Sister Miao Miao and Sister Taoya, worried that Big Sister might be too busy or that there might not be enough food at home, went back to catch chickens and also brought eggs and grains to help. She said this while unable to hold back her saliva, saying, Big Brother, Brother Zheng, let's go quickly. Big Sister has made many delicious dishes, like spicy kidney stir-fry, pickled pepper pig liver, fried peanuts, and dishes like pig stomach stew with chicken and steamed eggs with mincemeat. You don't know, when Big Sister is cooking, just smelling the aroma makes me drool. Hearing that Lu Miao Miao and Lu Songmu were there, Su Jinhong relaxed and then strode confidently toward the main hall. When he saw Lu Songmu talking to a stranger, he called out, Brother Songmu. Lu Songmu turned his head upon hearing the voice and saw Su Jinhong. An involuntary smile appeared on his face. Jinhong is here? How's your hand? Is it better now? His face looked much less fierce than when he first returned. No wonder he used that legendary medicine, which is said to cost over 100 taels of silver. It's much better. Brother Songmu, I have something to discuss with you. Let's talk privately. Lu Songmu was confused but nodded politely to the craftsman and then followed him to the side. Su Jinhong didn't lower his voice, but spoke seriously. Brother Songmu, I just heard Brother Zheng say that the capital of Muyu County has started to experience freezing rain. Right now, the rain has reached Huairong County, and without surprise, it will come here within 3 days. I want to talk to your father about this, but it's not convenient now, so I need you to tell him. If the village chief doesn't believe it, you can ask him to come and confirm with Brother Zheng. You probably already know Brother Zheng's identity from Sister Miao Miao, right? Lu Songmu, who was originally immersed in happiness, suddenly felt like he was doused with cold water. His mind, which was still foggy from joy, instantly cleared. Freezing rain, his voice involuntarily raised. After reacting, he quickly said, Jinhong, thank you. I need to go home first, then I'll come back later. If it really is freezing rain and it is expected to come here within 3 days, he must inform his father so that arrangements can be made. At least, the villagers should be prepared in their hearts. That evening, the meal at Su Rongrong's house was more lavish than a typical village celebration. Besides peanuts, there were only hearty dishes, mainly because of her good cooking skills. However, among the 3 tables, only the craftsman's table was busy eating. The atmosphere at the other tables was somewhat heavy. Bailey Zheng, as the heir of the duke's residence, has a different status. His table had only 4 people, him, Su Rongrong and her siblings, and village chief Lu Quan. It was also separated from the other 2 tables and set up in Su Jinhong's room. As for Dahu, he was arranged to socialize at the craftsman's table. Although Lu Quan was eager to know what was happening outside, Bailey Zheng didn't put down his chopsticks, so he couldn't ask. Finally, after Bailey Zheng finished eating and put down his chopsticks, he asked, Young Master Bailey, just now my family Songmu came back and said that it has started freezing rain in the city. Yes, that was a few days ago. Now, the roads, trees, and rooftops in the city are all frozen. We can't go there anymore. Lu Quan's heart sank further, and he asked again, Is it true that it will rain here within 3 days? What will happen to the disaster victims who are working for us? Will they refuse? And what if the government orders us to send more? Bailey Zheng shook his head confidently. No, don't worry. When we decided that the disaster victims would replace the common people in forced labor, I made sure the government was prepared. Raincoats and straw hats are ready, along with cold relief medicines, ginger, cold medicines, and treatments for dysentery, among others. We also arranged for 2 doctors to be on site. The outside situation is bad now. If the disaster victims refuse to work, they have no other options but to freeze or starve. Funing Prefecture and Qing'an Prefecture can't go back now, at least not for the time being. If they don't work, they will only die from cold or hunger. As long as they are willing to work, their basic needs for food, drink, and clothing will be guaranteed. So, if you're worried about having to continue forced labor, you can put your mind at ease. First, Lu Quan let out a sigh of relief, then asked, "Young Master Bailey, what do you think we should do now?" "Just do what you usually do to keep warm in winter. If your family has the resources, build a heated brick bed. As long as the bed is big enough, several people can sleep on it. If men and women share a room and you feel shy, just hang a rope in the middle and use a cloth curtain to separate the space." Lu Quan thought carefully. If one heated brick bed can sleep 5 or 6 people and 7 or 8 if needed, that seems good. Families with fewer members only need 1 bed. Larger families might need 2 or 3 beds. This way, they can sleep close to their parents, and if the elders need anything at night, they will know immediately. Having figured this out, Lu Quan stood up and bowed to Bailey Zheng. "Thank you, young Master Bailey. I will go back now and make arrangements. For everyone in Sujia village, even the poorest families must have a heated brick bed. If they don't have money, they can use other things as a substitute." Bailey Zheng didn't care much about what was happening in Sujia village as long as it didn't involve Su Rongrong. He had already said what he needed to say, so he replied, "Our house is progressing well. Keep working hard. We aim to finish building the house before it rains. If we don't have enough workers from the village, we can invite people from nearby villages. As for the furniture inside the house later, I will add it in the future, so you don't need to worry. Once it's done, I will settle the rest of the money with you, okay?" Lu Quan, busy with other matters, hurriedly left after saying this. After he was gone, Su Rongrong looked at Su Jinhong and said, "Jinhong, tomorrow morning I will go up the mountain with Tao and the others. You stay at home. Don't worry, I will leave Qiao Qiao to help you." When Su Jinhong heard about going up the mountain, he didn't ask questions and simply nodded. "All right, big sister. You can go with confidence. I will take care of everything at home. If Qiao Qiao wants to go too, she can come along. It's no trouble for me." Su Rongrong thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow morning, Qiao Qiao's foster mother's family might have some interesting things happening. You might want to go see." Bailey Zheng chimed in at the right time. "Rongrong, I think this place is full of talented people and there should be many good things on the mountain. Tomorrow, when you go up the mountain, call me. Then I will go with Da Hu and you all. You just focus on your tasks. I will go hunting with Da Hu." Su Rongrong didn't know before that Bai Zhen was actually Bai Zheng. When he called her Rongrong girl, she didn't think much of it. Now that she knew who he was, suddenly hearing that name made her feel uncomfortable all over. Fortunately, Su Jinhong didn't seem to mind, so Su Rongrong said, "The mountain is over there. You can go whenever you want. If you really go with us, you probably won't be able to do morning reading. It's okay, it's just for a morning," he replied. "All right, I'll tell Meow Meow later. Before she leaves, I'll ask her to call you." After that, Su Rongrong talked about the work Man Man took on in the afternoon. Finally, she said, "Jinhong, Man Man is just using you as a support. Anyway, just pretend to help and let her handle the rest. I also want to see how good she is at managing things. If she does well, when we have more money, I will give her a fixed amount of silver every month. This money is for daily household expenses. From then on, she can decide what to eat and use. With Man Man around, she wouldn't have to worry about these things anymore." "Okay, I'll follow Big Sister's plan." That night, although the atmosphere at dinner was heavy, everyone ate enough. When they finished and left the table, all the bowls were clean. Because they had to go up the mountain early the next morning, Su Rongrong and Taoya hurried through the night. Finally, around midnight, they finished making her coat. When dawn broke, she gently nudged Taoya and whispered, "Taoya, Man Man's clothes aren't ready yet. I'll go tell her. You can sleep a little longer. I'll wake you when the food is ready." Taoya had slept at Su Rongrong's house because she stayed up late making clothes the night before. Her eyes were still half closed when she heard this and nodded instinctively. "Okay, Rongrong, you go ahead. I'll rest a bit more." Since Bai Zhen had already given 3 blankets, Su Man Man and Su Qiao Qiao, being younger, shared one room. When Su Rongrong came to their room, the two maids were sleeping with their heads buried in blankets because they were afraid of the cold. Su Rongrong turned on the light, then lifted a corner of the blanket and nudged Su Man. Man, your clothes aren't ready yet. It's very cold outside now. Don't go up the mountain. Still half asleep, Su Man immediately widened her eyes and sat up straight with a start. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't find the words. It's very cold outside. She was freezing even when she went out during the day, let alone in the early morning and evening. The days are getting colder, but she couldn't tell her older sister that she was afraid. Su Rongrong saw her disappointment and comforted her. Man, I know you're smart. Right now, the family is still heating the Kong, a traditional bed, and it's not safe without someone watching. Your second brother can keep an eye, but he's injured and not very convenient. Plus, Brother Zheng said that Xiao's foster mother's family might cause trouble today. I think it's the Fong family. Although Xiao is now officially registered, I'm worried that Suhi's family might come looking for her again. You know how this girl is. She can be easily persuaded by his family and forget where she is. If you're not here watching, I wouldn't feel at ease. Our family finally brought her back, and for her, we even owe Brother Zheng 50 taels. If this silly girl is persuaded to leave again, what would all our efforts be worth? It would just be a joke. Seeing that she didn't respond, Su Rongrong continued. Man, our family can't do without you. I can step aside, but you can't understand? Your clothes will be ready at the latest before you sleep tonight. Xiao's will also be ready tomorrow. As for the second set, it might take a few more days. Su Man had never felt so affirmed before. Especially now, the person affirming her was her older sister. This instantly made her feelings of disappointment disappear. Because of this affirmation, she looked lively and full of energy. She even had a smile on her face while talking. Don't worry, big sister. I will take good care of the house and watch over Xiao. By the way, my shoes aren't ready yet. It's just as well. Let this girl make them so she won't get bored and run outside. Su Rongrong touched her slightly messy hair and looked at Su Xiao, who was still sleeping, then said, Xiao still needs to be taught patience. Man, your embroidery skills are okay. Why not let her learn this too? We have plenty of fabric at home. You can pick some small pieces for her to sew. Practice more, learn more. It's good for her. We don't have many other expectations for her, just that she can sew straight lines at least. Since she's still young, we can make her some simple clothes. When she grows up, she'll need her own clothes, and we can't always do everything for her. Our family isn't wealthy, and we can't afford to hire a seamstress. So, she has to learn herself. When she was little, we didn't expect her to know how to do these things. As she gets older and gets used to it, you can't expect her to do everything for you. Su Man is naturally a straightforward person. Before doing anything, she mostly thinks about herself. Now, she's willing to help Rongrong share the household chores, mainly because she believes it will benefit her future. Her older sister is very capable, so she trusts her and is willing to listen. As for Su Xiao, that brat is only a year or two younger, and expecting her to help everywhere and always given is impossible. So, when Rongrong told Su Xiao to do something, she nodded without hesitation. Yes, sister, you're right. We should do our own work. Right now, I make shoes at home, you make clothes. What does she do? She's just helping sister out. Honestly, it's just playing around. Even when she runs errands for you, it's not much. We cook the meals, and she just helps light the fire. She can't even carry water. Su Man felt more and more that she was being taken advantage of. She's only a year or two older, but she has to do so much. And Xiao, that brat, lives so comfortably. She doesn't do much housework and still owes a lot of debt. But her clothes and shoes are just like everyone else's. They're all born from the same parents, and now they rely on the older siblings. Why should she get special treatment? Feeling unfair, Su Man started to think about how to cause trouble for Xiao. Su Rongrong didn't know, and even if she did, as long as things didn't get too out of hand, she wouldn't care. After all, incidents like this happen often in the orphanage. Moreover, Qiao Qiao still hasn't found her proper place. When asked to do something, she either feels wronged or is a bit unwilling. She still needs to keep tidying up. Early winter mornings in Sujia village are colder than any other time of the year, especially when the north wind blows. Su Rongrong wears a thick new coat but still feels frozen and stiff. When Bai Lijing sees her, he notices her nose and ears are red from the cold, and she's trembling slightly. Seeing this, he feels a little worried and looks at Taoya and Lu Miao. Rongrong's family firewood should be enough to get through the winter. So you can go with your family to chop wood, and I'll take her into the mountains to hunt. If she manages to catch something, no matter what it is, it belongs to her family. I just need to eat 2 meals. If she doesn't catch anything and it wastes her time, I'll pay her 20 coins later. Lu Miao and Taoya instinctively think this isn't right. Rongrong is almost 14, a young girl. Bai Lijing is a handsome young man. Letting them stay together like that feels wrong. But then they think about his status and look at Rongrong, who seems only about 10 years old, and they suppress these thoughts. Bai Lijing comes from a noble family and he can find any girl he wants, so why would he look for Rongrong? With this in mind, they leave. Meanwhile, the big tiger, who is supposed to go up the mountain with them, hears his master say, "Dahu, it's going to rain soon. Our house isn't finished yet. Don't go up the mountain, just keep watch here. If we don't have enough people, go to nearby villages to find some. We want to finish building the house before it rains, so when my mother comes, she won't have to stay at the back of the government office." In fact, his mother was supposed to arrive in the past 2 days. But she's delayed, probably because of the freezing rain outside. The journey that should have taken a day now might take several more days. Dahu thinks his master just wants to get closer to the important people to bring good luck. Hearing this, he agrees and leaves. Seeing no one else around, Bai Lijing gave Su Rongrong a sharp look. "Are you stupid? It's so cold outside. Don't you know to put on more clothes? Where are my clothes in the space?" "Just add a few pieces," he added. Su Rongrong rolled her eyes and lowered her voice. "I don't have thermal underwear. In winter, I usually wear just a sweater and a down jacket. The sweater is short, thin, and full of holes. It's not as good as these clothes now. As for Li Wei's clothes, they're even more exaggerated. No matter how cold it is, she wears summer short-sleeve dresses inside, then wraps herself in a down jacket and wears boots. I wanted to wear a down jacket too, but not a long one, just a short one. With my height, do you think I'd dare to wear it out?" Bai Lijing was silent. Fine, no matter how long those down jackets are, for her, they are long or extra long. She can only wear a short one as a long jacket when no one is watching. Thinking this, he sighed and said, "Find a place to go into the space and change into a down jacket. When there's a chance later, I'll buy you some warm clothes from the big market. Look at your ears and nose. It's really pitiful." Su Rongrong was very cold and didn't feel like arguing with him. Fortunately, on such a cold day, not many people went out in the morning. Soon, the two arrived at the dilapidated thatched house at the end of the village. Su Rongrong had come here before, so she asked Bai Lijing to wait outside. As soon as she entered the yard, she instantly entered the space. When she came out again, she was wearing a long down jacket that reached her calves and big snow boots. Bai Lijing saw this and went over, put her hat on, and then looked at her with a nostalgic expression. "This down jacket I remember well. We finished fighting around 8 o'clock, and you suddenly said you wanted to go shopping. I didn't know what to do shopping for, so I just took you to a nearly closing mall. When you saw the seasonal sale clothes, you said you wanted to look. Later, you decided to buy this jacket. I wanted to pay for it, but you insisted not to and said you had money. After buying the clothes, you put them on directly. At that time, the clothes just reached a little below your waist. After leaving the mall, I suddenly remembered that it was your birthday. Maybe because I mentioned this, Bai Lijing felt very complicated inside. Other girls, when they hear about gifts from boys, are usually happy. But this girl, she always wants to rely on herself. Perhaps her orphaned background made her used to this kind of life? Su Rongrong thought about the past, her eyes showing a hint of nostalgia, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. This piece of clothing was originally discounted to 30%, but I spent nearly 500 yuan on it. It was the first expensive gift I gave myself. So even after I couldn't wear it for work later, I still kept this clothes. I remember that day. You remember my birthday and said you wanted to treat me to a big meal. I said the birthday person should treat others, and in the end, I took you to eat spicy hot pot on the street. My budget was 50 yuan for 2 people, but you, being a foodie, ate alone for 5 or 6 times that amount, almost making me feel heartbroken. Hearing this, Bai Lijun couldn't help but smile, even through his down jacket and hat. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Let's go, little one. With how you're dressed, we need to leave quickly so no one thinks we're strange. In modern times, this girl was already 168 centimeters tall in her 3rd year of high school. Now, she looks about 140 centimeters. Almost 14 years old, and her head still looks quite pitiful. Su Rongrong wasn't upset about being short. After all, the original owner was indeed quite short. She just didn't know how much she could grow back if she started supplementing now. Her only goal was to reach 162 centimeters and be satisfied. But she was worried that it might be difficult to reach even 162 centimeters. Brother Zheng, let's go somewhere else today. Otherwise, I'm afraid we might run into Miao Miao and Taoya on the mountain, and it would be hard to explain. Wearing a thick down jacket, Su Rongrong's body temperature was quickly rising. She not only wore a mask to block the wind, but also handed one to Bai Lijun. After he put it on, she led him away from the 2 mountains where everyone usually went. After arriving at the foot of a mountain covered with weeds, she looked up at the big mountain in front of her and said, "This mountain has many wild animals, so most people don't come here. We can rest assured. If we see something wrong, we can go into my space." Suddenly, Su Rongrong realized she wasn't sure if the other person could enter her space. Brother Zheng, I don't know if you can enter my space either. Let's try first. If it works, we'll go to this mountain. If not, let's not take unnecessary risks. Bai Lijun didn't hesitate and directly held her small hand. With a quick change of her thoughts, they both appeared inside her space. This was the first time Bai Lijun appeared in her environment after many years apart. The house was very large. Just the living room was over 20 square meters. He discreetly looked around the space, noticing there were no items indicating a man's life, then casually asked, "Modern people like to live together before marriage to save rent. Why don't you live with him?" Su Rongrong was about to take him outside when she heard this and paused for a moment. She then realized he was probably talking about her boyfriend. She had always felt that Bai Lijun and she were from 2 different worlds, so she never thought about romance. She clumsily replied, "I've never had a boyfriend, so how could I live with someone? You know I'm busy working and earning money. I don't have time for that." Then only slow down my earning speed. As she spoke, she remembered the money still in her bank card that she hadn't spent, and her heart ached terribly. That was the money she saved to buy a house. As an orphan without a family, her goal since childhood was to have her own home. So she worked hard to earn and save money. A house in the capital, even an old, run-down one, cost several million. She finally saved enough for the down payment and renovation, but after looking at several places, she hadn't settled on one before she appeared here. Feeling frustrated, Su Rongrong didn't hesitate and pulled Bai Lijun's hand, taking him out of her space. Hearing that she had never had a boyfriend, Bai Lijun felt secretly happy. But as they came out into the warm space and were hit by the cold wind, all his thoughts disappeared. Well, maybe he should go hunting first. This girl is no longer just an orphan. She also has several younger brothers and sisters to take care of. Compared to modern times, her situation is actually worse. At least back then, she could eat enough, and her family wouldn't go hungry. Thinking about this, he said, "Rongrong, let's try to see if we can pick up objects from a distance. If it works, then when we encounter difficult things, we can just put them into the space. But I need to do some experiments first. If things put into the space turn into lifeless objects or can't move, then that's okay. If they stay alive and can run around inside, then forget it. Rongrong hasn't had a chance to try yet." She only tested putting hot and cold water into the space's living room at the same time. When she took it out, the warm water was still warm and the cold water was still cold. Later, she put a freshly baked sweet potato into the space through the stove opening. When she took it out again, the sweet potato looked exactly the same as when she put it in. She was sure that time inside the space was frozen. But since she could enter and even take baths or watch TV inside, she wasn't sure how living things would behave inside. Thinking this way, she happily agreed. Okay, let's see if we can catch a wild chicken or rabbit later. Yes, since Bai Lijeng said he wanted to hunt, he took a bow and arrows from Da Hu, borrowing them from Qin Dezhuang's house. Before heading up the mountain, he took the bow and arrows from his back and held them in his hand. Rongrong then took a shopping bag from the space and bent down to pick up some stones from the ground. After she finished, he led the way ahead. Maybe because of good luck, they hadn't gone far when Bai Lijeng spotted a gray rabbit foraging. Before Rongrong could react, he quickly pulled an arrow from his quiver, pulled the bow tight, and shot. With a whoosh, Rongrong peeked from behind him and saw the gray rabbit had been hit in the leg. Bai Lijeng led her over and stopped about 2 meters away. Rongrong, try to see if you can pull it in. Rongrong nodded, mimicking what she saw women do on TV, opening her palm and thinking about pulling the object in. But after a long time, nothing happened. Then Bai Lijeng took her a few steps forward and said, "Let's try again." Su Rongrong followed the same method, but still nothing happened. After several attempts, finally, when Su Rongrong's hand touched the rabbit, both the rabbit and the arrow entered the space. Bai Lijeng. All right, now it's clear that objects can't be collected from a distance. Let's go inside the space and take a look. Su Rongrong nodded and led him into the space. When they arrived, they found the rabbit still alive but not moving, probably because its leg was hurt. Su Rongrong reached out and poked it, but it still didn't move. Brother Zheng, does this mean that whether it's a living or dead thing, it looks the same when it enters the space and when it comes out? Bai Lijeng nodded. Yes, it seems so for now. Let's see if we can bring another one in later, but this time no injuries. Thinking that the rabbit's stillness might be due to its leg injury and unfamiliar surroundings, Bai Lijeng agreed. Okay. Meanwhile, in Sujia village, most people had just woken up. Remembering what the village chief said last night, that it would rain by the day after tomorrow, they started preparing breakfast. Once they ate enough, they would have the strength to go up the mountain. The village chief also mentioned that even the city of Muyang Prefecture was experiencing freezing rain, so they needed to stock up on firewood as much as possible. Knowing how serious the weather was outside, everyone decided to go out together. Anyone over 6 years old, healthy and not pregnant or about to give birth, regardless of gender, was to go up the mountain to cut firewood. If there were young children at home, the elderly would stay behind to take care of them. If there were many people on the mountain and they couldn't find good firewood, they could cut down a tree and bring it home to dry. In spring next year, they could replant a new tree. The people of Sujia village, including the Su family, shared the same clear goal. Just as they finished breakfast and started heading up the mountain, they suddenly heard loud crying and shouting from the village entrance. Su Qiao, who had been bothered by Su Manman earlier, immediately sat up when she heard the crying of Su Yunxia and Su Hishir. Su Manman quickly reached out and grabbed her, then glared at her fiercely. Su Qiao, sit down for me. You're the only one at home, not doing anything every day, just waiting to eat for free. Before noon today, if you don't sew a sock properly, don't bother eating. Hearing the noise outside, Su Qiao felt a bit restless. Third sister. Outside are Sister Yunxia and my foster mother. No, Aunt she's crying. I'm going to see what's wrong and will be back soon. When Su Manman heard this, she immediately remembered what her eldest sister said earlier that morning. She immediately looked serious, her face tight with anger, and said, "Sit down. Right now, the He family has nothing to do with you. Have you forgotten what happened a few days ago when you were sold as a beauty paper?" Talking about the beauty paper, Su Qiao dared not forget. But she had never confirmed her selling contract, so now she was suspicious about the whole thing. She thought, maybe before, she was just going to be an ordinary maid, not some so-called beauty paper. Su Manman, being very clever, saw Su Qiao's unwilling and tight-lipped expression and knew what she was thinking. Fuming, She reached out and forcefully patted Su Qiaoqiao's back, shouting angrily, "Still not giving up? Wanna see, huh? Come on, I'll go with you. Let me tell you, once we get there, you have to listen to me. If you still listen to Su He and get mixed up with her, then get lost. But before you go, pay me back the 50 taels. If you don't pay back, I'll have Brother Zheng put you in jail. If you don't believe me, we'll see what happens. Su Qiaoqiao, I tell you, I don't care if you harm yourself. But if it threatens your older brother, I'd rather have our eldest sister remove you from the household register. In that case, your older brother's future won't have anything to do with you. And our eldest sister? Our eldest sister is a smart and beautiful girl. As long as our brother can pass the imperial exams quickly, many people will want to marry her. Our eldest sister is so good, her husband will be even better. In the future, her glory, you won't even get a share." Su Qiaoqiao didn't expect that just wanting to visit her former foster family would cause her third sister to become so furious. She was very satisfied with her current life, being able to eat well, wear warm clothes, and not have to do anything. So, after Su Man calmly finished speaking with a pretty face, she softly said, "Third sister, don't be angry. I just want to go and take a look. I'll listen to you, I promise I will. Is that okay?" Su Man didn't immediately agree but looked at her with a serious gaze. Seeing her hesitate, she finally nodded. "Yes, as long as you step out of our house, everything will follow my words. Otherwise, I warn you, you might not come back." Su Qiaoqiao didn't dare to speak and just kept nodding. Su Man looked at her for a while, then put down her clothes, hid her hands in her sleeves, and led the way to the door. Su Qiaoqiao looked at her torn, short and thin clothes and suddenly felt a bit sad. She didn't know why, but she felt uncomfortable inside. Just before Su Man left the house, Su Jinhong, who was fixing the fire bed, called her back. Man, wait a moment." Su Man turned around and saw her eldest brother struggling to lift his hand to undo her clothes, which made her a little confused. "Big brother, what are you trying to do? It's cold outside. If you go out wearing this, you'll definitely catch a cold. I'm at home, so I won't get cold. I'll take off my clothes and give them to you." Su Man shook her head. No, I'm not cold. I'll just stuff some straw into my clothes later." Su Qiaoqiao saw this and decisively went back to her room to bring out a quilt. "Third sister, I'm cold too. Since that's the case, let's wrap ourselves in the quilt and go out together." Su Man. This stubborn girl is just afraid others won't know. Do they have many good things? Do you believe that if they leave the house wrapped in this quilt, and as time goes on, the weather gets colder and everyone's warm clothes aren't enough, people might come to steal from them? This quilt is so thick, at least worth a tael or more. If she wraps herself up and goes out, it's just asking for thieves' attention. Not only Su Man but even Su Jinhong thinks it's not a good idea. Qiao, quickly put the quilt back on the bed. If you're cold, stay at home and don't go out. Big brother will go and see what's happening. Su Qiaoqiao still wanted to go out, but today is colder than yesterday, and her clothes can't handle it. Now she can't wrap herself in the quilt, so she can only nod helplessly. "Good." Su Jinhong saw her agree, and then looked at Su Man. Man, you stay at home and watch these. Big brother will go out and take a look. If there's nothing urgent, he'll be back soon. Yes, big brother, you go ahead. I'll be here, don't worry. Su Jinhong left, greeting Chen Jingjia and Lu Songmu, who were working on crafts, before he went. After he left, he listened to the crying voices of Mrs. Su He and Su Yunxia and remembered what Bai Lijing said before leaving last night. He said, "Jinhong, you are a man. Mrs. Qin not only wants to block your path to success, but also wants to ruin you. They're so cruel. If you don't fight back, it shows you lack the spirit of a real man. I know your older sister stepped in and fought, and I understand she was once your protector. You shouldn't act rashly. But you need to know, they adopted you and your siblings with a purpose. In each of their homes, are you being fed and used by them? Without them, you could actually live better. They have no kindness for you, only hatred. I even suspect your mother's death was for another reason." When he said this, he looked at him deeply. After a while, he continued, right now, your sister is my benefactor, and your family has a close relationship with my aunt. I can help you with this. Tomorrow morning, someone will go to Mrs. Soo-hee's house to settle the score. While everyone's attention is on their family, I will have people cut off Soo-da's mother and son, and his eldest son's hand. You don't have to show up, but you must see it with your own eyes. You are a brave man, and you shouldn't hide behind your sister and younger siblings, letting them shield you from the storm. Your hands and face are healing because of me. Without me, you would be a useless person. I can even say openly that I gave you your life. My only request is that you stand up and support your sister, brother, and younger siblings. Right now, your injury is temporary. Before you get better, think carefully about what to do next. Because of Bai Li Zheng's words, Su Jinhong didn't sleep well all night. His mind was filled with past memories. He even started to doubt his mother's death. He remembered that his parents didn't die together. His father was sick and couldn't take the exam because he caught a serious illness. After the villagers brought her body back from the city, her mother cried bitterly and then began to prepare for her funeral. Everything was fine before her father was to be buried, but suddenly, on the day of the funeral, she hanged herself. By the time someone found her, she had no breath left. Because it was so sudden, and they couldn't delay her father's burial, they had to lay her and her father side by side in the small coffin and bury them together. When she was young, she didn't think anything was wrong. But now, after Zhengge mentioned it, the more she thought about it, the more things seemed strange. Her mother was not very healthy, but that was common for women who worked in the fields in the countryside. If, as her eldest sister said, her family was wealthy, then her frail health could be understandable. Also, her mother was very strong-willed. Before their 5 children grew up, she would never have abandoned them. So, why did her mother hang herself? And why was she hurriedly buried afterward? Did she really die, or was it a fake death? Did she commit suicide, or was she murdered? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Su Jinhong stayed awake until dawn. Now, he couldn't change anything, but like Zhengge said, he could still see the people who harmed him get the punishment they deserved. So, when the villagers started going to Su-hee's house, he also went along to join in. At Su-hee's house, she was kneeling on the ground, holding onto the leg of Su Yun-xia, who was being dragged away, crying loudly. Her husband was lying on the ground, covered in blood, unconscious. Her parents-in-law and 2 sons were hiding nearby, afraid to speak. 5 men from the Fong family's men arrived. Seeing the scene, one of them said impatiently, "Let go. If you don't let go now, don't blame me for being rude." Su-hee was crying so hard she was gasping for air, begging the villagers outside. Please go call the village chief and his family. In broad daylight, they're robbing a young woman. Is there no law anymore? Do they think our village is dead? The men from the Fong family didn't like this and immediately retorted, "Who's robbing a young woman? Paying debts is the right thing to do. I have a contract showing you took money from our young master. It was agreed that once you brought her and signed the sale contract, the money would belong to you. Currently, Su Qiao is still a good person. If this deal doesn't succeed, the money must be returned naturally. Our family's money isn't easy to get. Hand over the money, and I will release the person, or else don't blame me for taking her away." Everyone in Sujia village is busy today. When they heard about Su Qiao, they thought something big had happened to the Su family. Now that they hear it involves Su Qiao and that Su-hee has not returned the so-called referral fee, no one dares to speak up. Su-hee feels hopeless and shouts at the enforcers. "Originally, I signed a contract to sell myself. Later, when you wanted the contract back, what does that have to do with me?" The village chief said that as long as I paid back the money for selling myself, this matter would be over for me. I have already paid back the money, so why are you still asking me for more? Go find Su Qiao. This is her problem. The enforcers from Fong's household had received orders, so they wouldn't go to Su Rongrong's house. Hearing this, one of them pushed Su-hee and said, "My master said, whoever took the money should be the one to return it. Stop wasting time. Either you give the money, or I will take her away. From outside the crowd, Jin Hong noticed two unfamiliar people sneaking towards Da's house. He glanced at the crowd attracted by Hee's family and quietly followed. Because he was in a hurry, his speed was slow. Before he could get close, he heard muffled sounds of Chin and Suda inside. Soon after, the two came out, seemingly looking for someone. When they saw him, their eyes paused on his hand, then they lowered their voices and asked, "Where is Da's eldest son?" Jin Hong didn't know, so he didn't speak. He just shook his head to show he didn't know and then turned to leave. Now, hearing Chin and Da's distressed cries, he understood what was happening. There's no need to stay here any longer. Otherwise, if someone sees him, it might be hard to explain. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Su Rongrong was hunting. She guessed that the Su family village would be lively this morning, but she didn't know exactly how lively. Now, having gathered a good harvest, she felt very happy. She was holding a wild chicken with its wings tied. She caught it herself by hitting it with stones. Besides this, the space also stored some common herbs and wild animals caught by Li Zheng. The herbs included ones for cooling down, stopping bleeding, and relieving diarrhea. As for the wild animals, besides the initial gray-furred rabbit, there was a wild chicken, 2 mixed-breed rabbits, and an unknown bird. Her space experiment was also successful. No matter if the animals were alive or not, when placed inside, they remained as they were, no running or jumping around. With this confirmed, Su Rongrong felt much better. If they happened to encounter a fierce beast, she wouldn't be afraid. As long as she wasn't scared of death, she could just step forward and quickly bring the animals into her space. Actually, not only her, but Li Zheng also let out a deep breath of relief the moment his space experiment succeeded. Because of this, when they went up the mountain, they felt more confident and bold. After shooting another bird, Li Zheng turned to Su Rongrong and asked, "Rongrong, should we hunt a big one to bring back, or just head home soon? I think it might rain this afternoon." Since they had come out, Su Rongrong naturally wanted to get a good harvest. Hearing this, she stored the bird in her space, then looked up at the sky. She saw that the originally gloomy sky had now turned a dull gray. The clouds were so thick it looked like they might fall at any moment. Seeing this, she suddenly felt uneasy, her heart tightening, and she looked somewhat confusedly at Li Zheng. "Zhengji, I have a strange feeling that something bad might happen." Li Zheng reached out, touching her head through her down jacket hood, and said, "Don't worry, everything will be fine. Your home is in good shape now. The house is the best in the village. There's enough food, a heated brick bed, and firewood. Not only that, there are blankets and cotton. We can get through this cold winter safely. Rongrong, don't be afraid. No matter what, I'm here with you. I'll stay by your side and help you. But tonight, I have to go back to the county town. I need to attend the county school tomorrow. My father will come here early since he's been assigned to this post. If everything goes smoothly, he should arrive tomorrow. When he does, I'll ask him to send someone to look after your home. In a few days, my mother will come over too. She cares a lot about me, and she will definitely take extra care of you." Su Rongrong knew he still had a system task to complete and needed to return to the county school, so she didn't ask him to stay. After thinking for a moment, she took off her mask, exhaled heavily, and said, "Brother Zheng, we won't go back at noon. Let's go a bit further up. If we can catch a big one, then I won't have to worry about meat for the whole winter. Actually, I want grains more. Although I bought a lot before, I don't know why I always feel uneasy inside. If we could find some chestnuts, hazelnuts, or yams, that would be great. I will definitely pick all of them and bring them back." Li Zheng smiled and nodded. He understood Rongrong's feelings. Since she was an orphan since childhood, she was quite obsessed with food. Knowing that the harvest wasn't very good this year, she naturally wanted to stock up as much grain as possible. "Okay, let's wait until dark before heading back. For now, I'll help you look for chestnut and hazelnut trees. Come, I'll hold your hand. Your shoes are too big, making it hard to walk. I'll get you a pair of deer-hide boots later." Because Rongrong was small, her old shoes had grown several sizes too big. Walking in them was naturally very difficult. In high school, Rongrong often went out with Bailey Zheng to fight. They would hold hands or even back-to-back fighting, which was common. After fighting, they would help each other treat wounds. So, at this moment, she didn't even think about avoiding suspicion. She simply handed her hand to him, letting him hold her as they walked. The Rong family village is on a mountain with few people, and there are no paths leading up. To go higher, they had to clear the way themselves. Earlier, when they went up the mountain, they were carefree and didn't think much of the tall weeds. Now that they wanted to find chestnut and hazelnut trees, they started to find these weeds bothersome. Especially Rongrong, who is short, could only see the tall weeds that blocked her view unless she looked up. She was frustrated and really wished she could set fire to burn all the weeds. But she knew that burning weeds would mean burning the mountain, which was not allowed. So, both she and Bailey Jing each held a large branch, walking forward and clearing the weeds to the side. After they passed, they looked back and saw that they had cleared a path through the weeds. Perhaps because it was very cold, or maybe because rain was about to come. The mountain, known for its fierce beasts, surprisingly didn't show a single large animal. As the wind grew stronger and the sky darker, Su Rongrong's sense of unease became more obvious. Standing halfway up the mountain, she looked towards Sujia village in the distance, but everything was hazy and unclear. In just a moment, she said to Bailey Zheng, "Zhengji, let's go back. Okay. You put all the wild chickens and everything into the space and I'll carry you." Bailey Zheng is as tall as he was in his previous life, about 1.83 meters. Su Rongrong, who is only 1.4 meters tall, looks like a little kid next to him. Worried that it might start raining before they get down the mountain, she took out 2 raincoats from her space. "Zhengji, wear this first. If it rains halfway, it won't be good." Bailey Zheng glanced at the dark blue raincoat in her hand, recalling that she bought him a small electric scooter during their first year of college. Could it be that she bought these raincoats during some store sale? Thinking this, he asked while putting it on, "Did you buy these from some store you work at a low price?" Su Rongrong also put on her raincoat, but because she was very short, half of it dragged on the ground. She wasn't upset. Bailey Zheng was carrying her, so she didn't have to walk or worry about falling. Once Bailey Zheng crouched down, she leaned on his back and replied, "No, I bought them during the Double 11 sale at a certain online store. The store rarely has sales, and I thought the prices were good, so I bought a few more. Besides this dark blue one, I also have a light blue one. Initially, I wanted to buy 10 in total, but the seller said if I bought 10 each time, I'd get a better discount. In a moment of impulse, I thought, if I don't take advantage of the deal, I'll regret it, and bought 20. When the raincoats arrived, I started to regret and wanted to return some. But then I thought, since I can't afford a car, these 20 will eventually come in handy. Do you want me to give you a few?" Bailey Jing nodded. "Yes, my father plans to go to the countryside for an inspection soon. In this rain, wearing a raincoat would be more convenient than a poncho." Su Rongrong thought for a moment and said, "I can give you 10 items to take to your father. You should think carefully about what to say. Anyway, you have a big market, and if there's a chance, you can get things from there." Bailey Zheng walked down the mountain quickly. Hearing this, he replied, "Yes, I know what to say. I won't let anyone suspect you." Su Rongrong didn't speak. Bailey Zheng continued, "Actually, our great K kingdom has trade relations with some overseas countries. The big city shops sell things that aren't available in our kingdom. But those items are rare and expensive, so most common people don't know about them. Even if they do, they can't afford to buy." When Su Rongrong heard this, her eyes suddenly brightened and she asked, "Brother Zheng, I have some used makeup in my space. Aren't those powder boxes just glass mirrors for touch-ups? After using the powder, I don't know why I can't bear to throw away the empty boxes. Do you think you could help me sell these glass mirrors?" Bailey Zheng thought carefully and nodded confidently. "Sure, I think they can be sold, and for a good price. But how much they sell for and who buys them depends. Instead of asking me, it might be better to ask my mother when the time comes." "Rongrong, does that sound good? If you need money urgently now, I can give you some first. When next year's harvest is better and travel is easier, I'll ask my mother to help sell everything." Su Rongrong, now free of her debt of over 100 taels, wasn't short of money. Her family had enough to eat and wear, and she had savings for Jinghong's schooling next year. Hearing this, she said, "All right, let's wait until next year. I don't have any urgent expenses right now. But Jung, since our great K kingdom trades with overseas countries, could you bring me some good things from the big market later? If someone asks, we can say they were bought from overseas traders. Now, disasters are everywhere, and I don't know what next year will bring. My family's land is in Sujia village, not small. I want to rent some out, and I have other plans for the rest." I remember reading in history books that ancient watermelons were different from modern ones, almost like winter melons, with lots of holes inside. If you can buy me some watermelon seeds from the big store, I plan to plant 2 acres of land next year. If there are no watermelon seeds, just bring me 2 watermelons. I don't want seedless ones. Later, we can eat the flesh and keep the seeds to see if I can grow new plants. Also, check if there are any old corn seeds. I want to try planting those too. Modern corn has been improved over generations, so the yield per acre should be higher than in this era. If the corn in Lanxia County becomes high yield, we can promote it throughout the whole county. When everyone is growing high-yield corn, it will be a great achievement for your father. Time flies quickly in Su Rongrong's daydreams. As we near the foot of the mountain, she suddenly spots some familiar trees. Excited, she pats Bai Lijeng on the shoulder and loudly says, "Brother Zheng, about 20 meters ahead in the 3 o'clock direction, look at those trees. Are they chestnut trees?" Bai Lijeng, who is a school bully and top student in high school, turns to look and confidently says, "Yes, they are chestnut trees. The fruits on the trees haven't all fallen yet. Let's go pick some chestnuts. It's about to rain soon, so let's pack up quickly and leave." Su Rongrong nods, sounding unusually relaxed. Chestnuts are great, soft, tasty, and can even be a main food. If we don't pick all the fruits combined with the grains I bought in the county town, I think we won't need to worry about food for the next 2 years. Bai Lijeng chuckles and says, "With me here, why would you worry? Don't forget, I have a system. Complete a task, and I can enter the big store for 100 seconds. If I can stand in the rice and flour section during those 100 seconds, not only for the next 2 years, but maybe for 3 or 5 years, we won't have to worry about food. I'll bring you dozens of bags of rice, 10, 20, 50 jin each." Su Rongrong laughs and says, "Brother Zheng, the supermarket rice comes in bags and loose. If you happen to be in the loose rice section, don't expect to grab dozens of bags. If you can manage to get 100 jin, I'll consider that efficient." Bai Lijeng stops joking and quickly reaches the chestnut trees, then says to Su Rongrong, "Quick, get the broom. We need to sweep all these onto one pile." Su Rongrong didn't speak. Instead, she quickly took out her broom, the one she used for cleaning, and handed it to Bai Lijeng. "Zhengji, I can't pick through each chestnut one by one. You don't need to worry about whether there are leaves or not. Just sweep everything together first. Later, I'll put them into a large bag used for moving, and when it's full, I can just store it in the space." Bai Lijeng nodded. After taking the broom, he felt the raincoat was in the way, so he took it off and set it aside. Su Rongrong, being taller, also found the raincoat bothersome. She immediately followed Bai Lijeng's example and took hers off. Their personalities are very similar. Both are quick to act once they decide on something. Without needing to say much, they worked together very smoothly. One swept from this side, the other from that side. When they finished, they packed and stored the items. After the last bag of chestnuts on the ground was put into the space, the rain started to drip down. Bai Lijeng quickly put on his raincoat, looked up at the trees, and saw there were still quite a few chestnuts left. He asked, "Rongrong, do you still want those on the trees?" Of course she did. The rain had just started, and it wasn't heavy yet. Although cold, it was still bearable. If she didn't gather the chestnuts today, she worried there might be no chance later. To her, these were all food. She couldn't bear to waste them. So she decisively replied, "Yes. Zhengji, I'll trouble you." She then took out a bone-chopping knife from her space. "Just cut the branches quickly this way." Bai Lijeng reached out to take it, then climbed the tree and started chopping with the knife. He didn't cut all the branches, only those with lots of chestnuts. Su Rongrong, standing under the tree, would collect any branch that fell to the ground into her space. Soon, the chestnut trees were mostly cleared by Li Zheng, and the rain was falling harder and harder. It was so heavy that even standing under the tree, people's eyes were almost unable to stay open. Zhengji, that's enough. Let's go, hurry. Li Zheng's hands had gone numb from the cold. Hearing this, he didn't hesitate. He jumped down from the tree. Su Rongrong took out a pair of sunglasses from her space. Here were these. It will be easier on your eyes. The sky was dark now. She reassured him. Don't worry, I'll turn on the flashlight. She meant a rechargeable, high-powered flashlight. This was something she bought specifically to avoid the inconvenience of power outages during the summer. Now, the situation is just right for using it. Li Zheng glanced at what she was holding, decisively put it on, and bent down. Come up. Let's hurry down the mountain. Okay. Su Rongrong obediently leaned on his back, then turned on her flashlight to light the way ahead, allowing him to carry her down the mountain. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly appeared in Li Zheng's mind. Please assist Su Rongrong in defeating the wild boar and knocking out the female lead, Su Xiang. Task complete. Reward 1 month of life. 100 seconds of shopping at the Bai Family Supermarket. This is a mandatory task and must be completed. Failure results in the host's life being reset to 0. Su Rongrong never expected that lying on Li Zheng's back would allow her to hear the system's task announcement. Hearing the task details, she froze in fear. Could there really be wild boars at this time? And knocking out Su Xiang? Where did that come from? Could it be that Su Xiang was hiding somewhere spying on them? Thinking this, her gaze became alert as she looked around. Li Zheng also immediately sensed Su Rongrong's unease and asked Rongrong, "Did you hear that?" Su Rongrong didn't think there was anything to hide and nodded right away. Li Zheng was a bit surprised but thought it was normal. He had entered Rongrong's space before, so it was natural that she could hear the system's voice. While becoming more cautious, he didn't put her down. As they approached the foot of the mountain, suddenly, distant screams echoed sharply. The screams seemed to be coming toward them. Li Zheng quickly found a tall grass patch taller than Rongrong, put her down and whispered, "Rongrong, it's probably Su Xiang who encountered a wild boar and unfortunately, it's heading this way. I'll first knock out Su Xiang, then try to shoot the wild boar. If that doesn't work, I'll need your help later." Su Rongrong nodded. Okay, Brother Zheng, knock out Su Xiang first. Today, Su Xiang was forced by her family to go up the mountain to help chop firewood, and she was reluctant from the start. In the past, she would never have been asked to do this. Since Su Rongrong left her family, no one has gone to chop firewood at home. The stored wood has been used up more and more. The weather is very strange. The village chief says it will rain soon, maybe freezing rain. To get through the winter safely, the whole family went out. She originally didn't want to come, but her father said if she didn't go up the mountain, she wouldn't be allowed to eat or use coal when it's cold. To make things easier for herself, she had to accept this. Not long after reaching the mountain, she heard that Su Rongrong and Li Zheng also went up. But after wandering around, she didn't see them. No matter how she thought about it, something felt wrong. Su Rongrong's family had so much firewood that they couldn't burn it all. Why would they come to chop more? So she picked a small bundle of grass and went down the mountain to her home, claiming she was gathering firewood. When she got home, she didn't hear that Su Rongrong had returned. After she finished cooking and as it got darker, everyone else started coming down the mountain, but she still didn't see anyone. For some reason at that moment, she suddenly felt a strong sense of frustration. This feeling pushed her to look for the mountain where wild animals often gather. Maybe because of her special luck, she hadn't reached the foot of the mountain when she encountered 2 wild boars looking for food. She was so scared her legs trembled and her limbs went weak. To survive, she had to run as fast as she could toward the trees. Luckily, when she circled around a tree, one of the wild boar's tusks got stuck in the tree and couldn't be pulled out. The other wild boar kept chasing her. Just as she was about to faint from running and gasping for breath, a strange figure suddenly appeared in front of her. She instinctively ran toward the figure. Before she could see clearly whether it was a person or a ghost, She felt a sharp pain in her neck and fainted. Bai Lijeng didn't care about her and let her fall into the pouring rain. The wild boar didn't stop attacking after she fell. When it saw Bai Lijeng, it shifted its anger onto him and started chasing him. Bai Lijeng ran in circles with the wild boar, but because his vision was poor, he headed toward where Su Rongrong was. Su Rongrong had already turned off her flashlight. When she saw a dark shadow running toward her, she also started to walk away. Bai Lijeng was worried that a wild boar might run straight into Su Rongrong, so he kept circling around her. When the wild boar's rear was facing Su Rongrong, he shouted loudly, "Rongrong, get ready." Su Rongrong instinctively reached forward. When she felt the coarse pig hair, the wild boar entered her space. At the same time, Bai Lijeng's mind rang with a mechanical voice. Congratulations to the host for helping Su Rongrong complete the task. You are rewarded with 1 month of extra life and 100 seconds of shopping at the Bai family supermarket. Additionally, because this is your first time injuring a morally corrupt female lead, Su Xiang, the reward is doubled. Hearing this, Bai Lijeng felt happy, but also looked at Su Xiang with curiosity. Since one attack doubles the reward, should he find excuses to come back and give her a punch now and then? He quickly dismissed this idea. Not to mention whether a good man hits women, but every reward from the system requires a task first. Without a task, hitting someone is pointless. For Su Rongrong, this trip up the mountain was truly fruitful. Not to mention the wild chickens, rabbits, and unknown birds. Just the chestnuts and the big wild boar earlier were enough to help her comfortably get through the cold winter. So, when she and Bai Lijeng returned, they walked with an unprecedented lightness. As they passed a tree and saw a wild boar with tusks stuck in the trunk but still alive, they couldn't help but laugh happily. Brother Zheng, we're really lucky today, yes. But it's a pity I can't have the pork dish you made tonight. I have to leave soon. Su Rongrong cheerfully said, It's okay. I'll turn these into cured meats and sausages. When you come back, I'll make them for you. Bai Lijeng was even happier to hear this and immediately smiled as he replied, All right, it's a deal. Perhaps because they had a good harvest, they soon returned to the dilapidated thatched house at the foot of the mountain. Su Rongrong and Bai Lijeng, with great understanding, removed the items that didn't belong to this era from their bodies. At that moment, faint shouts came from the mountain. Lu Quan, Lu Miao, and Taoya were anxiously calling out, Rong Yao, Bai Li Gongzi, where are you? Rongrong, where are you? If you hear me, answer. Rongrong, Jin Hong, and Man are all worried about you. Where are you? Come home quickly. The roof of the broken thatched hut was leaking. Su Rongrong carefully stood in a dry spot and heard this, then called back loudly. Peach, meow meow, I'm here, at the thatched house at the foot of the mountain. She quickly took things out of her space bag. Inside, there were wild chickens, rabbits, and some unknown birds, along with broken branches from chestnut trees. Of course, she also took out a smaller wild boar. Bai Lijeng looked at these and asked, Are you going to take out the other wild boar to kill it? Su Rongrong nodded. Yes, if I take everything out at once, it might attract too much attention. She then frowned and said, It's better not to take out the wild chickens and rabbits. I'll handle them myself later. Let's just keep one wild boar and some chestnut branches. This small wild boar was the one with the tusk stuck in the tree before. Before Su Rongrong put it into her space, Bai Lijeng shot several arrows at it with his bow and arrow. When it was barely alive, Su Rongrong took it into her space. Now, she released it, but it wasn't fully dead yet and had little fighting ability. Bai Lijeng didn't reply. Instead, he immediately threw his coat into the rain. Then he reached out to catch some rainwater and used it to wet Su Rongrong's forehead hair. Su Rongrong quickly reacted and took a few steps forward. After getting a little rain, she immediately moved back under the eaves where the rain wasn't so heavy. Once she finished, Bai Lijeng signaled to her about her shoes. When her shoes and pant legs were soaked, he said, With the wild boar, 1 chicken, 1 rabbit, and these chestnut branches, that should be enough. Su Rongrong nodded. All right, that's it. It looks like we started hunting on the mountain, caught some chickens and rabbits, then found these chestnuts. Since we had no bag, we had to cut branches to carry them. Then we accidentally encountered the wild boar, fought it, and finally got everything now. As for Su Xiang, they instinctively didn't mention her. The heroine is very lucky. She wouldn't die just because of a little rain. Maybe she has other opportunities. Lu Quan, Lu Miao, and Taoya arrived very quickly, almost as soon as Su Rongrong finished handling the details. Taoya and Lu Quan still held raincoats and straw hats in their hands. When the three of them came over, they hadn't even spoken before seeing the pile of things in the yard, soaking in the rain. Lu Miao looked at the muddy footprints on the ground. Although she was shivering from the cold, her eyes brightened a little. Rongrong, are these your harvest for today? Yes, all caught by Brother Zheng. Look, this wild boar isn't fully dead yet. We went through a lot just to get these. Taoya was careful and looked closely at Su Rongrong. Seeing her hair slightly wet, her clothes half damp, and her shoes and pant cuffs soaked, she felt a bit puzzled. But when she saw Bai Li Zheng wearing thin clothes and his coat wet and thrown aside, she suddenly understood. It seemed that young master Bai Li was a good man. He took Rongrong hunting, and when it rained, he preferred to get cold and soaked himself rather than let Rongrong suffer. Thinking this, she quickly put the straw hat on Su Rongrong's head. Let's go back first, she said. Lu Miao also took a raincoat from her father, put it on her, and then said, let's go home. Before I came out, Man was boiling ginger soup. We can go back, drink a bowl, and sweat it out. Wait, I want to pick some chestnuts to take home. I dropped quite a few on the way back, and it's a pity, Su Rongrong said, feeling emotional again. It's rare to find a few chestnut trees in the mountains behind. They still have many fruits hanging on them. If it hadn't rained, I would have picked all of them. What a pity. Neither Taoya nor Lu Miao was happy to hear this. Their families had food now, but who would complain about having too much? Especially Lu Miao, whose family had many people. Because they had plenty of food before, they didn't go to the county town to buy more. Now, with the rain and hearing about the freezing rain in the city, she felt uneasy. If the disaster period was short, it would be okay, but if it lasted long, her family might be in trouble. Thinking this, her gaze swept across the yard and saw some chestnut shells fallen on the weeds. She walked over and picked them up. As she picked, she found herself several meters outside the door of the thatched hut. Later, as she looked at the distant horizon, she had no choice but to turn back. When she entered the yard, she saw her father squatting there, picking chestnut balls. She gathered all the chestnut balls she had collected and, while peeling them, softly said, Dad, maybe we should ask Rongrong where exactly that chestnut tree is. Tomorrow, let our cousins go pick the chestnuts. Lu Quanghua shook his head decisively. No, there are too many wild animals over there. Your cousins aren't as skilled as Bai Li Gongzi. If they run into trouble, what should we do? Don't worry about the family's food supplies. Once your older brother figures out how to make a heated brick bed, we won't lack food. It's raining now, and the temperature is even colder than this morning. All the nearby villages within 10 miles will need heated beds. If some families can't pay, they can trade grain instead. There's no need for us to take such risks. Hearing this, Lu Miao thought it made sense, so she didn't say anything more. When everyone returned, a big tiger appeared among the crowd. He was wearing a raincoat, carrying a wild boar on his shoulder, walking at the front. Bai Li Zheng was holding a wild chicken and rabbit with a basket on his back. The basket was filled with the chestnuts everyone had just picked. Even the branches of the chestnut trees weren't discarded. People dragged them back, one by one. They planned to dry these and use them as firewood. Su Man was already waiting at home, anxious and worried. Even though Fong Fong had just returned and told her they found someone and that her older sister was safe, she still felt uneasy because she hadn't seen her with her own eyes. At this moment, she had to admit that her older sister was the backbone of the family, not her older brother. In fact, not only her, but Su Jinhong as well. Since her older sister hadn't returned yet, he couldn't settle down to read. Instead, he stood at the door, looking outside with a book in hand. When he saw a blurry group of people approaching from afar, he turned and called toward the kitchen, Man, Chow, they're back. Is the hot water ready? When Taoya returned, she said that Jungge had caught a wild boar. She also mentioned that this morning, when Jungge took their older sister hunting, he said everything they caught today belonged to her. They only needed to prepare 2 meals for him. So, since the wild boar was theirs, they had to heat the water to slaughter it. Additionally, the eldest sister is probably very cold and needs a good bath to warm up. Su Qiao Qiao is in the kitchen, cooking fire, and she is currently feeling sad about the news she heard this morning. Suddenly, she hears her older brother calling, and she startles, quickly regaining her senses. "Big brother, I'm ready." Next to her, Su Man, who was worried earlier, is now smiling happily. She is about to go out to greet people, but before leaving, she warns Su Qiao Qiao. "Big sister is coming back and brought many things. Put away that sad face of yours. It's bad luck for others to see. Remember, you are our sister and have nothing to do with the Su-hee family. Earlier, I told you that you were sold to be a beauty paper, but you still hold on to hope. So all those things you told us before were just to fool us, right? Su Qiao Qiao, I warn you, if you want to stay in this house, you need to know your place. If I find out you are not loyal to the family, don't blame me for driving you away. Of course, before I do that, you must pay back the 50 taels of silver you owe." Su Man doesn't care what Su Qiao Qiao thinks. After saying this, she hurriedly leaves. Su Qiao Qiao, left behind, her face changing repeatedly. After Su Man leaves, she can't help but cover her mouth and cry. Soon, she seems to have come to a realization. She wipes her eyes with her hand, afraid someone will see her, and carefully washes her face. She has nowhere else to go. This place is her home, a real home that truly cares for her. She cannot let the people who truly care for her see her like this. Otherwise, they will be disappointed in her. Therefore, when she hears lively sounds coming from the yard, she doesn't go out to join the fun. Instead, she takes the task that Su Man assigned to her that morning and, under the flickering light of the oil lamp, carefully sews socks. Su Rongrong is the first to be surrounded by Taoya, Lu Miao, and Su Man, who all rush back to the room. After she drinks ginger soup and takes a hot bath, she sees Da Hu in the yard killing a wild boar, but Bai Li Zheng is not among them. While drying her hair, she asks Lu Miao, who is standing under the eaves, Miao, has Brother Zheng gone back? Li Miao's eyes were fixed on the wild boar in the yard. Without turning her head, she said, "Yes, when you went to take a bath, he also left." She then turned around, took the cotton cloth from Su Rongrong's hand, and began to wipe her hair while speaking. "Rongrong, young master Bai Li said there's no need to wait for him to eat tonight. After he finishes his bath, he will go straight back to the county town. As for Da Hu, the house here isn't ready yet, so he has to stay here. If you need anything, just go find him." Su Rongrong wasn't surprised by this. She nodded seriously and whispered, Miao, later you and Taoya will stay here for dinner. After eating, bring back 2 jin of meat. Remember, just tell your mother and grandma. No need to let others know. To avoid any leaks that could cause trouble, everyone might start watching my family. Also, you know we're not short of food now. If one day you're at home and can't get enough to eat, just come over. I can't give much else, but I can still make flatbread with coarse flour. If you ever feel like eating meat, just come by. Later, I'll take half of this meat to make cured meat and sausages." Hearing this, Li Miao felt warm inside. Her eyes sparkled with a smile as she softly replied, "I know you're doing this for me and Taoya, but you don't need to worry. We're the only girls in the family, and if anyone in the family is short of food, it won't be us. If it gets to the point you mentioned, I definitely won't hold back. All right, I'll help you dry your hair first, and later I'll cook so you won't get covered in smoke and oil. I know I can't cook as well as you, so you'll have to guide me. Okay." While they were talking, Taoya came out of the main hall. She was holding a pair of new shoes. "Rongrong, I just finished making these. Come try them on." Su Rongrong heard her voice and turned around. When she saw the shoes in her hand, her heart instantly felt warm, like soaking in a hot spring. She quickly walked over, reached out, and took the shoes. Seeing the uneven stitches on them, she understood what was going on. The girl must have anticipated that her shoes would get wet when she returned. Because her new shoes weren't finished and she couldn't wear her old ones, she asked her sister-in-law for a pair of half-made shoes to use. Just now, while she was taking a shower, she was working on the shoes. When she finished her shower, she would have something to wear. Thinking this, she sincerely said, "Taoya, thank you." Taoya smiled and gently tapped her forehead. "Silly girl, we're good sisters. No need to be so polite." Lu Miao, still drying Su Rongrong's hair, heard this and replied, "Exactly. We're sisters, so there's no need for formalities. All right, be good. I'll dry your hair first. My grandma always says, don't think that being young means you can ignore wet hair. When you're older, you'll regret it if you get a headache from it." In the yard, Dai Dezhuang, wearing a big straw hat, was squatting near the well washing water. When he heard laughter from under the eaves, he turned to look. Seeing his older sister trying on new shoes and Lu Miao helping her dry her hair, a quick look of envy flashed in his eyes. Since he could remember, the thing he envied most about his older sister was having two true friends who cared for her. As for him, and even Su Qiao, they didn't have many friends. Even if they did, their feelings weren't as deep as those between his sister, Taoya, Lu Miao, and her friends. But he thought maybe it's because his sister is also very kind that she made such good friends. Su Rongrong didn't notice the envy in Su Manman's eyes. After she finished putting on her shoes, she said to Su Man, Zhengge said he wants to take the salted water back to the county town. You should put all the things at home into jars. Zhengge said he's going back to the county, but he's coming for a meal. Now, we don't know if he's already gone back. You should send the stuff over and check. De Hu, who is cutting wild boar meat, wanted to say something after hearing this, but after thinking, he didn't speak and focused on his work. As for Su Man, she instinctively glanced at the meat in the yard, then said nothing and got up to go to the kitchen. When she came out carrying a jar, she saw Lu Miao, already dressed in a raincoat and wearing a straw hat, reaching out to take what she was holding.
"You're small and weak.
In this heavy rain, the road is slippery and hard to walk. I'll go deliver it. I can tell my mother about this. I will have dinner at your house tonight." Seeing this, Su Rongrong took 2 pieces of meat from the pile that De Hu had already cut. She handed one piece to Lu Miao. "Take this home and have your mother cook it for dinner." Then she gave the other piece to Taoya. "You do the same." Taoya, who had wanted to stay and help, saw this and didn't complain. She picked up the meat and followed Lu Miao out. When they left, they hid the meat in their raincoats to avoid being seen. Right now, besides De Hu, there was no one else in the yard. Su Man said, "Big sister, luckily you let me stay this morning." That fool Su Qiao heard Su, he's crying and couldn't sit still. She wanted to go out. Later, my older brother went out and came back to tell her she was sold by Su He. She's really just a pretty face. Su He even took money from the Fong family to sell her, 6 taels of silver. Now, they came to get that money back. They said the deal didn't go through properly. When that silly girl found out, she still wouldn't give up. After everyone returned in the afternoon, she went out to ask around. Finally, she learned the truth and came back looking very down. Maybe she's finally understood, or maybe she was just scolded by me earlier. She's too afraid to come out now, and is just sitting in the kitchen sewing socks. Su Rongrong wasn't surprised by this outcome at all. She nodded and said, "Yes, I knew our family couldn't do without Man. With you here, Jin Hong and I feel very at ease." While speaking, she looked at Su Man's proud little face and added seriously, Man, big sister and your older brother said that once we're better off, I will give you some silver every month. This money is for future family expenses. It means that in our family, everything, who to visit, what to eat, what to use, will be decided by you. When Su Man heard this, her small body straightened instantly. Does this mean the big sister will manage the household for her? Like the lady of a wealthy family? Outwardly, she has her older brother and sister. Inside, she's the one in charge? Thinking this, a bright smile appeared on Su Man's face. "Big sister, don't worry. I will not let you down or betray your trust." Su Rongrong suddenly realized that Su Jin Hong was not here, so she asked again, "Where is your eldest brother? Did he go to read in his room?" Su Man Man smirked and said impatiently, "No." He went with the village chief. As she spoke, she couldn't help but curse. "Big sister, you don't know how disgusting Su Da's family is. Today, I don't know what happened, but Su Da, his mother, and his son's hands were all broken by someone. Not only that, Su Da's sons, when they were on the mountain, were knocked out for no reason, and their faces were also scratched. Then, when you were taking a bath, I heard that after Qinshi woke up, she cried and made a fuss at home, saying it was our eldest brother who did it, and asked the village chief to help her. Su Mao didn't know what was going on either, so he just brushed it off and didn't care about her. Then she asked her grandson to invite the village chief to settle the matter. She said they wanted to send our eldest brother to jail and make our family pay compensation. Hearing about Qinshi's situation, Su Rongrong instinctively thought that Bai Lijeng was behind it. She understood everything but didn't say a word, while Su Man Man continued to express her dissatisfaction. "Everyone in the village knows what kind of person my eldest brother is. He's just a weak scholar. If he really had that kind of power, why would he end up with his face scratched and his hand broken?" But Qin sure wouldn't give up. She kept insisting on confronting my brother, and then he went. I don't know what the situation is now, but I believe in my brother and also believe the village chief can clear his name. Su Rongrong looked at the nearly dismembered wild boar in the yard, about to say she would go check the situation. But before she could speak, she saw Da, who quickly placed the meat into a bamboo basket. Then he carried 2 large bamboo baskets back under the eaves. Immediately after, she heard him say, "Miss Rongrong, the wild boar has been prepared for you. Tonight, you don't need to cook for me. I have to go back and send Grandpa to the city." Hearing this, Su Rongrong realized Bai Lijeng was not leaving yet, so she immediately agreed. Okay. After Da, who left, she quickly put on her thick winter shoes over her cotton shoes. Then she said to Su Man Man, "Man Man, since Brother Zheng and Da who won't be home for dinner tonight, let's just eat with the 4 of us plus Meow Meow and Taoya. We can eat anytime. First, you should slowly move the meat back to the kitchen. Big sister, go out and see what's going on. Although your older brother won't be bullied, his hand isn't fully healed yet. If he gets hurt again, it would be bad." Su Man Man realizes that in this family, Big Sister is the main person in charge. But for the future, she still hopes in Su Jinhong. When she heard he might be deliberately hurt, she was very scared. "Okay then, Big Sister, you go. I'll take care of the meat later." Cleaning the meat is impossible right now. She has to wait for her big sister to come back to know how to handle it. But since she can't clean the meat, she can still deal with the water. She washed some earlier, but many pieces are still unwashed. Today, using cold water really makes her hands freeze. She doesn't know how long the rain will last or what the weather will be like later. If it stays cold like this, she's worried the well water might freeze, making it hard to get drinking water. They say that on rainy days in the countryside, the roads are hard to walk, especially muddy dirt roads. When Su Rongrong left home, she took a wooden stick as a cane. Even so, she slipped a few times on the way. Luckily, she was safe and arrived at Lu Quan's house without injury. But the house was very quiet. There was no sound from Qin or others, not even Lu Miao or Bai Lijeng. She thought for a moment and decided to go to Su Da's house. From afar, before reaching Su Da's house, she heard Qin shouting loudly. Thinking about everything Su Jinhong had gone through before, she no longer cared about being careful and walked quickly toward the noise. When she arrived, through the crowd, she saw Qin's face twisted in anger, rushing towards Su Jinhong. Seeing this, she didn't hesitate. She raised the wooden stick she was using as a cane and swung it at Qin. "Old hag, I think you're just daring to trouble us again and again because you're an old longevity star." Qin didn't see clearly who hit her. When she saw her own injuries and those of her son and grandson, she immediately suspected Su Rongrong and her group. She knew her siblings didn't have that much power, but there was someone capable who could help them. She had no evidence and dared not trouble Bai Lijeng, so she had no choice but to find Su Jinhong. Su Rongrong was someone she definitely couldn't approach. She had been beaten by that stubborn girl before, and the bruises on her body still hadn't faded. That girl, Su Man Man, was just as crazy as her older sister and didn't care about her reputation at all. When she fought, she was completely ruthless. As for the younger, foolish girl, there was no need to look for her. Everyone knew that a 9-year-old girl couldn't possibly fight so many people at once. So she chose the weaker target. Although Soo Jin-hong wasn't part of her family had once taken care of him, and in the eyes of outsiders, they had helped him. He was a scholar, proud and cautious, and it was best to handle him carefully. Plus, that brat had injured his hands. If he refused to admit fault or pay, she would break his hands again. Then he would end up like his own family members, useless. But she had planned everything carefully, and clearly heard Soo Jin-hong say that it wasn't his problem and he wouldn't pay. She decisively charged forward, but halfway there, she was beaten up and heard Soo Rong-rong's voice. Thinking of this, she endured the pain, looked up, and saw Soo Rong-rong with a furious face. Soo Rong-rong was really angry, especially after clearly seeing the malicious look in Qin's eyes. Thinking of the debt of 150 taels she owed, she kicked Qin. After kicking her to the ground, she coldly said, "Qin, do you really think my family is easy to bully? At first, because we are from the same clan, I only made your family pay 10 taels and didn't pursue it further. But now, it seems you really don't learn your lesson. You actually attacked Jin-hong again in front of everyone. It looks like I need to settle this account with you. The cost of Jin-hong's treatment alone, just for the ointments, is 150 taels. Not to mention Dr. Min's consultation fee and other medicines. Altogether, I count 156 taels. Your family has already paid 10 taels before. If you don't pay the remaining 146 taels today, don't blame me for being rude." Sudo also believed that it was Soo Rong-rong who hired someone to cut their faces and break their hands. Because of this, he didn't want to get involved and just let his mother cause trouble. He thought that Soo Rong-rong and her brothers and sisters would suffer this loss. Whether they did it or not, as long as they said they did, it was true. As for money, he probably couldn't pay much, but food and firewood could be managed. He didn't know how much grain Soo Rong-rong's family had, but for him, paying a little was fine. As for firewood, he wanted most of her family's supply. His family hadn't stored much firewood before. When the village chief said they could go cut some, it was raining or freezing rain, so they planned to go together later. But before he could leave, he and his mother were injured first. And the few sons who had finally gone up the mountain to cut firewood didn't bring any back, and then something happened. Now, his family had little firewood, and everyone was in this condition. They would need treatment, and his family could afford the money. But it was already raining that day, and they wouldn't have much firewood left soon, which made him worried. So, his real goal was to get firewood. Firewood could be sold for money and used as currency. But he didn't expect to even get a chance to ask for it, and then Soo Rong-rong, this troublemaker, arrived. If she had just come quietly, that would be fine, but she not only hit people but also demanded over 100 taels in compensation. Forget over 100 taels. Now, asking him for 20 taels was harder than killing him. When he adopted Soo Jin-hong, the clan gave him the silver from Soo Jin-hong's family. But in recent years, he had to prepare for his son's wedding. Before the bride moved in, they had to renovate the house, give betrothal gifts, and hold banquets. So all that silver was used up. Last time, he managed to pay 10 taels as compensation, but he had to dip into his savings. Thinking of this, Suda signaled to his mother and then quietly retreated to his room. As long as his mother fainted, no one would cause trouble or respond, and this matter would be over. He couldn't let Soo Rong-rong, this troublemaker, kill someone, right? If she really did, she would be a murderer and go to jail. Mrs. Qin was already old. She hadn't fully recovered from being hit by Soo Rong-rong before, and this morning, her hand was broken, and her face was scratched. Although she wasn't seriously injured, she was greatly frightened. When Soo Rong-rong suddenly kicked her again, she spat out a mouthful of blood as she fell to the ground. When she looked up at Soo Rong-rong again, her eyes were full of fear. Without even checking her son's expression, she fainted, her eyes rolling back. Some villagers nearby thought Su Rongrong was too cruel. They didn't understand respecting the elderly and caring for children. They thought she was heartless. They advised to stay away from her in the future so they wouldn't suffer trouble themselves. Others thought Su Rongrong did the right thing and felt satisfied. After all, she had many younger siblings at home. As the eldest sister, she had to be strong, otherwise, she wouldn't survive in this village. Anyone could come and bully her family. Although she had the support of Lord Bai Li, she knew she couldn't rely on him forever, and he wouldn't always help her. Lu Quan, who originally wanted to stop Qin Shi, saw Su Rongrong hitting someone and said nothing, pretending he didn't see anything. When Qin Shi fainted, Su Da's family didn't come out. Only then did Lu Quan step forward and say, "Rong girl, it's getting darker outside, and it's getting colder. Since Qin Shi has fainted, I think we should leave it at that for now. When she wakes up, I will call the head of the Su family to discuss this matter." How do you think? Su Rongrong knew that Su Da's family couldn't pay such a large sum of money, so she didn't expect much. Hearing Lu Quan's words, she agreed easily. "Today, I hit Qin Shi because she tried to attack Jin Hong first. I was just defending myself, so even if she dies, I am in the right. I didn't plan to make this public, but since the village chief spoke, I'll give you some face. But if they do this again, don't blame me for settling old scores along with new ones. Jin Hong and I are doing well, but we're not soft targets for anyone to bully. Anyone who dares to come to my house and cause trouble, I will fight back with all I have, even risking my life. As long as I am alive, I will not give up until I win. If you don't believe me, just wait and see." Originally worried, Bai Li Zheng, who hadn't gone far, had already planned to intervene when Qin Shi was about to attack. But when he saw Su Rongrong arrive, he quickly hid the stone in his sleeve. When he saw Qin faint, he knew the matter could end here, so he turned to leave. When he reached outside the village, Dahu was already waiting there. He got into the carriage and said to Dahu, "The rain is heavy and the road is slippery at night. Drive slowly. Safety is the most important." Yes, Dahu was good at driving, but with such weather and the temperature dropping, the water on the ground was freezing. Because of this, it took him 3 times longer than usual to reach the county town. However, the city gates were already closed, but luckily, there were guards. These guards knew Bai Li Zheng's identity. After Dahu shouted, they opened the gates. Bai Li Zheng still lived in the house prepared by Madame Wang. Just after he finished bathing, County Magistrate Wang came to see him. "I humbly greet the young master." Bai Li Zheng nodded and asked, "Lord Wang, it's so late. What brings you here?" County Magistrate Wang said, "Today, I received an urgent imperial order. It says that the area around Muyang Prefecture is suffering from severe freezing rain. The common people cannot travel, so I am ordered to stay here until the disaster ends, then go to my post. As for your father and mother, they are trapped in Huarong County and cannot come here. I was thinking, since Lanxia County is not far from Huarong County, maybe we can find a way to go there and bring them back." Although the court told him to stay here, this freezing rain disaster was more than he could handle. Before the new county magistrate arrived, it was fine if nothing happened in Lanxia County, but if trouble arose, his official position could be at risk. But if he could bring Bai Li Chen over, it would be different. He was the new county magistrate, so whatever happened, he would bear the responsibility, not him. Therefore, he wanted to bring the person over. That way, even if he stayed here, the main responsibility for any problems among the people wouldn't fall on him. Bai Li Zheng had met many people like County Magistrate Wang. Whether in modern times or ancient, he had encountered many. Hearing this, he understood what was meant. He immediately smiled faintly and said, "Huarong County is indeed not far from here. I wonder, Lord Wang, how do you plan to bring them here in this weather? My father is a rough man who often bumps into things, but it's not a big deal. However, my mother is different. She has a noble status. If something happens on the road, the consequences could be serious, and Lord Wang needs to consider whether he can handle it." County Magistrate Wang looked at Bai Li Zheng with a half-smile, and in this cold weather, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Let's not talk about Bai Li Chen's identity. Even Bai Li Zheng's mother, Mrs. Zhao, is the cousin of the current emperor. The current Empress Dowager is her aunt. It is said that the emperor once feared the guardian duke and worried they might have other plans, so he married his own cousin, Bai Li Chen, who was then the crown prince. He even made her the Rui County princess. Over the years, the emperor has been wary of powerful relatives and the guardian duke's rising influence, trying to weaken their power at court. But there's an old saying, a camel that is thin is still bigger than a horse. Even if they stay low-key and seem to have no power at court, no small local official can really control them. The relationships among noble families are complicated and tangled. His rise in official rank was just a matter of someone's word. In any case, no matter what the emperor thinks privately, he will still show respect publicly. Bai Li Chun came here to serve as county magistrate, partly to avoid trouble, and partly because they might need to protect their lineage if the emperor turns against them. County Magistrate Wang was overwhelmed by Bai Li Zheng's words and couldn't speak for a long time. Finally, before Bai Li Zheng's expression turned colder, he begged for mercy. "Young master, please forgive me. I had no choice but to take this desperate measure. I am just a small official with little experience. When this disaster happened, I truly didn't know what to do. I thought that since the emperor ordered me to stay here, it must be to ensure the safety of the common people as much as possible. Now, the temperature is dropping more and more. The rain on the ground will freeze soon. We can't leave this place, and outsiders can't come in." The rain started suddenly, and even though we prepared early according to your instructions, the surrounding towns are heavily affected. We have some supplies, but it's not enough. Not to mention the 8,000 or 9,000 refugees. How will we settle them? On such a day, it is impossible to ask them to work, so the construction schedule will have to be delayed. After the disaster ends, the grain collected from the villagers earlier will probably be almost gone. So, what will they eat and drink next? If the weather improves but they have no food or drink, they will turn back. The government can't keep forcing people to work or serve as laborers, right? If that happens, the villagers might cause trouble. But digging channels and building dams is necessary. Otherwise, by spring next year, the area around Mu County might be half-flooded. Bailey Zheng understands this situation. He keeps worrying about supplies, so he says, just focus on managing the common people. I will find ways to solve the problem of the disaster victims. As for my father, there's no need to worry about bringing him here. If he wants to come, he will find a way himself. When County Magistrate Wang hears that Bailey Zheng will take care of the 8,000 to 9,000 disaster victims, he feels greatly relieved. His biggest concern is still the disaster victims. He fears that once they run out of food and supplies, they will leave suddenly. Then, the government will have to force people to work or serve as laborers again, which will surely cause dissatisfaction and rebellion among the common people. If Bailey Zheng only manages the people in Lanxia County, he won't worry so much. After all, when Bailey Zheng asked him to prepare, he did his best. Now, the grain in the government granaries hasn't been touched, and wealthy merchants have donated quite a lot. As for winter clothing, there are some shortages. But Bailey Zheng has ordered people to make heated beds, and he gathered craftsmen in the county to learn how to make them. Now, thanks to the government's promotion, many people in the county know about this good thing. When it rained today, many villagers started asking craftsmen to make them. At worst, he will have every household's men learn how to make them, so they can do it themselves later. As for firewood, that's not a big problem. Whenever it doesn't rain, someone will find a way to go up the mountain to cut wood. If they really can't go up the mountain, that's okay too. The tables, chairs, and old beds at home are all made of wood. Splitting wood can last a while, and it's better than freezing to death. Feeling much more relaxed, County Magistrate Wang left with a lighter step than when he arrived. After Wang Magistrate left, Bailey Zheng locked himself in his study. Today, because he knocked Su Xiang out, he received double rewards from the system. Now, he can shop at the Bai family supermarket for 200 seconds, which is a little over 3 minutes. As the heir of the Bai group, he is very familiar with the supermarket headquarters. He appeared on the second floor and, when the countdown started, pushed a shopping cart straight to the rice and flour section. Fortunately, he is young and in good shape, and since there are no crowds, he reached the area in just over 10 seconds, no matter how big the store is. If Su Rongrong saw him now, she would say he was like a bandit entering a village. He filled his shopping cart with everything he could see: rice, flour, soybeans, and green beans. 200 seconds is just over 3 minutes, but soon he was back in the study. At the same time, many bags of goods he took from the supermarket were piled on the floor. He originally thought the cart could only hold a few bags of rice, but it seemed like he could keep filling it. Whenever he picked something from the shelves, he could fit it in. Now, there are many different brands of rice and flour on the floor. Most of these bags are 5 or 10 kilograms. There are also soybeans and green beans, but those bags are smaller. The heaviest bags weigh only 2 jin, about 1 kilogram each. He roughly estimated that he brought back about 7 or 800 jin, around 350 kilograms. Thinking about giving such good rice and flour to the disaster victims didn't seem right. He also remembered Su Rongrong, who bought coarse grains and sweet potatoes because she lacked money, and he started writing a letter. After finishing, he blew on the ink to dry it, then folded and placed it into an envelope. Since these rice and flour in the study couldn't be seen in the light, he decided to stay here tonight. So, when he called Da-Hu, he walked outside the study.
Dagao.
Because the rain was heavy and the roads had frozen, Da-Hu didn't return home that night. When he heard his master's voice, he quickly appeared at the door of the study. "Master, I need to see Miss Rongrong. When you go back early tomorrow, bring her here. Oh, and give her this letter. After she reads it, she'll know what to do." The letter was already sealed. Bai Lijeng wrote it in simple Chinese characters, occasionally mixing in some English words, so it wouldn't be easily read by others. The next day, after Su Rongrong took the letter from Da-Hu, she only glanced at it briefly and immediately understood its meaning. "Da-Hu, I need to tidy up a bit. Wait for me. If you have something to do, go ahead. When you're free, come back and pick me up. Okay, go ahead with your work. I'll come to find you in half an hour." Da-Hu really wanted to talk to Lu Quan about the house. Right now, his family's house was under construction because many workers had been hired. The foundation and the walls were already built, but the house was only half finished, and the roof was not yet complete. His family's original plan was to wait a few more days before it rained. They had hired more workers and planned to work overtime to finish the roof tiles. They might not finish all the roofing, but the main house would definitely be covered. Now that it was raining early, they had to stop work. Once the rain stopped, they would continue. So, he needed to talk to the village chief to prevent some people from risking their lives just to make money. After Da-Hu left, Su Rongrong took a key from her sleeve pocket and went to the cellar. All the food she bought was stored there. She only had one key, which was with her. No one else in the Su family, not even Su Jinhong, could enter the cellar. The food they currently had was all taken out and stored in the cupboard beforehand. There was coarse grain, coarse flour, rice, and sweet potato rice. Each type weighed about 50 jin, enough for her family to eat for a while. She took out so much mainly because of the bad weather. She was worried that opening the cellar too often would increase moisture and cause the food to mold. But today, she had no choice. At this time, her brother Zheng wouldn't let his parents come over. County Magistrate Wang couldn't handle the situation alone, and if he didn't take charge of the disaster victims, problems would surely arise. The big marketplace had better quality rice and flour than what was available now, and they couldn't let everyone see it. So, she could only use the coarse grain, coarse flour, and sweet potato rice she bought to exchange for better supplies. If he can still go to the big market later, he will take it again. She needs to think of a way to exchange with Miao Miao's family and Taoya's family. Both families have plenty of grain, but she must be careful with her words when trading. Thinking this way, Su Rongrong didn't put all the coarse grains and flour into her space. At home, she needs to mix some of these foods to eat, so the 3 children below won't get the wrong idea that life at home is easy. However, she also thought she should find a chance to go up the mountain and see if she could bring back the remaining chestnuts. If she could find some kudzu root or Chinese yam, that would be even better. These are all grains, and if there's enough, she could add some cabbage and radishes later, which would help the disaster victims eat enough. Today is even colder than yesterday. Before leaving, Su Rongrong looked at Su Jinhong and the others and said, Jinhong, man, Chow Chow, Brother Zheng needs to see big sister. I have to go to the county town. Stay at home and try not to go out if you can. Man, watch the stove carefully. Burn it for another 2 or 3 hours. When the straw mats sent by Meow Meow and her family are laid out, they should be ready to use. She hesitated and looked at Su Jinhong, saying, Jinhong, our family's fire bed is big enough for 5 or 6 people to sleep comfortably. If you don't mind, the 4 siblings can share one room. The bed is warm at both ends, so you can sleep wherever you like. When big sister returns, she'll get some ropes and 3 pieces of cloth to separate the front and middle of the bed. Although we're not short on firewood, with the current situation outside, big sister thinks it's better to save some. Okay, I'll follow big sister's lead. I don't mind at all. Su Jinhong understands the family situation and knows how big the fire bed is. Actually, his sister said that 5 or 6 people sleeping on it would be considered polite. The siblings are smaller than their actual ages. With the current size of the fire bed, they could sleep sideways and fit at least 7 or 8 people. Since it's heated, they need to use firewood. As big sister said, it's better to save where possible, so there's no need to have a separate room and bed just to avoid awkwardness. Moreover, big sister also said she would use a cloth curtain to divide the space. According to big sister, the separated bed is a private space, so they will have some privacy. Therefore, he has no problem with it. When Su Rongrong heard Su Jinhong agree, she smiled and said, All right, it's settled then. Later, I'll make 3 pieces of cloth to divide the bed into 2 spaces. Whoever wants to change clothes or sleep can just pull the curtain. As for going to the bathroom, just go to the room next door. It's a bit cold now, but it's better than going to the outhouse, and there's no need to worry about awkwardness inside the bedchamber. However, in her opinion, the other bed in the house would also need to be heated later. Meow Meow and Taoya's families don't have beds, and on such a cold day, she couldn't bear to let her little sisters sleep cold at night. So, if there's a chance later, she plans to let her 2 little sisters come and stay. As for Bailey Zheng, his house isn't finished yet, and the village chief's family wouldn't set up a bed for him alone. When he returns from the county school, she will let him share a room with Dahu and Jinhong. Because Su Jinhong agreed, and Su Man and Su Chow Chow had no objections, Su Rongrong made these arrangements and then left. When she went out, it was already early in the day, but she was shivering from the cold. It was still raining outside, and the north wind was blowing fiercely. The strongest gusts felt at least level 7 or 8. There was nothing she could do but retreat inside, go into the space, and find 2 slightly thicker knitted sweaters to wear under her padded jacket. Then she put on a pair of tight-fitting pencil pants inside her cotton trousers before stepping out. Even so, once outside, the cold wind made her tremble non-stop. She didn't know the exact temperature now, but seeing the rain freeze quickly on the ground told her it must be below 10 degrees Celsius. This freezing rain was colder than the dry cold of the north or the damp cold of the south. Especially when the north wind blew, it made her feel as if her blood was freezing. By the time she shivered onto the carriage and warmed her hands by the charcoal brazier, she finally felt alive again. She always knew that freezing rain was colder than rainy days, but she never expected it to be this cold. If Bailey Zheng didn't need her help, she would rather stay at home than go out. It was just too cold. Even though she grew up in an orphanage, she had never experienced such cold before. Dahu, who was driving the carriage, was already fully dressed and prepared. He is wearing a raincoat, a straw hat, and a fur collar made from an unknown animal, with only his eyes visible. His hands are tightly wrapped in black cloth. After Su Rongrong sat down, he got on the cart and said, Miss Rongrong, the road is difficult now, and the horses are afraid of the cold, so they can't go fast. It will probably take about half an hour to get there. If the fire in the coal basin isn't strong enough, you can add some more, he added. The coal is kept in the hidden compartment under the basin. You can take it yourself. Su Rongrong sniffed her nose, which was about to run, and responded with a heavy nod. On a cold, rainy day with slippery roads, even well-equipped horses can't move quickly. As soon as their cart left the Su family village, They heard someone trying to stop the carriage behind them. Stop the carriage ahead. Quickly stop. Because of the strong wind, Su Rongrong couldn't hear clearly. She looked back through the window. She saw Mrs. Chiao wearing a large straw hat and a thick raincoat, running and waving her arms while shouting. Behind her, there was her eldest daughter-in-law holding an oil umbrella and a person wrapped up so tightly that their face was hidden. That person seemed unsteady and was being supported by Mrs. Chiao's daughter-in-law. Seeing this, Su Rongrong immediately understood what was happening. It was probably because Su Xiang, the main character, was lucky enough not to freeze to death and was found by her family. Moreover, on such a cold day, Mrs. Chiao was willing to take her to the county for treatment. If it were someone else, Su Rongrong might have asked Brother Da Hu to stop the carriage and give the person a ride. But since the main character, who also bears a grudge against her family, was involved, there was no need. When Brother Da Hu slowed down, Su Rongrong said, "Brother Da Hu, you don't need to worry. Let's pretend we didn't hear or see anything." Brother Da Hu, being a guard for Bai Li Zheng, was not a kind person. He wasn't the type to help a poor person just because they looked pitiful. He slowed down mainly because he thought the people were from the Su village, and his master might stay there later. Plus, Rongrong was from the Su village, so she might want to help. But now that she showed no intention of helping, he waved his whip and urged the horse to trot faster. Mrs. Chiao, standing at the village entrance, saw this and couldn't help but curse angrily. "Su Rongrong, you heartless, wicked woman who refuses to save others. You will be punished and meet a bad end." Yes, Mrs. Chiao knew who was in the carriage. She had just seen the head sticking out of the carriage window. On such a day, only a girl like Su Rongrong would be able to ride a carriage to the county town. Su Rongrong completely ignored her and let the carriage go farther away. Weak and exhausted, Su Xiang leaned on her sister-in-law, and after hearing the name Su Rongrong, she felt a surge of hatred, wishing she could eat her alive and tear her apart. She always felt things shouldn't be like this. Su Rongrong should be forever under her control, suffering a bad fate. And she thought, would become the envy of everyone in the Su village. But the reality seemed quite different. Since Su Rongrong didn't die as she planned, she felt like everything was slipping out of her control. Mrs. Chiao scolded for a while, then saw the carriage getting farther away. Finally, she had no choice but to turn back. "Xiang, what should we do now? Should we go back? Mother can make you some ginger tea to help you sweat out the cold." Without a carriage, they couldn't go anywhere. Just walking from their home to the village entrance, she almost fell 3 times.
She's too old to fall like that.
Plus, she was still hurt from the beatings Su Rongrong gave her and hadn't fully recovered. If she fell and broke her limbs, she might have to stay in bed all winter. Su Xiang was also worried about the cold weather. Her mother insisted on taking her to the county town. So, hearing this, she instinctively replied, "Mother, I was caught in the rain for so long yesterday, and now I feel hot and cold. I don't want to go to the county town. Maybe you can find someone to ask around, see if there's a doctor in any nearby village who can come here. My body really can't handle more trouble." After saying that, she lowered her head and coughed violently. Soon, her pale face turned red. At the same time, she reached out and knocked away her sister-in-law's umbrella, then tugged at her clothes, muttering, "I'm so hot. I feel very hot. Let's go back, quickly go home." Mrs. Chiao and her eldest daughter-in-law saw her condition and hurriedly took her and others back. They were afraid that if they stayed outside any longer, Su Xiang's life might be in danger. Inside the carriage, Su Rongrong didn't care how Su Xiang was doing now. After the carriage drove away, she lifted a corner of the curtain and said to Da Hu, who was driving ahead, "Da Hu, I'll rest for a bit now. If anything comes up, remember to call me, okay?" Seeing Da Hu agree, Su Rongrong lowered the curtain and quickly entered the space with a coal basin from the carriage. The burning coal instantly stopped burning when she entered the space. Su Rongrong let out a deep breath and then took off her clothes. Her space seemed to stay at a constant temperature, around 20 degrees, no matter how hot or cold outside. Fortunately, she had the space, or she would have been frozen solid by the time she reached the county town, even with the coal basin. Today was even colder than yesterday. There was a thick layer of ice on the ground, and icicles hung from the eaves and branches. If you ignored the dangers of freezing rain, the ice looked beautiful and pretty. But being in it, and facing the weather's consequences, no one felt like admiring it. Su Rongrong was busy in her space too. After warming up, she continued making the remaining clothes. When she checked the time, she dressed neatly and carried the coal back into the carriage. At the same time, she took some coal into her space, making it look like she had already used some. Meanwhile, in the county office, Bai Lijeng, who was supposed to go to school today, delayed another day. He waited until noon to meet Su Rongrong. When he saw her, he didn't waste time. He told who to stay at the door of the study and lowered his voice to speak with Su Rongrong. I bought a small courtyard this morning. You first gather all the food in the study, then come with me there. Su Rongrong was packing the food and asked, Brother Zheng, with this weather, are the shops still open? When I came just now, I saw that all the shops on the busy street were closed, and there wasn't a single person around. I have my ways. All right, let's go now. Bai Lijeng saw her finish packing and took her by the sleeve, leading her outside. Su Rongrong didn't say anything more. When they reached the small courtyard he mentioned, she was instantly speechless. This little house, in his words, is located in the best part of Lanxia County. Although they entered the courtyard, it was about the same size as her house in Sujia village. However, it was empty inside, with no one around, giving a feeling of waste. Bailey Zheng led her to a cellar-like place and said, Rongrong, put the grain here. Su Rongrong quickly took out all the coarse grains she brought from home and asked, Brother Zheng, my coarse grains and flour are not as expensive as your good rice and flour. But right now, we only look at the quantity, not the quality. My supplies add up to quite a lot. Not to mention, the sweet potato rice alone is over 1,000 jin. So, I want to exchange them 1-to-1. You still owe me over 1,000 jin of rice. Is that okay? Bailey Zheng chuckled and gently tapped her forehead. I won't trick anyone, especially not you. Whatever way you want exchange, we'll do it that way. But not now to give you the supplies. Only after I solve the potential food shortage for the disaster victims. Right now, I have no tasks, so I can't go into the big market. Tomorrow, after I go to the county school, I plan to have the mountain master hold a test and then try to get some more supplies. Later, I plan to find a chance to go out and exchange the good rice and flour from the market. I might need your help then. Su Rongrong nodded and said, Okay. Just tell me in advance when you plan to do it. And Brother Zheng, with so many disaster victims, if you take over and the disaster isn't over yet and the food runs out, how long do you plan to support them? There are about 8,000 to 9,000 people. Even if they drink thin porridge, at 3 ounces of rice per person per day, that's nearly 3,000 jin daily. In a month, that's about 80,000 to 90,000 jin of rice, which is about 4 to 5 tons. Can you really supply that much? Bailey Zheng looked helpless. Even if I can't, I have to try. It was your idea to begin with. If we stop managing, and those disaster victims leave, the villagers will still have to continue their labor. Did you think about what the consequences would be? Those villagers give up their grain and warm clothes, and still have to keep working. If this happened to you, would you be happy? Have you thought about what might happen to you? Su Rongrong fell silent. Her original intention was good, but she didn't expect the freezing rain disaster. So, when Bai Lijeng spoke, she didn't know how to answer. Bai Lijeng continued, If that's really the case, the final result will be that the villagers who were grateful to you before will end up hating you. From now on, you'll be like a rat in the street. Everyone will want to catch you. Rongrong, I don't want to see that happen, so no matter what, we must find a way to fix this. He added, I've told you about my family situation before, so you should know. My father is coming here to work, and if the villagers are unhappy with the officials and are incited by others, they might rebel. That means my father, no, my grandfather and their officials could be in serious trouble. Moreover, if enemies attack and accuse us falsely, our whole family could be in danger of execution. So, I'm not just doing this for you, but also for my family. He explained, the rice and flour in the big market are good, and the wealthy families don't lack food. I can trade some of these good supplies for coarse grains and flour. At a ratio of 1 to 5 or 1 to 3, I think it should work fine. He added, if we end up short, I can use my influence to buy what we need with silver. But right now, silver is harder to come by, so it might not be very cost-effective. Su Rongrong didn't understand his plan. She thought for a moment and said, when the rain stops or gets lighter, I'll go to the back mountain to take a look. If I can find some kudzu root or mountain yam, I might be able to help solve this problem. Of course, it would be best if the freezing rain didn't last long. Stopping the rain early and seeing the sun again would be ideal. As long as it doesn't rain and the sun shines, even if it's cold, it's better than now. The disaster victims can do some work. The more they work each day, the less grain we need to distribute in the end. By the way, Brother Zheng, have you calculated how long the villagers' stored grain can feed the disaster victims? Some families are already unable to get enough food or stay warm. They would rather go hungry than share their grain. And I believe there are quite a few such families. From what I know, only about 4,000 households can afford to give grain. Each family gives about 1 stone, which is roughly 100 jin, totaling over 40,000 jin. However, because the harvest was rushed, some grain still had shells, and some was mixed with dirt by dishonest people. The officials, when they finally discovered this, didn't pay much attention, unlike when they collected taxes on farmland. It's fair to say they turned a blind eye. So, the amount of usable grain is less than expected. With diluted food, they can get about 80,000 to 90,000 jin per month. 40,000 jin would last at most 5 months. And the new year is in over 2 months. Plus, January and February are very cold, a tough time for the people to find food. Some of these families don't even know if they will return home. This adds up to less than 5 months in total. When Su Rongrong heard this, she realized that the grain supply was just enough, and she fell silent. No wonder Brother Zheng was so worried. After all, it's not good for people to eat porridge every day. Sometimes they need dry food. Especially during important days like the winter solstice, New Year's Eve, and the first few days of the new year, people should have some solid food. But eating dry food means needing about 8,000 to 9,000 jin daily. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but feel a headache. Now she feels there's no other hope, only hoping that heaven will open its eyes and shorten this disaster. If the freezing rain stops in 10 or 15 days, the ice will melt, and the victims can continue working. Even if the ground is hard and difficult to dig, as long as everyone works together, they can manage to dig something. Persisting for a day, 2 days, or 10 days should make some progress. Bailey Zheng saw her silent and smiled, saying, "Things aren't too bad yet. The reason I prepared these things is just in case of the worst. If the worst happens, then what can I not handle? Let's go back to Madame Wang's small courtyard. It's late now, and the road is difficult to travel at night. We'll stay there tonight, and tomorrow, who will take you back. By the way, do you still have that wild boar meat from yesterday?" "Yesterday, I left in a hurry and didn't have a warm meal." Su Rongrong shook her head. "No, it's cold today, and there isn't much food." Man, Chow Chow, and Jin Hong all stared at me. I didn't have a chance to make a move. "If you want to eat, isn't there a pig? Just take it out and kill it." Bailey Zheng thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, let's go. When we get back, we'll kill this wild boar. Besides today's meal, leave me about 10 jin of meat. I'll ask Dahu to send some to the mountain master at the county school. Okay? I'll take it out first, then you call Dahu to carry it. Otherwise, if a wild boar suddenly appears later, not only would the Wang family's servants wonder, but Dahu might also be confused." Bailey Zheng nodded. "Yes, also take out the things you want me to help you with." In Su Rongrong's space, there was a basket and some common village cloth sacks. Hearing this, she took out the already packed down quilt, down jacket, raincoat, large umbrella, and winter slippers. Bailey Zheng looked and asked, "Anything else? Like masks for wind protection or seasonings for cooking?" Su Rongrong thought for a moment and took out a disposable medical mask, then said, "Let's skip the seasonings. Those are in bottles or bags, not easy to take out. All right, I'll go call Dahu." Dahu was at the house gate, guarding the two of them. When he heard his master's call, he entered the house. seeing the things on the ground, and then the wild boar. He was stunned. "Sir, are there still people bringing wild boars to sell today?" Bailey Zheng looked calm and said, "Exactly, because it's today we should sell it. In the past, wild boar meat was tougher than domestic pork and sold for little. Do you know how much I spent on this one? Let's go. After we carry it back, Rong Rong will prepare a pig dish for us. Anyway, after I go to the county school tomorrow, Madame Wang's yard won't need to cook for me. We only need to give 10 jin of meat to the mountain master, and the rest can be sent back to Rong Rong tomorrow." Then he suddenly looked at Su Rong Rong. "Rong Rong, it's getting colder, and Dahu can't just stay at Lu Quan's all the time. Currently, you and your siblings are young, and your family has plenty of firewood. There are always careless people in Sujia village. Usually they are lazy. When the family has little firewood and the mountain is hard to access, they tend to steal. It might be better to let Dahu stay at your house, so he can share a room with Jin Hong." He also said, "Of course, Dahu will eat and drink at your place. I will settle his food expenses directly with silver. What do you think?" For Dahu, it doesn't matter where he lives. But he also knows that Rong Rong is a noble guest of his master. His master probably wants him to protect Rong Rong and her family. Thinking of this, he added, "Miss Rong Rong, I have some skills. During my stay at your house, I will try to help you earn some extra income. Not to mention, I heard you haven't finished harvesting the chestnut trees with the master. I can go pick them when the rain is light. I will also go hunting. Whatever I catch, as long as I have enough to eat, the rest will go to your family." Rong Rong had already planned to let Bai Li Zheng and his servants stay at her house. She didn't expect it to happen so soon. When she heard this, she didn't hesitate and immediately said, "All right, then Dahu can stay at my house." That day, Rong Rong prepared dinner early. Since only 3 people were eating, and both men are meat eaters, she made only meat dishes. A big bowl of braised pork, a big bowl of salted vegetable pork, and a big bowl of stir-fried liver. The only vegetable dish was radish and pork rib soup, which was somewhat proper. After dinner, Bai Li Zheng carried about 10 pounds of wild boar meat, dressed in the raincoat Rong Rong had provided, and went out openly. Rong Rong washed up early and locked herself in her room, actually going into her space to sleep. It was cold and she didn't like moving around. Even though the windows and doors of the Wang family's house didn't let in the wind and there was a charcoal fire in the room, it was still not enough. It was too cold. Just listening to the rain tapping on the roof made her shiver. In the past, the sound of rain was a soothing white noise that helped her sleep well. But now, she only felt cold and wished the rain would stop immediately. Fortunately, she had her space. Unlike Rong Rong, who felt cold, Rong Man Man and Sua Qiao Qiao, the sisters, felt differently. As my older sister said, today the straw mattress was delivered. Originally, the 4 siblings planned to sleep on the same bed, but since Su Rong Rong didn't come back, they ended up sleeping on 2 beds. Su Qiao Qiao found it very strange. Even after the oil lamp was blown out, she still felt around and touched things. Maybe she was too excited, so she couldn't sleep. After a long while, she asked, "Third sister, are you asleep?" "I can't sleep. It's too hot," Su Man Man, who had no sleepiness, replied. "I'm about to sleep." "If you're hot, just lift the blanket a little," Su Qiao Qiao softly responded. "Third sister, I figured it out. You're right. I am part of this family. The others from now on have nothing to do with me. Actually, I was too naive. I always thought she was like a mother, genuinely caring for me, but it turns out I was just fooling myself. She sold me out, and I was still happy about having a good future, even giving her the money I earned. From now on, I won't trust anyone outside my family." Su Man Man didn't say anything, only rolled her eyes secretly. This girl shouldn't speak so confidently. Who knows what the future holds? Su Qiao Qiao didn't mind her sister not replying. She continued, "Actually, our family's way of calling each other is strange. Big sister is called big sister, but the second brother is the second, so why isn't he called second brother? Shouldn't it be big sister, second brother, third sister, fourth sister, fifth brother?" When Su Man Man heard this, she turned slightly and said, "I think it's strange too, but from when we were little, Mother made us call each other that. It's just a way of calling. As long as we know who we're talking about, it doesn't matter." Su Qiao Qiao nodded in the dark and then said, "Third sister, I miss Jin Hui. last year during the New Year, he didn't come back. I don't know how he's doing now. Will he come back this year? Uncle Suyi is a good friend of Dad's, and he has no son. He should treat Jin Hui well, right? But I don't know why, after seeing my stepmother's fake smile, my heart started pounding. I'm really afraid Jin Hui is just like me. Looks okay on the outside, but is actually struggling and doesn't realize it. When talking about the youngest brother, Su Man pursed her lips and finally said seriously, if he hasn't come back this year, we should find a chance to go to the government city later. Right now, I don't trust the Su family at all, not even Uncle Suyi. They say you can know a person's face, but not their heart. Who knows what he's really like inside? When our parents were alive, he also worked in the government city. But every 2 months, he would come back once, and he would visit our home. Since our parents passed away, and he adopted Jin Hui, I've only seen him once during the New Year 2 years ago. It's not that I want to suspect him maliciously, but I can't help but wonder. What if he has his own son, and doesn't want to raise Jin Hui, but instead secretly sells Jin Hui for some land? People in the family say he's smart and successful. They also say he has no son, and that Jin Hui is like a young master in his house, destined to inherit the family wealth. But during that New Year 2 years ago, when I saw Jin Hui, I felt he wasn't as lively as before. At the time, I didn't think much of it, just thought he might be unaccustomed to supporting a family or being away from his hometown. Now that I think about it, maybe it's not that. Maybe he's not doing well at that home at all. Su Man sighed deeply, her words tinged with sadness. I hope I'm just overthinking. Su Qiao listened with a frown and said, no matter what, it's better for us to see for ourselves. If Jin Hui is fine and living well there, we don't need to worry. But if things aren't good, we should ask our eldest sister if she can bring him back. Su Man nodded. Yes, after she returns, I'll talk to her about this. My older brother said that once his hand heals, he wants to take the county exam. If he's lucky enough to pass, he'll have to go to the government city to take the test. And just so we can take this opportunity to go too. But this money, Qiao, you need to work harder. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll still owe this silver when you're 20. Qiao hated hearing this the most. Hearing this, she pursed her lips, closed her eyes pretending to sleep, and said nothing. The next day, Su Rongrong returned home at the end of the hour, and the wind and rain outside grew stronger. Meanwhile, the temperature kept dropping. When the rain fell on the roof, tree branches, and ground, it instantly turned into ice. Unfortunately, the beautiful scene was not something many people wanted to enjoy. Everyone put on their thickest clothes. Then, they felt it was not enough, so they wrapped themselves in blankets while sleeping. In short, unless necessary, they avoided going outside. This time, Su Rongrong took much longer to return than the day she went out. Even halfway back, her horse's hooves slipped several times. The worst slip caused the cart to break free, and the carriage was thrown out. Fortunately, she was in her space at the time and wasn't badly hurt. Still, she was quite frightened. After hearing the loud shout from Da Hu, she came out. But when she did, she saw the carriage tumbling and rolling. She managed to get into her space before she fainted from the shock. Once the carriage stopped, she came out of her space. The inside of the carriage was a mess. She quickly brought out the charcoal basin, deliberately knocking over the blankets and other items inside to avoid them. When she arrived home, it was late evening. At this hour, it was still light outside. But the gloomy sky made the light dim, and the rain kept falling harder, making it darker. It looked like after the early autumn sunset, around 8 o'clock. When Su Rongrong got home, she didn't have time to greet Su Man at the door and hurried into her room. Da Hu, because there was no stable or grass for the horses at Su Rongrong's house, had to be taken to the village chief's house to keep company with the cows. Since there was a heated brick bed in the house, and it was burning brightly, Su Rongrong felt completely thawed and alive again once she entered her room. After drinking a cup of hot water, she let out a deep breath. Su Jinhong was also in this room. To save firewood, he didn't burn the brick bed during the day. Seeing Su Rongrong, he hesitated to help and asked, "Big sister, Zhengge has gone to the county school? With this weather, does the county school not have a holiday?" Su Rongrong took a bowl of hot water from Su Qiao Qiao, drank it and replied, Zhengge said he's going. The head of the county school is well informed. Once the plans for the heated brick bed came out, they knew immediately and arranged for craftsmen to build it. It is said that in the past, 5 or 6 people shared one room, but now 10 people do. Also, the teacher no longer goes to the school. Every day, he stays in the heated room and teaches everyone there. Su Jinhong listened with envy in his eyes, then looked at his still bandaged hands. It will be soon. When his hands heal, he should be able to attend the county school too. A couple of years ago, he had to leave the county school and his teacher was still there. He felt sad about it. If he can go back this time, his teacher will probably be very happy. After Su Man helped Su Ruru open the door, her attention was on the things her older sister brought back. She pointed at the raincoat and asked, Big sister, what kind of clothes are these? I've never seen this style or fabric before. When you came in, I was worried you might get wet, so I used a cloth to dry your hair, but it turned out to be unnecessary. Su Qiao Qiao also curiously touched the down jacket and asked, Big sister, what about this one? It looks puffy, but when I touch it, it feels light. It doesn't seem like a cotton coat. Su Ruru simply laid out her belongings and explained. Brother Zheng said that in some coastal cities of our great kingdom, people trade with those across the sea. We buy things we don't have and sell things they don't have. This fluffy silver-white coat is called a down jacket. When the north wind blows, it's warmer than a cotton coat. And this dark blue one is called a raincoat, similar to our rain cloaks, used to block wind and rain. But it's lighter and less bulky than a rain cloak, so it's easier to move in. Also, these shoes are called snow boots. They're imported from overseas, very expensive, but made of fur, so they're very comfortable. They only have this size, and Brother Zheng wanted to buy them, so he did. I think I'm still too young to wear them now, but when I grow taller and my feet get bigger, I'll be able to wear them. And these are deer leather boots I'm wearing. Brother Xie bought them because he was worried I'd get wet in cloth shoes when I go outside, which might make me sick. Since he bought them specially, they're a bit bigger than my feet, but I think I can wear them by next year. And this is a mask. The so-called mask is something that covers the mouth and nose. It can block the wind and keep the face warm. It also helps reduce the chance of catching illnesses. For example, if someone has a cold and you get close, you might catch their germs. Wearing a mask at that time can help lower the risk of getting sick. Su Rongrong pointed to a very large umbrella and said, This is called an umbrella, similar to our paper oil umbrella. But it's better than the paper umbrella because it's less likely to break. Also, our paper umbrellas are small. One umbrella can only cover 2 children, and if 2 adults share it, one of them will get wet. Look at how big my umbrella is. She opened the big umbrella and spun around once in front of Su Jinhong and others, then closed it. Did everyone see? This umbrella is big enough for the 4 of us to share. When we open it, even if it rains heavily outside, we won't get soaked easily. Su Qiao Qiao and Su Man stared in amazement. After a while, the sisters looked at Su Rongrong with envy. Big sister, Zhengge really treats you well. These imported things don't look cheap. Zhengge just gives them to you. Su Rongrong pretended to be angry and tapped Su Man's forehead. You silly girl, nonsense. Does Zhengge treat me well? Or do we treat him well? You should know that. He's taking care of us because of his cousin. Look at these things he gave us. Aren't they all for our benefit? Although the down jackets and snow boots are mine, it's not because we don't have enough stuff, but because you're too young. When you grow a bit older, you'll see. Are there things just for you? Look at these masks, so many. Aren't they meant for you? And this umbrella. Why is it so big? It's because he's thinking of us using it together. And the blankets from before, because of the tight schedule and difficulty in getting things, he only gave 3. Now he's adding 1 more, so everyone has a blanket. And those cotton balls, you think they're just for me? Even this heated brick bed, he's given us 2 mats to use. Su Man was also thinking that Zhengge had some special feelings for her big sister. Now, after hearing her older sister speak, she also felt that it might be true. Brother Zheng treats everyone equally. But since the older sister is the oldest child and currently the head of the family, she has more contact with him. Basically, the benefits they receive come from what he provides to the 4 siblings. Su Rongrong doesn't care how Sun Manman feels. After she said that Bai Lijung wasn't just giving her special treatment, she gently patted her forehead. Oh, I think I've frozen my brain. Yesterday, Brother Zheng bought a wild boar in the county town. After killing it yesterday, he kept a little for himself, and the rest I brought back. As soon as I got off the car, I just wanted to go back to my room quickly, so I forgot. Man, do we still have radish and pork soup at home? If yes, go serve bowls of noodles for me and Brother Dahu. I need to visit Meow Meow's house. Thinking about the wild boar they got the day before yesterday, which they hadn't eaten much of, she was very happy. She quickly said, "Older sister, yes, we have soup. As you said, we all need to drink more. So this morning I cooked it. At noon, we'll eat flatbread with pork rib soup. Alright, you go ahead. I'll go prepare noodles for you and Brother Dahu." Because the wild boar meat was not openly stored, Su Rongrong didn't put it in the pantry. When she put on her clothes again and hurried out with an umbrella, she saw Dahu, Lu Miao, and Taoya coming over. Dahu was carrying 2 baskets of meat on his shoulders. Seeing her, he asked, "Rongrong girl, should I put this meat in the kitchen?" "Good. Man is already making noodles. Brother Dahu, go to Jin Hong's room to warm up. Once the soup and noodles are ready, I'll call you." Although Dahu was experienced on this day after rushing back by car and spending a long time outside, he was naturally cold. Hearing Su Rongrong's words, he didn't complain and simply nodded and left. Only then did Sun Manman look at Lu Miao and Taoya, who were standing at the door with hesitant expressions. Although both girls were wearing raincoats and bamboo hats, Su Rongrong could see they were freezing badly. Not to mention anything else, their faces were turning blue, showing they were very cold. Immediately, she called out to the 2 girls, "Meow Meow, Taoya, close the door and come inside quickly." Lu Miao and Taoya were each holding a cloth bag. Hearing Su Rongrong's words, the 2 exchanged glances. After turning around and closing the door, they quickly walked towards Su Rongrong. As Su Jinhong, who was reading, heard the noise, he turned his head. When he saw Lu Miao, his eyes brightened. Before he could say anything, his older sister spoke. "Jinhong, starting today, Brother Da will live with us, in the same room as you. This is Brother Zheng's idea and mine too. With Brother Dahu here, our home will be safe." Jin Hong was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted and nodded eagerly. "Okay. There's no fire over there today. I'll go now." After speaking, he nodded to Lu Miao and Taoya. But the look in his eyes when he looked at Lu Miao carried some worry. It was subtle. If someone didn't know about their close relationship, they wouldn't notice. Perhaps trusting his sisters or maybe seeing Jin Hong, Lu Miao's hesitation disappeared. She immediately drank the water Su Qiao had brought and then said to Su Rongrong, "Rongrong, the temperature is dropping more and more each day. My big brother and Taoya's big brother haven't fixed the stove at home yet. We're the only girls in the family, so our room is nice and not drafty. But our parents and grandparents are not doing well. We think that in this weather, the elderly are most likely to get sick. So before the stove is ready, we want our parents and grandparents to move into our room. Now, the question is, can we come over and squeeze in with you? Or, well, maybe just share the warmth of a heated bed?" Taoya also looked at Su Rongrong with a worried expression. She felt it wasn't right to decide without asking Rongrong first. But she had no choice. Our house was drafty and too cold. Last night, her grandparents were so cold they couldn't sleep, and this morning, they could hardly speak properly. She was afraid that if things continued like this, her grandparents might not last much longer. Su Rongrong, thinking it was nothing, smiled and said, "That's fine. You can stay as long as you want. When I left the Chiao family before, I had nowhere to go and Taoya, you took me in. Also, when Jinhong had trouble, Meow Meow was busy helping out. She even worried I might not have enough money, so she brought her own savings. I wish all of you could live here with me, so we could do things together and talk often. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Peach and Lu Miao heard this and felt a big relief. They also relaxed. "We both brought clothes. We told our parents that if we don't come back by nightfall, they should send some food. Now that we have a warm place to stay, we can't keep relying on your food and drinks. At this time, food supplies are as important as warm clothing. Even though Su Rongrong isn't short of food now, she still doesn't mind having extra. Her friends brought their own food, and she had no problem with that. Even if they didn't bring any, she wouldn't mind. After all, before she moved in, she had always managed with her friends' help. So now, she didn't say anything about it and instead said, "Let's go to the kitchen." Manon said she cooked radish and pork rib soup this morning. Let's have some to warm up. When they mentioned soup, they couldn't help but think of the pig-killing feast from the night before last. They swallowed hard and then happily followed behind. The room where Su Rongrong and her friends live is next to the kitchen. They don't need to go outside. They can enter the kitchen through a small door. When they arrived, Su Man was already kneading dough. Seeing them, she looked up and called out, "Big sister, Peach sister, meow meow sister." Peach stepped forward and took over her work, saying, "I'll do it." "You go rest." Lu Miao, a bit slower, sighed and said, "It's so warm here. My family's kitchen is cold all day long because the fire never stops. I don't even want to go to the toilet in this cold weather. When I can't hold it anymore, I have to grit my teeth and go." Su Man wanted to laugh, but thinking of past winters at her family's place, she couldn't smile. In winter, she often couldn't get enough to eat, let alone stay warm. She had to rely on herself to get through the cold days. Now, thinking about her current life, it felt like falling into a fairy's nest. As long as she didn't go outside, she wouldn't be cold or hungry. No matter if it was windy or rainy outside, it didn't matter to her. All of this was thanks to her big sister. Her big sister had created a warm home for her, her brother, and Xiao Xiao. Thinking about this, she gratefully looked at Su Rongrong, then said to Lu Miao, "Now, meow meow, you can go whenever you want, as long as you stay inside. No matter how cold it is, it won't be too bad. My family's bed is heated with a fire inside the house. If you want to eat roasted sweet potatoes, you can do it any time. You don't even need to go to the kitchen to boil hot water. Just fill the kettle with water, lift the straw mat, and place it on the bed. It won't take long before it's ready." It's simple and saves effort. While they were talking, Su Rongrong had already lifted the lid of the iron pot with stew. Seeing that most of the pot was filled with soup, she quickly took 7 bowls. She poured more than half a bowl of soup into each bowl, added a small piece of meat, and 3 or 4 pieces of radish. The meat wasn't from the bones but was specially added by Su Man. However, this girl was frugal, and the meat pieces were only slightly larger than her thumb. And it was pure lean meat, which people nowadays didn't think highly of. "Here, everyone, have a sip of soup to warm up." After speaking, she didn't wait for it to cool down and drank directly. After half a bowl, she went to the door and called outside, "Brother Da Hu Jin Hong and Xiao Xiao, come over and have some soup." When she heard a reply of "okay" from outside, she went to Peach's side, took the dough from her hand, and continued kneading. "Peach, you should have some too." Peach didn't refuse and simply picked up a bowl from the stove, went to Lu Miao's side, and sat with her, drinking and looking outside. That night, 5 people rarely slept on the heated bed used by the women in Su Rongrong's family. Originally, each person could have their own quilt, but Su Xiao Xiao and Su Man shared one again. The extra quilt was given to Peach and Lu Miao. They listened to the pattering sounds from the roof and the howling north wind outside, feeling comfortable and couldn't help but sigh. But Lu Miao and Peach still worried about their own home, so they couldn't sleep well. After a while, Lu Miao turned over, facing Su Rongrong's position, and quietly asked, "Rongrong, Peach, are you two asleep?" Su Rongrong, who had been frightened after returning from the county town during the day and was very tired, had gone to sleep early. But Peach couldn't sleep. Hearing this, she softly replied, "No." Li Miao felt warm all over, but her heart was very cold. After hearing that Taoya hadn't slept, she simply turned over to face her. "Taoya, I feel like the wind tonight is stronger than yesterday. Is it just my imagination, or is it really like this? The rain is getting heavier, so I won't say much about that, but the wind is still so strong. I'm really worried something might happen. Do you think, tonight, how many people might freeze to death? Their homes were well built, but even so, they still leaked air everywhere. What about the other families in the village, who had worse houses? What will happen to them? Talia pursed her lips and stayed silent for a while before saying, "The wind tonight is definitely stronger than last night. I heard my parents say they've never experienced such cold weather before. I don't know how many people might die, but I do know that everyone should put on all the clothes they have. Then, everyone in the house should gather in one room, and all the gaps in doors and windows should be sealed with cloth or straw. That would help a lot. Also, every family in the village has some charcoal left from past cooking. If we light the fire in the stove and keep everyone close without cold wind coming in, I think it will be much better." Li Miao thought about her own family and felt it was unrealistic for so many people to squeeze into one small room. 2 rooms might be just enough. Her older brother started building a bed yesterday afternoon, but she didn't know how things were at home now. She hoped it would be finished soon so they could get the beds ready and also help Talia's family. Thinking this, she felt annoyed and decided to forget about these worries for now. Then she changed the subject and said, "Rong Rong's family has a cloth hanging at the door of the stove room to block the wind. I think that's not only a luxury, but also ineffective. Although the cloth is made from old clothes of Jin Hong and Man Man, once washed and cut, it can be used to make shoe covers. In my opinion, there's no need to hang this cloth at the door. It would be better to just use straw mats. Talia, I think we should start making a straw curtain for her tomorrow. Since we're living here anyway, we can ask Rong Rong how much straw is left. If there's enough, we'll make it. If not, forget it. With this weather, I doubt we can even ask the villagers for help or buy it with money. Yes, there's no point worrying about these things now. Let's sleep. I want to know everything I should know when I wake up tomorrow." Originally, the 2 of them thought they wouldn't be able to sleep, but after putting their worries aside, they fell asleep soon after. When they woke up again, it was already bright outside. Su Qiao saw that they were awake and smiled, pointing to the middle of the heated bed. "Peach sister, Meow sister, wake up and wash up before eating." Big sister said that from today on, we will all eat on the heated bed. This small table was brought early in the morning by Brother Zheng. Also, the rain outside has eased a little, but the wind has stopped. Big sister was worried about the chestnuts still on the mountain, so she went out with Brother Dahu. Lu Miao and Peach sister had just woken up, and their minds were still a bit slow. When they heard this, they immediately widened their eyes. The wind has stopped, and the rain has eased. Rong Rong went out to pick chestnuts on the mountain. After saying this, they didn't bother to put on their clothes and hurried to the door. Su Qiao smiled and said, "Yes, the wind has stopped, and the rain has eased a little." When Big Sister went out, she dressed warmly. She wore a down jacket, a mask, a raincoat, and deerskin boots, so she won't get cold. Before leaving, she also said that if luck is on her side today and she can catch a wild chicken, we will have chestnut chicken stew tonight. Su Qiao hasn't tasted the chestnut chicken stew yet. After bringing back the chestnuts, Big Sister didn't let them eat it. Today, not only can they eat it, but it will be cooked with wild chicken too. She couldn't help but swallow. Big Sister's cooking skills are excellent. Everything she makes is very delicious. She wondered what the chestnut chicken stew would taste like, probably better than braised pork, right? Thinking this, Su Qiao hurried outside again. She didn't forget the task her big sister gave her this morning. She needs to learn how to sprout bean sprouts and also dig some frozen soil with third sister to pile next to the heated bed. Big sister said they could try planting some vegetables. If they manage to grow some, they won't have to eat only radishes, cabbage, and dried vegetables all the time. Peach sister and Lu Miao didn't pay attention to Su Qiao. Seeing that the north wind had stopped and the rain seemed to have eased a little, they couldn't help but want to go home and check. At this moment, they didn't care about eating. After exchanging a glance, they put on their raincoats and hats with a silent understanding. Before leaving, Su Qiao and Su Man Man, who were digging behind the eaves, said, "Qiao, Man, we're going home first. We'll come back tonight." Su Man was holding a hoe that her older sister had just bought but hadn't had time to use yet, and she was struggling to dig the soil. When she heard this, she looked up at them, nodded, and then continued working. Next to her, Su Qiao was also holding a taller shovel and was trying hard to dig. Unfortunately, the ground was frozen too hard, and she was too weak to dig through it. In fact, she hadn't even broken the surface ice. But she didn't lose hope because her third sister told her that if she could dig into the soil and grow vegetables in the middle of winter, she could sell them for a lot of money. When that time comes, she would pay her for her work, which would definitely be more than what she earned making hair accessories. With this motivation, even though her hands were stinging and painful, Su Qiao was still very eager to work. As for the well-meaning Su Jinhong, who wanted to help but wasn't ready yet, he was sitting in his own bedchamber reading a book. Because in the morning, Su Man told him she hoped he could pass the county exam next year and then go to the capital city for the test. They wanted to go along to see how Jin Hui was doing now. The highly anticipated Su Jinhong also wanted to be the youngest brother, so he could only sit there, memorizing the book Bai Lijing gave him, word for word. When he got tired, he would put the book aside and think about how his mother had died. Time flew quickly amid the busy activities of the siblings. Meanwhile, Su Rongrong and who also arrived at the mountain known for its many fierce animals. Standing at the foot of the mountain, she almost couldn't lift her feet. Bai Lijing had given her waterproof deerskin boots, but it was still raining constantly. Standing in one place for a long time, the water on the deerskin boots and the rain on the ground would start to freeze together. Throughout the journey, she had to stop several times because her feet were freezing and who had to pull her along with a stick. At this moment, Hu saw that the ice under her feet was beginning to solidify, so he pulled the stick again and took a few steps forward with her. Miss Rongrong, let's go. It's not good to stay in one place for too long in this weather. Su Rongrong looked up at the mountain again. The once lush flowers, grass, and trees were now covered with hanging ice. If she were out sightseeing, she would definitely stop to enjoy the scene and take more photos to record this rare beauty. Unfortunately, she lived here, and the inconvenience caused by the ice made her lose interest in enjoying the scenery. When she heard Hu's words, she took a deep breath, then stomped her foot on the ground. After the ice on her shoes melted a bit, she continued walking forward. Along the way, she guided Hu, who led her toward the chestnut trees. When they reached the chestnut trees, she looked at the chestnuts on the ground, covered in ice, feeling very disappointed. Then she looked at the remaining chestnuts on the trees and felt glad she came today. Otherwise, she guessed that once the ice melted, the chestnuts on the trees would be eaten by small animals looking for food. As a servant to the prince's son, who was very quick and active. Before Su Rongrong could speak, he had already climbed the tree skillfully. Miss Rongrong, I'll pick the ice-covered chestnuts and toss them on the ground. You can pick them up and put them in the basket. Okay, you toss them. I'll pick them up later. Su Rongrong stood under the tree and replied, then looked around. She wanted to see if she could catch a wild chicken to bring home. Although her family didn't lack meat now since she was out, she naturally hoped to gather as much as possible. Wild chickens don't hibernate in winter. They need to find food every day. But she knew the best time was early morning, when it was just getting light. Now, it was a bit late. Still, she held on to hope, thinking, what if? What if she encountered a foraging wild chicken, or found its nest? On a freezing rainy day like this, wild chickens are easiest to catch. Their feathers get wet and freeze, making them unable to fly, and when they run, they probably don't run very fast. Hu, who was high up in the tree with sharp eyes, quickly saw the surroundings. He threw the frozen chestnuts on the ground and said, Miss Rongrong, about 100 meters southeast, under that patch of frozen weeds, there should be a wild chicken nest. Look there. Initially, Su Rongrong was still looking around, but she trusted him and headed in the direction he pointed. When she arrived, she immediately saw feathers of a wild chicken under a patch of ice. She successfully caught 2 wild chickens. No, she should say she picked up 2 wild chickens. Both were in poor condition, their feathers wet and frozen into ice. The spirit looked dull, as if it was about to freeze to death. Along with that, there were a few frozen wild eggs. When she carried back 2 wild chickens, there were already many ice-covered chestnut balls on the ground. This time, Dahu didn't mention where more wild chickens might be. After finishing picking a tree, he quickly moved on to another. Su Rongrong collected all the ice-covered things on the ground into her basket. After gathering everything, she threw the wild chickens into the basket, covered it with a bamboo lid, and continued wandering around. This time, she walked a bit farther, but unfortunately found nothing. She guessed the time and, as she headed back, kept looking around left and right. While walking, she wasn't paying full attention and accidentally tripped over some vines, falling forward. Just as she was about to fall, she instinctively grabbed a small shrub that was a little taller than her. Once she steadied herself, she looked back at what had tripped her with a bit of annoyance. When she saw it was dry grass, she angrily brushed it off, the small shrub that had just saved her life. As she brushed it, the ice on the shrub fell off in pieces. Soon, the original shape of the shrub became visible again. She instinctively felt it looked familiar, like she'd seen it somewhere before, but she couldn't remember right now, so she kept walking. After about 10 meters, she quickly turned back. This tree seemed, perhaps could be a cassava plant? Thinking this, she took out a bone-chopping knife from her space and directly struck the ground. After breaking through the ice layer on top, she used the knife like a hoe and slowly dug down. If it was cassava, that would be great. Most of this area probably had cassava. That meant she wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. Not only for herself, but she could also provide coarse grains for zhengge. Cassava can be turned into cassava flour, which can be used to make many foods, like pork with vermicelli, ants climbing trees, local snacks, large intestine rice rolls, and the pearls in bubble tea. All of these are made from cassava flour. Thinking about these, especially bubble tea, she couldn't help but drool. If this really is cassava, once she makes it into cassava flour, she must find a way to make herself a cup of pearl milk tea. Su Rongrong was strong, and with a sharp bone-cutting knife, she quickly saw the root. No, the cassava. The surface of these cassavas was all reddish-brown. To confirm her guess, she reached out to peel the skin. If she remembered correctly, cassava with a reddish-brown skin that can be easily peeled, with light pink flesh inside and white or pale yellow pulp, is sweet cassava. Sweet cassava has mild toxins and can be cooked and eaten directly, but it has less starch and lower yield. If the skin is grayish-brown and hard to peel, with white flesh inside, it is bitter cassava. Bitter cassava produces more and contains more starch. Of course, bitter cassava also has higher toxins and cannot be eaten directly. It needs to have the skin removed and soaked in water for 5 or 6 days before eating. Fortunately, she was lucky. After peeling the skin, she saw that the pulp was light yellow. Even though it was frozen in the East City, the light yellow and white are still easy to tell apart. Because of this discovery, she quickly dug out the remaining cassavas and started checking the surrounding bushes. At the same time, she called to Brother Dahu in the tree. "Brother Dahu, if you've picked the chestnuts, come over. I found cassava. This whole area is full of cassava. This stuff produces more than grains, is filling, and if made into flour, can be stored for a long time. With these, whether for us or the disaster victims, we don't need to worry about food for now." Earlier, she and Bai Lijung hadn't even considered this direction. They hurried back and forth and didn't realize there was such a large area of cassava. If they had known, they wouldn't have had time to dig. So luckily today she and Dahu came out, or they would have missed this opportunity. Unfortunately, these are all sweet cassava, which has low starch content. But that's okay. Steaming them to eat directly is better than anything else. When Dahu, who was on the chestnut tree, heard her call, he hurriedly picked all the visible chestnut balls. Then he gathered all the chestnuts on the ground into his basket. When he reached Su Rongrong, he saw her holding a bone-cutting knife she didn't know where she got, struggling to dig through the frozen, hard soil. Next to her, there was something she dug out that looked like a sweet potato but was larger. "Miss Rongrong, is this what you call cassava, the food that can be eaten?" Su Rongrong nodded. "Yes, the one I just dug up is sweet cassava. I thought the whole area was full of sweet cassava, but now it seems not. The one I dug up should be bitter cassava. Brother Dahu, the roots, stems, and leaves of cassava are all toxic, especially the fresh roots. The poison is very strong, so it's best not to touch it with your hands. Sweet cassava is less toxic, but bitter cassava is very poisonous. None of these can be eaten raw. Even sweet cassava should be cooked thoroughly before eating. Oh, bitter cassava needs to be peeled, cut into pieces, soaked in water, and the water changed every 2 hours. After 5 or 6 days or 7 or 8 days, it can be eaten. If not properly prepared, even cooked, it can be deadly. Who found her explanation a bit troublesome. But since these are food sources, and given the current situation, anything that can be eaten as food, no matter how troublesome, is valuable. So he looked at the cassava trees and then turned to Su Rongrong and asked, "Miss Rongrong, can you stay here alone? If yes, I will take the chestnuts back first, then come back with a hoe and shovel to dig." "Yes, I'm fine. You go ahead. Otherwise, we won't be able to take these back later." Dahu looked around at their location and the sky, then quickly headed back along the same path, carrying 2 baskets, one in each hand, down the mountain. When he got home, he took the hoe, shovel, and baskets from Su Man and Su Qiao to leave. Su Man followed and asked, "Brother Dahu, why are you back? Where's my older sister? And you're holding a hoe, shovel, and baskets. Are you going back up the mountain?" Dahu, walking out, replied, "Yes, your sister found some food on the mountain. She said it's called cassava." He had grown up with his grandfather and didn't know much about these things. But he trusted Su Rongrong. Since she said it was food, it must be. Su Man heard this and quickly said, "Food? Then I want to go too." Dahu didn't agree. He just said, "The mountain path is difficult and you're still young." "No, you can't." No one was available to accompany her. So on such a day, Su Man didn't dare go out alone and had to give up regretfully. Su Rongrong and Dahu spent the whole day on the mountain without eating, just digging for cassava. As it started to get dark and very cold, the two finally stopped their work. "Brother Dahu, you take some of these cassava down the mountain first. I'll watch over the rest. By the way, after you go down, tell the village chief that there are cassava on the mountain. Although it's toxic, if handled properly, it can be used as food. If the villagers want some, they can come to dig tomorrow." It's not that Su Rongrong is stingy or unkind, but the wind has picked up again, and the rain is getting heavier. Relying only on her and Dahu, they didn't know how long they would have to keep digging. And they didn't know if they could go out tomorrow. Instead of spending every day in the rain or wasting time on the mountain, it would be better to sell some to the village. If they could dig up all the cassava in this area, there would be quite a lot. What about other parts of the mountain? Or other mountains? Yesterday after dinner, Tao Ya and Lu Miao told her about the village situation. They said that the villagers of Sujia village initially learned about the county town from the village chief, but not many went to buy grain. Those who did go, like Tao Ya's family, spent money to buy grain, but their funds were limited and grain prices had risen, so they didn't buy much. Later, they found out they didn't have to do forced labor, and with some extra money, they wanted to buy more grain in the county town, but by then, it was too late. Now, most villagers have some stored grain, but no one knows when the disaster will end. They also don't know what the situation will be next year. So even families who aren't short of grain want to save what they have. The village only knows that they are eating 2 meals a day, with the morning meal around 10, which is mostly thin porridge. The evening meal, around 6, is a dry meal, and everyone can only eat about 60% full. Su Rongrong thought that since she couldn't bring the cassava back, she should tell the villagers that it's edible. Anyway, Dahu said her brother Zheng is very capable. As long as Lanxia County can connect with the outside, they wouldn't have to worry about food. With that in mind, she didn't need to work so hard. The chestnuts and cassava she gathered today are enough. She counted the grains at home, excluding the coarse grains for Bai Li Zheng. She only needed to add chestnuts and cassava, and it would be enough for her and her brother to eat for 2 years. Of course, this was assuming they ate freely. If they ate more carefully, it could last at least 3 years. Thinking about this, Su Rongrong felt very happy because she was confident in their stored food. She even decided not to dig up the remaining cassava. Li Quan never expected that while everyone else was freezing and trying to stay indoors, Su Rongrong would actually go up the mountain with Dahu. No, they not only went but also came back to tell him they found a new food called cassava on the mountain. They said it looked like sweet potatoes but was bigger and toxic. However, if processed properly, it could be eaten as food. When Li Quan heard this, he looked at the two different colored cassavas in Da Hu's hands. Without hesitation, he made a quick decision. Brother Da Hu, Rong's young. You've been running up and down the mountain a lot. So, I'll bring some people with you to help bring the stuff back home. And you can also teach us what cassava looks like before it's dug out. That way, even if you don't want to go up the mountain tomorrow, it's okay. Li Quan didn't worry about whether the cassava was poisonous or not. In his view, since Da Hu dared to say so, there must be a way to handle it. If there's a way, what's there to worry about? Just follow what Da Hu or Rong says, and it will be fine. Li Quan's arrival was expected by Su Rongrong. When she saw him, she cheerfully called out, "Village chief." Li Quan didn't come alone. He also called his brothers and children. He even called the men from neighboring households. When they reached the mountain, he saw Su Rongrong and couldn't help but smile kindly. "Rong's young, I thank you on behalf of the villagers. Look at this girl. Since leaving the Su family, she seemed to come alive again. She's even more spirited than when she was young. Su Dashan and Qiao's family really don't know how to treat people. If they're going to adopt her, they should treat her well. But in the end, they made her seem like an enemy. I wonder if they regret it now." Because many people came to help, Su Rongrong delayed her time on the mountain until the visitors from the church arrived, and after they explained what cassava leaves look like and how to tell sweet cassava from bitter cassava, she finally went home. By then, it was already completely dark. The first thing she did after arriving home was to eat, then take a shower. After eating well, washing up, and lying on the bed, she finally felt alive again. But she was so tired from the whole day that she quickly fell asleep, even without bothering to dry her hair. Everyone knew she was exhausted, so no one said anything. They just went about their own tasks. Lu Miao gently used a cloth to carefully dry her hair. When she heard her soft breathing after falling asleep, she quietly started talking. Man, did your big sister or big tiger tell you how to handle the cassava?" Su Man shook her head. No, they didn't say. Big Tiger was also very tired and hungry today. There's no rush with the cassava. Let's leave it in the main hall. When my big sister wakes up tomorrow, we can ask then. Taoya and Lu Miao, seeing that there was no cassava at home now, seemed reassured and relaxed. Since they lived here, they knew how Rongrong would handle it later. There was no need to ask unnecessarily. The people in our village will benefit from Rongrong again this time. I wonder if the Su family will regret it. Since Rongrong left the family, first she helped with the disaster victims buying grain, earning everyone's gratitude. Later, she also helped with the forced labor issue, and everyone appreciated her. Now, everyone is worried about possibly going hungry next year, but Rongrong found cassava and generously shared the news. If I were part of the Su family, I'd hate the Su Dashan family to death. If it weren't for their harsh treatment, Rongrong would still be part of the family. And those who benefited from her kindness would also feel grateful to the Su family for raising such a good girl. It's a pity. She was originally one of them, but in the end, they caused her to leave the family. Not only that, but they also had the nerve to accept her kindness. I wonder what they felt inside when they dug up the cassava. Su Man felt very happy listening to this. Her big sister was truly excellent. As her younger sister, she naturally also benefited from her. Fortunately, she was clever and quickly followed her home. If she is still supporting her family, these honors have nothing to do with her. Someday I will find a chance to go out and enjoy the admiration of others. Time quickly passes, as everyone is busy. In the blink of an eye, more than half of winter has gone. During this time, the people in Sujia village did not rush to stay indoors. No matter how cold it gets or how heavy the rain, everyone still goes up the mountain to dig for cassava. The cassava they dig up is stored differently. Sweet cassava is steamed and eaten, while bitter cassava is peeled, cut into pieces, and soaked for 7 or 8 days. For safety, after about 10 days, they grind it into juice, filter it into cassava flour, and store it as dried cassava strips. Every household has added cassava to their food supply. Because of this, even those who only drink thin porridge in the morning can now eat dry food. And at night, they only eat until they are 6 or 7 parts full, which has now become 7 or 8 parts full. With the stored cassava strips, everyone feels more confident. It seems that even in this cold weather, life is not so hard anymore. However, some people in Suja village still died from the cold. Not many, only 5, mostly elderly or those already in poor health. The freezing rain never stopped, but it was not as heavy as before. The north wind also blew in bursts, then stopped. Overall, the temperature did not rise, but kept getting colder. The villagers' lives were not affected. In fact, they were improving. Those who had little food now had cassava to help them last longer. People who had no firewood at home would go up the mountain to dig cassava and also gather some firewood. Even if the firewood was wet, it didn't matter because they wouldn't burn it right away. As long as they spread it out and let it dry for a month or so, it would be usable, even if not completely dry. Plus, every home had a heated brick bed. Life was much better than when the freezing rain first started. In contrast, outside the village, other villages faced worse conditions. Well-off families still had warm clothes and could eat good food now and then, so they could endure hunger and cold. But poorer families couldn't. In cold weather, the body uses energy faster, making them more likely to feel hungry. Even if those people try to eat sparingly, gradually the family's stored food runs out, and they start to feel anxious. No one knows how long this situation will last. To survive, people begin to steal small amounts of food. Every morning, someone stands outside their door, cursing loudly despite the cold. But cursing doesn't help find the thief. By the time it reaches the 20th day of winter, the situation worsens. Some poor people go to wealthy relatives to borrow food. At this time, who is willing to lend food? Those who can't borrow either stay at relatives' homes or feel resentful. They think, our family is struggling, yet others have plenty of food and refuse to help. Once people start to hate, they do things that others can't understand or imagine. Some steal directly, some go to rob, and others incite others to rob, agreeing to take only what they need. Because of these events, the normally quiet government office becomes very busy. They hold court sessions, catch thieves, and punish wrongdoers. All this has nothing to do with the villagers of Suja village, but the villagers have daughters who married out and daughters-in-law from outside. On the 22nd day of winter, near noon, cries are heard at the village entrance. Curious, people look out and see someone dressed in rags, without a hat, coming in the rain with their family. Upon closer look, the person leading the group, trembling from the cold and crying badly, is Su Mulin's daughter, who married out of the village. As the daughter of the village head's family, she married well, with a generous dowry and a wealthy family. But today, she looks so miserable. Out of curiosity and friendship, villagers ask what happened. When they learn her family was robbed, with no food, firewood, or warm clothes left, they are shocked. But none of this concerns Su Rongrong. She is at home, watering the small green vegetables she planted on the Kong, heated bed. Yes, she has started growing vegetables. After Lu Miao and Taoya went home, she, Qiao Qiao, and Man Man discussed what to do next. The final decision was for the 3 sisters to sleep at the foot of the Kong, leaving about a meter of space, and placing a wooden tub on top. They filled the tub with soil and grew vegetables inside it, like potted plants. To keep the temperature higher, they removed the straw mattress from that area. Anyway, they finally managed to plant the vegetables, even if they didn't grow very well. The sisters didn't just do this in their own room, they also used the Kong in Su Jinhong's room. Later, to grow more vegetables, they asked Xinjing and Lu Songmu to help. They set up another planting area in an empty room. But this Kong was different from the one they slept on. It was made of mud bricks, wide and large, taking up most of the room. When the villagers found out her family had set up another Kong, they started to gossip. Luckily, Lu Songmu was clever. Without her saying anything, he told the villagers that the Kong wasn't for their own use. It was for the county magistrate's son, who was studying at the county school and wanted fresh vegetables. But on that day, where could they get fresh vegetables? In the end, they spent money to build a fire kong to see if they could grow some vegetables on it. When the villagers heard this, they marveled at the luxury of the rich. In winter, people just hoped to eat enough, but they spent so much money just to grow fresh vegetables. Plus, after setting up the kong, the vegetables wouldn't be ready immediately. They needed someone to tend the fire and plant the vegetables. Did they get the vegetables for free? Did they get free firewood? While thinking about this, the villagers couldn't help but envy Su Rongrong's family. Her family rented out her room and sold the firewood. While others were happy just digging some cassava from the mountain, her family had a steady monthly income. People really couldn't compare. It seemed that after leaving the Su family, Rongrong's luck had improved even more. They wondered if Suda and Xiao's family would regret it. Her family wasn't doing very well now. If Rongrong still lived with them, their days might be the most comfortable and peaceful in the village. The cruel result of a wicked heart was that their own life became harder and harder. Since she stopped going up the mountain to dig cassava, Su Rongrong had been focused on taking care of the vegetables at home. Su Manman often makes hair accessories or decorative knots, and she also likes to create new styles. As for Su Qiao, she is honest and learns to sew and do needlework. Their peaceful life was suddenly broken the next day when Lu Miao came to visit. Before entering, Lu Miao shook off the ice from her raincoat and hat, then hung them outside before coming in. The first thing she did was look at the vegetable seedlings, then she said, "Rongrong, do you know? 5 or 6 families came to our village today. Some are daughters-in-law who got married out, and others are relatives of the wives who moved in. They all came because their families are having a hard time and need help from relatives. You probably know the situation in our village. It's okay for your own family to eat, but how can they support so many people? Look at those families. There's a lot of trouble and unhappiness." Su Rongrong had already watered the vegetables. Hearing this, she immediately agreed and said, "It's the daughters-in-law who come to visit, and their mothers-in-law are unhappy. The daughters not only come alone but also bring their parents-in-law, husbands, and children. Some relatives from the wives' families also come, and brothers and sisters-in-law are unhappy. Since they haven't divided the household, why should the grain be used to support your mother's family? They are all part of this family, and they have their own families too. If they give to your mother's family, they should also give to mine. Are these the main issues?" Lu Miao nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Rongrong, you guessed right. Because of these problems, my father was pulled away today to settle disputes. What was once a happy family is now almost splitting apart." Su Rongrong wasn't very interested and said, "In this difficult time, it's best for families to stick together and help each other. Splitting up isn't a good idea. Every household only has 1 or 2 beds. If they split, where will they live? Who gets the fire stove or who doesn't? But if they don't split, there will be conflicts and the family won't be peaceful." Lu Miao nodded in agreement. "Exactly. These people coming in, their eating and living arrangements are a big problem. Living here is actually not too bad. Without a bed, it might be a bit uncomfortable at night, but I can still sleep on the bed and warm myself with a coal basin, just like before. Anyway, it's better than going back and freezing. The problem is, how do we solve the food issue? 1 or 2 meals a day or 2 are easy to manage. But what if we stay for a month, 2 months, or even 3 months? Our food supplies might just barely last. Don't even think about feeding so many people. Even if we feed a few more, the family will have to eat less. In a good year, people can't handle it, let alone during a bad year like this. My father is already worried about this. Whenever someone comes to ask him to make decisions, he wishes he could tell everyone he's not home." Su Rongrong isn't interested in interfering in others' affairs, nor does she want to give any opinions. But she remembers that Lu Miao's grandparents are quite capable of having children. Besides her father and 2 uncles, she has 2 married aunts. Thinking for a moment, she says, "Meow meow, just in case your family also has relatives coming and there's noise and fuss, you can come to my place. As long as I am here, you will have a place to stay and a meal to eat." Lu Miao hears this and hugs her warmly. "Rongrong, thank you. Just as she finishes speaking, a strange voice comes from outside the door. Rong girl, are you at home? I have something to tell you. Su Rongrong is a bit puzzled when she hears this voice.
Who is it?
The voice sounds familiar, but she's sure she's never heard it since she arrived here. As she becomes curious and starts to recall the original owner's memories, she sees Lu Miao's face change. Then she pulls her outside and whispers, Rongrong, the person is Su Malin's daughter. You used to call her Manhwa aunt. Hearing this name, Su Rongrong quickly matches the person to the name in her mind. Su Lanhua is Su Malin's eldest daughter, now only in her early 20s. She looks pretty, and since she was raised with her parents' love, she has high standards and is very selective. Usually, if the family isn't good enough or if someone is ugly, she would wait until she's 21 to get married. At that age, not just in the countryside, but even in the city like Beijing, she would be considered an old maid. Once she's that old, the number of suitable people she can choose from naturally becomes smaller. Or rather, it was not her turn to choose someone, but someone was choosing her. Fortunately, she was lucky. Someone who had lost his wife in Fengwu town but had no children liked her. He had a small grocery shop, looked decent, and had no brothers, only a younger sister about 10 years younger than him. Just one sister. When she grew up, he could give her some dowry and send her away. From then on, that family and the grocery shop would belong to her. So, after weighing the pros and cons, Su Lanhua agreed. Her marriage was successful. Within less than 3 months, she was pregnant. But for Su Rongrong, she had been married for 5 or 6 years, and the original owner hadn't had much contact with her. Her parents had passed away before, and they weren't very familiar. Why did she suddenly come to visit? Thinking this, Su Rongrong still went out with an umbrella. When she stepped out, Su Lanhua, dressed in thin clothes and wearing a straw hat, saw her and felt relieved. Thinking about what she was about to say, her gaze swept over the umbrella in Su Rongrong's hand. Then she took a step forward and said, Rong girl, I have some news related to your family to tell you. But first, you need to give me 20 jin of grain. Su Rongrong looked puzzled and said, Su Lanhua, do you think I'm a little girl easy to fool? Su Lanhua shook her head. No, someone who's under 14 and can leave her family to live with her younger siblings. I wouldn't underestimate her. Moreover, I heard that you have the county magistrate's son backing you. Su Rongrong's face remained expressionless. No matter how important your news is, I don't think it's worth 20 jin of grain. Grain is precious now. Even money can't buy it. I still have younger siblings to support, and our grain supply is already limited. But you can tell me what the news is first. If I think it's worth it, I'll give you 3 jin of cassava. If not, I'm sorry. Su Lanhua shook her head. 3 jin is too little. What I want to tell you is about your mother. Give me 15 jin and I'll tell you. Su Rongrong frowned when she heard this. Her mother had died more than 3 years ago. What else was there that she didn't know but needed to know? But before she could answer, Su Jinhong, who had somehow come to her side, spoke up. 10 jin. If the message is indeed true, I will give you 10 jin. However, our family doesn't have much coarse grain or flour, but we do have sweet potatoes, rice, and cassava.